The world has plunged into an ice age, ushering in a cataclysmic era where 95% of humanity perishes. In his previous life, Zhang Yi met a tragic end at the hands of those he had once aided due to his inherent kindness. Reborn a month prior to the onset of this frozen apocalypse, Zhang Yi awakens to newfound spatial abilities and begins to amass resources with fervor. Faced with shortages, he empties a billion-dollar superstore's warehouse. Uncomfortable in his living conditions, he constructs a super-secure sanctuary akin to a fortress fit for the end of days. As the apocalypse encroaches, while others succumb to the cold, sacrificing everything for mere sustenance, he prepares to thrive. Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I am reborn. Pain, excruciating pain, an indelible agony envelopes Zhang Yi's entire being. This is not merely a sensation. It is the stark reality he experiences that in this moment, he finds himself mercilessly trampled by friends and neighbors he once trusted and assisted, fists and sticks raining down upon him. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they disregard his past kindness. Turning against him as he nears death, he glimpses his cherished goddess, Fang Yuqing, standing amid the crowd, her voice piercing through the chaos, pleading, "It was I who urged him to open the door. You must give me a larger share of the resources." It was this very woman who deceived him, leading to his demise. Gazing at her, his eyes brim with hatred and regret. He can only blame himself for being foolish and too kind, ultimately becoming a stepping stone for others in this bleak world. He yearns for a second chance. This time, he will show no mercy and will live solely for himself. Suddenly, darkness envelopes him, and he loses consciousness. However, in the next moment, he jolts awake, sitting up on his sofa. The hellish scenes he just endured, the horrendous pain, remain vividly etched in his memory. Zhang Yi breathes heavily, his body quickly drenched in sweat. What is happening? Wasn't I killed by those beasts? Regaining his senses, he surveys his surroundings. This place is familiar. It is his own home. The comfortable temperature of the air astonishes him. For in December of the year 2050, the blue planet was ravaged by a global Cambrian storm triggered by a supernova explosion from 500,000 light-years away. Temperatures plummeted worldwide, with Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi resides, experiencing daily lows of -60 to 70 degrees that a month-long blizzard submerged the entire city. In northern Huaghua, temperatures plummeted to a terrifying -100 degrees, burying the land beneath ice and snow. Mass extinction swept through various species, with over 95% of humanity perishing in this catastrophe. Rising to his feet, Zhang Yi retrieves a bottle of water from the refrigerator, consuming more than half in one go. Though the chilled water is frigid, to him, it is a divine elixir. In the apocalypse, the only means of obtaining water was to venture outside, risking death in the extreme cold by gathering snow to melt. After finishing the water, he glances at his phone, which reads November 12th. There remains a full month before the apocalypse descends. It seems I have been reborn. Zhang Yi takes a deep breath, quickly comprehending the situation. That month's experiences could not have been a dream, especially the agonizing pain that felt too real. He lifts his gaze, relief flooding his heart after this narrow escape. Simultaneously, a fierce glint flashes in his eyes. He remembers those who caused his demise all too clearly. In this life, he is determined to survive and will no longer show compassion to those wretches. Moreover, while ensuring his safety, he must exact revenge on those who wronged him. Yet, Zhang Yi knows he must first contemplate how to survive in the impending apocalypse that will arrive in a month. His living conditions are relatively decent. His parents passed away in their youth, leaving him a spacious 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City. With savings exceeding 2 million, he finds himself relatively affluent, especially in ordinary times. However, with the apocalypse looming, a severe shortage of resources will soon engulf the world. This meager sum will barely sustain him for long, as surviving requires an abundance of supplies. With the opportunity to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi harbors aspirations not just to survive, but to maintain a certain quality of life. He must consider sustenance and entertainment, for neglecting the latter will inevitably lead to a mental breakdown over time. Additionally, he must procure weaponry to safeguard his safety and fulfill his quest for vengeance against his neighbors. At that moment, a sliver of white light appears before Zhang Yi. He rubs his right eye, suspecting it to be blurry. Suddenly, an unusual thought floods his mind. It seems this white light is part of him, and his consciousness begins to merge with it. Zhang Yi's mind shifts, and he finds himself enveloped in an immense, blindingly white space. The expanse is vast, filled with nothing but white void. Is this an alternate space? Evidently, I have acquired some unique abilities upon my rebirth. He feels a surge of exhilaration that it appears that exposure to gamma rays has altered his body, granting him extraordinary powers. This immense space will facilitate the storage of resources for the impending apocalypse. Curious about the storage capacity of this space, and whether there are limitations on the objects he can collect, Zhang Yi's consciousness swiftly returns to his room. He begins to experiment, attempting to place items from his home into the space. Starting with a teacup and basin, he easily transfers them, but he then endeavors to store larger appliances: a television, refrigerator, washing machine, computer, air conditioner, and vacuum cleaner, all of which the white space accepts. Without hesitation, with a mere thought, he can retrieve items from this realm. However, objects under significant external force and those not existing independently prove challenging to store. For instance, when he attempts to extract a piece of flooring, there is no response. This alternate space seems to have many rules. I must explore them gradually. Yet, this vast space capable of storing items will allow me to amass a tremendous stockpile of resources. He licks his lips, a bold plan forming in his mind. Zhang Yi works as a supervisor in a Walmart warehouse in South China. As the world's largest supermarket chain, Walmart boasts an extensive inventory. It operates 3 colossal warehouses in Huaguo, located in central, southern, and northern regions. The South China warehouse is particularly immense, completed in 2040, stretching 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, covering over 1 million square meters. An unparalleled giant in global warehousing. It has been hailed by the president of Walmart's Greater China Division as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, the world acknowledges only 7 wonders, while the 8th is a self-proclaimed title with thousands of contenders. Nevertheless, the sheer size and storage capacity of the South China warehouse are indeed unrivaled in the field of logistics. The supplies within can sustain the consumption of millions across several cities for an entire week. Thus, if Zhang Yi can completely empty a warehouse and relocate its contents into his space, he would have enough resources to last not just a lifetime, but several lifetimes. Most importantly, Walmart maintains stringent quality control. The warehouse contains no subpar goods, whether food, daily necessities, or luxury items. All are reputable brands with excellent reputations. Zhang Yi, if he could empty out a warehouse of Walmart, would not only be free from worries about the supplies required for the impending apocalypse, but would also live in utmost ease and comfort. As the warehouse supervisor, he was exceptionally familiar with every shelf, surveillance device, and personnel schedule in the facility. For him, vacating the warehouse was certainly not an arduous task. With a resolute decision made in his heart, Zhang Yi felt a significant lightness within. Just then, his stomach voiced its protest with a rumble. Zhang Yi patted his belly and glanced at the Huang Minji rice he had ordered. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately shook his head with a smile, opting to forego the takeaway. With the apocalypse merely a month away, I must indulge in delicious food while I still can. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity left. Why be so stingy with myself? He had endured a month of cold and hunger, and he now yearned desperately for some warm, delectable food. What was the point of saving money? After the world ends, currency would turn to waste paper. It was far better to spend it all now, lest it be squandered. With a carefree turn, Zhang Yi set off to seek out a high-end restaurant he had previously hesitated to enter, eager for a sumptuous meal. Chapter 2, by Lianhua. Upon stepping out of his home, Zhang Yi was greeted by a serene scene, filled with joy and contentment. Numerous parents were playing with their children in the community square, their faces radiant with bliss. Yet, Zhang Yi knew that in just a month, all of this would dissolve into nothingness. He hastily exited the community, where not far away stood a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A meal there would cost at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, a sum Zhang Yi had always been reluctant to spend. However, that was no longer a concern for him. Having been reborn, he felt it imperative to celebrate. Once inside the restaurant, Zhang Yi selected a table by the window and ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu, along with a bottle of Lafite wine. In total, he spent 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff regarded him with an ambiguous gaze, perceiving him as a wealthy second-generation heir, for who else could afford such an extravagant meal? Zhang Yi paid no mind to their thoughts. When the table was filled with exquisite cuisine, he began to devour it voraciously. Perhaps due to having endured 6 months of a frozen apocalypse, tasting such delicacies brought him to the brink of tears. His manner of eating became somewhat ferocious, drawing whispers from the surrounding patrons. But Zhang Yi was unfazed. He knew that in the face of the impending apocalypse, people would kneel and beg for a mere packet of instant noodles. At that time, all civilization and morals would evaporate. While Zhang Yi feasted, a woman passing by outside halted in her tracks. She was a stunning figure with flowing hair, exquisite makeup, and clad in Gucci high heels, her arm draped over an LV handbag. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, the one who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in his previous life. Accompanying her was her close friend, Lin Canning. As they walked past the Michelin 3-star restaurant, both could not resist stealing glances inside. They had long yearned for such a lavish establishment, but their finances did not permit such indulgence. Nonetheless, this did not deter them from scrutinizing the interior, hoping to spot a quality wealthy heir to ensnare. Upon catching sight of Zhang Yi within, Fang Yuqing was taken aback. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he possibly afford to dine here?" she exclaimed. Lin Canning, equally astonished, covered her mouth. Was Zhang Yi always this wealthy? As she spoke, her gaze held a hint of ambiguity as she glanced at Fang Yuqing, adding, "Yuqing, you are truly fortunate. The one pursuing you, that devoted admirer, turns out to be an invisible rich heir. Look at that spread. It must cost at least 50 or 60,000 yuan. What ordinary person could afford such an extravagant meal?" Lin Canning's tone was laced with envy, for she knew Zhang Yi had pursued Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. Yet, Fang Yuqing had always kept him on a string, neither rejecting nor accepting him. A staunch materialist, Fang Yuqing believed she could marry a quality rich heir and live as a socialite. However, she was loath to give up Zhang Yi, who had a car and a house in Tianhai City, thus keeping him as a backup. Seeing Zhang Yi indulge in a lavish meal solo ignited doubt within Fang Yuqing. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden wealthy heir? She pondered, resting her chin on her hand. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Isn't this a common trope in dramas? Someone who is wealthy yet pretends to be ordinary in search of true love? Fang Yuqing found herself convinced, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If this were true, it would save her a great deal of effort. After all, Zhang Yi had always pursued her, and she believed a mere nod from her would prompt him to propose. Lin Canning encouraged, "Yuqing, let's go in and find Zhang Yi." In truth, she was eyeing that table of delectable dishes. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, and the meals within were something ordinary people might never have the chance to taste. Fang Yuqing hesitated before shaking her head. "Isn't that inappropriate? It might make him think I'm a materialistic woman. How about we wait outside and pretend to run into him by chance?" Fang Yuqing was no fool. She would not lower herself for a meal. Even if Zhang Yi were indeed wealthy, she would maintain her goddess-like demeanor. Only then, if they were to be together in the future, could she properly control him and ensure he remained her devoted admirer. Thus, the two women concealed themselves not far from the restaurant, awaiting Zhang Yi's exit. After over an hour of indulgence, Zhang Yi, feeling content, patted his round belly. The Michelin 3-star cuisine was average, but for one who had just been reborn from the apocalypse, it was a remarkable feast. He planned to visit a nearby supermarket to procure some supplies for testing the storage capacity of the alternate space, ensuring no issues arose later. Despite his confidence in transporting goods from the Walmart warehouse, caution was always prudent. After all, he had known hunger, and he could not afford any mishaps. Zhang Yi paid swiftly and stepped out of the restaurant, greeted by the cheerful smile of the waitstaff. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." He turned to find Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning standing there. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi scoffed internally. This was a classic ploy of the green tea archetype, designed to subtly stir a man's emotions. Fang Yuqing, a master of such tactics, was well aware of this. Yet, Zhang Yi was no longer the naive admirer he once was. Not long ago, this woman had caused his tragic demise, and she had even intended to break his ribs for soup. With that thought, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold, a clear glimmer of murderous intent sparking in his eyes. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. Even if he were to kill her, it would not pose any problem. Should he consider it? Fang Yuqing, feeling the weight of his gaze, shivered and nervously uttered, "Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Yi quickly composed himself, retracting his gaze as he replied coolly, "It's nothing. I mistook you for someone else that I in that moment." He abruptly reconsidered. Letting this woman perish so easily would indeed be too lenient. Moreover, should one take the drastic step of ending her life now, it is highly probable that the law would not turn a blind eye to such an act. Zhang Yi certainly does not wish to find himself confined within a detention center when the apocalypse descends. It would be far more satisfying to allow her to experience the depths of despair during the end times before orchestrating her demise through cunning means. With ample time at his disposal and the memories from his previous life, he possesses countless methods to ensure her suffering culminates in a painful death. Therefore, at this moment, it is unnecessary to deal with her directly. The paramount concern now is to construct the safest sanctuary, allowing himself to survive comfortably amidst the chaos of the impending apocalypse. Chapter 3. Shopping and Stockpiling. Zhang Yi maintained a decidedly frosty demeanor towards Fang Yuqing. Both Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning sensed the dissonance, but mistakenly assumed Zhang Yi to be a hidden wealthy heir. Rather than being offended by his aloofness, they approached him with renewed enthusiasm. What harm is there in a wealthy individual displaying a bit of temperament? That merely signifies a certain panache. Ah, Zhang Yi, were you dining at this restaurant just now? Lin Canning feigned casualness. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. This woman is no better than the rest, akin to Fang Yuqing. She too played a role in his past misfortunes, contributing to his suffering. Zhang Yi replied coldly, then shoved his hands into his pockets and turned towards the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning hurriedly followed suit. Zhang Yi, where are you headed? Fang Yuqing inquired with a gentle smile. To the supermarket. Zhang Yi's tone remained indifferent, laced with impatience. Had it not been for his desire to let her experience the despair of the end times, he would have already entertained thoughts of ending her life. Fang Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Canning and quickly added, what a coincidence. We were planning to buy some things too. It's perfect timing. Realizing their misunderstanding, Zhang Yi concluded they must have assumed he was some affluent heir after witnessing him dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. This would explain their sudden eagerness to engage with him. Disinterested in conversing further, he continued on his path to the supermarket. However, the more he ignored them, the more convinced they became of his wealthy status. After all, what else could justify such ostentatious behavior? As they trailed closely beside him, Fang Yuqing even leaned in, occasionally reaching out to touch him. Whenever Zhang Yi glanced her way, she would feign shyness, turning her head away, her cheeks flushed as if overwhelmed by bashfulness. Zhang Yi smirked internally. Such a master of manipulation, she would surely win an Oscar if she pursued acting. Upon entering the supermarket, Zhang Yi pushed a shopping cart into the aisles. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning quickly followed suit, pushing their own carts alongside him. Zhang Yi, were you dining with someone special? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. As he approached the food section, Zhang Yi replied coldly, is it not permissible for me to dine alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, oh, that's not what I meant. I simply thought the items there were quite expensive. I assumed you were treating someone. Lin Canning couldn't help but interject. Zhang Yi, isn't your monthly salary just over 10,000? That meal must have cost half your income. It seems your family provides you with a generous allowance. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Canning a fierce glare, admonishing her silently. Fool, such questions should never be asked. As a top-tier manipulator, the cardinal rule is, discuss emotions with the rich and finances with the poor. Realizing her blunder, Lin Canning hastily attempted to amend her words. Haha, I was just joking. After all, we're all friends here. Money doesn't really matter. Yet Zhang Yi paid them no heed that he had arrived at the food section, gazing at the plethora of goods as if entering a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had experienced the sensation of subsisting on a single pack of instant noodles for 2 days, which had instilled in him an insatiable yearning for sustenance. Zhang Yi proceeded to the shelves, indiscriminately tossing items into his cart. Ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and seasonings, all in great quantities. This spectacle left Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you planning to go camping? Zhang Yi answered nonchalantly. Lin Canning felt a twinge of suspicion and whispered to Fang Yuqing, do wealthy heirs really buy such things for camping? Fang Yuqing was also perplexed, yet the memory of that Michelin 3-star meal made her reluctant to abandon the notion of Zhang Yi being affluent. She approached him eagerly, saying, do you need any help? With free labor at his disposal, Zhang Yi had no reason to refuse. Furthermore, observing Fang Yuqing's feigned innocence ignited a desire for revenge within him. He had a month to prepare for the apocalypse. Crafting the perfect sanctuary to ensure his safety would not pose a challenge. As for the necessary supplies, he could procure them through the Walmart warehouse. In doing so, he would secure his position of absolute safety and comfort during the end times. Perhaps it would be wise to intentionally hint to Fang Yuqing that he was stockpiling supplies, subsequently allowing her to come begging for assistance when the time comes. As for the potential leakage of his information, which might attract those insufferable neighbors, that concern could easily be addressed. So long as his sanctuary was sufficiently fortified, he would not have to fear an assault. Rather, he could effectively retaliate against those bothersome neighbors. The thought of their frantic desperation, rendered powerless against him, brought a somewhat twisted smile to Zhang Yi's lips. Indeed, this option merits consideration. Zhang Yi resolved to seek out a security company to construct such a sanctuary. Should that endeavor prove feasible, he would pursue it, but if not, he would retreat from the city, seeking a remote wilderness to establish an underground refuge. This would constitute a dual-pronged strategy. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Then you two can assist me by pushing the carts. Fang Yuqing promptly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi then instructed Lin Caning to fetch another cart. Though both women were filled with skepticism, they complied with his request. Zhang Yi acquired a substantial amount of storable food, including instant noodles, ham sausages, cured meats, and canned goods. He also used a cart specifically for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and live fish. He wished to test whether his spatial anomaly had any special effect on the preservation of perishables. With 3 carts filled to the brim, Zhang Yi assigned the cart laden with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women to push. It must have weighed 400 to 500 pounds, leaving them sweating profusely. Fang Yuqing complained, pouting, "Zhang Yi, how many people are you feeding with all this? Are you planning some event that you haven't told me about?" Zhang Yi chuckled coldly, replying, "Unforeseen circumstances may arise. What if the world ends one day? I'm merely stocking up to survive." Zhang Yi spoke nothing but the truth, yet it was unlikely anyone would believe him. This had been confirmed by a certain Dr. Li in the past. Fang Yuqing assumed Zhang Yi was merely jesting, bursting into laughter. "Oh, if you don't want to say, that's fine. Why make such a joke? Just remember, having helped you so much today, you owe me a meal." Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with implication. She anticipated that Zhang Yi would take her to dine at the Michelin 3-star restaurant as well. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. That sounds good. However, I've been quite busy lately. Perhaps next month?" Fang Yuqing replied cheerfully. "That sounds great. It's a promise." Lin Caning quickly chimed in. Yes, let's all go together, hee. Just for pushing a cart, she was thrilled at the prospect of a lavish meal. Noticing Lin Caning's lack of awareness, Fang Yuqing shot her another glare, but Lin Caning feigned ignorance. Zhang Yi proceeded to settle the bill, acquiring over 10,000 units of supplies in one fell swoop that he paid without a flicker of his eyelid. It is essential to recognize that in the post-apocalyptic world, the value of these supplies would multiply by several tens of thousands, rendering them priceless. For in such dire times, even the wealthiest individuals may find it impossible to procure a morsel of food. Given the substantial quantity of items Zhang Yi purchased, the supermarket generously lent him a shopping cart. Without hesitation, he enlisted the assistance of 2 women to help transport the goods back to his residence. Although he possessed a vehicle capable of carrying the items himself, he saw no reason to forego the availability of free labor. Despite their complaints of fatigue, the promise of a sumptuous meal invigorated the 2 women, and thus they set off together, pushing 3 laden carts back to their community. Chapter 4. Booking 500 banquets at a 5-star hotel. Returning to the community, Zhang Yi and his companions attracted the attention of numerous neighbors, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Zhang Yi was no longer concerned about being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, the 2 women were already aware of his shopping endeavors, and the news could not be kept under wraps. If his sole intention were mere survival, he could liquidate all his assets and retreat to an uninhabited area to construct an impenetrable fortress. Yet how could he exact revenge on those neighbors who had so brutally wronged him in his previous life? Without eliminating them, his heart's torment would remain unassuaged. Thus, one of his strategies for the impending apocalypse was to remain in this community and exact retribution upon those who owed him, albeit in a far more ruthless manner. The prerequisite for this plan was that the security company must be capable of crafting an unassailable refuge for him. Otherwise, he would need to prepare a secondary plan, constructing an underground shelter in a desolate location. Observing the neighbors around him, who speculated gleefully about the purpose of his substantial supply haul, Zhang Yi envisioned the day of reckoning when they would attempt to storm his home in search of food that he had lived through it all before. However, he felt no fear, for this time, he would be prepared. His intention was to allow them to see the bounty yet remain unable to partake, ultimately leaving them in a state of furious despair. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing resided in an apartment building. As Zhang Yi managed the warehouse at Walmart, the neighbors frequently relied on him to procure discounted goods, thus he was well acquainted with them. Upon witnessing the trio return with such a vast quantity of items, a grandmother with her grandson approached. Her eyes widened at the sight of the food, particularly the fresh beef and lamb, stirring her desire. "Xiaozhong, why have you brought back so much? Is this from a clearance sale at the warehouse?" she inquired. "You can't possibly consume all of this. Why not share some with the neighbors?" This was Aunt Lin, who wielded her position on the homeowners committee to assert her authority over others, often expecting Zhang Yi to procure bargains for her. In a previous life, she had even extorted food from him through relentless demands. Yet, when the time came for the neighbors to ransack his home, she not only failed to intervene, but displayed more vigor than the younger crowd. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, reluctant to engage with her, quickly clarified, "These items are all Zhang Yi's. We are merely assisting in bringing them home." Aunt Lin's gaze shifted to Zhang Yi, her expression turning conniving. "Xiao Zhang, it seems these are indeed your warehouse goods. How about sharing a little with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiao Hu, had already climbed onto a cart and was reaching for a box of chocolate. Despite his small stature, his eyes betrayed an insatiable greed. That box of imported chocolates was worth over 200 at the supermarket. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi snatched the box back. Coldly addressing Aunt Lin, he stated, "I'm afraid I must keep these for myself." With the apocalypse looming, he could no longer afford the luxury of pleasantries. Aunt Lin's expression darkened. "You." Zhang Yi's blatant refusal to acknowledge her authority infuriated her, especially as her grandson, having been thwarted, began to wail for his chocolate, pointing at Zhang Yi and shouting, "You bad person, give me back my chocolate, or I'll make you pay." Zhang Yi regarded him coolly, his voice firm. "One more word, and I shall strike you." Xiao Hu was intimidated into silence, bursting into tears and throwing a tantrum on the ground. Aunt Lin hurriedly attempted to console her grandson before turning her ire towards Zhang Yi. "How old are you? And yet you're quarreling with a child. It's just a box of chocolate. What's the harm in sharing? Why not just give him a box? I'll pay you back later. Who do you think you are to deny him?" Zhang Yi merely scoffed at her. In this era of mobile payments, transactions were exceedingly convenient. Her promise of reimbursement was clearly an attempt to shirk her responsibility. "I've said it once. These are for my personal consumption. If he wants chocolate, let him procure his own at the supermarket." With a disdainful laugh, Zhang Yi gestured for Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to depart. As they turned to leave, Aunt Lin's furious shouts echoed behind them, though Zhang Yi paid them no heed. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law were out working, leaving her alone to care for her grandson. Typically, she purchased only enough groceries for a single day. Thus, when the apocalypse struck, her supplies would be the first to deplete. In a moment of compassion, Zhang Yi had previously assisted them, but now, without his aid, it would be a miracle if this unscrupulous woman and her mischievous grandson lasted. Even 10 days, Zhang Yi had no intention of squabbling with the dead. His heart was not devoid of compassion. Rather, he understood that once the day arrived, everyone would struggle to survive. The fate of others would naturally fall behind his own. Once they had successfully transported the 3 carts of supplies back to his home, Zhang Yi dismissed the women. "Don't forget to expect a treat, Zhang Yi." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at him. However, upon witnessing this, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He offered a perfunctory acknowledgement. The 2 women had initially intended to linger, hoping to uncover clues about Zhang Yi's hidden wealth. Yet, sensing his disinterest in entertaining them, they made their exit. After their departure, Zhang Yi activated his spatial abilities, storing the supplies away. He aimed to observe any potential changes that might occur within this realm. Once completed, he noted that the night had grown late. Rather than seeking rest, he retrieved paper and pen, meticulously planning the preparations for the upcoming month. Though he typically exuded a laid-back demeanor, the instinct for survival ignited a wellspring of potential within him. To thrive in the apocalypse, the foremost concern is securing food. This is manageable. Aside from my regular purchases, I can also retrieve items from the warehouse. However, this must be approached with caution. I need to conduct thorough reconnaissance. Moreover, I must acquire these supplies just days before the apocalypse to avoid drawing attention. If I were to be apprehended, I would surely not survive long in confinement. With a decisive stroke, he inscribed the word food in his notebook, marking it with a check. Next is heating. Following the apocalypse, energy supplies will dwindle and air conditioning will soon become obsolete. Therefore, I must resort to the simplest methods. A fireplace is the optimal choice. The principle of a fireplace is akin to that of a Kong, employing primitive methods for warmth in the frigid European winters. This approach was the norm for enduring the long, cold months. This necessitates a complete renovation of the home, ideally incorporating insulation. The thought of renovations brought forth memories of his previous life, when intruders had forced their way into his home, causing a tightening sensation in his chest that I still need. To transform my home into an impregnable fortress of steel, first and foremost, we must comprehensively install thick steel plates or alloy materials, sufficient to withstand typical explosions. In the wake of the apocalypse, individuals are capable of committing unspeakable acts for survival. Thus, one must be thoroughly prepared. One cannot gamble with life and safety. Zhang Yi has tasted death once and is resolute in avoiding a second encounter. The issue of the safe house is also easily resolved. Tianhai City is home to specialized security companies catering to the elite. Among their services is the construction of safe houses. Zhang Yi recalls having seen a news report in his past life about a wealthy tycoon abroad who built a super fortress capable of withstanding assaults from small-scale weapons. Next, we must consider pharmaceuticals. I must prevent falling ill without access to treatment. Walmart's warehouse contains many commonly used medications, capable of treating ailments like colds and fevers. However, these are far from sufficient. The Cambrian storm is expected to last for decades. I must be meticulously prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi possesses considerable connections in Tianhai City. As a storage management professional, he is acquainted with personnel and hospital logistics. Provided he can offer a substantial sum, any medication can be procured. With these issues addressed, Zhang Yi tapped his pen against his notebook. Next, there remains one final matter to resolve. His gaze sharpened, and that is weaponry. In the face of the apocalypse, humanity's morality deteriorates, and battles for resources erupt everywhere. Life becomes as expendable as grass. To survive, one must possess sufficient force. Zhang Yi is not a master in combat, yet even the most skilled martial artist fears a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons are formidable enough, he need not worry about such matters. Mountaineering knives, crowbars, and tomahawks are readily obtainable. Bows, air guns, and composite bows are also accessible. However, the most formidable of all remains the American katana. This item can only be acquired through the black market domestically. Traveling abroad to obtain one, that is impractical. The outside world is unfamiliar, and a round trip would consume many days. I lack a foreign firearms permit and cannot buy from a weapon shop. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, realizing that this dilemma remains unsolved for the time being. Yet, he has a month. As long as he is willing to spend, a solution should present itself. He dedicated 3 hours to devising a perfect plan before indulging in a soothing hot shower and reclining on his comfortable bed, drifting into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Yi rose from his bed. His night's sleep had not been restful, waking several times from nightmares. Upon awakening, he found himself still nestled in the warmth and comfort of his home, and he sighed in relief. The ordeal during the apocalypse had inflicted profound wounds on his psyche. To avoid repeating past mistakes, Zhang Yi is more determined than ever to ensure comprehensive preparedness. After rising, Zhang Yi prepared himself breakfast. Then he opened his spatial pocket to check on the supplies he had stored within. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables he had placed inside overnight showed no signs of deterioration whatsoever. While meat may not reveal immediate changes, fruits and vegetables typically spoil after a night. However, those placed in the spatial pocket remained as fresh as when purchased the previous day. My spatial pocket exists independently of this world. Perhaps the rules governing time differ. It is possible that time flows more slowly, or even stands still. This is truly excellent news. With this, I can indiscriminately store a variety of items within it. However, when Zhang Yi inspected the fish he had stored, he discovered they had all perished. Even in death, they appeared lifelike and showed no signs of decay. Stroking his chin, Zhang Yi began to understand the operational rules of the spatial pocket. Living creatures cannot be stored, or if they are, they cannot survive for long. It seems my notion of residing within is rather impractical. Nonetheless, this is not a significant issue. The vastness of the spatial pocket pales in comparison to the comfort of Zhang Yi's own home. As long as he can store items, that suffices. This thought sparked a myriad of ideas in Zhang Yi's mind, that if he can preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about prepared meals? Although Zhang Yi can cook, he ultimately pales in comparison to a professional chef. Relying solely on his own cooking will surely become tiresome over time. Thus, Zhang Yi promptly made a phone call to Hongfu Tianxia, the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. This hotel also offers takeout, and their cuisine is of exceptional quality, which Zhang Yi adores. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How may I assist you? Zhang Yi replied immediately. I am hosting guests at my residence and require a lavish banquet for 3 days and nights. Therefore, I need to reserve 500 tables of cuisine. The person on the other end was taken aback. Preparing 500 tables of food would take an extensive amount of time, even for them. Moreover, as a 5-star establishment, the cost of the simplest banquet is at least 3,000 to 4,000 per table. For 500 tables, that amounts to over 1 million. The staff, hesitant to make decisions, quickly responded, please hold on, I will consult our manager. After a brief interval, another individual took over the call. Good day, sir. I am Chun Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I inquire how you would like to be addressed? The world has plunged into an ice age, heralding the arrival of a frozen apocalypse, resulting in the demise of 95% of humanity. In his previous life, Zhang Yi met a tragic end at the hands of those he had once aided. all due to his innate kindness. Reborn a month prior to the icy cataclysm, he awakens to newfound spatial abilities and embarks on a fervent quest to amass resources. Faced with scarcity, he boldly empties a supermall's billion-dollar warehouse. Uncomfortable in his living conditions, he constructs a super-secure refuge akin to a fortress against the impending doom. As the apocalypse descends, while others succumb to the cold, sacrificing everything for mere sustenance, he resolves to thrive. Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I was reborn. Pain, excruciating pain, a torment that etched itself into Zhang Yi's very being. This was not mere sensation, but a stark reality unfolding around him. At that moment, he found himself mercilessly overwhelmed by friends and neighbors he had once trusted and assisted, their fists and makeshift weapons raining down upon him. In this resource-deprived world, they disregarded the kindness he had shown, turning their violence against him. In his dying moments, he caught a glimpse of his idol, Fang Yuqing, standing at the back of the crowd, her expression one of pitiful desperation as she cried out, "It was I who opened the door. You must share more of the resources with me." This woman had deceived him into opening the door, leading to his demise. Zhang Yi gazed at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and regret. He could only blame his own foolishness and kindness for becoming a stepping stone for others in this harsh world that he yearned for a second chance, promising himself that he would show no mercy and would live solely for himself. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Yet, in the next instant, he jolted awake, rising from the sofa. The hellish scenes he had just witnessed lingered vividly in his mind, along with the haunting sensations of pain. Gasping for breath, he quickly found himself drenched in sweat. What is happening? Was I not killed by those beasts? Regaining his senses, he surveyed his surroundings. This place was familiar. It was his own home. The comfortable temperature in the air struck him as odd. For in December 2050, the planet was engulfed by a global cold wave triggered by a supernova explosion from 500,000 light-years away. Temperatures plummeted, and in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi resided, it hovered between -60 to 70 degrees, with a month-long blizzard burying the entire city. Reports indicated that in northern Huaguo, temperatures plummeted to a terrifying -100 degrees, entombing the earth in ice and snow. A mass extinction of various life forms ensued, with over 95% of humanity perishing in the disaster. Rising to his feet, Zhang Yi retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator and drank heartily, savoring the refreshment that felt like nectar against the backdrop of impending doom. During the apocalypse, water was a scarce commodity, requiring one to brave the frigid temperatures to collect snow and melt it for sustenance. Such endeavors often led to death by frostbite. After quenching his thirst, he glanced at his phone, which read November 12th. Only a month remained before the end arrived. It seems I have been reborn. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi quickly comprehended the situation. The experiences of that month could not have been a dream, especially the vivid agony he had endured. Looking up, he felt an immense gratitude for surviving, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination that he clearly remembered those who had betrayed him. In this life, he would not show compassion to those who had wronged him. His survival was paramount, and he would seek vengeance upon those who had caused his demise. Yet, Zhang Yi's immediate concern was strategizing how to survive in the impending apocalypse. His living conditions were relatively stable. Having lost his parents at a young age, he inherited a spacious 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City, along with savings exceeding 2 million. While this sum would have sufficed in normal times, it would be inadequate during the impending scarcity. To survive, he required vast resources. With the opportunity to prepare in advance, he aspired not only to live, but to maintain a certain quality of life, balancing sustenance and entertainment, lest his spirit crumble under pressure. Moreover, he needed weapons and equipment to secure his safety and facilitate his revenge. At that moment, a beam of white light flickered before him. Believing his right eye was playing tricks, he rubbed it gently. Suddenly, a peculiar thought surged in his mind. It seemed that this white light was an intrinsic part of him, accompanied by a flood of information. With a mere thought, his consciousness slipped into the white light. Upon entering, he discovered an immense, pristine space, void of any discernible features. Is this an alternate dimension? Elation surged within him as he realized he had acquired extraordinary abilities following his rebirth. This vast space would facilitate the storage of resources for the imminent apocalypse. Curious about the capacity and limitations of this space, Zhang Yi returned to his room and began experimenting by placing items into it. He started with a teacup and a basin, effortlessly transporting them into the void. He then attempted to fit larger appliances, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, air conditioners, and vacuum cleaners, all of which were welcomed into the white space. With a mere thought, he could retrieve these items from the dimension. However, objects requiring substantial external force, or those that were not singularly existing, proved difficult to store. It appears that this alternate space has numerous rules that I must explore. However, the mere existence of this capacious storage would allow him to amass a substantial stockpile of resources. Zhang Yi licked his lips, a bold plan forming in his mind. His position as a supervisor for the Walmart warehouse in southern Huagua positioned him perfectly to AS the world's largest supermarket chain. Walmart boasted an extensive inventory, with 3 colossal warehouses in Huagua, central, southern, and northern. The southern warehouse, completed in 2040, spanned 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, covering over 1 million square meters. It was hailed as the largest warehouse globally and dubbed the 8th wonder of the world by the president of Walmart's Greater China Division. While only 7 wonders are officially recognized, the southern warehouse's scale and storage capacity were unparalleled. The stockpiles housed within could sustain millions of people across several cities for a week. Thus, if Zhang Yi could completely deplete a warehouse's resources and transfer them into his space, he would possess enough supplies to last not just a lifetime, but for countless generations. Most importantly, Walmart's stringent quality control ensured that the warehouse contained nothing but reputable brands, whether in food, household goods, or luxury items. Zhang Yi believed that if he could completely empty a Walmart warehouse, he would not only be free from worries about supplies and the impending apocalypse, but could also live a life of luxury. As the warehouse supervisor, he was exceedingly familiar with every shelf, surveillance device, and personnel scheduling. For him, emptying the warehouse was certainly not a daunting task. With his mind made up, Zhang Yi felt a sense of ease wash over him. At that moment, a rumble emanated from his stomach, protesting its emptiness. He glanced at the takeout of Huang Min Ji rice on his table. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and shook his head, deciding against indulging in takeout. With the apocalypse merely a month away, he felt compelled to savor all the delicious food he could, for there would be no opportunities in the future. Why should he be so frugal with himself? Having endured a month of cold and hunger, he yearned for something warm and delectable. What purpose did money serve? After the world ended, it would merely become worthless paper. Better to spend it all now rather than waste it. With a flourish, Zhang Yi turned to seek out a high-end restaurant he had previously denied himself, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Chapter 2, by Lianhua. Stepping out of his home, Zhang Yi was greeted by a serene scene outside, filled with the joys and contentment of humanity. Many parents were playing with their children in the community square, their faces glowing with happiness. However, Zhang Yi knew that in a month, all of this would turn to dust. He briskly exited the community, and not far away stood a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Dining there would cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, a luxury he had always refrained from indulging in. But now, he was utterly unconcerned. Having returned from the brink of death, a proper celebration was in order. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a seat by the window and ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu, along with a bottle of Chateau Lafite red wine. This extravagant feast set him back 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff regarded him with admiration, clearly believing him to be a wealthy heir. After all, who but the affluent could afford such a lavish meal? Zhang Yi paid no heed to their thoughts. When the table was filled with exquisite dishes, he began to devour them hungrily. Perhaps due to his 6 months of hardship during the cold apocalypse, the taste of such delicacies brought him to the brink of tears. His fervent eating drew the attention of other diners, who whispered among themselves. Zhang Yi remained indifferent. He understood that in the face of the impending apocalypse, people would kneel and beg for a single packet of instant noodles. In that time, all civilization and morality would dissolve into nothingness. As Zhang Yi savored his meal, a woman passing by outside stopped in her tracks. She had long, flowing hair, a meticulously crafted appearance, and donned Gucci high heels, her arm draped over an LV bag. This woman was Fang Yuqing, the one who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in his previous life. Beside her was her close friend, Lin Kainin. As they walked past the Michelin 3-star restaurant, they could not help but steal glances inside, yearning for such opulent surroundings, yet constrained by their finances. However, this did not deter them from surveying the interior, perhaps hoping to spot a wealthy heir who could be lured into their grasp. To Fang Yuqing's astonishment, she recognized Zhang Yi within, sitting before a lavish spread of food. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he afford to dine here?" she exclaimed. Lin Kainin, equally surprised, covered her mouth. "Has he always been this wealthy?" As she spoke, she shot a knowing glance at Fang Yuqing and laughed. "Yuqing, you're quite fortunate. The guy pursuing you is actually an invisible rich heir. Just look at that table of food. It must cost at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. Who else could afford such an extravagant meal? Lin Kanan's tone was tinged with envy, aware that Zhang Yi had bin pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. Yet, she had always kept him at arm's length, neither rejecting nor accepting him. Fang Yuqing was a quintessential gold digger, convinced she could marry a quality heir and live the life of a rich wife. However, she hesitated to give up on Zhang Yi, a man with a car and house in Tianhai City, whom she had always kept as a backup. Her principle regarding backups was simple: do not initiate, do not refuse, and do not take responsibility. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying a lavish meal alone ignited doubt within her. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden wealthy heir? Fang Yuqing pondered, resting her chin on her hand. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Isn't it common in dramas for someone wealthy to disguise themselves as ordinary in pursuit of true love? Fang Yuqing spoke with conviction, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. If that were the case, she could save herself a great deal of effort, especially since Zhang Yi had persistently pursued her. She believed that with a mere nod, he would propose to her. Lin Kaining chimed in. Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi. In truth, she was eyeing the delectable spread before him. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, after all, where ordinary people might never have the chance to experience such a feast in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated but ultimately shook her head. That wouldn't be proper. It might give him the impression that I'm just a gold digger. Let's wait outside and pretend we happen to run into him, she suggested. Fang Yuqing was no fool. She would not lower herself for a mere meal. Even if Zhang Yi were indeed wealthy, she had to maintain her goddess-like demeanor. Only in this way could she control him and ensure he remained her devoted suitor should they end up together. Thus, the two women concealed themselves not far from the restaurant, awaiting Zhang Yi's exit. After over an hour of indulgence, Zhang Yi, feeling content, patted his round belly. While the Michelin 3-star cuisine might be average, for someone recently resurrected from the apocalypse, it was a dish worthy of heartfelt gratitude. Next, he planned to visit a nearby supermarket to procure supplies, a measure to test the storage capacity of his otherworldly space, ensuring no complications arose in the future. Despite his confidence in transporting goods from the Walmart warehouse, caution was paramount. Having experienced hunger, he could not allow for any unexpected occurrences. Zhang Yi settled the bill and exited the restaurant, greeted by the warm smile of the waitstaff. Just then, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Zhang Yi, what a coincidence. Turning, he was met with the sight of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Fang Yuqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, deliberately showcasing her delicate neck and rosy earlobes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Such tactics were classic maneuvers of a green tea princess, designed to stir a man's heart. Fang Yuqing, the quintessential green tea by Lian Hua, was well-versed in these arts. However, the Zhang Yi of today was no longer the naive suitor of yore. Not long ago, he had suffered a tragic demise at her hands. She had even plotted to break his ribs for soup. With this thought, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. After all, the apocalypse was near. Even if he were to kill her, it would raise no eyebrows. Should he eliminate her? Feeling the weight of his stare, Fang Yuqing shivered and nervously inquired, Zhang Yi, what's wrong? Zhang Yi quickly masked his expression, responding coolly, it's nothing. I mistook you for someone else. He had suddenly changed his mind. Letting this woman perish so easily would indeed be too lenient for her. Moreover, if I were to take her life now, there is a high probability that I would not evade the grasp of the law. Zhang Yi has no desire to reside in a detention center when the apocalypse arrives. It would be far more satisfying to allow her to experience the despair of the end times before employing my means to ensure her demise. With the advantage of foresight, Zhang Yi has ample time to prepare. Additionally, armed with memories from his past life, he possesses countless methods to ensure her agonizing end. Thus, there is no immediate need to deal with her. The most crucial task at present is to construct the safest sanctuary, enabling himself to survive comfortably amidst the impending apocalypse. Chapter 3. Stockpiling. Zhang Yi maintained a notably indifferent demeanor towards Fang Yuqing. Both Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining sensed something amiss, yet under the mistaken belief that Zhang Yi was a hidden wealthy heir, they approached him with unexpected enthusiasm rather than annoyance at his attitude. What harm is there in a wealthy individual's slight airs? It is merely a display of character. Ah, Zhang Yi, were you dining at this restaurant just now? Lin Kaining feigned casualness in her inquiry. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This woman was hardly virtuous. Being just as culpable as Fang Yuqing for the troubles he had faced, she had a hand in deceiving him regarding food and ultimately leading to his demise. Zhang Yi replied curtly. then shoved his hands into his pockets and turned towards the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan hastily followed. Zhang Yi, where are you headed? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. To the supermarket. Zhang Yi's tone remained cold, tinged with impatience. Were it not for his intention to make her experience the hopelessness of the apocalypse, he might have entertained the thought of ending her life immediately. Fang Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Kainan and quickly added, what a coincidence. We were just planning to buy some things too. It's on the way. At this moment, Zhang Yi realized their sudden warmth stemmed from witnessing him dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, leading them to erroneously assume he was a wealthy. He could not be bothered to engage with them and continued walking towards the supermarket. The more aloof he appeared, the more convinced they became of his affluent status. Following closely beside Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing leaned in, occasionally making deliberate contact. When he glanced at her, she would shyly turn away, her cheeks flushed in feigned modesty. Zhang Yi smirked inwardly. Such a masterful act, this green tea biao. If she were to pursue an acting career, she would undoubtedly win an Oscar. Upon entering the supermarket, Zhang Yi pushed a cart inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan hurriedly followed suit, pushing their own carts. Zhang Yi, were you dining with someone? Fang Yuqing inquired cheerfully as he approached the food section. Zhang Yi replied coldly, is it not acceptable for me to dine alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly clarified, oh no, that's not what I meant. I just thought the items there were rather expensive, and I assumed you were treating someone. Lin Kainan could not resist asking, Zhang Yi, doesn't your monthly salary only exceed 10,000? That meal must have cost you half a year's wages. It seems your family must provide you with quite a substantial allowance. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kainan a fierce glare. Fool, how can you ask such things? The cardinal rule for a top-tier green tea biao is to discuss emotions with the wealthy and finances with the poor. Realizing her faux pas, Lin Kainan quickly attempted to amend her words. Haha, I was just joking. We're all friends here. Money isn't everything. Zhang Yi paid no heed to their banter. He reached the food section, marveling at the array of products as if he had entered a treasure trove. Having experienced a 2-day stint on a single pack of instant noodles in his previous life, his desire for food was boundless. Zhang Yi approached the shelves and began to indiscriminately fill his cart with items. Ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and seasoning in generous quantities. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you planning to go camping? Was Zhang Yi's nonchalant response. Lin Kainan, however, grew suspicious and whispered to Fang Yuqing, would a wealthy heir really eat this? Fang Yuqing was also perplexed, but recalling the lavish Michelin meal, she was reluctant to abandon her notion of Zhang Yi as a wealthy heir. She approached him and eagerly asked, do you need any assistance? With free labor at hand, Zhang Yi had no reason to refuse. Moreover, witnessing Fang Yuqing's feigned innocence sparked a vengeful thought within him. He had a month to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Creating a perfect shelter to ensure his safety was not a daunting task. As for supplies, he could also procure them from the Walmart warehouse. This would guarantee his absolute safety and comfortable living conditions in the end times. Perhaps he could intentionally hint to Fang Yuqing that he was stockpiling supplies, only to have her come begging for help later. As for the possibility of Fang Yuqing revealing his plans, attracting the ire of those insufferable neighbors, that was easily manageable. As long as his safe house was constructed robustly enough, he would not need to fear an assault. Rather, he could effectively counterattack those bothersome neighbors. The mere thought of them flailing in frustration, powerless against him, brought a twisted smile to Zhang Yi's lips. Yes, this was indeed a viable option. He planned to consult a security company to construct such a safe house. If feasible, he would proceed with this plan. If not, he would retreat from the city to establish a hidden underground refuge in a remote wilderness. This was a dual preparation strategy. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile. Then you two can help me push the cart. Fang Yuqing eagerly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi then instructed Lin Kainan to fetch another cart. Although both women were filled with skepticism, they complied with his request. Zhang Yi procured a considerable amount of durable food items, including instant noodles, ham sausages, cured meats, and canned goods that he utilized one cart specifically for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and even live fish. He wished to experiment with whether his spatial anomaly had any special effects on preserving perishables. 3 carts filled to the brim. Zhang Yi assigned the loaded cart of beef and lamb, along with canned goods, to the 2 women, ensuring it weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, leaving them drenched in sweat. Fang Yuqing complained, pouting, Zhang Yi, how many people are you feeding with all this? Are you planning some event without telling me? Zhang Yi smirked and replied, the heavens can be unpredictable. What if the apocalypse arrives one day? I'm merely stockpiling supplies to survive. Zhang Yi spoke the unvarnished truth, yet it was implausible anyone would believe him. A certain Dr. Li had previously confirmed this. Fang Yuqing assumed Zhang Yi was joking and burst into laughter. Oh, if you don't want to say, that's fine. Why make such jokes? Since I helped you so much today, you must treat me to a meal later. Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with implication, anticipating that Zhang Yi would take her to the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Zhang Yi's mouth curled slightly. Sure. But I've been quite busy lately, so I might not have time. Perhaps next month. Fang Yuqing exclaimed joyfully. That sounds great. It's a deal. Lin Kaining quickly chimed in. Yes. Let's all go together. The prospect of a lavish feast for merely pushing a cart delighted her immensely. Observing Lin Kainen's lack of subtlety, Fang Yuqing shot her another glare, yet Lin Kaining feigned ignorance. Zhang Yi proceeded to settle the bill, resulting in an expenditure exceeding 10,000 for supplies. He did not even blink as he made the payment. It is crucial to acknowledge that in the apocalyptic era, the worth of these supplies would multiply by tens of thousands, rendering them invaluable. In such times, possessing wealth does not guarantee access to even a morsel of food. Due to the substantial quantity of goods Zhang Yi purchased, the supermarket readily provided him with a shopping cart for his convenience. Without hesitation, he enlisted the assistance of 2 women to help transport the items back to his residence. Though he possessed a vehicle that could easily accommodate the supplies, he saw no reason to decline the offer of free labor. Despite the women's constant lamentations of fatigue, they were invigorated by Zhang Yi's promise of a sumptuous meal in return for their help. Thus, the trio returned to the community, pushing 3 large carts laden with provisions. Chapter 4. Booking 500 tables for a feast at a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yi and his companions arrived back at the residential complex, attracting the attention and curiosity of many neighbors along the way. He was no longer concerned about concealing his stockpiling activities from the 2 women, as they were already aware of his purchases. If his sole intention were to survive, he could easily liquidate all his assets and retreat to a desolate location to construct an impregnable fortress. However, how could he exact revenge on those neighbors who had brutally shattered his previous existence? Without eliminating those individuals, the burden on his heart would never dissipate. Thus, one of his strategies for the apocalypse was to remain in this community and exact retribution on all who had wronged him in a manner both cruel and calculated. Of course, this plan hinged on the capability of a security firm to create an unassailable sanctuary for him. Otherwise, he would have to prepare an alternative, establishing an underground refuge in a remote area. As Zhang Yi surveyed his neighbors, he noted their amused discussions regarding the purpose of his extensive supply acquisition. He could already envision the scene of them attempting to invade his home in the future to seize his possessions. This was an experience he had endured firsthand. Yet he felt no fear, for in this lifetime, he would be adequately prepared. His intention was to make his neighbors witness his abundance while leaving them in a state of frustration, unable to partake. Zhang Yi, along with Fang Yuqing, resided in an apartment building. Given his managerial position at a Walmart warehouse, neighbors frequently sought his assistance in procuring discounted items, leading to a sense of familiarity among them. Upon seeing the considerable haul Zhang Yi and his companions had brought back, a grandmother accompanied by her grandson approached them, her gaze fixated on the food, particularly the fresh beef and lamb, igniting a glimmer of desire within her. "Xiaozhong, why did you bring back so many items? Did you acquire them from the warehouse?" she inquired. "You won't be able to consume all of this. Why not share some with the neighbors?" This was Lin Dama, a member of the Homeowners Association, who often leveraged her position to assert authority over her neighbors. Previously, she had frequently requested Zhang Yi's help in obtaining discounted goods, exhibiting a penchant for taking advantage of others. In his past life, she had even extorted food from him through persistent demands. Yet, when all the neighbors had rushed to raid Zhang Yi's home, she had not only refrained from intervening, but had exhibited more enthusiasm than the younger crowd. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, wishing to avoid conflict with this woman, quickly clarified, "These items belong to Zhang Yi. We are merely assisting in returning them." Lin Dama's eyes immediately turned to Zhang Yi, her smile widening. "Xiaozhong, it seems these are warehouse items. How about sharing some with Lin Dama?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto one of the carts and was reaching for a box of chocolates. Though small in stature, his eyes were shrewd, and that box of imported chocolates was worth over 200 in the supermarket. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi snatched the item back and coldly addressed Lin Dama. "I'm afraid these items are for my personal consumption." With the impending apocalypse, he had little inclination for pleasantries. Lin Dama's expression darkened. Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority infuriated her, especially as her grandson, Xiaohu, began to wail for the chocolates, pointing at Zhang Yi with disdain and exclaiming, "You bad guy, give me back my chocolates. Otherwise, I'll make you pay." Zhang Yi glared at him and firmly warned, "Say another word, and I will slap you." Xiao Hu, intimidated, burst into tears, throwing himself on the ground in a fit of tantrum. Lin Dama rushed to console her grandson, turning her ire towards Zhang Yi. "How old are you? Why are you quarreling with a child? It's just a box of chocolates. What's the harm in giving it to him? Why not just give him a box as a gift? I can reimburse you later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely smirked. In this era of mobile payments, transactions were exceedingly convenient. Her promise to pay later was clearly an attempt to avoid settling the debt. "I've said it before, these are for my own consumption. If you want some, go buy them at the supermarket." With a derisive laugh, he beckoned Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining to leave. As they departed, Lin Dama's outraged shouts echoed behind them, but Zhang Yi chose to ignore her. Lin Dama's son and daughter-in-law worked outside the home, leaving her alone to care for her grandson. Typically, she only purchased enough groceries for a day, so when the apocalypse struck, her supplies would be among the first to run out. In a moment of compassion, Zhang Yi had previously offered her assistance, but in this life, without his help, it would be a miracle if this unscrupulous woman and her mischievous grandson could survive even 10 days. Zhang Yi had no intention of engaging in feudal disputes. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he recognized that once the day of reckoning arrived, everyone would be preoccupied with their own survival. The fate of others was of little concern to him. Upon returning home with the 3 carts of supplies, he bid farewell to the women. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at him. However, upon witnessing her gesture, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He offered a perfunctory response. The 2 women had initially intended to linger, hoping to uncover traces of Zhang Yi's hidden wealth, but seeing his disinterest, they decided to leave. Once they departed, Zhang Yi opened his spatial realm, placing all the items within it, preparing to observe whether any changes would occur over time. After completing this task, the night had grown late. Instead of resting, he took out paper and pen to meticulously plan the preparations for the upcoming month. Although he typically led a laid-back lifestyle, the instinct for survival could awaken latent potential within anyone that thrive in the apocalypse. The first order of business is to secure food supplies. This should be manageable. Beyond my regular purchases, I can retrieve other items from the warehouse. However, this must be approached with caution. Thorough investigation is essential. Moreover, I should only collect these items a few days before the apocalypse to avoid drawing attention. If I am apprehended, I surely wouldn't last long in confinement. Zhang Yi inscribed the word food in his notebook and marked it with a check. Next, I must consider heating. After the apocalypse, energy supplies will be severely limited, and air conditioning will soon become unfeasible. Thus, I must resort to the simplest methods. A fireplace is the ideal choice. The principles of a fireplace are akin to those of a Kong, utilizing primitive methods for warmth. During the frigid European winters, this was the customary means of enduring the long, harsh cold. In that case, I will need to renovate the house, preferably adding insulation. The thought of renovations reminded Zhang Yi of the moment in his past life when intruders had breached his home, causing a tightening in his chest that I still need to transform my home into an impregnable fortress of steel. First and foremost, I must install thick steel plates or alloy materials, capable of withstanding at least a standard explosion. In the face of impending doom, people would resort to anything for survival, necessitating meticulous preparation. Point 1 cannot take safety for granted. Zhang Yi has tasted the bitter flavor of death once and is resolute in avoiding a second encounter. The issue of the safe house is also readily resolvable. Tianhai City boasts security companies specializing in safeguarding the affluent, including services for constructing secure residences. Zhang Yi recalls having read in the news from his past life about a top-tier billionaire who erected a super fortress capable of withstanding assaults from small H-class weapons. Next, I must consider pharmaceuticals. I need to prevent myself from falling ill without access to treatment. That Walmart's warehouse houses numerous commonly used medications capable of treating ailments like colds and fevers. However, these are far from sufficient. The Cambrian storm may persist for decades. I must ensure every contingency is addressed. Fortunately, Zhang Yi possesses a commendable network in Tianhai City. Having worked in warehouse management, he is acquainted with personnel from hospital supply chains. As long as he can offer ample compensation, any medication can be procured. Once these matters were resolved, Zhang Yi tapped his ballpoint pen against his notebook. Now, there remains one final issue to address. His gaze sharpened. That is weaponry. With the apocalypse upon them, humanity's morals erode, and battles for resources erupt everywhere. life becomes as fragile as grass. To survive, one must possess sufficient force. Zhang Yi is not a martial arts expert, yet even the mightiest fear a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons are sufficiently powerful, such concerns can be alleviated. Obtaining a mountain knife, a crowbar, and a hatchet is quite feasible. Bows, air guns, and composite bows also have channels for acquisition. However, the most formidable is undoubtedly the American katana. This particular item can only be obtained through the black market domestically. Traveling abroad for procurement. That's impractical. The unfamiliar terrain would require several days for a round trip. I lack an overseas firearms permit and cannot purchase from weapon shops. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, recognizing that this issue remains unresolved for now. Yet, he has a month. With sufficient funds, a solution should materialize. He devoted 3 hours to crafting a flawless plan, then indulged in a refreshing hot shower before reclining on his comfortable bed and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Zhang Yi rose from his slumber. His night's rest had been restless, interrupted several times by nightmares. Upon awakening, he found himself still in the warmth and comfort of his bed, which brought him immense relief. The tribulations of the apocalypse had inflicted profound psychological scars upon him. To avoid repeating past mistakes, Zhang Yi's resolve to prepare thoroughly was further solidified. After rising, he prepared himself breakfast. Then, he opened his alternate dimension to check on the supplies he had stored within. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables left overnight remained unchanged. While meat may not show immediate signs of spoilage, fruits and vegetables tend to lose their freshness after a night. However, once placed in the alternate dimension, those fruits and vegetables appeared as fresh as when purchased the previous day. My alternate dimension exists independently from this world. Perhaps the laws of time differ. It may be that time flows more slowly or even stands still. This is indeed monumental news. Consequently, I can unreservedly store a variety of items within. With this thought, a plethora of ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. If he can preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about cooked meals? Although Zhang Yi possesses culinary skills, he is still far from the proficiency of a professional chef. Relying solely on his own cooking would eventually become tiresome. Thus, Zhang Yi promptly made a phone call to the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel also offers takeout, and their cuisine is of exceptional quality, which Zhang Yi adores. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How may I assist you today? Zhang Yi promptly replied, I am hosting guests at my home and require a grand banquet spanning 3 days and nights. Therefore, I need to reserve 500 tables of food. The staff on the other end was taken aback. Preparing 500 tables would take them an extensive amount of time. Moreover, being a 5-star establishment, even the most economical banquet would cost 3,000 to 4,000 per table. For 500 tables, that amounts to over $1 million. The server, hesitant to make decisions, quickly stated, Please hold on, I will consult with our manager. After a brief pause, another person took over the call. Good day, sir. I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Chapter 5. Loans and Wealth. Zhang Yi replied, My name is Zhang Yi. I wish to book 500 banquet tables. Do you have any issues with this? The manager was taken aback. Such a request was unprecedented since the hotel's inception. However, given the magnitude of the order, they were certainly inclined to accommodate it. Mr. Zhang, 500 banquet tables will amount to over $1 million. If you require this, we shall prepare immediately, but we will need a deposit of 200,000 in advance. Zhang Yi responded, That is not a problem. Please send me your account details, and I will initiate the transfer. With funds in hand, matters could be resolved efficiently, and the manager readily complied, adding Zhang Yi as a friend and sending him the bank account information. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred the 200,000. Once the manager confirmed receipt of the deposit with the finance department, he promptly began instructing various departments. Quickly, we have a significant order. The procurement team needs to expedite supplies, and the kitchen should refrain from accepting any other takeout orders. We must prepare the requested 500 banquet tables within a day. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh, although this money will be futile in a month. It is essential for making purchases now. He had inherited approximately $2 million from his parents, combined with his savings. Losing half of it was, to be honest, somewhat painful. Yet, upon reflection, he considered it a blessing. Many individuals clutch large sums of money only to see it rendered worthless. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money wisely. However, there remained many expenses ahead. He needed to devise a way to acquire more funds. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted to his family's property. This residence, located in Tianhai City's central district, spans 120 square meters and was built a decade ago. According to current market trends, a square meter is valued at over 40,000. Consequently, this property is worth at least 5 million. Eureka! I shall secure a mortgage loan. This will grant me the funds. Zhang Yi chuckled at the thought, relishing the ease of borrowing money that he wouldn't have to repay. He promptly left his home and drove to the bank to arrange the loan. On the way, he received a message from Feng Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm terribly bored this weekend. I wish I had someone to accompany me for a stroll. Zhang Yi glanced at the message and discarded his phone aside. Upon arriving at the bank, he proceeded with the loan application. Given the substantial amount he sought and his complete documentation, along with the fact that the property was fully paid, the loan was swiftly approved. However, the bank only granted him 4 million. Zhang Yi did not haggle. After all, it was free money and he had no time to negotiate. After signing promptly, the bank transferred the funds to his account. After deducting the over $1 million spent on the banquet, I still have around 5 million left. That should suffice for renovating the house. Yet, I still require a significant quantity of pharmaceuticals and weapons. This sum may not be adequate. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, contemplating how to procure additional funds. At that moment, a young man with bleached hair spotted Zhang Yi, who was lost in thought, and his eyes lit up as he approached. Hey, buddy, do you need money? Zhang Yi looked up at the young man. Who are you? The young man's grin broadened as he lowered his voice, asking, Are you in need of funds? And is the bank refusing to lend to you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi instantly realized the young man's intentions. He was undoubtedly a loan shark. An idea sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. He sighed, feigning difficulty, and said, Yes, my family's business urgently requires funds for turnover. However, the bank. He deliberately displayed a troubled expression. The young man nodded knowingly. Anyone capable of borrowing from the bank would resort to loan sharks. Indeed, securing loans from banks has become stringent. Numerous regulations and slow processing times. However, if you urgently need money, I could assist you. Zhang Yi regarded the young man with caution. You? Can you really help? I require several million. The young man's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of a large deal. He pulled out a business card and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in rescuing individuals for financial distress. If you need funds, look no further. Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which bore the name Duo Loan Financial Services, with the young man identified as Hu Minghua, business manager. Zhang Yi exclaimed, Can you genuinely lend me money? I need 5 million. If you can help me through this crisis, I assure you I can repay it within 3 months at the latest. Hu Minghua smiled. That can be arranged. Our company has substantial resources dedicated to assisting those in need of financial support. Let us head to our office to discuss further. Zhang Yi, filled with anticipation, nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their company. The so-called company was located in a secluded office building. Upon entering, Hu Minghua led Zhang Yi to the office of their boss. The owner of the lending company was a burly man clad in an expensive Benny Lou suit, evidently striving to project an image of a legitimate business. However, a hint of menace lingered in his demeanor, a result of years spent navigating the rough edges of society. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic situation to the boss. Manager, this is our client seeking a loan. The boss, named Chen Xiong, welcomed Zhang Yi with a smile and invited him to take a seat. Mr. Zhang, how much do you wish to borrow? True to the nature of a loan sharking company, the conversation was straightforward and blunt. Such companies are unregulated, devoid of cumbersome rules, and possess ample means to ensure repayment, rendering them unconcerned about defaults. Zhang Yi stated, I wish to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned slightly. That is not a small sum. However, Mr. Zhang, I must inform you that our interest rates are quite high, so please be prepared for that. Hu Minghua chimed in. Mr. Zhang's business urgently requires capital turnover. Once the business is back on track, repaying will be a swift affair, correct? The two played off each other, and Zhang Yi observed keenly. He still feigned urgency, declaring, Yes, I can repay quickly. If the interest is high, so be it, as long as you can lend me the money. Chapter 6. Crafting the Ultimate Safe House. Chen Xiong's face broke into a smile. That's good to hear. Our interest rate is 4. If you borrow 5 million, you will need to repay 7 million. Thus, you must first provide me with an IOU for 7 million. Additionally, you must have valuable collateral, property, factories, or vehicles will suffice. Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then resolutely produced the property deed from his possession. This was what he had used for his bank loan, conveniently on hand. This property is worth over 5 million. It should suffice as collateral. I also have a 300,000 Mercedes. If I am unable to repay, you may take that as well. Chun Xiong, seeing such a forthright client for the first time, quickly examined the property deed. After confirming the information regarding Zhang Yi's property, he felt increasingly satisfied. Given the current market price, the property could easily fetch at least 5 million. Coupled with the vehicle, this transaction would undoubtedly yield profit for him. Yet, Chun Xiong feigned dissatisfaction. Mr. Zhang, your property is worth at most 4 to 5 million. However, asking me for 5 million seems rather unreasonable. Zhang Yi's face was a picture of shock as he excitedly exclaimed, Boss Chun, you must help me. I am in urgent need of funds. If you could transfer the money to me today, I only require 5 million. Chun Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with amusement. Their business thrived on exploiting the desperate. The more urgent someone was for money, the more they relished the opportunity to take advantage. This deal simply wasn't lucrative enough. After much haggling, the two parties settled on 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the funds must be deposited into his account by the end of the day. Although the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was indeed commendable, which perhaps was their only advantage over banks. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Yi's account swiftly reflected the 4 million in cash. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, for this amount to Chun Xiong was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone without a trace. Zhang Yi left with a grin, while the office erupted in the hearty laughter of Chun Xiong and Hu Minghua. This business is incredibly simple, Chun Xiong boasted. That foolish lad actually walked away with 4 million. He continued, we stand to profit at least 2 to 3 million from this deal. Our performance for the month is secured. Leaning against the desk, Hu Minghua chuckled, Boss, do you think there might be an issue with that property since he signed a contract so readily? Chun Xiong, holding the property certificate, replied with a smile. The certificate is authentic, there are no problems. As long as the house belongs to him, he cannot escape. With the property certificate and that 7 million promissory note in hand, we will surely find a way to acquire that house. Moreover, they had numerous strategies to completely drain Zhang Yi of his resources. Chun Xiong squinted, sipping his coffee elegantly. If all else fails, they could reach out to several overseas institutions to see what valuable assets he might be willing to sell. We never engage in unprofitable ventures. Zhang Yi cheerfully departed the lending company, casting a backward glance at the office with a hint of ridicule gracing his lips. They're all good people, so eager to part with their money for my benefit. From this day forth, Zhang Yi would have no further dealings with Chun Xiong and Hu Minghua. It was more likely that they would perish in the impending cold wave a month later. Zhang Yi now possessed approximately 9 million in funds, sufficient to implement his plans. After all, he could use the prepaid deposit method to purchase any goods in the near future. This 9 million would afford him the purchasing power of tens of millions. There is no need to chase after more money. Otherwise, Zhang Yi would not shy away from taking advantage of various online lending platforms. He drove to the illustrious Zhanglong Security Company in Tianhai City, one of the largest security firms in Huaguo, specializing in providing security services to the wealthy, elite, and celebrities. Occasionally, even high-ranking officials would seek their assistance during outings. Zhang Yi sought them out because, in his past life, he had heard that Zhanglong had built a top-tier safe house valued at $1 billion for the son of a tycoon in Jiangnan province. It was said that the family, which made its fortune in real estate, continued to live quite lavishly even during apocalyptic times, thanks in no small part to the safe house constructed by Zhanglong. Upon arriving at Zhanglong, Zhang Yi explained his purpose to the receptionist, who promptly ushered him into a lounge. The receptionist served freshly brewed coffee. Shortly after, a burly man with a buzz cut entered, clad in a black suit that gave off an air of intimidation, making one worry that the fabric might burst under his imposing stature. Nevertheless, the sight of such a figure instilled a sense of security in clients. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, the manager of the business department. How may we assist you? Wu Huiran inquired as he took a seat beside Zhang Yi. After sipping his coffee, Zhang Yi replied, I need you to construct a safe house for me, one that can withstand an apocalypse. Wu Huiran's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. Such a statement would seem ludicrous to most, as few would believe in the notion of an impending apocalypse. However, for Zhang Yi, this was no jest. For the wealthiest and most powerful individuals often harbored the deepest fears of mortality. Long ago, some affluent individuals abroad had spent billions on constructing doomsday shelters. And in recent years, many wealthy people worldwide have begun to emulate this behavior. Some might genuinely fear large-scale natural disasters, while others simply wish to bolster their sense of security against numerous enemies. Thus, Zhang Yi's doomsday safe houses were born in response to market demand. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's request for an apocalyptic-level safe house, Wu Huairan became exceedingly courteous, recognizing the rarity of such lucrative contracts. "Mr. Zhang, we at Zhang Yi are a world-class security company and can certainly meet your requirements." Zhang Yi immediately inquired, "If I request that you entirely remodel a unit on the 24th floor, would you be able to do that?" Wu Huairan's gaze turned curious, as safe houses were typically standalone villas or underground shelters. It was uncommon for the wealthy to seek safe houses within apartments. However, since the client had made a request, their company would certainly accommodate it. Wu Huairan confidently replied, "That is absolutely no problem. We at Zhang Yi are the world's leading security company. With our expertise, we can fulfill your request without issue." Hearing this, Zhang Yi formulated a plan. If so, he would transform his own house into a safe house. He chose to remain, eager to witness the downfall of those who had wronged him. Wu Huairan produced a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Our services are tailored to your specifications. You can select the services you require, complete with corresponding pricing. In this information age, communication is quite convenient." Zhang Yi accepted the tablet and began to meticulously sift through the available services. It was evident that a professional company operated with expertise. As long as the funds were sufficient, Zhang Yi could accommodate nearly any request, including constructing safe houses underground or underwater. However, these projects would take too long for Zhang Yi, who only had a month. Chapter 7. Acquiring equipment. After reviewing the details regarding the safe houses, Zhang Yi promptly selected the services he desired. First and foremost was the reinforcement of the entire house, replacing all materials. The walls, ceiling, and floors would be constructed from 200 millimeters thick alloy, directly replacing the original walls. This aerospace material weighs merely 1/3 of steel, yet boasts 10 times the strength of high-quality steel. Utilizing this material for the safe house would seamlessly integrate it into the building where Zhang Yi resided, without risking structural overload. The windows would be fitted with the finest bulletproof glass available in the world. Additionally, the ventilation system would be equipped with air filtration capabilities to prevent any harmful gases from infiltrating. Lastly, a comprehensive surveillance system would be installed to monitor every corner of the property. The doors of the residence were to be replaced with heavy, theft-proof gates made from materials equivalent to those used in bank vaults, making it exceedingly difficult to breach even with small explosives. In essence, Zhang Yi's singular demand was to transform his abode into an impenetrable fortress. After selecting these specifications, he handed the computer to Wu Huairan, who, upon reviewing the details, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A mere 120 square meter dwelling had been designed to resemble a steel drum. With the addition of weaponry, it would indeed become a veritable bastion, Wu Huairan murmured. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's gaze sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, do you have an interest in fortifications?" he inquired. Wu Huairan chuckled. "I once worked as a mercenary abroad, and I possess ample knowledge concerning military equipment." A flash of inspiration crossed Zhang Yi's mind, and he lowered his voice to ask Wu Huairan, "Do you have any means of procuring firearms?" This question shifted Wu Huairan's demeanor to one of seriousness. "In Huahua, private ownership of firearms is strictly prohibited. Mr. Zhang, you must understand that, in principle, such items are not allowed for personal possession," he replied quietly. "Have you encountered some formidable enemies that instill such fear in you?" Zhang Yi cleverly seized the opportunity. "Indeed, I have offended certain individuals from the underworld, known for their ruthlessness and armed with firearms. I was wondering if I could acquire some for self-defense. Otherwise, I would merely be a target, confined to my home." Wu Huairan chuckled softly. "Mr. Zhang, I fear I cannot assist you with this matter. We are a legitimate company." However, from the look in Wu Huairan's eyes, Zhang Yi discerned that he was not incapable of obtaining firearms, but simply reluctant to venture into murky waters. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi continued, "This safe house project will require over 8 million yuan. If I encounter further issues, it would not reflect well on your company." He fixed his gaze on Wu Huairan, enunciating each word. I merely seek a means of protection. If you can assist me with this, I shall not treat you poorly. Wu Huiren remained silent, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the situation. He certainly had connections, yet the lack of knowledge regarding Zhang Yi's background made him hesitant to introduce him to potential sources. Please return home for now. While I cannot facilitate this, I can inquire on your behalf and contact you should I discover anything. Wu Huiren was evidently uncertain. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi did not press too hard, recognizing the delicacy surrounding firearms. He smiled. Very well, I shall await your news. By the way, this matter is urgent, so please expedite the construction of the safe house. Wu Huiren replied, we can complete it within half a month. After concluding his discussion with Wu Huiren, Zhang Yi promptly signed a contract and paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, there would be no opportunity to settle it in this lifetime. Upon leaving Zhanglong Security Company, Zhang Yi had effectively resolved his housing issue. Next, he returned to his vehicle and contacted a familiar acquaintance, Liu Yang, who managed a hunting ground in Tianhai City. Liu had leased several hundred acres of land in Xishan, where various harmless animals roamed, allowing patrons to hunt for leisure. He had access to numerous legal bows, crossbows, and air guns. Having visited Liu Yang previously, Zhang Yi possessed his contact details. He called Liu, requesting a bulk order and offering to pay a premium. As a businessman who occasionally relied on Zhang Yi's assistance, Liu readily agreed. Brother Zhang, what's the purpose of acquiring such equipment? These items are meant solely for hunting or personal use, not for harm. Liu Yang inquired with a touch of caution. After all, he was selling these items, and should Zhang Yi misuse them, he could face repercussions. Nonetheless, someone capable of operating a hunting ground in Tianhai City undoubtedly had connections. There was no need for Liu to take risks for an ordinary friend like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, casually fabricating a reason. You worry too much. I'm planning a hunting trip with some friends to an African game reserve, so I need additional gear. Liu Yang responded with feigned admiration. Oh, Brother Zhang, you certainly know how to have fun, but be cautious. Africa has plenty of lions and hyenas. Indeed. Let's proceed with that. How soon can you have the items ready for me? I have some available right now. You can come by and pick them up at your convenience. Zhang Yi, not one to dawdle, promptly drove to the Xishan hunting ground to make his purchases. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste a moment. He acquired 5 steel crossbows, 3 advanced compound bows, and 300 arrows for each, in addition to 2 fine hunting knives crafted from Damascus steel, extremely resilient and sharp, difficult to damage unless subjected to prolonged use against hard objects. These would serve excellently for self-defense. All these items filled the trunk to capacity. Gazing at the array of equipment, Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of security wash over him. He then transported the entire haul home. Since all items were procured through legitimate channels, and he had previously obtained a hunting license for recreational purposes, he was not concerned about police inquiries. By the time he returned home, dusk had settled. Zhang Yi ventured out once more to enjoy a delightful hot pot meal at Haidi Lao. Realizing he would soon need to prepare his own meals, he decided to order 10,000 servings of hot pot base ingredients from the restaurant. The staff were taken aback, fearing that Zhang Yi might be a rival business attempting to disrupt their operations. Fortunately, due to the restaurant's excellent service, they did not confront him directly. Eventually, the manager approached, inquiring about Zhang Yi's unusual order, and accepted it under the condition of cash payment to mitigate any potential disruptions. Zhang Yi readily complied, paying over 1 million yuan on the spot. His generous expenditure left the manager grinning from ear to ear, even throwing in an additional 500 servings as a bonus for Zhang Yi. Chapter 8. Supplies gradually arrived. Zhang Yi left his address for the Haidi Lao staff to deliver the hot pot ingredients later. As for food supplies, he could simply retrieve them from the Walmart warehouse. The hot pot base, however, was not available for sale to the public, as even the packaged versions sold in stores paled in comparison to what was offered in the restaurant. Otherwise, patrons would not frequent the establishment. After his meal, Zhang Yi prepared to return home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. May I ask if you are available to receive them now? Yes, please deliver them. Upon returning home, he awaited the arrival of delectable dishes and drinks. These 500 banquet tables would suffice for 2 to 3 years of feasting. With 8 to 9 million yuan still at his disposal, he felt no remorse in spending freely. Rather, he was eager to expend his funds. Contemplating his culinary preferences on the way home, he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, requesting 100 tables from each. Spanning the 8 major cuisines, he ordered thousands of tables in total. This effectively secured his meals for half a lifetime. Shortly thereafter, a catering truck from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles congested the road, rendering it impassable, leaving the residents of the neighborhood utterly dumbfounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, inquiring about their purpose for being there. The hotel manager explained the situation. However, Uncle Yu remained steadfast in his insistence that the property owner must be present before granting access. After all, the spectacle was too grand, and the contents of the vehicles were unknown. For the sake of the community's safety, he could not allow them to enter without proper authorization. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi descended the stairs and arrived at the community entrance, where a crowd had gathered, including neighbors from the apartment block, as well as Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning, who were there to observe. Approaching Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Uncle Yu, these are my deliveries. Please let them in." Uncle Yu's face was a picture of astonishment. "Deliveries? What on earth are you ordering that requires such a fleet of vehicles?" The surrounding neighbors were equally astounded at the mention of meal deliveries. Good heavens, that must be enough for at least several hundred tables. Where on earth will they be placed? Could it be that something significant is happening at Zhang Yi's home? Perhaps a banquet? Is he getting married? But several hundred tables? That is quite alarming. Just look, that is Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Reserving several hundred tables, there would easily cost over $1 million. My goodness, a single banquet could cost over $1 million. Zhang Yi truly is an enigma, the neighbors whispered among themselves. Their gazes toward Zhang Yi now tinged with both admiration and awe. Feng Yuqing, observing the scene, pressed her lips together, solidifying her determination to win Zhang Yi's affections. She approached him with a smile, saying, "Zhang, what has been keeping you busy lately? You've purchased so much." Zhang Yi chose to ignore her, instead offering Uncle Yu a cigarette. Upon seeing the property owner, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the convoy from Hongfu Tianxia to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way, and although he did not engage with Feng Yuqing, she seemed unperturbed, walking alongside him, chatting cheerfully. "Is there anything at home that you can't share with me? Aren't we good friends? I hope to know you better. Please don't treat me as a stranger," she said. Zhang Yi cast her a sidelong glance and replied with a cold smirk, "Everything here is for my boss. The last time we dined at a Western restaurant, he treated us." He sighed, adding, "Oh, if only I were that wealthy." Feng Yuqing's expression changed instantly. "Are you joking with me? Zhang Yi Shuruk. Why would I deceive you? We've known each other for years, and you understand my situation. My parents have passed away, and I merely work as a warehouse supervisor. I have no wealth." His explanation left Feng Yuqing's expression shifting between confusion and realization. She had indeed suspected that he might be a wealthy heir, given that his parents had been gone for several years. Although they left behind some assets, it did not amount to being a rich second generation. With Zhang Yi's admission of his modest circumstances, her doubts were resolved. She subtly distanced herself from Zhang Yi, smoothing her hair and offering a polite smile. "Regardless of whether you are wealthy or not, we are still the best of friends, aren't we? I am not a materialistic woman." The emphasis she placed on the word friends was deliberate. A green tea girl never goes to extremes, as she still requires a backup and admirers to cater to her needs. Zhang Yi merely smirked and chose not to engage further. Meanwhile, the staff from Hongfu Tianxia began transporting tables of exquisite food to the location Zhang Yi specified. Zhang Yi, well-liked in his community, had borrowed a storage space in the underground garage of the complex, allowing them to temporarily store the items there. Though the quantity of food for 500 tables was substantial, once packaged in meal boxes, the space it occupied did not appear overly extravagant. Zhang Yi had ordered the finest delicacies, including abalone, shark fin, lobster, truffles, and caviar. The transfer of 500 tables of food to the storage area took quite some time, even leaving the hotel manager astonished. Having worked as a manager for many years, he had never encountered such a significant catering order. However, Zhang Yi assured them to continue moving the items into the warehouse. Once the workers departed, he discreetly stored all the food in his spatial pocket. Though others might have raised suspicions about Zhang Yi's behavior, in a world where everyone was preoccupied, Few had the luxury to concern themselves with an unrelated individual. Consequently, whether neighbors or hotel staff, they merely exchanged a few comments. None truly invested in the matter. Before long, all 500 tables of food had been securely stored in Zhang Yi's spatial pocket. That evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiren, the manager of Zhanglong Company. Wu informed Zhang Yi that they were prepared to commence work on his safe house whenever he was ready. Zhang Yi promptly responded that they could come the following day, as he intended to temporarily reside at the hotel. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi awaited further communication from Wu Huiren. He had a significant matter to discuss with Wu concerning the acquisition of the Zhongxing Pingdang Qi. After a moment's hesitation, Wu lowered his voice and said, "If you genuinely require assistance in this regard, I can facilitate a connection for you. However, the cost may be a bit steep." Zhang Yi nodded, fully aware of this. However, financial matters no longer concerned him. He only sought quality. Wu replied casually, "Very well, I will make the necessary introductions. I will notify you of the transaction location in 3 days." Chapter 9. The super warehouse with the arms deal settled. Zhang Yi felt considerably relieved. In the post-apocalyptic world, having such resources would provide immense confidence, whether facing humans or non-human entities. The next day, Zhang Yi packed some essential items into his spatial pocket, preparing to relocate temporarily to the hotel as his home was being converted into a safe house. Early in the morning, 3 black vans arrived at Yuelu Community, and a large group of workers from Zhanglong Company, dressed in uniforms, began measuring the dimensions of Zhang Yi's residence. Numerous neighbors observed the scene with curiosity. What had gotten into Zhang Yi recently? Why was he indulging in such peculiar behavior? Some colleagues joked, "Indeed, just the other day at the supermarket, I saw him buying 3 shopping carts full of food. Ha ha ha. One would think the apocalypse was approaching with how much he is hoarding. What a waste if it all expires." The community viewed Zhang Yi's unusual actions with confusion, yet no one truly cared, treating him merely as a source of amusement. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning believed Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Caning suddenly realized, "Now I understand. No wonder he dined at that Michelin 3-star restaurant. It must be a sign of his insanity." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling particularly displeased. Recalling that day when she had approached Zhang Yi and helped him carry so many things home, her feet sore from the effort, she was filled with frustration. What on earth was Zhang Yi up to? Lin Caning, however, expressed concern. "He promised to treat us to a lavish meal. He wouldn't have forgotten, would he? She has been longing to dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant." However, Fang Yuqing scoffed, suggesting it would be better to refrain. Observing his recent erratic behavior, she concluded that even if he were to invite her, she would decline. The thought of being seen dining with him was utterly embarrassing. After all, she harbored ambitions of ensnaring a wealthy suitor and could not afford to tarnish her reputation. Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's sentiments, Lin Caning felt a pang of dissatisfaction but ultimately conceded, relinquishing her desires. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was utterly indifferent to the opinions of his neighbors. In a month's time, they would realize who the true fool was. He stepped out of his home and drove to the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, time to go to work, and he intended to thoroughly scout the premises for future endeavors. The Walmart warehouse was situated in the economic development zone, on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Given the relatively low land prices, numerous large corporations had established their warehouses here, including some pharmaceutical companies. This arrangement would facilitate Zhang Yi's acquisition of certain essential medications later on. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in for his shift. As the warehouse supervisor, he was intimately familiar with every corner of the facility. Each warehouse, and even each shelf, was like an open book to him. Typically, he found this place rather mundane. But today, as he gazed upon the vast warehouses filled with goods worth billions, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Soon, these items would be his, serving as critical resources in the impending apocalypse. As the central warehouse for Walmart in southern China, the sheer quantity of supplies here was beyond anyone's imagination. Just the stockpile of cola alone numbered in the thousands. The entire warehouse spanned over 1 million square feet, brimming with various essential goods, including food, clothing, hardware, and even automobiles, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. Virtually anything permissible for sale in a supermarket could be found here. Having worked here for years, Zhang Yi knew precisely what each shelf contained. He was also well acquainted with the work schedule and the locations of the surveillance cameras. though the monitoring system was stringent. He was adept at exploiting its vulnerabilities and could incapacitate the entire system within 10 minutes. He could then utilize the system's spatial capabilities to take everything he desired. However, Zhang Yi did not rush into action. There was ample time, and he wished to avoid raising any alarms. After ambling through the warehouse, he departed, carrying a packet of Huangalu cigarettes, and made his way to the adjacent running pharmaceutical company's warehouse. Since he worked in the same vicinity, he was quite familiar with the staff there. Upon arrival, he sought out Zhou Hairan, a manager at the warehouse. They were well acquainted, and it was not uncommon for individuals in large corporations to engage in illicit activities. Zhou Hairan, whose brother-in-law was the vice president of Ruining Group, had a history of smuggling medications out of the warehouse for personal gain. After conversing with Zhou Hairan, Zhang Yi subtly expressed his intentions, hoping to procure a few boxes of urgent care medications. Initially cautious, Zhou Hairan became interested when Zhang Yi proposed offering double the market price for the drugs. Hearing such a generous offer, Zhou Hairan could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Ultimately, they struck a deal for 5 boxes of medicine at the price of 3 million. For an average person, the total number of illnesses experienced in a lifetime would not even amount to half of that. With the medications secured, Zhang Yi was nearly prepared for the apocalyptic necessities. With less than a month remaining before the cataclysm, he had little desire to continue working. Thus, he approached the warehouse manager's office, fabricating a story about a relative's death that necessitated a 20-day leave for the funeral. Zhang Yi was well-liked and had a good rapport with the manager, so despite the absurdity of his request, he was granted leave without difficulty. In the upcoming days, Zhang Yi planned to luxuriate in a 5-star hotel, awaiting the arrival of his purchase supplies and the completion of his safe house. As he exited the manager's office, he caught sight of Fang Yuqing, who was pouring coffee at the machine. It was undeniable that this woman possessed a certain allure, exuding a provocative charm. As she poured her coffee, she swayed her hips enticingly, drawing the attention of several young men eager to impress her. One man, Zhou Peng, beamed as he invited Fang Yuqing to attend a Jay Chou concert, proudly brandishing the tickets. Zhang Yi recognized Zhou Peng, as they resided in the same neighborhood, and he knew him to be a devoted admirer of Fang Yuqing, one of the individuals responsible for his past misfortunes. Chapter 10. A confrontation with the admirer Zhou Peng was showering Fang Yuqing with attention, yet it was evident that she had little interest in him. Financially, Zhou Peng was far less well-off than Zhang Yi, even renting his home. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing maintained a smile as she politely declined his offer, stating, "Thank you, Zhou Peng, but I have plans with friends that night." What a shame. Disappointment flashed across Zhou Peng's face, for he had spent an entire month's salary on those concert tickets, hoping to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing during the event. However, his hopes were dashed. Zhang Yi observed this scene with a smirk, knowing that Zhou Peng's devotion would yield no results. Yet, in his moment of despair, Zhou Peng's gaze fell upon Zhang Yi, whose demeanor was one of calm amusement. Frustrated, Zhou Peng approached Zhang Yi and scolded, "Zhang Yi, you are truly inconsiderate. How can a grown man expect a woman to help him move things? Have you no shame? Yuqing has been complaining about her back pain all day. I hope you won't trouble her with such requests again." Zhang Yi shot a glance at Fang Yuqing. Realizing she had spread the story, she feigned concern, adding, "It's nothing serious. I just have a slight strain. I don't usually do heavy lifting." As she spoke, she playfully rubbed her lower back, contorting her face into a pained expression, in an attempt to assert his masculinity before Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng dramatically pointed at Zhang Yi, demanding, "You should give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses." To his surprise, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy as he retorted sharply, "She volunteered to help me. I never asked her for assistance. Besides, who do you think you are, giving me orders? Do you really believe yourself to be someone important?" Zhang Yi's scathing rebuke left both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing momentarily stunned. Zhou Peng, merely a mundane clerk in the warehouse without any clout, had only dared to confront Zhang Yi because of his typically easygoing nature. However, witnessing Zhang Yi's genuine anger made Zhou Peng falter. "Why are you shouting? I was merely discussing it with you," he stammered. Zhang Yi merely scoffed and turned to leave, unwilling to engage further. At this moment, Zhang Yi regarded everyone around him as if they were mere specters. A month later, the individuals surrounding him would gradually perish in the frigid tempest of the apocalypse. Why waste words with the deceased? After Zhang Yi departed, Zhou Peng approached Fang Yuqing and quietly remarked, "Yuqing, I told you Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. In recent days, Zhang Yi seemed to have transformed entirely. He no longer approached her to greet her, nor did he chat with her or bid her good night each evening. Something was certainly amiss, she mused. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a five-star hotel in Tianhai City, precisely where he had previously made a reservation at Hongfu Tianxia. Upon learning of Zhang Yi's arrival, the manager of Hongfu Tianxia beamed and promptly arranged a room for him. The cost of a night in a five-star hotel exceeded 1,000. Yet Zhang Yi felt no remorse. With several million still in his possession, he would only consider it wasteful if he did not spend it. That evening, to Zhang Yi's surprise, the seemingly innocent Fang Yuqing took the initiative to message him. "Zhang Yi, I passed by your home today and saw some renovations happening." Zhang Yi smirked slightly and replied yes. Fang Yuqing continued, "You seem rather strange lately, hoarding supplies and renovating your house. Is something going to happen soon?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Although this seemingly innocent girl had a dark side, she was certainly not foolish. It appeared that his unusual behavior had caught her attention. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi was indifferent. The opinions of others held no significance for him anymore. "It's nothing," he replied coldly, tossing his phone aside. On the other end, Fang Yuqing felt an unsettling discomfort as she observed Zhang Yi's aloof demeanor. Over the past 2 years, he had always been exceptionally kind to her, frequently checking in and finding various reasons to chat with her each night. Yet lately, he had turned into a completely different person, displaying a coldness that left her feeling uneasy. She could feign indifference toward Zhang Yi, but she absolutely could not allow him to lose interest in her. To Fang Yuqing, that would signify the escape of a prized fish from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not a wealthy heir, he was undoubtedly a quality middle-class individual. Should she fail to find a wealthy partner to marry, there might still be an opportunity to take Zhang Yi as a fallback. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone once more and sent another message. "I feel like our communication has diminished lately. It's making me a bit lonely." However, after waiting for a long while, she received no response. Biting her lip, she began to feel increasingly agitated. That infuriating Zhang Yi. Has he lost his mind? Here I am, reaching out to him, and he dares not reply. Nearby, her roommate Lin Caning overheard Fang Yuqing's complaints and approached with a smile. "Zhang Yi has indeed been acting strangely lately. Who knows why he's hoarding so much food and drink, and even ordered so many banquet services from the hotel. It's as if he's preparing for a shortage." Fang Yuqing frowned slightly at this remark. "Ning Ning, do you think something might really happen soon? Is it possible Zhang Yi received some news that prompted him to stockpile supplies?" Lin Caning paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Yuqing, are you being silly? If something were truly going to happen, there would definitely be official announcements. We should just stay calm. If we stockpile supplies, others will just think we're foolish." Fang Yuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging the validity of her friend's words. Zhang Yi remained in the suite of the five-star hotel for several days, without venturing out. During this time, he engaged in extensive procurement of banquet services from various hotels, while also practicing the use of a compound bow and crossbows within the confines of his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had always enjoyed hunting and possessed a solid foundation. Within a range of 15 meters, his accuracy was extraordinarily high, especially with a professional-grade compound bow. Such modern equipment enabled an ordinary person to shoot arrows comparable to those of ancient archers. Not to mention, it could inflict significant damage even against wild boars, wolves, and large dogs. 3 days later, through the connections of Wu Huairen, Zhang Yi successfully procured 2 firearms and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was somewhat steep, Zhang Yi was unfazed. With such formidable tools in his possession, he felt a renewed sense of security amid the impending apocalypse. Additionally, he completed a transaction with Zhou Hairan, acquiring 5 boxes of imported high-end medication. A week passed, and Wu Huairen called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been constructed according to his specifications. Inviting him to inspect it, Zhang Yi finally left the hotel he had been residing in and drove back to the Yu Lu community. Wu Huairen personally guided Zhang Yi through the inspection of the house. Upon entering, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be impressed. Zhanlong Company truly lived up to its reputation as a premier security firm. Their speed and quality in constructing the safe house were impeccable. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 millimeters thick alloy plates, and externally, it appeared unchanged. Wu Huiran patiently explained to Zhang Yi that the ventilation system was military grade, capable of filtering any harmful gases to prevent external gas attacks. Furthermore, the entire heating system had been redone with professional-grade materials from the Arctic Research Institute. In addition to the fireplace requested, it could also insulate against temperature loss of up to 995 degrees. At this point, Wu Huiran flashed Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. To ensure your safety, we have installed a surveillance system throughout the building, comprising 300 cameras that allow you to monitor every floor. After hearing all this, Zhang Yi was left speechless with astonishment. He could only marvel at the benefits of wealth, which afforded services unimaginable to the average person. Upon reaching the balcony, he discovered it had been transformed into a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiran explained that the window's materials were bulletproof and explosion-proof, even sturdier than the 200mm alloy plates. Moreover, it facilitated natural light and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was exceedingly satisfied with this safe house. It seemed that unless an armed military force attempted to breach his home, no one could forcibly enter. Even if the entire building were to collapse, it was unlikely that his room would suffer any damage. I am very pleased with the safe house you have created, Zhang Yi said with a smile to Wu Huiran, who returned the smile warmly. Wu Huiran then produced a document for Zhang Yi to sign, stating, "If there are no issues, please settle the remaining payment within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded cheerfully. Of course. However, he had no intention of paying this final sum. The fact that he had only put down a deposit of 1 million, yet acquired a safe house worth nearly 10 million, felt exceedingly gratifying. Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Yi surveyed his nearly perfect safe house. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he realized he had overlooked something of utmost importance: the source of life itself. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget something as vital as water?" After the arrival of the ice apocalypse, although the world outside was frigid, one could still procure water by drilling through ice. However, the temperature would plummet to an alarming -60 or 70 degrees, and venturing outside posed significant risks. Zhang Yi could not tolerate such a glaring flaw in a shelter. After some contemplation, he placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 colossal water storage barrels, capable of holding a total of 500 cubic meters of water, enough to sustain himself for several years. Additionally, he could retrieve bottled water from his warehouse, thus resolving the issue of water resources splendidly. The efficiency of the delivery personnel was commendable. Within a few hours, the barrels were delivered to Zhang Yi's doorstep. He approached the entrance of the community and requested the security guard, Uncle Yu, to grant passage to the delivery person. Observing Zhang Yi purchasing such an unusual quantity of items, the surrounding neighbors began to murmur amongst themselves. Is there something wrong with Zhang Yi? Why is he always buying such peculiar things? Just the other day, I saw several people carrying sheets of steel at least 10 centimeters thick from his house. Perhaps he has lost his mind, trying to create some sort of safe house like in the movies. I've seen similar antics in videos of wealthy individuals abroad. Isn't this just a case of unnecessary worry? Now he's buying so many water barrels. Does he think Tianhai City will run out of water? Ha ha ha. But Tianhai City is by the sea. Faced with the mocking glances of his neighbors, Zhang Yi found it pointless to argue. He merely smiled coldly to himself, knowing that when the ice apocalypse finally arrived, they would realize how foolish they had been. He had no desire to explain himself to them, for they would simply regard him as a fool, dismissing his well-meaning advice. They might even turn the tables, accusing him of spreading rumors and disrupting social order, leading to his arrest. Uncle Yu, the security guard, was engaged in conversation with Elder Tang when he approached Zhang Yi with curiosity. "Young Zhang, what on earth do you need so many water barrels for? If you need assistance, just let me know, and I will lend a hand." Zhang Yi regarded the well-meaning Uncle Yu with a touch of nostalgia. A retired soldier without children, Uncle Yu had devoted over a decade to his role as a security guard, always diligent and responsible. In a past life, he had sacrificed his last rations to save a starving mother and daughter, ultimately perishing from hunger himself. He embodied the rare glimmers of humanity that Zhang Yi encountered in a world on the brink of collapse. Thus, Zhang Yi replied, "Uncle Yu, the temperatures this year have been rather abnormal. I have insider information that this winter will be particularly harsh. It would be wise for you to stock up on food and drinks to avoid inflated prices later." Uncle Yu shared a good rapport with Zhang, recognizing him as a kind-hearted young man. Being older, he was naturally inclined to worry, and upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he furrowed his brow. Is that true? Is the information reliable? Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively. Look at how much I prepared already. You should stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. These items won't spoil if you buy in excess. Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. Living alone, he already had a habit of keeping instant noodles and sausages on hand for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had alerted him, he would take the time to purchase more, if only to ease his mind, as those items could be stored without worry. However, Elder Tang, overhearing their conversation, approached Zhang Yi and cautioned, Young Zhang, please refrain from spreading such talk. Our society is stable and peaceful. How could we possibly run out of supplies? Be careful, or you might be reported for spreading rumors. You could find yourself in a bit of trouble. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. He had offered his warning, and whether they chose to heed it was entirely their affair. Chapter 12. Emptying the warehouse worth billions. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery person to bring the 100 giant water barrels to the warehouse. He then placed them into his spatial storage and returned home. Upon arriving, Zhang Yi opened all the faucets in his house and began filling the barrels with water. At this rate, he estimated that he could fill all 100 barrels within a week. Days passed by, and Zhang Yi remained industrious. He spent every penny he had without hesitation, dining at the finest restaurants and purchasing large quantities of meals from top-tier establishments to store in his alternate space. During this period, he also frequented the shooting range in Tianhai City to practice archery and firearms, striving to enhance his skills. It was unrealistic to expect to become a master in combat within a month, but with a bow, a gun, and a fully fortified safe house, he would not fear any impending dangers. Such actions, of course, did not escape the notice of those around him. However, everyone regarded Zhang Yi as a mere source of amusement, believing he had lost his sanity and secretly mocking him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Yi, unwilling to engage with him. Thus, time passed, and soon over 20 days had elapsed, drawing nearer to the impending apocalypse. Zhang Yi had amassed a vast array of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. Yet, none of this provided him with sufficient peace of mind. He resolved to target the enormous Walmart warehouse. Securing this warehouse would grant him access to an abundance of resources that could last him a lifetime. The reason for not waiting until the last day to act was that Zhang Yi recalled from his previous life that the higher-ups had received advance notice of the impending gamma rays. Therefore, they had already begun to quietly relocate substantial quantities of essential supplies before the average person even noticed. Zhang Yi dared not gamble. He had to act swiftly. Moreover, based on this logic, even if the Walmart warehouse's supplies were to vanish, the anxious authorities would be too preoccupied with their own safety to investigate thoroughly. This provided Zhang Yi with a suitable buffer period. Thus, he returned to the warehouse and resumed his regular duties. The Walmart warehouse operated with personnel on duty around the clock, but at night, only 10 staff members were present. Zhang Yi decided on a straightforward and forceful approach. He would add sleeping pills to their tea. With the apocalypse only 3 days away, he was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. Since these individuals were familiar to him, he executed his plan with ease. Once the drugs took effect, they fell into a deep slumber, allowing Zhang Yi to access the surveillance room and disable the entire warehouse's cameras. He knew the layout all too well. He could envision every corner with his eyes closed. Coupled with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, he executed the task with remarkable efficiency. After completing everything, he swapped his shoes for a pair 2 sizes too large, donned gloves, and swiftly made his way to the warehouse. Gazing at the vast expanse before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began to collect the supplies. With merely a glance from his right eye, anything he focused on would instantly materialize in his alternate space. He first ventured to the beverage section, which housed tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water, drinks, and liquors, including many exquisite wines and spirits. Without discrimination, he hastily gathered them all into his warehouse. Soon, thousands of cubic meters of beverages had vanished. Next, he proceeded to the fuel section for everyday supplies. Here, he found numerous bags of smokeless coal, as well as barrels of gasoline and alcohol, all intended for home storage or outdoor excursions. The mere quantity of anthracite coal exceeds 10,000 boxes, not to mention the solid alcohol and barreled gasoline. The volume here is so immense that even Zhang Yi alone could not exhaust it in several hundred years. He had not contemplated leaving a portion for others. After all, with the advent of the apocalypse, such provisions would never reach the hands of ordinary citizens. Hence, he unhesitatingly gathered all these supplies. Utilizing his extensive knowledge in warehousing accumulated over the years, he allocated designated areas for them within the alternate space, facilitating his future use. The third step brought him to the food section, where the quantity was even more staggering, amounting to several tens of thousands of tons. Numerous warehouses were filled to the brim, resembling small mountains. Canned foods, packaged roasted chickens and ducks, puff snacks, instant meals, and gourmet treats, sufficient to last him for 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi marveled at this bounty. He was not choosy. He took whatever was available. After securing the food, he proceeded to the section for sports equipment. In his safe house, such equipment was indispensable. Regular exercise was essential for maintaining health and, when necessary, could even be life-saving. Although space in the safe house was limited, he felt no hesitation in taking what he could, for the area within the alternate space was infinite. Among the items, there were particularly useful tools, such as baseball bats and fencing swords, excellent as weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi also discovered some especially practical gear, including skiing and mountaineering equipment, which featured professional-grade cold-weather gear suitable for national athletes. These items could withstand temperatures plunging to -100 degrees. They were the latest technological products of 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Such top-tier cold-resistant equipment would be invaluable in the impending ice age. Without reservation, he promptly collected dozens of premium cold-weather suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After a full 2 hours, Zhang Yi single-handedly emptied the entire Walmart warehouse, which spanned over 1 million square meters. Once this was accomplished, he gazed at the vast and vacant warehouse, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Now, even in the face of the coldest ice age, he was confident of living comfortably. Returning to his post, he removed his gloves and shoes, placing them into the alternate space. He then sipped some tea infused with sleeping pills and succumbed to a deep slumber at his desk. After an indeterminate period, he was abruptly shaken awake. Supervisor, something big has happened. Wake up quickly. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at several colleagues before him. What is going on? One of the warehouse employees, trembling, pointed towards the warehouse and exclaimed, "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." What? Zhang Yi stood up in astonishment, slapping the table. He feigned nonchalance as he walked to the warehouse, where he naturally encountered the desolate scene. Deep down, he understood all too well what had transpired. However, he still faltered, his voice trembling as he asked, "What on earth happened? Why has all the stock disappeared?" The surrounding employees wore anxious expressions. Indeed, the resources within the warehouse were worth at least hundreds of millions, even with large trucks. It would take several days to transport everything. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? They refrained from mentioning their recent slumber, as it was common for night shift workers to steal a few moments of rest. Zhang Yi maintained a serious demeanor, pretending to be anxious as he paced back and forth. He then addressed everyone. "This situation is too bizarre for us to handle. We should call and inform the higher-ups." Although everyone felt tense, they were not overly frightened. Given the scale of the incident, they bore little responsibility. The disappearance of hundreds of millions worth of goods within 2 hours was clearly beyond their capabilities. Earning only a few thousand in monthly wages, they had no need to sacrifice for the company. Thus, upon Zhang Yi's suggestion, they all nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups deal with this mess. Zhang Yi immediately contacted the warehouse manager to report the incident. Upon hearing the news, the manager was left dumbfounded, even suspecting Zhang Yi was joking. Chapter 13. The arrival of the Ice Age. Zhang Yi had emptied the entire Walmart warehouse in South China. All the resources worth hundreds of millions had been transferred into his alternate space, while he pretended to be completely unaware and promptly reported to Walmart's upper management. Soon, this news spread throughout the senior management of Walmart's South China region. A throng of executives, shocked, rushed to the scene and contacted the police to address the matter. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, turned pale upon witnessing the empty warehouse. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders for the swift repatriation of all resources. It was said to be a directive from high-ranking officials, with ships dispatched to arrive at Tianhai port imminently. Everything was falling apart. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi showed no concern about his actions being uncovered. After all, The idea that an entire warehouse worth hundreds of millions could vanish in just 2 hours was utterly preposterous. Even if the police launched a full investigation, they would find it nearly impossible to uncover the truth in the short term. Furthermore, since Walmart was a foreign corporation, the investigative efforts would naturally be less rigorous. However, he continued to feign anxiety and fear, cooperating with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police harbored considerable doubts regarding the incident. They reviewed the surveillance footage from both inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal cameras had been turned off, it was improbable that such a vast quantity of goods could be stolen without leaving any traces. Yet, upon examining the footage from around the warehouse, no vehicles were observed passing by. This meant that the hundreds of millions worth of resources had either vanished into thin air or were part of a ruse orchestrated by Walmart itself. Logically deducing, the latter explanation seemed far more plausible. After all, unless supernatural phenomena were at play, there is simply no way to account for how millions of cubic meters of goods could disappear in such a short span. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, while they did attract some suspicion, the illogical nature of the resource disappearance meant that even if internal staff were involved, they were not the primary issue. Given that Walmart was a foreign enterprise, there were no official connections to Huagua. The case was too significant, and the police's response naturally lacked urgency. Fearing potential international repercussions, they even engaged in bureaucratic foot-dragging regarding the investigation. To uncover the truth, it would be difficult to achieve results in less than 3 months. As for Zhang Yi, he was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for the time being and was required to cooperate fully with both the police and Walmart's internal investigation. Zhang Yi complied and was subsequently released. Upon returning home, he peered outside through the slatted blinds. Today was December 10th, just 2 days before the Ice Age was set to commence. In the time ahead, he merely needed to remain at home, avoiding any excursions, and he could effortlessly enjoy the life that awaited him. Contemplating the resources worth hundreds of millions in the alternate space, encompassing nearly all his needs, Zhang Yi felt a deep sense of assurance. He lay down in his bedroom, fatigued after a night of exertion and cooperation during the interrogation. After a long slumber, Zhang Yi awoke in the evening to find the television broadcasting reports on the theft at the Walmart warehouse in South China. The magnitude and peculiarity of the loss had garnered widespread attention, with news outlets across the nation clamoring to cover the story. How could such a vast warehouse be emptied in mere hours? Surely, it was an inside job. The likelihood of high-ranking Walmart executives orchestrating the theft to defraud insurance was palpable. The quantity of goods stolen amounted to millions of cubic meters. Even a fleet of large trucks would struggle to transport all in a single night. Zhang Yi similed faintly, realizing that the truth behind this incident would remain a mystery until the end of days. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yi remained confined within his home, acutely aware that time was running out for the world. For safety's sake, he refrained from leaving his room. During this period, law enforcement and investigators from Walmart summoned him for questioning. Although they suspected his behavior on the night of the incident was somewhat unusual, their investigation was brief and lacked concrete evidence, leaving them unable to detain him despite their suspicions. Meanwhile, acquaintances reached out to Zhang Yi, seeking insider information, but he deftly deflected their inquiries. Finally, December 12th arrived. At precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, gamma rays passed through the blue star, a fleeting moment that would have catastrophic repercussions for the planet. A few hours in advance, Zhang Yi had sealed his room and stoked the fireplace, knowing that soon, as energy sources dwindled, heating systems would fail entirely. The only means of warmth would revert to primitive methods. As the clock struck 2, he settled on a sofa by the expansive window, beer in hand, fixated on the outside world. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the horizon, transforming the night into a semblance of dusk for a mere 2 seconds before plunging back into silence. Most individuals were fast asleep and oblivious to this momentary change. But for Zhang Yi, the implication sent a chill down his spine. He gulped down his beer, the crisp taste of Budweiser providing a modicum of calm. He tossed a few more prime logs into the fireplace and turned on the television, awaiting the world's transformation. Just minutes later, snowflakes began to fall thickly from the sky. Initially small, no larger than a fingernail, they quickly escalated to a torrential downpour of snow. The wind outside howled ominously, and in an instant, the city was enveloped in a blizzard. This was the raw power of nature, unannounced and unforgiving. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Although his safe haven was impeccably constructed, memories of a previous ice apocalypse haunted him. He wondered if this mansion, valued at 8 million, could withstand the impending deep freeze. However, as the flames in the fireplace roared to life, the interior warmed to a cozy temperature, even bordering on excessive heat. Seeing the thermometer read 326, he glanced outside to find the city completely blanketed in snow, which eased his worry somewhat. He reduced the amount of charcoal, recognizing that excessive warmth could be uncomfortable. Zhang Yi was in no rush to sleep. He intended to observe the developments unfolding outside. There would be ample time for rest later, especially since he had no obligations to attend to. Within half an hour, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on his balcony. Opening his phone, he discovered that news of the sudden drop in temperature was trending online. The internet was flooded with voices lamenting the early onset of winter. With many unprepared for the frigid conditions, the weather was inexplicably below -10 degrees. Roads would likely be frozen solid by tomorrow, making commuting impossible. Yet some expressed delight. Such heavy snowfall meant a day off work, particularly those from the southern regions who excitedly shared photos of themselves amidst the snow, marveling at its unprecedented magnitude. Zhang Yi shook his head, aware that this was merely the beginning. The snowfall would persist for at least 3 months, with temperatures plunging even further. Soon, their delight in the snowfall would dissipate. Chapter 14. Extreme Cold. I gaze at the world's turmoil. The Ice Age had commenced. A heavy snowfall blanketed Tianhai City in the south, igniting discussions online. Some lamented, while others celebrated. Yet, none understood that this deluge and the chilling temperatures were not temporary, but rather a harbinger of an unendurable calamity. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclined on his sofa, relishing the warmth of his secure abode, a comfortable 20 degrees, while savoring a chilled Budweiser beer. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his reverie. It was a message from a chat group, comprising former classmates, enthusiasts, and neighbors. Goodness, how could it snow so heavily all of a sudden? The weather forecast didn't mention anything. I was awakened by the cold in the dead of night. I need to turn on the heating. Our old heater isn't effective. It's getting colder by the minute. I haven't even purchased my winter clothes yet. The group buzzed with chatter, each expressing their feelings. Zhang Yi sensed that most people were taking this sudden cold snap lightly, some even pleasantly surprised. Stifling a yawn, he decided to cease his observations. He retreated to his warm bed, pulling the velvety blanket around himself and comfortably closing his eyes. His bed, a luxurious item salvaged from the Walmart warehouse, was particularly sumptuous, especially the mattress rumored to be favored by a certain celebrity, costing 3 million. Outside, the snow fell thickly. The wind howled, while the fireplace crackled warmly, creating a pleasant atmosphere. In such comfort, Zhang Yi soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Yi was roused by the ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes to find it was a call from Fang Yuqing. Irritated at being disturbed from a deep sleep, he answered with a hint of annoyance. "Why are you calling so early?" Fang Yuqing hesitated at his frosty tone, but quickly replied, "Zhang Yi, it's freezing outside. Did you stock up on supplies because you knew about the impending cold snap?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to cope with the chill. Zhang Yi smirked, recognizing her tendency to seek him out for information. Lazily, he responded, "I heard it mentioned by a friend, but I didn't anticipate it being this severe." He threw off the covers, feeling the warmth of the room causing beads of sweat to form on his skin. Zhang Yi donned his slippers and stepped outside, only to be greeted by a familiar sight that caused his gaze to sharpen. Outside, the heavy snow had engulfed the entire city, rendering the streets and roadside shrubs invisible. He could barely make out the outlines of the city's buildings, with many of the ground floors submerged in snow. The snowfall continued unabated, with large flakes cascading to the earth without any sign of ceasing. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing lamented, "No wonder you stocked up on so much. Zhang Yi, really, you could have informed me about this beforehand. Now I'm freezing." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by her audacity to complain. He abruptly ended the call and tossed his phone aside. Subsequently, he retreated to the bathroom for a leisurely hot shower. From his storage, he retrieved a prime A5 Wagyu steak for breakfast, pairing it with pasta. While dining, he switched on the television to watch the news. Given that the temperature had just begun to drop and power outages had yet to occur, the television functioned normally. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi had prepared various backup power sources, including dozens of generators and ample gasoline, ensuring that he could sustain energy for at least 300 years. As he turned on the television, he tuned into the morning news channel. Although, as a reborn individual, he was aware of the external situation, observing the outside world served as a form of entertainment. The news anchors, surprisingly clad in thick down jackets, indicated that even a television station, known for its generous air conditioning and priority power supply, was unable to maintain warmth. The female anchor spoke with a steady tone. Last night, a wave of frigid air swept across the globe, causing severe temperature fluctuations. The general drop in temperature has reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. Meteorological departments are investigating the cause of this cold front. Over the coming days, we urge everyone to stay warm and avoid frostbite. Unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from venturing outside. The authorities will manage the situation appropriately. We implore you not to panic. Do not spread rumors or engage in hoarding supplies. This snow disaster will soon pass. Hearing the anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. In the face of an impending ice age, survival depended solely on oneself. Remaining idle at home would surely lead to an early demise. The temperature in Tianhai City was already reported to be a chilling minus 65 degrees. Just yesterday, the highest temperature had been 15 degrees, indicating a staggering drop of 80 degrees. Zhang Yi shrugged. This level of temperature decline mirrored his previous life. Yet, clad in pajamas, sipping red wine, and savoring steak with pasta, he felt no trace of the cold outside. After all, his safe house, constructed at a cost of $8 million, had been meticulously designed for insulation, ensuring that the indoor temperature remained stable. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone buzzed again, piquing his curiosity about what his neighbors, who had once ridiculed him, were discussing. He first saw a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? The snow is so heavy that I can't go outside. Didn't you stock up on plenty of food? Could you lend me some? I'll return it once this snow disaster is over. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The so-called White Lotus was clever enough to realize that food would become exceedingly precious in such heavy snow. Not wanting to brave the bitter cold, she sought to procure provisions from Zhang Yi. However, he knew that this icy calamity would persist for quite some time and would not resolve swiftly. Moreover, he had no intention of sharing even a morsel with Fang Yuqing. In his previous life, he had been deceived by her, giving her a substantial amount of his food, only to be betrayed in the end. She had even attempted to harm him for sustenance. Now, Zhang Yi was intent on toying with her, relishing the thought of witnessing her eventual demise. With this in mind, a mischievous smile graced his lips as he replied to Fang Yuqing. You should have said something earlier. I've nearly consumed all the supplies I stocked up. Look, I just finished cooking steak this morning. After sending the message, he snapped a selfie with the steak and red wine on the table, deliberately including his pajamas in the frame before sending it to Fang Yuqing. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing was huddled in her rental apartment, tightly wrapped in 2 blankets. Although the air conditioning was set to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature barely approached freezing. She trembled with cold, feeling as though icy winds were seeping through the blankets. Upon receiving Zhang Yi's photo, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could Zhang Yi, in such frigid weather, be comfortably enjoying steak and red wine while clad in mere pajamas? They lived in the same building, yet it felt as though they inhabited separate worlds. The sight of that delectable steak and the exquisite bottle of red wine made her mouth water. As a top-tier White Lotus and opportunist, she was well-versed in luxury goods. From her knowledge, Zhang Yi's steak was undoubtedly authentic premium Wagyu, and the French wine beside him was certainly of a Grand Cru level, worth at least 20 to 30,000. While she was freezing, Zhang Yi was living in comfort, igniting her envy. Immediately, she sent him a message. How wonderful. I would love to enjoy steak and red wine too. She believed her hint was unmistakably clear. Given Zhang Yi's previous demeanor, he would surely offer her steak and wine. Yet, upon reading her message, Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, amused by her assumptions. Did she still regard him as the same servile figure from the past? He leisurely replied, if you want it, just buy it from the supermarket. Fang Yuqing's face fell upon reading his message. Wasn't he that an absurd suggestion? With temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees, any exposed skin risked frostbite. How could he make such an unreasonable demand of a delicate girl like her? Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Zhang Yi, you are truly not a man. You can't even seize this opportunity to show off. Humph. At that moment, Fang Yuqing still retained some pride. Although she yearned for steak and fine wine, she viewed Zhang Yi merely as a fish in her pond. Furthermore, she believed the snow disaster would soon pass, so she continued to uphold her proud goddess facade. Refraining from directly asking Zhang Yi for food, Zhang Yi chose not to engage further with Fang Yuqing and instead perused other chat groups, eager to observe the unfolding drama. In the community group, he noticed Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. Please don't panic. This sudden temperature drop will last only a few days. Do not rush to hoard supplies. Trust in our authorities. Our neighborhood committee will find ways to help everyone through this snow disaster. Please follow orders and do not cause trouble for the officials. A resident raised an objection. With snow this heavy, we have no idea when it will stop. It's difficult to go outside. Should we stock up on supplies? Indeed, why not venture out to procure some groceries? I fear that in the coming days, vegetable prices are bound to skyrocket. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. What are you all doing? Aren't you just adding to our troubles? Hoarding resources will only result in inflated prices, and soon everyone will be forced to purchase expensive vegetables. Anyone caught stockpiling supplies will have me to answer to, as I will not hesitate to report them for sowing discord among the populace. Zhang Yi observed Aunt Lin commanding everyone in the group as if she were a leader, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Today marked the first day of the impending ice age. Despite the frigid weather, the supermarket supplies had yet to be exhausted. If one were to brave the heavy snow, despite the risk of frostbite, there was surely an opportunity to accumulate a sufficient stockpile of goods. However, Aunt Lin's intimidation tactics led many to harbor a false sense of security, preventing them from venturing out to buy vegetables. The outcome was all too predictable. At that moment, Aunt Lin's ire suddenly turned towards Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the homeowners group. Xiao Zhang, you have already hoarded quite a bit at home. With the severity of the snow disaster, you cannot afford to be a negative example. Stay home obediently for the next few days. If I catch you out buying anything again, do not blame Aunt Lin for her lack of compassion. Zhang Yi's expression darkened. This old hag had harbored a grudge since he had refused to give her what she demanded last time. Now that she had found an opportunity, she wasted no time in taking a jab at him. However, it was unfortunate for her that the so-called community committee members were of no consequence to Zhang Yi. He retorted with a cold chuckle. Aunt Lin, none can predict how long this snow disaster will last. If it stretches on for an extended period and everyone runs out of food, can you bear the responsibility for that? His question resonated with the sentiments of many. The crowd was discontent with Aunt Lin's words, yet they hesitated to speak up due to her position in the community committee. With Zhang Yi leading the charge, others soon began to voice their concerns. Indeed, if you prevent us from stockpiling resources, who will take responsibility when we face shortages? Aunt Lin, witnessing the uprising, felt a twinge of panic. Her resentment for Zhang Yi deepened as he openly contradicted her in the homeowners group. Was this not a blatant affront to her authority? Rest assured, we from the community committee can assure everyone that there will be no shortage of supplies. This snow disaster will pass swiftly. And you, Zhang Yi, do not incite unrest during this critical time. Your actions are tantamount to breaking the law. Seething in her home, Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and muttered, "This Zhang Yi is truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I must devise a plan to have him detained for a few days." Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Even in these dire times, the old woman still believed she could wield her minuscule power to intimidate others. It was utterly laughable. Oh dear, I cannot bear such a heavy crown. Fear not, with the weather this cold, I wouldn't dream of stepping outside. You all do as you please. He had already stockpiled sufficient resources, thus had no need to join the masses in the supermarket for scraps. Yet those who believed Aunt Lin's deceitful words would soon find themselves in dire straits. Zhang Yi lamented inwardly as the apocalypse approached. Countless individuals would succumb to the cold and hunger. However, some deserved their fate, such as those neighbors from his past life who had wronged him. Regardless of their survival, Zhang Yi had resolved to endure. The fates of others held no significance to him. Chapter 16. Aunt Lin's Retaliation. Zhang Yi strikes back. Zhang Yi lounged on the sofa, yawning in boredom. While others endured hunger and cold, he reveled in unparalleled comfort. His home boasted a flawless insulation system and an unending supply of fuel, ensuring his safe haven remained at a consistently pleasant temperature throughout the year. He had no responsibilities aside from ensuring his daily happiness. At that moment, The television offered little entertainment, as live broadcasts had ceased due to the extreme temperatures. After all, the beautiful streamers he usually adored could hardly endure subzero temperatures to perform in sleeveless attire. If one dared to do so, Zhang Yi could only commend their audacity. He delved into his alternate space, where an abundance of gaming consoles and AAA titles awaited him. He possessed numerous PS5s, Switches, and Xboxes, with hundreds of brand new, unopened units at his disposal. As for games, the collection exceeded tens of thousands of titles. Zhang Yi selected the latest PS5 and connected it to his massive 100-inch Sony television, immersing himself in gameplay. He indulged in the latest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby lay Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, all excellent options for passing the time. If he found their durations too short, he could always dive into extensive games like Civilization or Cities, Skylines, savoring endless hours of enjoyment, with no need to consider work or social obligations. This lifestyle was even more delightful than before the apocalypse. Clad in pajamas, Zhang Yi munched on snacks while gaming, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a while, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and was dismayed to see Aunt Lynn's name in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are buried under snow. Bring your tools and come help clear it. Her commanding tone was unmistakable. Zhang Yi noted that she was rallying others to join her, but only a handful responded. To his surprise, she had singled him out directly. He gazed out at the heavy snowfall, which had nearly buried the entire floor. With 3 meters of snow, the idea of clearing it by hand was nothing short of absurd. Moreover, Zhang Yi knew this snow would persist for at least 3 more months. Going out to clear it would be futile, as it would fall faster than they could remove it. He immediately replied, in such frigid weather, one would turn into an icicle in no time. We should wait until the snow stops before attempting to clear it. Others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, with temperatures plunging below 70 degrees, we would likely suffer frostbite. We are not in the Northeast. We lack adequate winter gear. How can we possibly go out? Aunt Lynn grew agitated. What kind of attitude is this? Clearing the snow is not for my benefit. It is for everyone's well-being. You young, strong men should be stepping up to aid the community in times of crisis, rather than shirking your responsibilities. Her anger was directed at Zhang Yi, the one who had led the opposition. Zhang Yi, I command you in the name of the community committee to go outside and clear the snow. These are perilous times. We must unite and follow the organization's directives. Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing the leadership of the committee. Once the snow disaster concludes, they will face repercussions from the organization. Aunt Lynn invoked her position within the community committee once more. The homeowners fell silent, their anger quelled by fear. With the snow disaster just beginning, societal order still held, and no one dared to defy her. Despite the seemingly limited power of the committee members, their influence was intertwined with the daily lives of the residents, making them cautious about provoking them. Everyone remained mute, unwilling to be the scapegoat. Nevertheless, many hoped Zhang Yi would rise to the occasion and boldly confront Aunt Lynn, becoming the voice of the people. Zhang Yi was undoubtedly aware of the thoughts harbored by these ostriches. A cold smirk graced his lips as he felt a profound disdain for them. However, it was impossible for him to endure their provocations in silence. Thus, he resolved to confront Aunt Lynn directly. He perused the chat history, noting that the individuals Aunt Lynn had tagged were primarily amiable young residents of the community. In stark contrast, she had completely overlooked the troublesome troublemakers and the influential figures. Consequently, Zhang Yi mockingly remarked, Aunt Lynn is absolutely correct. If this is for everyone's benefit, the members of your neighborhood committee ought to take the lead in shoveling the snow. Moreover, considering the robust youth in our community, why did you only call upon us few? Do you perceive us as easy targets? You have yet to mention those social elites and wealthy heirs. Are you suddenly mute in their presence? The other homeowners, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, nodded in agreement, expressing their satisfaction. Zhang Yi is truly my online spokesperson. Indeed, he has only summoned the docile ones. Why not seek out Xinjiang Hao and Su Hao? The identities Zhang Yi referred to were well known among the residents, as they all live in the same complex and were aware of the formidable figures within. For instance, Chun Zhenghao, residing in Unit 601 on the 6th floor, was a notorious local figure known for his earth-moving projects, commanding a workforce of hundreds. Similarly, Su Hao, from Unit 802 on the 8th floor, was the son of a prominent developer in Tianhai City, with family connections in officialdom. Throughout her discourse, Aunt Lin had failed to mention either of them. Zhang Yi had exposed Aunt Lin's nature of bullying the weak while fearing the strong, which left her feeling utterly humiliated. Her omission of these formidable characters stemmed from her lack of courage, as they would not deign to acknowledge her. Such individuals habitually preyed upon the meek. Had Zhang Yi previously exhibited this kind of character, Aunt Lin would not have dared to command him to shovel snow. Feeling her pride wounded, she unleashed a series of lengthy voice messages in the group chat. Shoveling snow is a public service, done for the sake of everyone. Some individuals are petty about such trivial matters, lacking any spirit of contribution. Such people are nothing but a disgrace to our homeowners group. If you choose not to participate, so be it. There are plenty of others willing to help. The collective awareness of the community far surpasses yours. Furthermore, I am not treating anyone with favoritism. There is simply no need to tag each individual. I hope you understand and do not mislead yourselves. If any further defamatory remarks about me are made, I will be forced to contact the authorities. Ironically, Aunt Lin's explanations only served to exacerbate her predicament. Particularly, her threat of involving the police elicited a hearty laugh from Zhang Yi. Upon hearing Aunt Lin's words, some of the more timid homeowners felt a twinge of fear and grabbed their tools to shovel the snow. However, Zhang Yi felt no trepidation towards her. Setting aside her unreasonable antics, it was clear that the police would not support her. Furthermore, did she truly believe that various societal mechanisms function normally? Chapter 17, Aunt Lin. The bully of the weak Zhang Yi dismissed Aunt Lin's words as mere nonsense. Yet, with nothing else to occupy his time, he intentionally sought to provoke the elderly woman. Well, Aunt Lin, if you are so capable, why not summon Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao to come down and shovel the snow? He mentioned their names openly in the group, showing no regard for anyone's feelings. Chen Zhenghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious thug. He was the one who had barged into their home, brandishing a mountain axe. Su Hao, the arrogant heir, was the first to draw a knife on Zhang Yi. In summary, aside from a few good-natured neighbors, the rest had participated in the attacks or robberies against Zhang Yi. He could even speculate that after his demise in his previous life, each of them had taken a share of his spoils. Thus, Zhang Yi spared no one as dignity, brazenly tearing away their facade and repulsing them. Aunt Lin's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at her phone. Zhang Yi's explicit naming had left her feeling trapped. Regardless of the arguments she could muster, if she backed down now, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Furthermore, her authority would be undermined in the future. With no other recourse, she resorted to tagging Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao in the group. Family members, this community is our home. Shoveling snow relies on us all. I hope those available can bring tools and join in the effort. Before long, a message from ID 25602, Chen Zhenghao, appeared with several question marks. Soon after, a voice message resonated in the group. Shovel snow? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that it's still snowing heavily outside? If you're insane, go see a doctor and stop barking here. If you tag me again, I'll make you regret it. Chen Zhenghao unleashed a torrent of harsh insults towards Aunt Lin, leaving the homeowners in stitches with laughter. This Aunt Lin thinks she holds some significance, yet the others hardly regard her. A mere member of the neighborhood committee holds minimal sway over ordinary homeowners. Individuals like Chen Zhenghao, being from the streets, would never consider her an authority. Su Hao also chimed in with a voice message. What does shoveling snow have to do with me? I don't need to go to work. I can lounge at home all day without a care. Following that, he shared a picture of himself nestled under a thick blanket, embracing a woman. This building was merely a place Su Hao had acquired for his paramours, and he found himself coincidentally trapped there. When Aunt Lin demanded he shovel snow, he deemed her utterly deranged. Aunt Lin, cowed by Chen Zhenghao's scolding, dared not retort. She could hardly provoke someone truly formidable. Yet, when faced with Su Hao's blatant provocation, she stubbornly replied, regardless, you are a member of the community. Shoveling snow is your obligation. Su Hao skop dietz missing. Do you think my monthly property fees come without strings attached? Without my money, you neighborhood committee folks would starve. He continued, you all take advantage of homeowners' funds while acting as if you're in charge. How laughable. None of the wealthy heirs were simpletons, although Su Hao was a layabout. He had seen enough of the world to dismiss Aunt Lin's authority. He added with a smug taunt, my current status is due to my family's influence. Can you peasants even compare? Those who need to shovel snow should hurry. You all need to go out and earn your livelihoods. Once the snow is cleared, I'll be glad to leave this wretched place. The homeowners listened to Su Hao's arrogant declarations, seething with indignation, yet feeling powerless to refute him. After all, he had been fortunate in his birth. Though his words were harsh, they contained an element of truth. The ruckus instigated by Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao thoroughly disheartened everyone. Aunt Lin's words fell on deaf ears, and she was effectively ignored. Aunt Lin was livid. Yet, rather than directing her ire at Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao, she reserved her frustration for Zhang Yi. She believed she had successfully rallied the homeowners, only for Zhang Yi, the disruptor, to spoil her plans. Therefore, she privately messaged Zhang Yi, her anger palpable as she inquired, "Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to oppose me? What exactly do you want? I asked everyone to shovel snow. Does that mean everyone must go out? Now look, no one is willing to help. And are we to remain cooped up in our homes indefinitely?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, someone has come seeking a confrontation? Spare me your pretenses. You, who thrive on bullying the meek, have the audacity to complain here? You quaked in fear when insulted, yet now seek validation from me? Let me tell you, you are not one to be trifled with. Keep barking, and I might just put an end to you." Zhang Yi had deftly grasped Aunt Lin's character. A mere coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Indeed, after Zhang Yi uttered such harsh words, it left Lin Dama trembling in fear. As an elderly woman living with her grandson, she relied on her position in the neighborhood committee for respect. However, should someone disregard her status and confront her, she would be utterly defenseless. Suddenly, she felt silenced, seemingly afraid of provoking Zhang Yi further. In a hurry, Lin Dama blocked Zhang Yi, fearing his verbal assault would continue. Her body shook, uncertain whether from the cold or from the fright Zhang Yi instilled in her. That scoundrel! He was nothing but a troublemaker, a lunatic. It was best not to provoke him further. She would bide her time, devising ways to make his life miserable later on. Lin Dama envisioned herself using her committee position to make things difficult for Zhang Yi, perhaps by deliberately delaying the distribution of supplies or withholding information about community events. She imagined Zhang Yi's regretful expression at that time, even fantasizing about him begging her for mercy, only for her to coldly shut the door and taunt. "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Let us see you be so now." Lost in her thoughts, Lin Dama began to smile delightfully. "Huh, there will come a day when you will beg me. For now, I shall refrain from engaging with you." Lin Dama found satisfaction in this spirit of self-victory. She then rushed back to the group to rally others to go out and shovel snow. Although many looked down on her, most people needed to work later. Considering their own travel issues, some honest individuals took their tools and ventured out into the frigid 70-degree below zero temperatures to clear the snow. Zhang Yi, however, did not anticipate that after scaring off Lin Dama, another troublemaker would soon arrive. This time, his WeChat phone rang. He glanced at the profile picture and saw it was Chen Zhenghao from the group. It appeared that Zhang Yi's earlier remarks had displeased him, prompting Chen to call and intimidate him. Zhang Yi harbored resentment towards this scoundrel, and seeing his name on the screen made him narrow his eyes. At that moment, he actually hoped this fool would come looking for trouble. After all, he could not leave his safe house, but anyone daring to confront him would face dire consequences. Thus, Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who fears whom in a game of toughness as soon as the call connected? A torrent of vicious curses flooded from the other end. "Are you looking for death? Who told you to mention me in the group? You dare provoke me? Chen Zhenghao? It seems you want to die." Chen Zhenghao was somewhat notorious in Tianhai City, commanding a group of hundreds and having been involved in several serious offenses. Consequently, all the residents in his neighborhood avoided him, fearing his wrath. To establish dominance, Chen's modus operandi was to ensure that anyone who offended him paid a hefty price. This was the so-called face of a social figure. Therefore, even though Zhang Yi merely mentioned him in the homeowners group, Chen Zhenghao took it as a provocation. On the call, he angrily shouted, "You really want to die? You talk a big game, don't you? Mentioning me like that." Zhang Yi certainly would not indulge him, letting out a cold laugh and retorting, "What are you, a worthless piece of trash? Stop pretending to be tough here. You're just a societal loser. An utterly useless waste. When I call, you better answer." Zhang Yi felt a surge of satisfaction as he unleashed his pent-up fury towards the perpetrator who had invaded his home in a past life, causing his demise. On the other end, Chen Zhenghao was taken aback by Zhang Yi's audacity to retaliate. Enraged, he unleashed an even harsher barrage of insults. "Zhang Yi boldly replied, You're just a useless piece of trash. All talk. Who are you scaring? Go eat some dirt. After hurling his insults, Zhang Yi hung up and promptly blocked Chen Jinghao. After the confrontation, the thought of Chen Jinghao's furious expression brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. He moved to the television and activated the surveillance camera. When the Zhanlong security company constructed the safe house for him, they installed cameras throughout the entire floor. It could be said that the entire building was under his watchful eye. Zhang Yi looked towards the sixth floor, where Chen Jinghao resided, and indeed, the door was soon flung open with great force. Clad in a down jacket and wielding a baseball bat, Chen Jinghao stormed out, exuding an aggressive aura. However, the moment he stepped outside, he instinctively recoiled from the biting cold. With temperatures plunging below 70 degrees, he had donned only a down jacket over a thermal shirt, deliberately leaving the zipper open to flaunt his tattoos. The frigid temperature quickly taught him a lesson. Noticing the absence of anyone around, Chen Jinghao hastily rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Zhang Yi, seated on the sofa, leisurely retrieved a hand crossbow from beneath the coffee table. This crossbow was designed for hunting. Even a 300-kilogram wild boar, if struck, would find a 20-centimeter bolt embedded deep within its flesh. As he hummed a tune, he prepared the crossbow bolt. After much practice, he had become quite adept with it, within a range of 15 meters. While he may not hit the mark every single time, he could certainly strike a watermelon-sized target without fail. The elevator ascended, and Zhang Yi, armed with a loaded crossbow, approached the door. His massive security door featured a shooting aperture 2 meters high. Standing on a chair, Zhang Yi opened the door, covering the aperture, which could only be accessed from the inside. He aimed the crossbow at the corridor outside. For safety, he also kept his handgun tucked in his pocket. Even if Chen Jinghao were a formidable opponent, he would find himself in dire straits today. Before long, the elevator chimed, and Chen Jinghao emerged, cursing as he stepped out. With the homeowner group S notes, he easily identified Zhang Yi's residence. Arriving at the door, he raised his baseball bat and began to pound on it while shouting, "Zhang Yi, you brat, come out. You were quite the tough guy earlier, weren't you? Now come out and see how I'll finish you." Chen Jinghao viciously cursed, striking the door with force. However, that security door was a formidable 20 centimeters thick, reinforced with bulletproof metal, making it more resilient than some military vehicles. Naturally, it could not be shattered by Chen Jinghao's baseball bat. Instead, the impact left his hand aching. Chen Jinghao continued to curse, oblivious to the fact that he was being aimed at by a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi watched Chen Jinghao's menacing demeanor with a playful smile. He had his crossbow aimed at Chen Jinghao's head. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he altered his target. In this apocalyptic scenario, aside from himself, everyone else in the building was destined to perish. Chen Jinghao was no exception. Killing him now would be far too simple. After all, in his past life, he had been literally devoured by these deranged neighbors. A wicked smile crept across Zhang Yi's face. He would not allow this scum to die so easily. Thus, Zhang Yi adjusted his aim. A faint sound sliced through the air as the sharp bolt struck Chen Jinghao's leg, piercing through his calf. Chen Jinghao let out a shrill scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. In this frigid environment, where temperatures plummet below 70 degrees Celsius, Chen Jinghao has sustained a grievous wound that has likely rendered his leg useless. Furthermore, the lack of medical supplies makes infection an inevitable fate. Soon, he will succumb to a wretched demise amidst pain and cold. At this moment, Chen Jinghao is engulfed in agony, realizing he has encountered a formidable adversary. Indeed, these thugs rely on their fearlessness and brazen audacity, wagering that the honest will not dare resist them. Yet, upon facing someone daring enough to wield a crossbow, even their hearts will quail in trepidation. Overwhelmed by fear, Chen Jinghao finds himself unable to discern the origin of the arrow that struck him. Nevertheless, true to his ruthless nature, he drags his injured leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, chooses not to press his attack, motivated by a simple desire to prolong Chen Jinghao's life. After all, he is not a demon. Upon returning to the elevator, Chen Jinghao is drenched in cold sweat, his body quickly succumbing to the freezing temperatures. However, his heart is even colder than the frigid air. The mercilessness of his assailant's actions has laid bare a palpable intent to kill. In today's society, Those bold enough to shoot a crossbow at another are certainly not to be trifled with. Chen Jinghao gazes at his leg, horrified to discover that the crossbow bolt has completely pierced his calf, staining his pant leg with blood that swiftly congeals into ice. In such extreme cold, his pain is dulled, yet this does not bring him solace. Instead, it fills him with dread. He understands that if his leg remains untreated, it will be rendered useless in less than half an hour. Chapter 19. A cold water bath. Chen Jinghao finally feels the grip of fear. He retrieves his phone and dials emergency services, but the line remains perpetually busy despite his attempts lasting over 2 minutes. His heart sinks. The outside world is a frozen wasteland, and even the hospitals are paralyzed. Even if some hospitals are operating, the heavy snowfall has sealed the city, making it impossible for ambulances to venture out. Chen Jinghao, a hardened individual, after much deliberation, resolves to perform surgery on himself, at the very least to extract the crossbow bolt. Upon struggling back home, he gathers a knife, an alcohol lamp, bandages, and hemostatic agents from his drawer. Having frequently engaged in fights, he naturally keeps such supplies on hand. He uses the knife to cut open his pant leg, and upon seeing the wound, his face pales in horror. In the extreme cold, the injury has frozen over, temporarily halting the flow of blood. However, the surrounding area has begun to darken with bruising, and his calf has lost all sensation. Despairing, Chen Jinghao realizes that he must rely solely on himself for salvation. Fortunately, being a streetwise survivor, he quickly resolves to perform the surgery himself. Given the frostbite on his calf, his pain has been significantly numbed by the cold. Thus, although lacking anesthetics, he successfully completes the procedure, though the agony nearly causes him to lose consciousness. It is evident that his calf is now irreparably damaged. Lying on the sofa, gasping for breath, Chen Jinghao harbors a profound hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who shot him. Zhang Yi, you little brat, I will certainly kill you. His eyes blaze with murderous intent, for he is not jesting. He genuinely intends to eliminate Zhang Yi. After all, how could he continue to survive in Tianhai City otherwise? Chen Jinghao seizes his phone, but since Zhang Yi has blocked him, he resorts to tagging him in the Owner S group chat. Zhang Yi, you dog, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I will write my name backward. The other homeowners are oblivious to the unfolding drama. But upon learning that Zhang Yi has offended Chen Jinghao, they cannot help but feel a sense of dread for him. Chen Jinghao is a notorious thug, known for his ruthlessness. However, if they were aware that Zhang Yi had shot him and incapacitated his leg, they would likely be rendered speechless by fear. Yet, some individuals are quite exhilarated, such as Aunt Lin, who had previously experienced humiliation at Zhang Yi's hands. She gleefully remarks, "Dog bites dog is the best. Neither of them is a good person. I hope Chen Jinghao, that scoundrel, beats Zhang Yi to death." Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua Fang Yuqing also sees the messages in the group. She scoffs, secretly hoping that Chen Jinghao would give Zhang Yi a good thrashing for his cold indifference toward her, even neglecting to bring her food when she was in need. However, no one in the group dares to speak up, fearing the repercussions might fall upon them. Zhang Yi, upon reading the messages, bursts into laughter. As long as he remains in the safety of his stronghold, he does not fear even 100 Chen Jinghaos. He sent a voice message. "What are you? Just barking. If you provoke me again, I'll make sure to cripple your other leg." The homeowners are stunned by Zhang Yi's audacity to confront Chen Jinghao, especially after seemingly injuring him. Chen Jinghao grips his phone tightly, nearly crushing it in his hands. "Damn you, Zhang Yi, just wait. I will surely kill you." Zhang Yi, undeterred, retorts, "You dog, if you have the guts, come over. Let us see who dies first." It must be said that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi has grown increasingly unrestrained, freed from societal norms and moral constraints. He no longer feels the need to show deference to anyone, reveling in his newfound liberation. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao, consumed by rage, returns home and, with the meager warmth provided by the air conditioner, gradually regains some sensation. However, the sharp pain in his leg forces him to grimace. Now, any movement requires the aid of crutches. After careful consideration, Chen Jinghao concludes that eliminating Zhang Yi will not pose a significant challenge. He believes that his injury was merely a result of carelessness, and with adequate preparation, he can summon his subordinates to storm Zhang Yi's residence and exact revenge. Given the harsh winter conditions, both hospitals and police stations are effectively immobilized. There could not be a better time to settle the score. Chen Jinghao immediately contacts his subordinates. instructing them to bring weapons and assist him in dealing with Zhang Yi. Many of his followers reside nearby, and upon receiving Chen Jinghao's command, they gather knives, baseball bats, and steel pipes, arriving at his home, ready for action. Witnessing Chen Jinghao's injury, they eagerly proclaim their intent to avenge him. Chen Jinghao coolly responds, "I'm not gravely injured. In a few days, once the snow melts, I can recuperate at the hospital. But that scoundrel dared to shoot me. This is tantamount to challenging my authority. If I do not eliminate him, how can I continue to survive?" One of his subordinates eagerly exclaims, "Boss, tell me his room number, and I'll go take care of him right now." Chen Jinghao nods, revealing that they reside in room 2401 of this building, but warns, "This little brat is cunning and possesses a crossbow. He ambushed me with it." One subordinate brandishing a steel pipe shouts, "How can he be so dishonorable, resorting to ambush?" Chen Jinghao cautions, "Exercise caution when you go. I know he is alone at home. Just avoid getting shot, break down the door, and do as you please." Chen Jinghao's subordinates are all reckless individuals. Despite knowing that Zhang Yi is armed, they are unfazed. Instead, they grow increasingly excited. In the present day, amidst the calamity of snowstorms and the ensuing lockdown, lawlessness reigns, allowing individuals to brazenly resort to violence. The malevolence inherent in human nature is unabashedly unleashed through their actions. Thus, armed with weapons, they converge upon Zhang Yi's residence, intent on forcibly breaking in. Zhang Yi, however, remains unperturbed, fully aware that Chen Jinghao will not easily relent and will undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, a sense of calm pervades his heart as he leisurely engages in gaming, simultaneously monitoring the activity within the entire building through split screens. The small-time thugs under Chen Jinghao's command are clearly visible to him as they approach. Before him lies a table laden with equipment, prepared to deliver a fitting response upon their arrival. After all, these societal miscreants are deserving of their fate, and Zhang Yi harbors no compassion. Moments later, a dozen of Chen Jinghao's henchmen arrive at Zhang Yi's doorstep. Aware of Zhang Yi's possession of a crossbow, they approach cautiously, some wielding wooden boards as makeshift shields. Upon reaching the door and finding no immediate threat, they unleash their fury. "Open the door. How dare you shoot at our bro Hao? Today, we will ensure your demise. This day next year shall be your memorial. Open the door." They bellow, hurling insults while relentlessly pounding on Zhang Yi's door with hammers and iron rods, intent on teaching him a harsh lesson before delivering him to Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi, engrossed in his game, remains unfazed. He finds himself stuck on the first level's boss, having perished several times, and his mood is somewhat soured. Hearing the cacophony of insults and the thundering knocks, he irritably shouts, "Can't you muster a bit more strength? Have you not eaten?" The small-time thugs, incensed by Zhang Yi's audacity, begin to strike even harder. However, the security door, forged from 20 centimeters of alloy, proves resilient against even minor explosives, making their primitive attempts to breach it utterly futile. After much exertion, only a few small white marks appear on the metallic surface, mere paint chips. Not only do they fail to breach the door, but they cannot even create a dent. The small-time thugs stand dumbfounded. What the hell? This door is pure metal. And so thick, how are we supposed to break it? Damn it, how many enemies does this person have? Despite their initial bravado, they had promised Chen Jinghao they would incapacitate Zhang Yi and bring him back. Now, unable to breach the door, they find themselves unable to return and thus continue their futile assault while cursing loudly. Zhang Yi's game character dies once more. Frustrated by the incessant noise, he heads to the kitchen, attaching a hose to the faucet before climbing up to the shooting port. The small-time thugs remain oblivious to the impending deluge as they continue their barking outside. With a sardonic smile, Zhang Yi turns on the faucet, directing a torrent of water at them. The rushing water cascades through the narrow corridor like a torrential downpour, drenching them instantly. Chapter 20. Embracing a life of leisure, can you fathom the sensation of being doused in icy water at a temperature of over -70 degrees? Zhang Yi wields the hose, spraying the small-time thugs outside. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is around 100 degrees, so the water, steaming as it flows, rapidly freezes upon contact with their skin. In the bitter cold, clad in down jackets and sweaters, they find themselves soaked, akin to being thrust into an ice cellar. Good heavens! It's freezing, I'm going to die. Please stop spraying. At that moment, They would rather endure a severe beating than endure the torment of the freezing water. Their lips turn a shade of purple, and some succumb to the extreme cold. Losing consciousness on the spot, acting on instinct, they hastily retreat from Zhang Yi's doorstep. However, in the brief span of mere seconds, they are thoroughly drenched. And even before they can reach the elevator, their garments have stiffened from the cold. Zhang Yi observes their retreat before finally shutting off the faucet. He had initially intended to teach them a lesson with his crossbow, but the loading process was too slow, and there was a risk of retaliation through the shooting port. Instead, the deluge proved far more effective. After being thoroughly drenched, the small-time thugs, now chilled to the bone, hurried back to Chun Jinghao's residence. Upon their disheveled return, Chun Jinghao's fury ignites. "Where is that little brat? Did you bring him back?" His underlings frantically search for blankets and bedding to warm themselves, their clothes soaked through, leaving them shivering like ice cubes. A dozen individuals scramble for clothing and bed covers in the cramped room, and due to the lack of available items, a few resort to stripping off their clothes to huddle together for warmth. The scene is undoubtedly peculiar. Chun Jinghao's anger reaches a boiling point as he pounds the table, demanding, "Someone explain to me how this happened." Once a few of the henchmen regain some warmth, they tremulously recount the events. "That Zhang Yi is despicable. He sprayed us with a hose. We couldn't withstand it. We have no idea how thick his door is. After hammering away for ages, we barely chipped any paint." Upon hearing this, Chun Jinghao's brow furrows deeply. He recalls the substantial thickness of Zhang Yi's door during his previous attempts to breach it. It appears that a frontal assault may be challenging. However, he soon smirks with malevolence. "No matter how fortified, there will always be a vulnerability. And I refuse to believe he can remain holed up indoors forever. You all stay nearby. The moment he steps out, ensure he is dealt with." Chun Jinghao's subordinates, undeterred by the cold, respond with nervous laughter. Although they are practically frozen, they put on a brave front. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Zhang Yi has no intention of leaving his sanctuary. Outside is a hellish nightmare, while his room is a paradisiacal retreat. Why would one leave paradise for hell? After dispatching Chun Jinghao's group, Zhang Yi resumes his gaming. He is fully aware that these individuals will not relent easily, but they lack the capability to invade his home. As for venturing outside, Zhang Yi would never entertain such a notion. Even if there exists a minuscule risk, he would not dare to take it. Remaining comfortably ensconced at home is undeniably appealing. Before long, Zhang Yi approaches the floor-to-ceiling window to observe the scene outside. Indeed, he spies individuals wielding tools, attempting to clear the snow. He seems to recognize Uncle Yu, the earnest and straightforward retired soldier, always the first to step up in times of crisis. The group of young residents below are the more amiable members of the Homeowners Association, while members like Aunt Lin and others from the neighborhood committee are conspicuously absent. Faced with snowdrifts towering 2 to 3 meters high, they laboriously excavate. However, Zhang Yi knows their efforts are futile. To carve a path to the community entrance from the ground level would require an entire day of digging. Even if they succeed, what then? The roads outside remain entirely concealed beneath the snow. Only professional-grade snowplows can gradually clear such thick accumulations, and in the south, such specialized vehicles are virtually non-existent. Stepping outside has become a nearly impossible endeavor. Moreover, in temperatures plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero, they cannot endure for long. The inadequacy of cold-resistant gear and the inability of their physical constitutions to acclimate to such frigid conditions exacerbate the situation. Remaining outdoors for even half an hour poses a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head, feeling a pang of pity for these earnest individuals. However, it was their own choice, and he felt no inclination to comment further. After all, at this moment, everything was irrelevant to him. He simply wished to survive. As the afternoon approached, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of hunger and retrieved a sumptuous meal from his alternate dimension. His fare was relatively simple, comprising a plate of Australian lobster, a Wellington steak, accompanied by 2 Huangshan sesame cakes, and a bottle of cola. Such delicacies were plentiful within his space. Now, confined to his home, Zhang Yi's daily routine had become liberally flexible. He could sleep when fatigued and eat when hungry, no longer distinguishing between day and night. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall incessantly. Zhang Yi took a moment to glance out at the community unit below. The snow-clearing workers had returned home. and the area they had painstakingly cleared was soon blanketed once again by the relentless snowfall. Perhaps they had realized that, armed solely with their strength, they could not contend with the forces of nature. Lying on the sofa clad in thermal wear, with the indoor temperature comfortably set at 27 degrees, Zhang Yi turned on the television. Many national broadcasters had ceased transmission, leaving only a few provincial channels and CCTV still airing. The content consisted primarily of official announcements and motivational slogans encouraging the populace. At this moment, our gaze turned towards Shangjing, where officials were strategizing to launch a final offensive against the snow disaster. Reports indicated that in the United States, inadequate measures to combat the snow disaster had resulted in the suffering of 200 million individuals, with millions perishing. In contrast, our nation's snow disaster remained within manageable limits, with progress being made. Citizens were urged to remain calm and trust in the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head, acknowledging the vastness and severity of the snow disaster, which was beyond human comprehension. Although officials endeavored to address the issue, humanity's power was woefully insufficient against the might of nature. In the homeowners group, Aunt Lin continued her incessant chatter. Have you all seen the news? Our nation possesses the strength to effectively tackle this snow disaster. Do not panic. All problems will be resolved swiftly. If anyone is in need of supplies, those who can should lend a hand. After all, this snow disaster will pass soon, and there is no need to hoard resources. However, responses to her pleas were scarce. Clearly, after 2 days without any sign of abatement, many were beginning to feel anxious. Fan Yuqing messaged Zhang Yi again. Are you all right? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, suspecting that Fan Yuqing felt she had been dealt with by Chen Zhenghao. However, he did not believe her concern was genuine. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, that's good. Fan Yuqing felt a tinge of disappointment. But soon, she added, we're out of food at home, and I remember you bought quite a bit. Could you spare me some? I promise to treat you to a meal in return. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. It was clear that this woman had ulterior motives in seeking him out. He recalled that during their last trip to the supermarket, Fan Yuqing and Lin Caning had also purchased some items. Though they had bought less than he, it was unlikely they would run out so quickly. Oh, that was ages ago. I didn't keep anything at home, and to be honest, my supplies are quite limited. Fan Yuqing remained persistent. Surely you can spare me a few packets of instant noodles? You oversee the warehouse. There must be plenty to go around. Zhang Yi, feeling quite straightforward, replied. I truly have no instant noodles left. Look, this is all I have. He snapped a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on his table and sent it to Fan Yuqing. Upon seeing the photo, Fan Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. What is the meaning of this, Zhang Yi? Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Beside her, her friend Lin Caning poked her head out from under the covers. Due to the biting cold, the two had been sharing a bed. Upon seeing the delectable food in the photo, Lin Caning's eyes sparkled with envy. These young women rarely cooked, opting instead for takeout or having men treat them. The heavy snowfall had left them ravenous, with only instant noodles and canned goods to subsist on. Witnessing Zhang Yi's indulgence in lobster and steak made both women feel a mix of anger and envy. They were irritated that Zhang Yi feasted alone without considering bringing them some. Lin Caning immediately remarked, wow, Zhang Yi is being quite unreasonable. How could he have such delicious food at home without thinking of you? He used to claim he liked you, yet now it seems insincere. Fan Yuqing felt equally displeased. This was not the first time Zhang Yi had sent her photos. She recognized that he was deliberately trying to provoke her. However, she believed that Zhang Yi still harbored feelings for her, merely attempting to use this method to elicit her compliance. How foolish. Just for a bit of food. You think you can win my affection? Zhang Yi, you are truly naive. Fan Yuqing scoffed, maintaining her lofty image as a proud woman. Yet, gazing at the photo Zhang Yi had sent, her eyes betrayed an undeniable yearning. Lin Caning, well aware of her friend's feelings, suggested, Yuqing, why not propose to Zhang Yi that you can dine together, but he must provide the food. This way, you can preserve your dignity while enjoying the sumptuous lobster and steak. I am certain he will eagerly agree. Fan Yuqing furrowed her brow in contemplation. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was merely a high-end backup option. Although he was handsome and possessed some wealth, he fell significantly short of her ideal of a wealthy and attractive man. Normally, she would never consider lowering herself to ask him for anything. However, she could no longer tolerate subsisting on instant noodles and canned goods. Perhaps I shall grant him the opportunity to dine with me. Fang Yuqing pouted, somewhat reluctant, as she sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it has been a while since we gathered. Why not come over for dinner tonight? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi chuckled. Are you inviting me to dinner? How delightful. Thank you. This response left Fang Yuqing's face pale with irritation, perhaps from the cold. She angrily remarked to Lin Caning. This Zhang Yi is utterly ungrateful. I offered him the chance to treat me to dinner, and instead, he expects me to host. Lin Caning was taken aback, seemingly surprised that the Zhang Yi who had once pursued Fang Yuqing so ardently was now behaving so thoughtlessly. How strange. Is it possible for a dogged suitor to suddenly gain some awareness? Fang Yuqing, infuriated, tossed her phone aside. This Zhang Yi, I had initially intended to keep him as my backup, but now his position has been demoted. I am genuinely furious. From this moment onward, I shall not utter a single word to him. Even if he comes to plead with me later, it will be of no use. Lin Caning, though tempted by the food, chimed in. Indeed, he ought to reflect on his own behavior, wishing to pursue you, yet remaining so miserly. Such a man deserves to remain single for a lifetime. The two of them continued to berate Zhang Yi for quite some time. During this, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, expecting Zhang Yi to send a message of apology. However, not a single message arrived, which darkened her expression further. Meanwhile, Lin Caning began to entertain ulterior motives. She secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, how can you be so foolish? Now that Yuqing is upset, do you realize how serious the situation is? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi instinctively glanced at it. For him, perusing various chat group messages had become a source of amusement. What could be more revealing of human nature than in the midst of an apocalypse? Discovering that the message was from Lin Caning, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. One plays the role of the antagonist while the other plays the protagonist, is it not? The theatrics of the two of them were quite evident. Zhang Yi had long seen through the scheming nature of this combination of green tea and White Lotus. Typically, Lin Caning would act as a facilitator for Fang Yuqing, as she needed to maintain her image as the pure goddess. Thus, it was Lin Caning who would suggest gifts and hint at men spending money on Fang Yuqing. In Chapter 22, still a useful spare, Zhang Yi feigned ignorance, saying, What is wrong? I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Caning scolded him. Are you foolish? With the heavy snow sealing off the city, we've nearly consumed everything at home. Sending over some delicious food right now would be the perfect way to express your loyalty to Yuqing. If I were you, I'd send over some steak and lobster from home. When Yuqing feels touched, wouldn't your chances increase? Zhang Yi regarded Lin Caning's message and could already envision the greedy expression on that opportunistic girl's face. He sneered inwardly. Such behavior was no different from begging. Ironically, if one must beg, they should not present themselves as if they are granting Zhang Yi an opportunity. The very thought of it made Zhang Yi yearn to slap them across the face. Deciding to toy with these two green tea bitches, he replied, But we don't have much food left either, just enough for myself. Lin Caning frowned and immediately reprimanded him. Fool, how many days can this snow disaster last? If you endure hunger for a couple of meals, you could win Yuqing over in no time. If you can't even part with such a small amount of food, it seems you're not truly sincere about Yuqing. Zhang Yi laughed even harder. The two women, one playing the role of the antagonist and the other the protagonist, seemed to have mastered their parts. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had already seen through their shameless faces. In response to Lin Caning's antics, he merely replied with a casual "oh," then tossed his phone aside, ignoring her further. Lin Caning, upon seeing that "oh," was instantly infuriated. Oh, what does that "oh" mean? After I've spoken to you for so long, is this your attitude? Hurry and send me some food. I want steak and Australian lobster too. Lin Caning was a glutton, having not tasted anything good for the past 2 days, and seeing Zhang Yi feast made her mouth water. Originally, she intended to use Fang Yuqing's name to deceive Zhang Yi into sending her delectable food. However, the turn of events was completely contrary to her expectations. That simple "oh" nearly broke her spirit. Could it be that he had lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, that is impossible. Lin Caning recalled Zhang Yi's attentiveness to Fang Yuqing over the past few years and immediately shook her head. He must just be having a momentary lapse of judgment. Feeling frustrated, Lin Caning sought out Fang Yuqing and exaggerated the situation. Of course, she told Fang Yuqing that her intention in contacting Zhang Yi was to procure supplies for her. Fang Yuqing maintained a cold demeanor, stating disdainfully Humph. Who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again. Now, if Zhang Yi wished to regain her favor, he would need to sincerely apologize for the incidents of the past few days and pay a significant price to earn her forgiveness. Lin Kaining nudged Fang Yuqing, remarking that since Zhang Yi was so oblivious, she still had other admirers to consider. In their neighborhood, there were several colleagues from the warehouse, including another suitor of Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, who was particularly eager to please her. Fang Yuqing naturally recognized who Lin Kaining was referring to. She scoffed, dismissing Zhou Peng as not even worth considering as a backup. Although they both worked at Walmart, Zhou Peng still rented a place in Tianhai City without owning any property. Fang Yuqing merely used him for small benefits and had no real affection for him. Lin Kaining suggested, "It's freezing outside and the snow is falling heavily. We can't go out to buy anything, so why not make use of him to help us?" Fang Yuqing's gaze flickered, finding Lin Kaining's reasoning somewhat valid. Thus, she sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came running over a backpack of food in tow. As he worked in a Walmart warehouse, he often brought home discounted goods, so he had a stockpile at home. At the mere mention from Fang Yuqing, he appeared invigorated and selected the best items to deliver to her. Furthermore, Zhou Peng patted his chest, assuring her, "Yuqing, just tell me what you want, and I will do anything for you." Fang Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng, but graciously said, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're so kind." With just a few sweet words, she dismissed him. Once back in her room, her demeanor shifted entirely. "Umph, with your pathetic self, how dare you have thoughts about me? Better luck in your next life." Within the entire building, the atmosphere had begun to grow increasingly peculiar. The extreme cold kept the indoor temperature below freezing, despite the air conditioning running continuously. This was unbearable for the residents of Tianhai City, who were unaccustomed to such conditions. Moreover, they lacked the habit of stockpiling supplies. 2 days of freezing had left their refrigerators nearly empty. Although Aunt Lin continued to insist that everything was fine and that the snow disaster would pass soon, everyone harbored their own concerns. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi observed all of this with delight. In the face of calamity, he was exceptionally well prepared, and his days were even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. He felt like an observer, quietly watching the grand performance unfolding outside. After Zhang Yi had taught Chen Zhenghao and his lackeys a lesson, they had refrained from causing him any further trouble, knowing that Zhang Yi's home was not easy to breach. Furthermore, Chen Zhenghao's leg was nearly rendered useless. Without medical attention, it would soon lead to lifelong disability. As for the other small-time delinquents, having been drenched, they were all succumbing to colds and fevers. With no means of warmth, their ailing bodies were more likely to succumb to high fevers than to the shortage of food. While Zhang Yi remained at home, he passed the time playing games and monitoring chat groups. During his leisure, he also engaged in fitness training, as his home was equipped with numerous high-end gym equipment. Alternatively, he would delve into various professional books downloaded from the internet, such as the Manual of Barefoot Doctors and Militia Training Manual. Preparedness is key. Mastering such specialized knowledge might save his life in an emergency. Outside, the snow fell heavily, and the sky was shrouded in clouds, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi rose from his bed, enjoying a delicious roast duck from Bieni Fong while glancing at the clock. "It is nearly time. The grand performance is about to commence," Zhang Yi remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, the chat groups on mobile phones erupted with fervor. Chapter 23: Water and Power Outages. 3 days after the onset of the apocalypse, the true drama commenced. Zhang Yi was fully aware of what would transpire on this day, and thus he spent the entire night awake, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. The occurrences were, in essence, quite straightforward. The electricity in the entire Yuelu community suddenly ceased. Shortly thereafter, due to the cascading effects of the power outage, the water supply company was rendered unable to provide water. Consequently, every household found itself without water. Zhang Yi had foreseen all of this. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would endure. The authorities were still striving to manage the situation, attempting to resolve the snowstorm crisis. Yet, as the days wore on, it became evident by the third day that this was an issue beyond human resolution. The biting cold caused major hydroelectric power plants to gradually shut down, and thermal power plants could not continue generating electricity due to personnel being unable to work. Once the stored electricity in cities across the nation was depleted, power outages became inevitable. At this juncture, it seemed that only a handful of nuclear power stations were still operational, yet the electricity they generated was entirely allocated for governmental use. The cessation of water and power plunged the lives of ordinary citizens into darkness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had preemptively activated 2 silent generators to supply power to his residents. After completing these tasks, he opened his phone to find numerous messages in the chat groups, all echoing a similar sentiment. Is there electricity at your home? We have no power. Moreover, the water supply has also stopped. What is happening? Our household is also without water and electricity. In such frigid weather, the air conditioning is utterly inoperative and we have no means to use a heater. How are we to endure these days? Why isn't the government stepping in? If this continues, people may freeze to death. Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this point, the authorities were too overwhelmed to attend to everyone. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. He recognized that the apocalypse, in its true sense, had only just begun today. With the loss of modern society's electricity and food, humanity would inevitably face mass mortality. Contemplating these thoughts, he cast a wary glance around his home. Upon seeing his abode, warm as spring and secure as an iron fortress, along with the seemingly endless supplies in the alternate space, a wave of comforting warmth surged within him. In the community owner group, tension and complaints filled the air. Were it not for technological advancements, whereby mobile phone batteries no longer ceased functioning due to low temperatures, they might not even be able to use their phones. However, without electricity, phones would eventually become useless. How long would this snow continue to fall? Air conditioning was rendered useless. The indoor temperature had plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero. If this persists, people will truly freeze to death. The water supply has ceased. Are we to drink melted snow? Our food supplies are running low, and the heavy snow has sealed our doors, preventing us from reaching the supermarket. What shall we do? Some began to tag Lindama. Lindama, didn't you say there was nothing to worry about? Indeed, I trusted your words and refrained from stockpiling supplies. How do we resolve this? When will help arrive? Speak up. Faced with her neighbor's inquiries, Lindama felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and panic. At that moment, her fears surpassed that of her neighbors. The homeowners were still unaware of how the authorities intended to rescue them. However, Lindama had received some preliminary information through the residents' committee. A blizzard was sweeping across the globe, reportedly a once-in-a-lifetime snow disaster. Perhaps we were on the brink of another mass extinction, the end of the world, while the authorities were making efforts. It was impossible to cater to the needs of the nation's over 1 billion citizens. Major cities had already succumbed to the crisis. To survive in the coming days, we could only depend on ourselves. It was essential to stockpile supplies, particularly food and heating resources. I have begun to gather supplies from household to household under the guise of the residents' committee. Isn't this harming others? Harming others? If I don't do this, my family will freeze or starve to death within 3 days. I can no longer afford to be concerned about that. This snow disaster may claim countless lives. I must prioritize the safety of myself and my family. Yes, while we still possess some influence, we must quickly gather more supplies. At such times, survival is paramount. Lindama fixated on the messages in the residents' committee group, her entire being trembling violently. Although the indoor temperature had plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero, beads of cold sweat still trickled down her forehead. She lay beneath thick layers of blankets, nearly suffocating under their weight, yet she dared not uncover herself. The room felt as frigid as an ice cellar. At that moment, her grandson, Xiaohu, nestled under the covers, asked, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? Will Daddy and Mommy return?" Lindama's heart sank as she regarded her grandson. She had just spoken with her son and daughter-in-law, both of whom were working in distant locales, trapped in rental accommodations with conditions no better than theirs. I must protect the two of us. We must survive. Lindama bit down hard on her lip, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Xiaohu, it's all right. Daddy and Mommy will be back soon." After comforting Xiaohu, Lindama picked up her phone and began to address the homeowners in the group. "Everyone, this disaster is merely temporary. The weather outside is exceedingly cold, and water and power outages are not unexpected. Rest assured, workers are already engaged in repairs. The authorities have issued a notice that, during this extraordinary period, Our residence committee will manage the community as homeowners. I hope everyone will cooperate with our efforts. Should anyone fail to comply and severe consequences arise, we will enlist the police for arrests and inquiries. Lin Dama's words carried a heavy weight. This statement incited profound discontent among the homeowners. They had not anticipated that. In such dire times, the residence committee would not only fail to address their shortcomings, but would instead intimidate the homeowners. Nonetheless, fear gripped their hearts, and no one dared to voice dissent. Zhang Yi, holding his phone, leisurely observed Lin Dama's messages, raising an eyebrow and emitting a dismissive chuckle. He was fully aware that Lin Dama was spinning a web of deceit. In his previous life, she had employed such despicable tactics to swindle numerous supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing her ruse. After all, the fates of other neighbors were of no concern to him. Zhang Yi turned on the television and continued indulging in his games. Water and power outages? It mattered little. His warehouse was stocked with an abundance of backup batteries, generators, and fuel, as well as solid alcohol. As for water, he had stored 500 tons of tap water, not to mention several tons of bottled water and beverages in his warehouse. Furthermore, if necessary, he could obtain water by melting snow. In conclusion, whether it be fresh water or energy, he was in no short supply. Chapter 24. Lin Dama's Threat. Engrossed in his game while savoring imported snacks, Zhang Yi led a life filled with flavor. Throughout Tianhai City, or rather, over 99% of the world, a state of water and power outages prevailed. The water issue was somewhat easier to resolve. Those who could bear it might venture outside to gather snow for water. However, the power outage was far more intolerable. Modern individuals possess exceedingly delicate bodies, and to compel them to endure life in temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero is tantamount to a death sentence. However, one cannot entirely fault the authorities, for the majority of power stations are not inoperative. Rather, the workers are unable to report for duty. Zhang Yi recollects that there would still be a brief period of power supply each day, as the officials certainly do not wish for the populace to perish in mass. Yet, the electricity generated by the nuclear power plants and new energy stations of the 21st century is regrettably limited. At most, it allows for a modest charge of mobile phones or the heating of water. The operation of high-powered appliances, such as air conditioners and heaters, is simply out of the question. At this juncture, the neighbors are lamenting in the owners' group, fear prompting them to band together in hopes of finding a glimmer of hope. Chun Jinghao, whose leg Zhang Yi had previously fractured, is now dragging his injured limb, nearly succumbing to the cold within his home. Already burdened by injury, the extreme low temperatures inflict upon him further harm. His small caramels fare even worse. Although Zhang Yi merely drenched them with a water hose, in such frigid conditions, no means of warmth exists. The indoor temperature gradually approaches that of the outdoors, reaching -50 or 60 degrees. Several individuals are beginning to suffer from high fevers, with the lowest temperature recorded at 39 degrees and several surpassing 40. Lacking foresight to stock up on medication, their homes bear no supplies of ibuprofen, and venturing outside to procure medicine is utterly impossible in such weather. Consequently, they are left with no choice but to endure. This is precisely why Zhang Yi refrained from eliminating them at that moment. Allowing them to freeze to death slowly amidst their despair is far more gratifying than a swift execution. Zhang Yi sits on the carpet, engrossed in a game. Outside, the world is frigid, the howling north wind mingling with heavy snowflakes. Yet within his room, the temperature is a comfortable 27 degrees, brightly illuminated, with no concerns for food or drink and entertainment in abundance. If one were to cite a deficiency, it might simply be the absence of a woman's companionship. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi is not the sort to be led astray by such trivial matters. Having learned from his past missteps with women, he prioritizes his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless in an absolutely secure situation, he would never permit anyone to enter his sanctuary. In the apocalypse, the human heart is an unpredictable entity. He has witnessed firsthand a woman who, for a mere packet of instant noodles, brutally murdered her own husband. Just then, Zhang Yi's phone illuminated once more. Intrigued, he picked it up to find Aunt Lin addressing everyone in the owner's group. Due to the current snowstorm, which has significantly impacted everyone's lives, the official notice indicated that this snowfall would persist for a short while longer. In order to help everyone endure this trying time with dignity, The residence committee will collect supplies from each household for unified distribution. This directive from the authorities must be adhered to by all families. Any household demonstrating selfishness or defiance against organizational arrangements will face repercussions. Do not assume your capabilities place you above the organization. Remember, each of your households has its vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle. This was yet another instance of the same old routine. Although Aunt Lin, as a member of the residence committee, wields limited power, she possesses more information channels than the average individual. She must have been aware of the impending apocalypse long before it unfolded, and thus sought to manipulate and intimidate others into relinquishing their supplies. However, Aunt Lin's methods are decidedly lacking in sophistication. After all, she is merely an elderly woman with a middle school education. A discerning mind could easily recognize the flaws in her statements. Even if the authorities were to enact unified control, such a directive would not be issued. Nevertheless, with over 50 households residing in their building, there would inevitably be some timid individuals who, out of fear, would heed Aunt Lin's words. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. As expected, Aunt Lin's insistence on confiscating household supplies finally drove some people to desperation. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor and was also Zhang Yi's colleague, is a thrifty homemaker who frequently brings items home from the warehouse. This is common knowledge among the neighbors. Aunt Lin's demand for supplies from each household would undoubtedly target her family. Wang Min asserted, "We cannot go out due to the snow blocking our doors, and each household barely has enough to eat. How can you justify collecting our supplies for redistribution?" Another homeowner, Sun Jichao, chimed in, "Everyone is struggling. It is unreasonable to confiscate what little we have." Aunt Lin gritted her teeth, pressing the voice message button with force. "I have already stated that this is an extraordinary time, necessitating extraordinary measures. The snow disaster will soon pass. You need not worry. It is merely a matter of redistributing supplies. Many families are currently without food. Are you truly so selfish? Have some consideration for your neighbors." Some families hoarding supplies naturally found themselves lacking, prompting those in need to support Aunt Lin. "Indeed, we are all neighbors. Why not help one another in this time of need? It is merely food and drink. We are not impoverished at other times, and this situation is exceptional. This is a decision made by the organization. If you do not comply, the consequences will be beyond anyone's capacity to bear." The WeChat group erupted into heated debate between two factions. Zhang Yi remained silent, while the delegate by Lianhua Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning also refrained from speaking, for their households still possessed a fair amount of supplies. However, given their personalities, they would never willingly part with them. Zhang Yi's desire to witness the unfolding spectacle was soon interrupted. Though he remained quiet, Aunt Lin proactively sent him a private message. "Xiao Zhang, you work at the warehouse, so I presume you have a fair amount of food and drink at home? I remember you purchased 3 large loads of supplies last time. Now that everyone is in trouble, it's your time to shine. Rest assured, once the snow disaster passes, we will certainly return the favor, and everyone will appreciate your kindness." Aunt Lin initially incited panic among the timid in the group, then began her individual approach. If she could deceive even one household, she would gain some supplies, allowing her and her grandson to survive a few more days. As the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, Zhang Yi had also caught Aunt Lin's attention. Chapter 25. A scathing rebuke of the old woman. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, he had miscalculated the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking to extend a grand favor to his neighbors, he had given away some of his accumulated supplies. However, what was the outcome? Instead of receiving gratitude, he was perceived as having an abundance of supplies, ultimately leading to his violent demise at the hands of his neighbors, who viewed him as a source of sustenance. One could argue that the old woman, surnamed Lin, bears significant responsibility for his death in his former life. A smirk played on his lips as he lazily recorded a voice message. "That's splendid. Our supplies have run out too. Aunt Lin, when you collect the supplies, do kindly allocate a portion to me." Aunt Lin, incensed, erupted in a tirade within her home. "Bah, who do you think you're fooling? You must have stockpiled plenty of supplies." Her unwavering confidence stemmed from Zhang Yi's frequent assistance to neighbors in acquiring discounted goods from Walmart's warehouse, such as items with damaged packaging and near-expiry food, all sold at remarkably low prices. As an internal employee, he possessed the privilege of priority purchasing. Occasionally, the warehouse would even distribute these items as employee benefits. Aunt Lin, with a stern expression, gritted her teeth but remained undeterred. She was convinced that Zhang Yi was a valuable source. If she could extract information from him, she and her daughter would be able to acquire a substantial amount of supplies, enough to sustain them for at least another week. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Lin spoke in a tone that mingled gentleness with authority. Xiao Zhang, please do not jest with me. Everyone knows you're the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. Is there truly a shortage of food at home? This is an order from the organization, and you must comply. Your contributions will be remembered by both the community and the organization. Be obedient and bring everything you have to me. Set an example. Zhang Yi, picking at his teeth with a toothpick after a meal of roasted lamb leg, replied languidly, I assure you, there is nothing left to eat at home. In these times, even a landlord's household has no surplus. He sarcastically added, Aunt Lin, why not give me a few packs of instant noodles? As a member of the community committee, you should take the lead and show some spirit. Seeing that her soft approach had failed, Aunt Lin intensified her tone, her voice lowering ominously. Zhang, is it impossible to converse civilly with you? Do you think I am speaking as an individual? I am representing the organization. Refusing to hand over your supplies is tantamount to defying the organization, and I will ensure you are dealt with. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. Huh? Representing the organization? You truly mistake a feather for a command. You are merely a clerk in the community committee. You are not even a civil servant, let alone a proper official. You may deceive the elderly, but do not presume to intimidate me. Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true nature. The staff of the community committee were merely social workers, lacking formal positions, and Aunt Lin was nothing more than a lowly errand runner, not even a minor leader. Regardless of her title, Zhang Yi would not yield to her demands. After berating her, he promptly hung up the phone and blocked her number. Aunt Lin was infuriated. Zhang Yi had opposed her repeatedly, humiliating her. How could she, self-proclaimed leader of the community, endure such treatment? Zhang Yi, you wretched creature, I truly wish to make you pay, she shouted in anger. Yet, she could only voice her fury. She was in no position to take action against him. She contemplated expelling Zhang Yi from the homeowners chat group, but realized that it would not truly harm him. She then considered rallying everyone to collectively condemn him. But such a move would reveal his refusal to share supplies, and if others followed suit, her deception would unravel. In any case, she felt powerless against Zhang Yi. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more distressed she became. Yet, she could devise no solution and had to swallow her frustration. Her immediate priority was to deceive others, seizing their supplies before they regained their senses. Over the next 2 days, Aunt Lin employed both flattery and intimidation, managing to extract some supplies from several households. However, not everyone was gullible. In the face of the apocalypse, individuals prioritized their own survival and that of their families. Some chose to ignore Aunt Lin, while others, emboldened, directly chased her away when she approached for supplies. As for those like Qin Zhenghao and Su Hao, she did not dare to confront them at all. Zhang Yi observed all these events through the surveillance cameras. He continued to enjoy his life and had no interest in meddling in the affairs of others. By the 5th day since the onset of the blizzard, most households typically had only 3 to 5 days' worth of supplies. However, due to some residents working at the large warehouse, their stock was slightly more abundant. Yet, with the severe cold, the need for fuel and food consumed their resources even faster. Gradually, a sense of hostility began to permeate the chat group. Initially compliant homeowners, waiting for official rescue, began to change their attitudes as they faced shortages of heating and food. Particularly those who had been deceived by Aunt Lin into surrendering their supplies finally voiced their grievances in the group, questioning her about the distribution of the goods. 251 Unit 1502, Lin Xuanxia. Aunt Lin, you promised that the supplies would be distributed evenly. Our food has run out. It's been 2 days. Please provide us with some. Yes, you promised equitable distribution so that everyone would have something to eat. The homeowners began to clamor, including those who had not previously offered supplies, now eager to partake. However, Aunt Lin seemed to have vanished, offering no response. Of course, she was aware of the messages, but had no intention of distributing any supplies. Only she and Zhang Yi comprehended the true situation. Outside, chaos reigned. Only with supplies could they survive. Otherwise, they awaited death. Clutching her grandson, she huddled beneath a mountain of blankets, gritting her teeth as she declared, "The supplies I've painstakingly deceived from others will never be returned." Chapter 26. A dark turn as the neighbors realized that Aunt Lin was unresponsive to their calls. They began to understand that they had fallen victim to her deceit. Instantaneously, the chat group filled with affectionate messages directed at Aunt Lin. Yet, from the moment she decided to mislead her neighbors, she had already forsaken her dignity and would not care how they insulted her. However, someone had set their sights on the supplies she had obtained through trickery, namely, the socialite Zhang Yi. Though 5 days had passed since the apocalypse began, the true state of the outside world remained unknown, preventing the situation from escalating into a desperate scramble for resources. In Zhang Yi's recollection, Zhang Yi would later lead a group of followers, resorting to theft and even murder. However, at present, he had not yet considered seizing supplies from his neighbors through force. After all, not all socialites were insane. He possessed a modicum of intelligence. Even Zhang Yi, who had once shot him in the leg, had not dared to confront his home without absolute certainty. Now, their own supplies were dwindling. Such individuals typically did not stockpile resources at home. While their refrigerator was stocked with beer, it had long since frozen, offering no sustenance. Aunt Lin's actions caught his attention. She had claimed to collect supplies for equitable distribution, though he scoffed at her words. It was evident that Aunt Lin had managed to deceive some of the neighbors into relinquishing their supplies. Thus, he felt justified in his intentions to reclaim them. Even after the ice and snow thawed, when matters escalated, Aunt Lin, feeling guilty, dared not take any decisive action. Thus, Zhang Yi picked up his phone and called her. At that moment, Aunt Lin was at home, blissfully enjoying cookies with her grandson, Xiaohu. Instant noodles could only be prepared during the brief window of incoming calls. Suddenly, the phone rang insistently. "Grandma, it's a call," Xiaohu exclaimed, pointing at the phone. Aunt Lin snorted, her eyes filled with disdain. She assumed it was from the neighbors who had been duped out of their supplies. She felt no remorse for those fools, considering them utterly foolish. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. "Zhang Yi, what does he want with me?" Zhang Yi was notorious for his connections and feared by many. He was not someone a mere community worker like her could provoke. Upon answering the call, Zhang Yi's voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You are quite the capable one, managing to gather all the supplies into your hands." Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin's demeanor shifted. She coughed lightly. "As a community worker, it's my responsibility to manage resources for everyone." Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. "Well, that's perfect. My family is currently in dire need of supplies, so hurry up and deliver them." Aunt Lin's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this rogue would come to extort her supplies. It seemed she had forgotten that she had also used unscrupulous means to acquire them from her neighbors. Although Aunt Lin did not dare provoke Zhang Yi, she was unwilling to relinquish the supplies she had obtained for her and her grandson's survival. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I still need to manage these supplies, and some families have yet to contribute, so distribution cannot proceed just yet." Zhang Yi, growing impatient, thought to himself that Aunt Lin truly did not know when to quit. Attempting to brush him off with such excuses, he angrily rebuked her. "Old hag, you're pushing your luck. You've hoarded those supplies for yourself. Haven to you? Let me tell you, it would be wise to hand over what you have. Otherwise, I will come to collect them myself." Aunt Lin, pale with fear, trembled, unsure of what to say. Her nature was to bully the weak and cower before the strong. She was obstinate with regular residents, but had no idea how to deal with someone like Zhang Yi. With a shaky voice, she managed to say, "What do you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly. I'm a community worker." Zhang Yi laughed even more heartily. "What a joke. Do you really think highly of yourself? If you refuse to cooperate, I will simply come and take it." After saying this, Zhang Yi hung up. Due to the extreme cold in recent days, he had called several of his subordinates to his home. With more people, they could keep warm, and many had fallen ill after being doused with cold water, necessitating care. Additionally, as a person of influence, Zhang Yi was somewhat astute. He had realized that the situation was becoming precarious and sought to consolidate his manpower. When the time came, having a group of people would grant him absolute authority. However, with so many mouths to feed, they needed sustenance. After hanging up, he summoned his subordinates, and they all marched towards Aunt Lin's home. Zhang Yi leaned on a mop as a makeshift cane in one hand while wielding a baseball bat in the other, storming toward Aunt Lin's door with an intimidating presence. This scene was clearly captured by the surveillance cameras utilized by Zhang Yi. Sitting on the couch, with his legs propped up on the coffee table, Munching on chips while watching television, Zhang Yi remarked with a grin, "Ah, it seems a dog-eat-dog scenario is about to unfold." It was only the 5th day since the world had begun to collapse. Yet such an entertaining spectacle was already in play, with both sides being individuals he despised. Zhang Yi felt quite pleased. Suddenly, he remembered the gullible neighbors who had been deceived by Aunt Lin. Based on his memories from a past life and his understanding of these neighbors, even after this incident, more would inevitably fall prey. There was no helping it. People often harbored a sense of luck, and due to thousands of years of Confucian thought, the people of Huagua would instinctively choose to comply with Aunt Lin, who represented the community committee. Thus, they would continue to be exploited by her. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering what would happen if he shared the events unfolding here in the group chat. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips. It would surely be quite the spectacle. He pressed the record button. When Chen Jinghao and his men arrived at Aunt Lin's house, they began shouting loudly, demanding that she open the door. The Yuelu community was a mid-range neighborhood, where every household had installed security doors. However, it was well known that while security doors deterred thieves, they were ineffective against brute force. Aunt Lin's home was not like Zhang Yi's, although it was evident that Aunt Lin desperately tried to barricade the door. The security locks could not withstand the onslaught of a group of greedy ruffians. They smashed the door with baseball bats and crowbars, quickly destroying the lock. It was clear that this was not their first encounter with such actions. Once the lock was broken, the tables and sofas Aunt Lin had used to block the door offered no resistance. Through the camera, Zhang Yi observed the terror etched on Aunt Lin's pale face. Before long, he heard Aunt Lin's blood-curdling screams. After charging into the house, Chen Jinghao slapped Aunt Lin hard across the face, exclaiming, "You deceive the neighbors out of their supplies. I am here to deliver justice." Chen Jinghao laughed heartily, and Aunt Lin fell to the ground, dizzy and speechless. Chen Jinghao commanded his subordinates, "Search the house. Take everything edible and drinkable. This is what the neighbors worked hard to gather. We cannot let her benefit." His subordinates chuckled, exchanging glances as they rummaged through the kitchen and bedrooms, turning over every place in Aunt Lin's home that could conceal items. Soon, they uncovered a large stash of instant noodles, bread, cookies, and bottled water. Aunt Lin crawled over, clinging desperately to Chen Jinghao's leg, pleading, "You can't take everything. We have our own supplies. If you take them all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Chen Jinghao glared at her coldly, scoffing, "That is not my problem. Get lost." He then kicked her squarely in the face with his uninjured leg. Aunt Lin let out a wretched scream as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout erupted from the bedroom. "You bunch of bastards, get out." It was Xiao, who Aunt Lin's grandson, who, upon discovering that his hidden stash of chocolate cookies had been found, was filled with rage. He grabbed a fruit knife from the drawer and plunged it into one of the little ruffian's backs. In such extreme cold, any injury could be fatal. The little ruffian let out a cry of pain. Turning around and seeing that he had been attacked by a child, his anger flared. "Damn it, if this gets out, how will I ever show my face again?" Furious, he yelled, "You little brat," and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Xiao, whose stomach. A full-force kick from an adult was far beyond what a 6-year-old could withstand. Xiao, who screamed as he was sent flying, crashing into the wall and landing on the ground like a rag doll. There's a saying that goes, striking a person is akin to hanging a painting, and this scene closely resembled the essence of that phrase. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Jinghao and others erupted into joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha, Lao Wu, when did your leg skills become so remarkable? You actually sent that little rascal flying. Impressive indeed." The individual known as Lao Wu, a small figure named Kalami, proudly brandished the knife he had pulled from his rear and exclaimed, "Am I not dashing?" You should have captured that moment on film. Aunt Lin, despite her own injuries, had initially intended to feign death on the ground. However, upon seeing her beloved grandson suffer a severe kick, she cried out in despair, "Xiao, my grandson," and rushed towards him. Chen Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin, declaring with righteous fervor, "This is the price you pay for deceiving the neighbors. I am enacting justice." Following his proclamation, the crowd laughed heartily as they departed from Aunt Lin's home with their spoils. This brutal scene drew a raised eyebrow from Zhang Yi. Observing the despicable Lin family's punishment, Zhang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, harboring no sympathy for them. Nevertheless, this moment signified the beginning of cracks in the previously established civilized societal norms of the entire apartment building. What lay ahead would undoubtedly be a surge of malevolence. After all, once a single fissure appears in a solid ice surface, it swiftly expands. Alas, this unfortunate turn of events did not concern him greatly. Watching them fight to the death over scarce resources, he could only lie idly at home, finding the situation rather dull. Reclining on his imported sofa, Zhang Yi smiled and sighed. He then shared the recorded video of the altercation in their residence group chat. In the group, those deceived homeowners continued to berate Aunt Lin. However, upon viewing the video, which depicted Aunt Lin's home being wrecked by Chen Zhenghao and his crew, followed by her and her grandson being mercilessly beaten, the homeowners erupted in delight. Ha ha, what a swindler, she deserves it. How go is magnificent. Such thunderous measures are warranted for dealing with people like her. This is the price of deceit. Hee, trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. It's absolutely hilarious. Although the homeowners who had lost their supplies understood that the resources taken by Chen Zhenghao would never be returned, witnessing Aunt Lin's brutal beating brought them genuine joy. In a moment of fervor, some even regarded Chen Zhenghao as a hero, singing his praises. Hao Ge is indeed formidable. He is a true brother of the society, full of justice. Without him, we would have no means to deal with such shameless scum. Some even expressed concern for Chen Zhenghao, offering him strategies for his safety against potential repercussions from Aunt Lin. This time, Chen Zhenghao had achieved both fame and fortune, evading collective resistance from the homeowners while acquiring substantial resources. Observing the homeowners' chatter, Zhang Yi merely scoffed and shook his head in disbelief. They remained oblivious to a crucial reality. If Chen Zhenghao could invade Aunt Lin's home to rob her today, he could just as easily do the same to theirs in the future. As people's hope in the external world waned, such occurrences would become increasingly common. Yet, the fact that the homeowners could still engage in lively conversation within the group indicated that they possessed some degree of resources. The circumstances for most families were not as dire as they claimed. Many residents in the Yuelu community worked in the warehouse district and had developed a habit of stockpiling supplies. Even those not employed in warehouses managed to procure discounted goods through various channels. A box of near-expiry instant noodles could sustain a family of 3 for 4 or 5 days with careful rationing. Thus, while it was undeniably challenging to secure adequate food and warmth, with a little frugality, survival was still attainable for a time. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had managed to endure for a whole month before his starving neighbors stormed his door, ravenously dividing his possessions. The principle of keeping wealth concealed was well understood among them. The reason they all lamented their poverty was to avoid having others request their resources. Of course, they were merely scraping by. Discussions of quality of life were utterly irrelevant to their current reality. Zhang Yi ceased to monitor the messages in the chat. He retrieved a target from the alternate space and affixed it to the wall. Grasping his hand crossbow and compound bow, he commenced practicing his shooting skills. Despite the impenetrable fortitude of his safe house, complacency was not an option in this apocalyptic world. Only through relentless daily practice of survival skills could he hope to endure until the end. Furthermore, practicing shooting served as a form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for firearms, he saw no need for practice. He possessed a membership card for a shooting association and understood the proper use of weapons. While he could not claim to be an expert marksman, the mere possession of a firearm wielded immense deterrent power. With only 100 bullets at his disposal, which could not be reused like arrows, it was prudent to conserve them. Chapter 28. A pack of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan. Aunt Lin was robbed of her resources by Chen Zhenghao, and both she and her grandson Xiao, who endured a vicious beating. The old woman, holding on to a thread of life, was still able to move. However, her grandson Xiao, who had been delivered a brutal kick to the stomach by Kalami, one of Chen Zhenghao's henchmen. A 6-year-old child could hardly withstand such an assault, suffering severe internal injuries. In her desperation, she turned to the homeowners group for help, hoping someone would come to her grandson's aid. Yet, due to her prior deceit in obtaining resources, the others harbored deep resentment towards her, and no one was willing to assist. Woo, I know I was wrong before, but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child. Please help him. Aunt Lin cried out in despair within the group. However, no one felt sympathy for her. Instead, some began to mock her. Who knows if this is another lie? Exactly. Besides, we are not doctors and lack the ability to help you. If you hadn't deceived everyone for resources, would Hao Ge have beaten your grandson? Ultimately, it was all of your own making. Aunt Lin, in utter despair, cried, all my faults, all my faults. If you could save my grandson, I would gladly bow before you. At that moment, A woman named Zhou Cooker sent a message. Let me take a look at the child. However, I cannot guarantee I can heal him. Upon reading Zhou Cooker's message, an image of a tall, proud woman with a long ponytail immediately appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. Zhou Cooker was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In his previous life, she had utilized her medical knowledge to save many, being one of the few good souls among the neighbors. Typically aloof and quiet in the group chat, she only spoke up now upon seeing Xiao Hu in life-threatening danger. Aunt Lin remembered that there was a doctor in the community and hurriedly expressed her gratitude as she sent her grandson to her. After half an hour, Aunt Lin's anxious voice echoed once more in the group. Does anyone have hemostatic agents, shock medications, or antibiotics? My Xiao Hu needs surgery. Please help. I will bow to you. Little Hu had sustained severe injuries. The kick had ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Kuer was a doctor, her home lacked sufficient medical supplies. Upon hearing Aunt Lin's plea, the homeowners chuckled and remained silent. Come on, who keeps such medicines at home? Shun Jinghao continued to make snide remarks in the group. How to perform a kowtow? Should it be done in the group? Instantly, a wave of laughter erupted in the chat. Lin Dama's voice was laced with desperation. She pleaded, as long as you can assist, I am willing to kowtow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, the medication he possessed in his alternate space was indeed plentiful. However, he would never offer it to save Lin Xiaohu. Firstly, in this apocalyptic scenario, medicine was as vital as food. He had no desire to reveal his resources. Secondly, he harbored a deep disdain for Lin Dama and that spoiled little brat. Moreover, even if he managed to save Lin Xiaohu, the harsh winter would surely claim him. It would be wiser to reserve the medicine for his own use. Regardless of Lin Dama's incessant pleas in the group, no one stepped forward to assist her. After a considerable time, Dr. Zhou Kuer finally sent a message in the chat, stating that she had temporarily stabilized Lin Xiaohu's condition, but it was merely an emergency measure and could not last long. He needed to undergo surgery at a hospital to survive. She also mentioned that she could help treat urgent illnesses if anyone needed assistance. This was quickly followed by a flurry of compliments. Even Chen Jinghao and the wealthy Su Hao were eager to praise Dr. Zhou's benevolence. In the past, the group had not been particularly fond of the aloof female doctor, but in this dire situation, everyone feared for their lives and sought to curry favor with her. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat, quietly observing the unfolding events. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him. Zhang Yi relished the peace. Yet he knew that this white lotus would soon come to seek his aid. Her current silence was merely to maintain her fragile vanity. She always believed herself to be a woman of high standing, unwilling to bow to men, except for the wealthy. But what would happen in the future? The heavy snowfall continued, completely burying the first floor. Now, leaving the community was out of the question. Even reaching the gate required traversing snowdrifts towering 4 to 5 meters high. The depletion of resources was inevitable. Sooner or later, this white lotus would come begging Zhang Yi for help. A week had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. 7 days may not seem long, yet for those enduring the bitter cold, confined to their homes, it felt longer than 7 years. Initially, they were filled with hope, but now, nearly everyone had come to terms with reality. The chances of rescue were minuscule, as they learned through the internet that the entire world was grappling with an unprecedented snow disaster of once-in-a-lifetime proportions. The world was engulfed in blizzards, with some northern cities experiencing temperatures plunging below -100 degrees, completely submerged under the snow. Although the authorities were still encouraging unity and survival through limited channels, the sight of the frozen city outside had extinguished any flicker of hope in their hearts. The issues stemming from resource scarcity became increasingly severe. Lin Dama's food supply had been plundered by Chen Jinghao, and her grandson lay on the brink of death, driving her into a frenzied state. She incessantly screamed in the group that she was a leader of the community committee, demanding that everyone hand over their supplies. However, the others had grown wise and ignored her pleas. In the homeowner's chat, a mother named Xieli Mei, residing on the 12th floor, suddenly posted a message. Does anyone have food? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I could pay a high price. This message triggered a subtle shift in the group. Previously, everyone believed the disaster would soon pass, and the city would reopen. Thus, although food was being traded, prices were only a few times higher than usual. However, more and more households were running out of supplies. At this moment, food had become synonymous with life, a glimmer of hope for survival. Soon after, Someone chimed in. I still have a few packs of instant noodles. I can sell them to you, but one pack will cost 1,000 yuan. One pack of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. This was unimaginable in the past. They probably never anticipated the profound impact this transaction would have on the entire building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at his phone, and remarked, a fascinating series of events is about to unfold. Xiaoli Mei did not respond, clearly hesitant. For now, people still held onto a sliver of hope, believing the snow disaster would eventually end. Life would go on, and they would still need to earn a living. Just then, Su Hao, the wealthy heir who had been silent for some time, suddenly reappeared in the group. I'll pay 2,000 yuan per pack. How many do you have? I'll take them all. Chapter 29. The 10th day, Su Hao's words sent shockwaves through the chat. What? 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles? Did I hear that right? Some quivered as they exclaimed, hey, don't inflate the prices like this. I'm starting to get scared. The snow disaster will surely pass, right? There's really no need for this. He sent a voice message, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. People had not entirely abandoned hope. Each morning, they yearned to awaken to a cessation of snow, the sun rising, and a return to normalcy. Yet, the incident involving Xiaoli Mei and Su Hao's exorbitant food purchases struck a chord with their already fragile psyche. Some feigned calmness, saying, stop joking. 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles? Do you really think it's the end of the world? It's just a bit more snow than usual. Winter has come early. It's not like we're besieged by zombies. Zhang Yi chuckled and shook his head at this message. Zombies besieging us? Do not trivialize this catastrophic ice apocalypse by comparing it to such trivial matters. While zombies are indeed terrifying, they can still be countered by human effort. However, in the face of nature's wrath, humanity appears as insignificant as insects before the vast forces of the universe. They remained ignorant of the truly horrifying disaster that lay ahead. Su Hao arrogantly declared in the group, don't worry about the details. I have money, and I'm buying peace of mind, okay? If you're willing to sell, message me privately. If not, then forget it. Su Hao attempted to appear indifferent. Yet, Zhang Yi could see through his facade. His nonchalance was merely a guise, for he was already gripped by fear. Otherwise, he would not have offered such an outrageous price of 2,000 yuan for a single pack of instant noodles. This situation was not difficult to comprehend. Although Su Hao was wealthy, with a net worth in the billions in the current apocalyptic context, he could not enjoy the luxuries of a rich man's life, not even order takeout. Wealthy individuals are not necessarily kind, but they are certainly not foolish. Acknowledging the severity of the crisis, Su Hao began acquiring his neighbor's supplies at inflated prices. Mother Xiaoli Mei implored, how can you do this? We have nothing to eat. Purchasing food is a matter of life and death. Su Hao retorted bluntly, I'm not robbing you. I'm just offering a higher price. It's their freedom to sell to whoever they choose. What is it to you? Seeing Su Hao ignore her, Xiaoli Mei began to cry in the group. Please, everyone, help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I can't produce milk for her. We will starve. The homeowners group fell into silence at Xiaoli Mei's words. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature was laid bare. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. The price Xiaoli Mei proposed was merely half of that. It is important to recognize that the average salary in Tianhai City barely reaches 5,000 yuan. Who would willingly part with their hard-earned resources for a pittance? Many have privately approached Su Hao to engage in discussions regarding transactions. Xiaoli Mei seems to have sensed the unfolding situation, continuing to lament in the group, pleading for assistance. Yet, not a single person has spoken up, not even offering her a word of comfort. After all, once one speaks, Xiaoli Mei may perceive it as a sign of weakness and cling to them tenaciously. This helpless mother, in desperation, weeps uncontrollably. With an 8-month-old child in her care, she struggles to tend to her own needs, let alone manage a completely dependent infant. Zhang Yi's mind drifts back to memories of Xiaoli Mei from his previous life. His impression of her is rather shallow, as she has always presented herself as a delicate mother, garnering sympathy to survive by trading on her vulnerability. However, one peculiar detail lingers in his memory. She and her daughter seem to have thrived later on. With this thought, a glimmer of insight flashes in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman is certainly not as simple as she appears. All that seems pink and rosy conceals darkness beneath. After his demise, she likely also profited from the chaos. Zhang Yi understands that in the apocalypse, a compassionate heart can be a fatal flaw. Thus, He remains silent, choosing to observe Xiao Mei from a distance. The number of casualties in this new world is staggering, and he is determined to look after himself. The fate of others is inconsequential. However, Xiao Mei's pleas do bear some fruit. Uncle Yu, the security guard, softens and ultimately agrees to share some food with her. Xiao Mei expresses her profound gratitude, vowing never to forget his kindness. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi observes Su Hao leveraging his financial prowess to acquire supplies from numerous neighbors. While the quantity is not vast, it is sufficient for him and his girlfriend to survive for several weeks. Zhang Yi scoffs, noting that this is merely the last flicker of money's value in the apocalypse. It won't be long before people realize, as resources dwindle, that currency has become worthless. True power lies in tangible goods. By then, countless individuals will lament their decisions to sell their supplies. It cannot be denied that Su Hao has set a troubling precedent within the homeowners group. Furthermore, as many residents of the complex are friends or colleagues, his extravagant purchases of supplies impact everyone around him. Once he established exorbitant prices for goods, all began to comprehend the scarcity of resources. Individuals grew increasingly possessive, clutching their supplies tightly. At the onset of the snow disaster, some still shared amicably with neighbors, exchanging resources. Yet now, they have become more miserly than Scrooge himself. Even when approached by their closest friends seeking food, they concoct various excuses to refuse. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, at the residence of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, their resources are nearly exhausted. Once discerning eaters with a penchant for gourmet cuisine, the two find themselves arguing over a single package of instant noodles. The food they had previously stocked, along with what the infatuated Zhou Peng provided, has dwindled to almost nothing. If the situation continues, they will face starvation within a week. Wrapped in blankets on the sofa, they appear pale and haggard, with a single open package of compressed biscuits lying on the coffee table. Lin Caning glances at the biscuits and says, "Yuqing, this is our last package of compressed biscuits." Pain fills Fang Yuqing's eyes. In the past, she would have never allowed such coarse food to touch her delicate throat. Yet now, she consumes every last crumb, even picking up morsels that fall to the floor. Lin Caning continues, "There are 5 bags of crispy noodles left, and 3 packets of instant noodles. The kitchen has half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, but the steamed buns and noodles are long gone." Fang Yuqing clutches her head in despair. Crispy noodles? They simply do not satiate. Lin Caning stares intently at her. "Yuqing, the situation outside is dire. Do you think this blizzard will ever cease?" Fang Yuqing pauses, then turns to gaze out the window. Through the frost-laden glass, she can faintly see the snowflakes falling incessantly from the sky. For 10 days, the snowfall has not relented for a moment. The second floor is completely submerged, rendering any attempt to leave futile. Outside, the streets lie silent, devoid of any sound from snow-clearing vehicles dispatched by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sinks into despair. She is overwhelmed by uncertainty about how long this disaster will last, or if it will ever end. She covers her eyes, sobbing, "Ning Ning, what shall we do? If this continues, we will starve." Lin Caning grits her teeth and inquires, "Is there any food left with Zhou Peng?" Fang Yuqing shakes her head. "I have asked him several times, even feigning a desire for friendship. Yet, he has truly exhausted his supplies. Not a drop remains. The last time he brought me 2 packets of instant noodles, it was all he had left. He looks like a zombie now. He surely has nothing to spare." Lin Caning's fists clench in frustration. "Are there others we could try?" She adds, "Look at us. We are both quite beautiful. Surely, if we make a little effort, there will be men willing to take notice of us." Fang Yuqing shoots her a disapproving glance, saying, "Are you out of your mind? Everyone is hoarding their resources as if their lives depend on it. Even if they're drawn to us, they are unlikely to part with their supplies easily. Moreover, with the cold weather, even if we offered ourselves, they would likely be too weak to respond." At this point, Fang Yuqing's eyes flash with a hint of pain as she recalls her earlier attempts to barter her beauty for resources. Unfortunately, her standards were far too lofty. She sought partners who were at least 185 meters tall, government officials, and earning 50,000 yuan a month before she would even consider engaging with them. Even the elderly neighbor, who was 60, lamented that she had come too late. Had she approached him half a month earlier, he might have been inclined to make an effort. Lin Caning bites her lip, filled with trepidation. As a woman with some charm, she had intended to rely on her looks as a last resort for survival. However, The biting cold has proven to be a formidable deterrent. Suddenly, a man's image flickers into her mind. She turns to Fong Yuqing and says, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten about your admirer?" Fong Yuqing instantly recognizes who Lin Canning is referring to. She purses her lips defiantly and replies, "That despicable man. Unless he comes to me begging for forgiveness, I will never reach out to him." Previously, she had contacted Zhang Yi several times, hoping to give him a chance to win her favor with supplies. Yet, his aloof demeanor and even teasing photographs infuriated her, solidifying her resolve to make him grovel. If she were to initiate contact now, she would ruin her image as an aloof goddess. No, that is simply unacceptable. If her reputation were tarnished, how could she ever hope to attract a wealthy suitor in the future? Lin Canning interjects, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family has stockpiled quite a bit of food? Even after a month, they would still have more than the average household. As soon as you reach out to him, he will undoubtedly agree to bring you food immediately." Fong Yuqing felt a stir of desire at the mention of food. However, she hesitated and said, "But he was so aloof the last time I approached him." Lin Canning replied, "You silly girl. He probably feels unworthy of you and wants to give up. After all, you were quite indifferent to him not long ago." Fong Yuqing immediately became excited. "Well, that's entirely his own doing. He.S. just a petty middle-class man pretending to be a rich second generation, causing me to waste so much emotion for nothing." Lin Canning chuckled, "But he is still a quality backup. Isn't he? The purpose of a backup is to be utilized when needed, right? Just give him a little smile to reignite the hope in his heart, and then he will be at your beck and call." Chapter 31. Zhang Yi's wealth makes the White Lotus weep with desire after listening to Lin Canning's advice. Fong Yuqing found it quite reasonable. The most crucial reason was that she was incredibly hungry. Just thinking of the images Zhang Yi had sent her, those steaks, Australian lobsters, and exquisite fruits, made her mouth water. All her reservations could be set aside for the sake of that delicious food. Thus, she took out her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and attempted to send a voice message in the gentlest tone. Zhang Yi was at home, lounging on the sofa while watching a television program. Nowadays, major television networks around the world had largely ceased broadcasting, but he had downloaded numerous classic films and variety shows to pass the long, tedious hours. Ding dong, the phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was Fong Yuqing. A teasing smile appeared on his lips. This woman's meager pride had finally crumbled. He opened the voice message and immediately heard Fong Yuqing's quivering, delicate voice. "Mph, Zhang Yi, you naughty little brother. You haven't chatted with me for so many days. How wicked of you. Just because I said a couple of words to you a few days ago, I actually regretted it at the time. But as a girl, it's embarrassing to speak first. You, naughty little brother, have no idea how to care for me." As a green tea White Lotus, Fong Yuqing excelled in the art of coquettishness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to bewilder Zhang Yi in her previous life. Admittedly, hearing her sweet voice made Zhang Yi's heart flutter. He gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his knowledge of her malicious nature, he might have succumbed to her charms. Zhang Yi replied with a message, stating that he had been unwell lately, likely due to illness, and therefore was too lazy to check WeChat. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuqing quickly inquired, "Are you sick? Did you catch a cold? You must keep warm in this weather." "No, I have a heat stroke," Zhang Yi replied. Reading Zhang Yi's message, Fong Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Their home was already at a frigid temperature of -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. They had to wrap themselves in blankets and huddle together with Lin Canning for warmth, unable to sleep peacefully each night. "You claim you have a heat stroke? Zhang Yi, don't joke around. In such cold weather, how could one have a heat stroke?" Zhang Yi sent a curious emoji. "Cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't feel it much. When that thing burns, the room gets unbearably hot. I probably fell ill from sleeping in front of the fire a few days ago," Zhang Yi said, taking a photo of the roaring fireplace with his phone. In the picture, his bare legs were visible, and inadvertently, he captured the piles of snacks on the coffee table, along with leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. He then sent the photo to Fong Yuqing. Upon seeing the picture Zhang Yi sent, if the previous photos had merely made her feel envious, this one ignited a fiery jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. This was the ultimate tool for warmth, even in the distant north. Having one at home could withstand temperatures below freezing. Its heating ability surpassed that of radiators, as it provided immediate warmth. Fong Yuqing, having been frozen to near numbness over the past 10 days, craved not only food, but also warmth more than anything else. Just a few days ago, she and Lynn Canning had burned a chair for warmth. Although it only maintained heat for a short while, the intense heat had moved her to tears. However, there were hardly any combustible materials left at home. Once they burned everything, she could only reminisce about that feeling. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi would have such a thing as a fireplace in his home? Tianhai City is a southern city where winter does not necessitate down jackets. Who would install a fireplace in their house? Fang Yuqing had no time to ponder this question. Her eyes were glued to the photo, with only one thought in her mind. She wanted to go to Zhang Yi's house. Observing Zhang Yi's carefree demeanor with bare legs and the abundance of food on the table, he had become Fang Yuqing's greatest hope. Lin Canning, curled up in her blanket nearby, noticed Fang Yuqing's change in expression. She leaned over to take a look and was soon dumbfounded, exclaiming, "My goodness, this photo can't be edited, can it? How could someone live so well at a time like this? This is simply paradise." Fang Yuqing suddenly awoke to the reality. Indeed, everyone else was starving and freezing at home. Why should Zhang Yi be so comfortable? Perhaps this photo, along with the earlier ones, was all fabricated. An idea struck her. She quickly called Zhang Yi via video chat. To discern the truth, a single glance was all it took. Lin Canning also leaned in, fixated on the screen. Zhang Yi saw the call request and wore a teasing expression. He was quite curious to see this white lotus humbly seeking his favor. If he couldn't witness her despair, how could he justify his own tragic demise in his past life? Thus, he reached out and accepted the call. As soon as the call connected, both parties observed each other's circumstances. Zhang Yi, having just finished exercising, reclined lazily on the sofa with his upper body bare. The room was brightly lit, with fitness equipment in the background, and one could vaguely see a plethora of ingredients piled up in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would prepare meals for himself as a form of leisure. Consequently, the kitchen was casually stocked with boxes of scallops, fish maw, and abalone, alongside instant noodles and gourmet canned goods like caviar and truffles. For him, these were mere fast food to savor on occasion. However, to the two women on the other side of the lens, it was the most exquisite food imaginable, in stark contrast to Zhang Yi's comfort. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning appeared rather disheveled. Both were wrapped in thick blankets, and due to the frigid temperature, many cosmetics were rendered unusable, leaving them looking somewhat haggard and lacking their usual refinement. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing, a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. The goddess he once fervently pursued turned out to be merely average without makeup, at best a 6 out of 10. Reflecting on his past obsession with Asian sorcery, he silently cursed, "Shame it, you old horse." The two women were oblivious to Zhang Yi's expression. At that moment, their eyes were entirely captivated by the contents of his home. Zhang Yi's bare upper body signified that the indoor temperature was undoubtedly comfortable. The brilliant lights, which they could hardly imagine during the days of limited electricity for less than an hour each day, seemed almost a dream. After all, official regulations prohibited the use of high-power appliances. Otherwise, they would face forced power cuts. Particularly in the kitchen, the mountain of food piled high left the two women, who had subsisted on compressed rations for far too long, with eyes gleaming with envy. Chapter 32. By Lianhua's soft pleading through a video call. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning glimpsed Zhang Yi's current lifestyle. The warm ambience and abundance of food left them utterly astonished, as though they had witnessed a glimpse of paradise. They could scarcely fathom that, 10 days after the apocalypse, someone could still live so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually inquired, "How have you been? I see you both have lost weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning felt an urge to curse. Did they wish to be thin? It was merely the result of hunger. They now dare to eat only one pack of instant noodles each day. Otherwise, their supplies will have long been depleted. Lin Canning's eyes were fixated on the food in Zhang Yi's home, and with a greedy swallow, she said, "Zhang, how could your family have so much food? Did you hoard it from our last shopping trip?" Zhang Yi glanced at his kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Those? Just some junk food. I eat it when I'm too lazy to cook. I hardly move around." Zhang Yi spoke the unvarnished truth. In his anomalous space, delectable items were piled high. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from various restaurants. Moreover, within the vast supplies at the Walmart warehouse, there were over 100,000 types of food. His casual remark, however, felt like an outright display of wealth to Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning. After all, A single pack of instant noodles had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan in their community group. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats moving, a sign of their salivating desire. Yet, he remained silent, quietly savoring their longing gazes. Zhang Yi, your home has so much food. That's impressive. Many people outside are struggling to find meals. Hee, you are so clever. No wonder you stocked up so much. Fang Yuqing exclaimed playfully, her address to him now transformed into an affectionate Zhang Yi Gij. A slight smirk played on Zhang Yi's lips. Ah, it's merely good fortune. Fang Yuqing continued, Zhang Yi Gij, your home looks so warm. And it isn't even the designated power supply time. Why is it so bright? Her question revealed her deepest curiosity. Nothing is more desirable than warmth in a state of extreme cold. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, flipping the camera to showcase the fireplace. We installed a fireplace. It keeps the place quite warm. It's almost uncomfortably hot inside. He then added playfully, by the way, you both look freezing. Is it really that cold outside? I haven't ventured out in over 10 days, so I have no idea what it's like out there. Zhang Yi's words were like a dagger, amplifying their resentment. How could he be oblivious to the conditions outside? Just through the community chats, he was well aware of others' dire situations. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning seethed internally. Knowing Zhang, he was intentionally provoking them. However, they could hardly argue against someone residing in paradise, endowed with the privilege of flaunting it. Fang Yuqing harbored a singular desire, to move into Zhang Yi's home. Observing his circumstances, it was evident that his family's food supplies were ample, coupled with the warm environment. Who could resist such an allure? She immediately adopted a soft, pitiful demeanor, batting her eyelashes as she cooed, Zhang Yi Gij, you're amazing. I really admire you. May I come to your home? I haven't seen you in ages, and Yuqing misses you dearly. Fang Yuqing was confident this tactic would work. After all, she had often relied on it to command the attention of many admirers. Additionally, Zhang Yi had once pursued her. She believed that as long as she exerted a little charm, he would readily oblige her request. Once inside Zhang Yi's home, she could easily devise ways to stay longer, perhaps by offering him a taste of sweetness. After all, weren't men typically predictable? However, she did not anticipate that Zhang Yi, upon witnessing her coy demeanor, would feel a wave of nausea. He began to question whether he had lost his mind in the past, chasing after such a woman for 2 years. In their former workplace, where female employees were scarce, Fang Yuqing's ability to charm and her looks had elevated her to goddess status in his mind. Yet, since his betrayal and demise in his previous life, that illusion had shattered completely. Now, gazing at the unadorned Fang Yuqing through the screen, Zhang Yi felt no stirrings of emotion. Instead, he found her theatrics distasteful, inducing a shiver of discomfort. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he reclined on the sofa, lazily resting his chin on his hand. In such cold weather, it's best to stay indoors and relax. There's no need to wander about. Though I'm unsure just how cold it is outside, you both look rather chilly. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were taken aback by Zhang Yi's outright refusal. They exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their features. Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with shock and a sense of grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was merely a backup option. Surely, with a little flirtation, he would come running to serve her. Now, she had even offered to visit him, and he had dismissed her without a second thought. This was a severe blow to her confidence. What troubled her further was Zhang Yi's condescending tone. No, she could not accept this outcome. Knowing that just a floor away lay a warm paradise abundant with food, while she languished in hunger at home, was simply intolerable. She was a goddess, after all. Fang Yuqing's expression stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile. Zhang Yi Gij, don't jest with Yuqing. You used to treat me so well. Why won't you let me come see you? I'm not asking for anything else. She pouted, adopting a pitiful expression, truly eliciting sympathy. Typically, any man would likely feel a surge of compassion and succumb to her whims. Yet, Zhang Yi was an exception. Since being betrayed and meeting his demise, he harbored no feelings for her beyond disdain. Zhang Yi responded, every time I invited you to my home in the past, you always had various excuses, claiming it would be inappropriate for single men and women to be seen together. I thought you were right. We have no relationship, so we should maintain some distance to avoid gossip. In the past, when Zhang Yi pursued Fang Yuqing, he had to exert considerable effort to arrange outings, preparing gifts and surprises, and securing reservations at upscale restaurants for a chance to spend time with her. Whenever he sought to take their relationship a step further and invite her to his home, she always had a litany of reasons to decline. Now, he was merely returning her previous words with a mocking twist. Chapter 33. A sudden reckoning. Fong Yuqing's complexion shifted slightly. After all, she was somewhat aware of her past actions. However, how could the little fairy feel any embarrassment, especially when faced with her backup, whom she believed she could manipulate at will? Despite Zhang Yi's persistently indifferent demeanor, Fong Yuqing was convinced he was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference to draw her closer. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi harbored feelings for her, and with a little more effort, she could surely win him over. Thus, she pouted and said, "What I did in the past was for your own good. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it my mistake, all right? I'll come over and apologize now." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. "At worst, I can help you massage your legs and shoulders." Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, wow. On such a cold day, it was rare for her to skillfully portray the timidity of a young maiden. It would be a pity for such talent not to be recognized in the film industry. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not swayed by her charms. How could that be acceptable? "We are not in a romantic relationship, and I cannot accept such intimacy," he declared with a stern expression. "I am a traditional person." Fong Yuqing was nearly incensed by Zhang Yi's words. She had made herself so available, yet he still pretended to be reserved. Did she really have to spell out so plainly? If he would just let her stay at his home, there would be countless benefits to be had. Even progressing to deeper intimacy was not entirely out of the question. She felt it might have been her failure to articulate her intentions clearly. In her desire to live in Zhang Yi's home, akin to a paradise, she disregarded the presence of Lin Caning. She directly confessed to Zhang Yi, "I've always had a special fondness for you. The idea of being in a romantic relationship is not off the table for the future. After all, feelings grow with time." With that, she feigned shyness by covering her face, exclaiming, "Oh, how embarrassing. How much more straightforward must I be?" Her coy demeanor, paired with her flirtatious glances, was indeed quite enticing. Had it been the Zhang Yi of the past, he would have been swept away by emotion and welcomed her into his home without a second thought. It must be said that not everyone can effortlessly play the role of a green tea princess. Such mastery of this art requires at least a decade of experience. Zhang Yi was quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Should he allow Fong Yuqing, this white lotus, to enter his abode? Make no mistake, he was not a saint. He simply felt that having pursued her for 2 years previously, if they were to become intimate, it would serve as a form of closure to his past. However, this thought was fleeting and was promptly dismissed. After all, this was the apocalypse. Any potential risk must be entirely avoided. Thus, he would not open his door to allow anyone into the fortress he had built around himself. Survival was paramount. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Fong Yuqing. "Do you perhaps misunderstand something?" he asked, spreading his hands. "I admit that there was a time when our relationship was rather good. However," leaning closer to the camera, he said with a teasing expression, "You don't really think I like you, do you?" For a self-assured green tea princess, this statement was devastatingly impactful. Indeed, upon hearing this, Fong Yuqing's expression darkened significantly. Lin Caning, on the side, cast a subtle glance at her, her eyes glimmering with barely concealed delight. Truly, best friends can sometimes be mere plastic sisters. While they outwardly express concern for your well-being, many secretly hope for your embarrassment. Fong Yuqing demanded, "Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't you used to like me the most?" Zhang Yi foot. "Don't misunderstand. You do have some charm and are a pretty girl. However, I never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with you. It was merely a fleeting amusement. Given my circumstances, finding an attractive girlfriend in Tianhai City is hardly a challenge. Where do you get your confidence that I am desperately chasing after you?" Zhang Yi wore an expression of barely suppressed laughter. He spoke the truth. As a local of Tianhai City, with a stable job and a home worth millions, along with a handsome appearance, he was undoubtedly a catch in the dating market. Otherwise, Fong Yuqing would not have considered him her first choice after failing to secure a wealthy partner. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's previous naivete, he would have undoubtedly attracted countless women. Zhang Yi's words pierced Fong Yuqing's heart like a blade. For a self-proclaimed goddess, the most intolerable thing was her allure being unacknowledged. For that was her very essence. In the past, she had viewed Zhang Yi as her loyal backup, able to dangle him while pursuing wealthier suitors. Yet now, Zhang Yi revealed that she was merely another fish in the pond. This reality was something Fang Yuqing could not accept. Her voice, filled with fury, trembled as she exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, don't go too far." Zhang Yi sneered, intensifying his onslaught. "Enough with the innocent act. I've seen through you. You're just a gold digger, always thinking about snagging a wealthy partner. Do you really believe that rich people are fools? By the way, let me inform you of something. You are infamous in the circles of wealthy second-generation heirs in Tianhai City. One day you're fawning over Zhang Xiao. The next you're pursuing Li Xiao. They play with you for a few days, and you genuinely think you can become the wife of a wealthy family? Do you know what they call you behind your back? The public bus, the public socket. Zhang Yi Shamadisli Mokit Fang Yuving." While she believed her charm could win him over and grant her a life of luxury at his home, her face paled in shock, her body trembling with rage. When had she ever been so publicly humiliated, especially by the very backup she had looked down upon? It was as if her pride was being mercilessly crushed beneath his heel. "Zhang Yi, shut your mouth," Fang Yuqing shouted in fury. "Zhang Yi Chaklet, am I not just speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these things all you're doing?" With that, he ended the call, denying her the chance to retort. Chapter 34. The trouble caused by the unattractive Zhang Yi had thoroughly berated Fang Yuqing, exposing her true nature as a gold digger. This struck a nerve deep within her. Although she was materialistic, promiscuous, and played with men's feelings, she had always considered herself a good girl. Zhang Yi's mockery shattered her confidence. After all, if someone like Zhang Yi could look down on her, it indicated her allure was insufficient, leaving her with no prospects of attracting a wealthy partner to become a rich wife. After hanging up, Zhang Yi quickly noticed a barrage of voice messages from Fang Yuqing. Without needing to listen, he knew they were filled with insults directed at him. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. In this apocalyptic world, the White Lotus would slowly perish in the extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely toyed with her, relishing her despair. How could he be angry with a corpse? In fact, seeing her flustered and distressed brought him a sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi lafet heartily. He headed to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of Reincarnated from the refrigerator. This wine was worth 200,000, kept in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet during its time in the Walmart warehouse. The exquisite wine in Zhang Yi's possession is scarce, with merely a few dozen boxes to his name. Today, in a splendid mood, he decides to bring one out for a celebration. His home is well-equipped, never lacking in electricity, as the circuitry was upgraded during renovations, linked to a backup power source and a silent generator. Energy is certainly not a concern for him. Upon entering the living room, he meticulously sets a table brimming with delectable dishes, French escargots, tomahawk steaks, gazing at the stars, and Jinling saltwater duck, complemented by a bottle of Reincarnated valued at 200,000. In this apocalyptic world, the rigid societal norms are swiftly dissolving. Zhang Yi, unburdened by conventional dining etiquette, indulges in whatever he desires, pairing food as he pleases. He could even relish caviar as a meal. This extravagant lifestyle is arguably unparalleled in today's world, as the abrupt onset of the apocalypse has left even the most powerful and wealthy individuals unprepared. For instance, Su Hao, whose father is a renowned tycoon in Tianhai City, met his demise merely half a month into the disaster, his wealth rendered worthless, and the corpulent old man lacked the essential survival skills for the end times. Meanwhile, in the shared apartment of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, Fang Yuqing is on the verge of a breakdown, angrily hurling objects while cursing Zhang Yi. Under normal circumstances, she might not have reacted with such fury. Yet, at this moment, she is confronted with the stark contrast of Zhang Yi's blissful existence, resembling paradise. The warm and comfortable environment, along with an abundance of gourmet food, stands as the most precious of commodities amidst the icy apocalypse. Heaven is within reach. Yet she finds herself unable to enter, an unbearable reality to accept. Zhang Yi, that wretched man, who does he think he is to insult me? If it weren't for this snowstorm, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. She gritted her teeth in rage. On the nearby sofa, Lin Caning observes her with a glint of disdain in her eyes. Isn't it because you had your fun in the past? Otherwise, we too could enjoy the culinary delights and the warmth of Zhang Yi's fireplace. Fang Yuqing scoffed. What is he, really? Just someone with a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am destined to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Caning frowned, but now, With Zhang Yi possessing such an abundance of food and a fireplace for warmth, he surpasses the second-generation rich. She gazes out the window, where snow falls incessantly, showing no signs of abating. Recent news from their phones indicates that the entire world is enveloped in ice and snow. Will this snowstorm never cease? She voiced her concern. On television, the remaining official channels encourage the populace, with experts clad in thick down jackets, shivering as they assure that the calamity will soon pass. We, the people, are powerful. Perseverance is victory. Yet, the reality before them offers no sign of relief from the disaster. Lin Canning wraps herself tightly, fearing that if the snow continues, they might not only freeze, but also starve at home. Her words instantly transform Fang Yuqing's anger into dread. They have been confined in their home for 10 days, a duration that feels longer than a decade. Without experiencing such a plight, one cannot fathom the torment it entails. It can even lead to a breakdown of one's mental state. Despite being a duo of green tea bitches, as 20-something women, they harbor fragile hearts. Faced with the uncertainty of when the snow will relent, thoughts of death creep into their minds. Fang Yuqing curls up on the sofa, her mind conjuring images of Zhang Yi's warm and bountiful home. It's so unfair. Why does Zhang Yi get to live so comfortably while I, being so beautiful, must suffer so terribly? She lamented in despair. Lin Canning cast a glance at Fang Yuqing, but remained silent. She cocooned herself in the blanket, retrieving her phone to find Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Canning. He was currently savoring the finest red wine paired with a luxurious feast. Upon noticing the incoming message, a smirk danced in his eyes. In this apocalyptic era, witnessing the struggles of women like them is far more entertaining than any film. Zhang Yi glanced at Lin Canning's message. Zhang Yi, I just saw you scold Fang Yuqing, and I am genuinely happy for you. I have always known that Fang Yuqing is a materialistic woman who never truly valued you. I have longed for the day you would see through her true nature. Congratulations on your awakening. Zhang Yi chuckled softly. Truly, these are plastic sisters, so quick to betray Fang Yuqing. Yet, it is not surprising. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Both Lin Canning and Fang Yuqing are hardly virtuous. He replied nonchalantly, nothing much. Lin Canning continued, watching you pursue Fang Yuqing for so long has actually saddened me. Zhang Yi, I have always liked you, you know. Now that you no longer want Fang Yuqing, let us be together. Zhang Yi nearly spewed the fine wine he had just sipped. Wow, this woman is quite direct. He shook his head, thinking how absurd reality can be. It seems these past 10 days have been particularly harsh for her. Previously, Lin Canning had been rather cold towards Zhang Yi. Though her own circumstances were less than favorable, it did not deter her from considering herself a goddess. Now, witnessing Zhang Yi reject Fang Yuqing and observing the high quality of his life, she is eager to seize the opportunity. Zhang Yi Sikit. Does this woman really think I'm a collector of scraps? While Fang Yuqing may be a green tea bitch, at least she knows how to act coy and dress well. What does Lin Canning have besides her self-obsession? Yet out of sheer mischief, Zhang Yi replied with a mischievous smile. Oh, is that so? But I just gave Fang Yuqing a thorough scolding. You two are such good friends. If you were to be with me, wouldn't that affect your relationship? Lin Canning's eyes lit up at the prospect. Without hesitation, she responded, what friendship? We merely share a lease. To gain your trust, I'll spill all of Fang Yuqing's dirty secrets. You have no idea how much I despise her. She's incredibly lazy. For days she claimed to be cold and wouldn't even go to the bathroom. She even used a water bottle to relieve herself. How disgusting. Don't be fooled by her pure facade. She goes to nightclubs every day to find men. If she encounters a rich heir, she will do everything to get close to him. When she runs low on cash, she resorts to selling herself. How else could she afford cosmetics and designer bags on a meager salary of $5,000 a month? It's pitiful, really. I hold her in absolute contempt. This was the first time Zhang Yi learned of Fang Yuqing's sordid side hustle. He gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly that the world was absurd. Fortunately, he was not foolish. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he would not stoop to the level of being a pathetic sycophant like Zhou Peng. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, Lin Canning continued to divulge Fang Yuqing's scandals. Despite her innocent act, she had undergone several abortions. Back in college, she had been supported by various contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently listened, recording her words. Lin Canning clearly harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was more adept at charming others and more beautiful, leaving Lin Kaining to play the role of mere accompaniment. In this world, how many women willingly assume the role of someone else's backdrop? Otherwise, why do you think that in universities, the beautiful goddesses often have friends who are unattractive and overweight? After Lin Kaining vented her emotions regarding Fang Yuqing, she continued to express her feelings for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, do you have any idea how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Finally, I have the opportunity to confess to you. Please let me be your girlfriend. I promise to love you well in the future. Moreover, you must be feeling quite lonely at home, right? Having a woman by your side can assist you in many ways. Lin Kaining was subtly indicating to Zhang Yi that she would do anything if he would just allow her into his home. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi had no interest in her whatsoever. He quickly forwarded their chat history to Fang Yuqing and said to Lin Kaining, "Although I am touched, let us put this matter to rest." Lin Kaining, not willing to give up, asked why. "Don't you need a woman right now?" Zhang Yi, suppressing his disgust, replied to his phone, "I do like women, but you are just too unattractive." After saying that, he silenced his phone and tossed it aside. Lin Kaining's face turned crimson upon hearing Zhang Yi's message. He actually called her ugly? This was a serious slander. Every time she posted her edited photos online, countless people praised her beauty. Just as Lin Kaining was seething with rage, an angry scream pierced her ears. "Lin Kaining, you shameless woman!" Fang Yuqing, upon seeing Lin Kaining's disparaging remarks about her, exploded with fury. The two engaged in a physical brawl, pulling each other's hair and pinching each other's arms. They only stopped when they were utterly exhausted, still glaring fiercely at one another. If it weren't for the bitter cold, they might have even entertained thoughts of killing each other. Lin Kaining understood what was happening and harbored deep resentment toward Zhang Yi. However, like Fang Yuqing, she likely felt more envy than hatred towards him. If only Zhang Yi would allow them into his room to have something to eat, they would abandon their dignity and crawl over like desperate dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to lead a simple yet monotonous life of affluence. Every evening, he would turn on the television to watch news he had never cared for before. Although the news content was still heavily diluted, it did provide some information about the outside world. The Tianhaisha authorities issued a notice stating that to meet the public's electricity demands, power supply would be available daily from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances were unusable. Only low-power devices, such as kettles and phones, could be heated. Currently, all major power plants were inactive, leading to a shortage of electricity, and residents were urged to consciously reduce their consumption to avoid prolonged blackouts. Upon reading this news, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. In fact, for the past few days, power had occasionally returned for less than an hour, and sometimes only for a few minutes. Even in these circumstances, the authorities still provided electricity to the general populace, albeit briefly, which was likely their utmost effort. With most power stations around the world shut down, energy was dwindling as the Ice Age approached. However, what concerned Zhang Yi was not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the manner in which the news was presented. This time, the anchor spoke with great seriousness, and the report was no longer focused on comforting the public. This indicated that the authorities had abandoned any pretense of concealing the extent of the national disaster. When they could no longer control the situation, they opted for a full release of information, allowing everyone to recognize the reality sooner and find ways to save themselves. As expected, when Zhang Yi checked his phone, he found various chat groups in an uproar. Some lambasted the government for inaction, others cried in despair, while many sought to purchase supplies at exorbitant prices. The price of instant noodles had skyrocketed from 2,000 yuan for a pack 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yi felt a sense of helplessness. The essence of human greed was glaringly evident. Despite knowing the world was on the brink of collapse, money held little value in the short term. Yet, people were still willing to trade food and drink for cash. Zhang Yi said nothing, observing everything like a detached observer. Life must go on, even when hope is lost. For no one wishes to die, not even to merely survive. Thus, despite the cursing and shouting, the next day, they would still struggle desperately to live. Chapter 36. The Ruthless Woman. Due to the freezing of the water pipes, access to water in the community became a significant issue. To obtain drinking water, one had to brave the outside temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees and go to the first floor to collect snow. However, once the snow was brought back, melting it posed another challenge. The indoor temperature was hovering around -50 to 60 degrees, making ice as hard as concrete. Some residents, parched, resorted to licking the ice with their tongues, only to have their tongues freeze to it. During these days, Zhang Yi noticed through the surveillance cameras that the group under Chun Zheng had come to spy daily. Clearly, they believed Zhang Yi would eventually venture out to fetch water and planned to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate him. Yet after several days, they had not seen Zhang Yi emerge from his home. They could not fathom the abundance of supplies Zhang Yi possessed. If he wished, he could live in that room without worry until death. Is Chun Zheng Hao still alive? He must be quite resilient, Zhang Yi mused. Chun Zheng Hao had been shot in the leg, and without effective treatment, it was certain his leg would be incapacitated. Moreover, due to infection, his life was in jeopardy. Not to mention, in such extreme cold, any injury could lead to a high fever. Surviving would be nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the low temperatures prevent viruses from surviving, which is why he hasn't died? Zhang Yi, not well versed in medicine, could not discern the reasons behind Chun Zheng Hao's survival. However, he was indifferent. Who lived or died outside had little impact on him. Chun Zheng Hao's death was merely a matter of time. The next morning, after awakening, Zhang Yi sleepily reached for his phone. Checking the messages in the chat groups and browsing forums for updates on the outside world had become his greatest pleasure. In this apocalyptic scenario, observing others struggle in the bitter cold while he enjoyed a life akin to paradise brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. At the very least, it alleviated his boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those freezing or starving to death or struggling on the brink of death, he felt immensely fortunate. Upon opening his phone, he was surprised to find messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Fang Yuving, Zhang Yi, sorry. I might have been too cold yesterday, which affected my mood. I should have snapped at you. You were right. I was too naive in the past and didn't understand who truly cared for me. Now I realize that the person who cares for me the most is you. I actually have strong feelings for you as well. Please forgive me. Let us live together well from now on. I want to be your woman. Living alone? Aren't you lonely too? I can come over and keep you company so you won't be alone in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi felt a pang of emotion. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing had finally shed all her dignity and pride in the face of disaster. Even when subjected to the merciless mockery of Zhang Yi, she found herself compelled to cast aside her dignity and choose to ingratiate herself before him. Zhang Yi shook his head, reflecting on his past folly. Had he known she was such a woman, he would not have been so easily drawn in. Fang Yuqing, a creature of no worth, chose to masquerade as a lofty goddess, feigning purity while being patently lowly. Zhang Yi replied, though a rotten pear may quench thirst, I am not desperate enough to resort to that. He was a man endowed with ancestral skills, and if worse came to worst, there were ample tools available in the otherworldly realm, exquisite products developed by Inghuagua, no less. Alas, it was not what Zhang Yi desired. It was simply that the variety in a Walmart warehouse was overwhelming. After dismissing Fang Yuqing's chat, he opened the conversation with Lin Kaining. This woman was bolder than Fang Yuqing. Aware that her looks paled in comparison to Fang Yuqing's, she opted for a more direct approach, sending provocative selfies that would have led to social ruin in another time. Zhang Yi quickly responded, my heart is utterly unmoved, even inclined to laughter, before ignoring her further. He understood that both women, having glimpsed the comforts of his home, would stop at nothing to gain entry. They had already forsaken their dignity, and it was only a matter of time before they resorted to unscrupulous methods. However, what could it matter? Zhang Yi had invested heavily in fortifying his home as an impregnable fortress, prepared for any eventuality. Upon receiving his response, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining erupted in furious curses. They had already abandoned their pride, groveling before Zhang Yi, particularly Lin Kaining, who had showcased every angle and pose she could muster. The audacity of Zhang to laugh at her photos was an affront to her dignity. Though she lacked the time and energy for makeup, and her appearance was lacking, she was still a woman. Did she not deserve her pride? As they brooded over their humiliation, life had become a veritable hell, rife with hunger and bitter cold. Zhang Yi's abode represented their last glimmer of hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce glint in her eyes. If all else failed, she would storm into his home. She could no longer endure this torment of starvation. If necessary, she would not hesitate to eliminate Zhang Yi, as long as she could reside in his home. She would acquiesce to anything. Yet, she was still a woman. Should she attempt to break down his door, she would surely be no match for him. With this thought, her cold gaze shifted toward the neighboring abode. She and Lin Canning had severed ties, their once innocent friendship now irrevocably shattered. But she needed assistance. Thus, she approached Lin Canning and said, "That despicable Zhang, he has the audacity to watch us suffer in hunger and cold without allowing us into his home. We cannot remain idle. Such a splendid house is unworthy of him. Let's devise a plan to seize it." Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's proposal, Lin Canning's eyes sparkled with ambition. If begging Zhang Yi proved futile, they would resort to deception and theft. "Very well, I concur with your plan. That wretched man does not deserve to occupy such a fine residence. He should be cast out, left to freeze, or be devoured by wild dogs. We should be the ones living in his home." Chapter 37. The assault driven by their shared animosity toward Zhang Yi and their yearning for his home. The two erstwhile friends formed an unlikely alliance. However, their discussions on how to wrest control of Zhang Yi's house required careful consideration. They both recognized that they would not be able to overpower him alone. External assistance was imperative. In their current state of cold and hunger, they were even weaker than usual, while Zhang Yi thrived in vigor and abundance. Lin Canning suggested, "What if we enlist a few neighbors?" Fang Yuqing shot her a sharp glare. "Are you foolish? Even if Zhang Yi's resources are plentiful, they are not sufficient to be divided among so many. The fewer who know of our plan, the better." Lin Canning, anxious, inquired, "What then do you propose?" Fang Yuqing, with a self-satisfied grin, declared, "We can summon Zhou Peng. He is my devoted admirer, utterly compliant with my every whim." While Zhang Yi had previously pursued Fang Yuqing, he possessed enough sense not to be manipulated by her whims. In contrast, Zhou Peng was a simpleton, willing to go to great lengths for Fang Yuqing, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Thus, she intended to employ Zhou Peng to help her seize Zhang Yi's home. Lin Canning clapped her hands in delight. "What a splendid idea. That loyal admirer will prove useful." Fang Yuqing promptly dialed Zhou Peng. At that moment, he was famished and emaciated. As an employee of the warehouse, he typically had ample food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Oblivious to her manipulations, he believed his sacrifices would earn her affection, convinced she would eventually marry him. Upon receiving Fang Yuqing's call, he eagerly forgot his hunger and cold, hastening to her side. Once he arrived, Fang Yuqing approached him, feigning distress over Zhang Yi's alleged mistreatment. "Oh, Zhang Yi is simply a beast. I merely asked him for something to eat, and he demanded I sleep with him." Zhou Peng, "You know I'm not that kind of woman." Seeing her tear-streaked face and recalling her plight, Zhou Peng's heart swelled with joy. "Why does she come to me in times of trouble? It must mean I hold a special place in her heart. This must be love." Seizing the moment to assert his masculine prowess, he declared, "Zhang Yi is truly scoundrel. I will not allow him to get away with this." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning exchanged glances, silently acknowledging how easily they could manipulate this devoted admirer. They had prepared numerous lines, but Zhou Peng had eagerly volunteered to handle Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing took his arm, looking at him with alluring eyes. "Zhang Yi's home is stocked with plenty of food. He even has a fireplace that is wonderfully warm. How can such a scoundrel inhabit such a fine abode? Zhou Peng, let's devise a way to take his house. In the future, we can live there together. What do you think?" Zhou Peng had always harbored disdain for Zhang Yi, envious of his superior looks and wealth. Both had once vied for Fang Yuqing's affection, yet she had always favored Zhang Yi. Now, with Fang Yuqing clinging to his arm, feeling her faint touch through layers of clothing, a triumphant sensation surged within him. "Absolutely. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands." Upon hearing Zhou Peng's agreement, Fang Yuqing added, "However, you must be cautious. Zhang Yi is selfish and shameless. If we attempt to seize his home, he may retaliate. Therefore, we must go armed and strike first." Lin Kai-ning interjected, expressing her fervent desire to eliminate Zhang Yi. Her animosity stemmed from a personal betrayal. After sharing intimate photographs with him, Zhang Yi callously remarked that she was too dark. The thought of such a humiliating secret becoming public filled her with despair, leading her to conclude that Zhang Yi must perish. Zhou Peng, upon hearing her words, experienced a moment of hesitation. The act of murder, though seemingly simple to articulate, posed a moral dilemma for individuals who had lived in a civilized society for over 2 decades. Initiating such a course of action was no trivial matter. Seeing Zhou Peng's uncertainty, Fang Yuqing's expression shifted, revealing her discontent. What, you do not agree? Zhang Yi has tormented me so, yet you still harbor sympathy for him. It appears your previous declarations of love for me were mere fabrications. Faced with Fang Yuqing's ire, Zhou Peng's ingrained submissiveness resurfaced. He quickly reassured her, no. Yuqing, please do not be angry. I will heed your wishes. For the chance to win Fang Yuqing's affection, he was willing to commit murder, especially in this apocalyptic world where moral values were rapidly deteriorating. Fang Yuqing declared, very well, time is of the essence. Let's proceed at once. They devised a plan to deceive Zhang Yi into opening the door. Once he complied, they would execute their grim intent. She made a slicing gesture across her throat. Lin Kaining produced the weapons they had prepared, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, which she had repurposed from a clothes rack. Zhou Peng took one of the knives and concealed it within his thick winter coat. Once they were adequately equipped, they approached Zhang Yi's residence, brimming with murderous intent. Arriving at Zhang Yi's door, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hid nearby to evade detection through the peephole. They signaled to Zhou Peng to knock, indicating it was time to lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded, feeling a surge of confidence as he touched the knife hidden in his coat. He rapped on the door, calling out, Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi, intrigued by the voice outside, reflected on their less-than-friendly relationship, marked by past conflicts over Fang Yuqing. He chose not to answer the door, opting instead to turn on the television to check the surveillance feed. To his dismay, he beheld the 2 women lurking with weapons, their expressions radiating malice. A chill ran down his spine, although he had prepared himself. The ruthlessness of Lin Kaining and Fang Yuqing was still alarming. You wish to kill me? You think yourselves worthy? Zhang Yi scoffed, his dark eyes glinting with a menacing resolve. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng, noticing the silence from within, knocked more forcefully. Zhang Yi, I'm Zhou Peng. Please open the door. I have something important to discuss. Zhang Yi smirked, retrieving a firearm and disengaging the safety. He moved to the door and called out, who is it? Zhou Peng, seizing the opportunity, gestured for Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining to prepare themselves. Though nervous about their first experience with murder, the prospect of residing in Zhang Yi's warm, well-stocked home steeled their resolve. Zhou Peng implored, Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. Our food supply has run out, as colleagues. Could you spare me some provisions? He feigned desperation while subtly positioning himself to draw his weapon. Leaning against the door, Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, we have no food either. I cannot assist you. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining internally cursed his audacity. They knew he had ample supplies in his kitchen, stocked with delicacies. Zhou Peng, gritting his teeth, produced a box of medication. I want to take from you for free. I could trade you a box of ibuprofen. In the harsh cold, many suffered from ailments. Thus, medicine held value comparable to food. To entice Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng brandished his precious ibuprofen. Inside, Zhang Yi contemplated his options. Killing them was straightforward with either gun or crossbow, but such a mundane act seemed dreary. In this post-apocalyptic reality, death was often a release. It was living that constituted true hell. He resolved not to grant these fools the satisfaction of an easy demise. After some contemplation, an idea formed in Zhang Yi's mind. He approached the trash can, retrieving a pulsating bottle. After consuming several cans of beer, he felt the urge to relieve himself and proceeded to urinate into the bottle. Ibuprofen? Interesting. Let me mull it over, he said lazily, engaging Zhou Peng in conversation while relieving himself. The group outside heard the faint sound of water, but could only speculate what Zhang Yi was doing. Sensing an opportunity, Zhou Peng urged, yes, open the door, and we can exchange. I only need 2 packs of instant noodles. Given the current market, a box of ibuprofen could fetch at least 5 packs of noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately undersold his offer to coax Zhang Yi into compliance. 2 packs of noodles? I fear you may be at a disadvantage, Zhang Yi replied, nonchalantly finishing his business. He then brandished a full bottle of iced tea, frothy with bubbles, as Zhou Peng leaned against the door, eager for a deal. Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool and, aiming through the peephole, doused Zhou Peng and his companions with the warm liquid. Startled, they recoiled, with Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining screaming in shock. What is this? They exclaimed. Realizing the warmth of the liquid, they initially felt relief. But that quickly turned to horror as the distinct, pungent aroma registered. This is urine! They shrieked, collapsing to the ground in disgust. Zhou Peng, enraged, pounded on the door. Zhang, you coward, come out. I will end you. But the heavy alloy door remained unyielding, causing his fists to throb with pain. From within, Zhang Yi's laughter echoed. How do you like the taste of my urine? You thought you could trick me? The realization dawned on Zhou Peng and his companions. They had been discovered. They erupted in fury, hurling insults at Zhang Yi. Zhou Peng seethed. Damn it, I should have never wasted my breath. You wait. I will break in and make you pay. He drew the knife from his coat, striking the door with all his might. However, Zhang Yi's door, forged from a single piece of alloy, could withstand even an RPG's assault. Zhou Peng's blow met only solid resistance, akin to striking a steel plate. The door remained unyielding, and the tremendous force of the recoil sent the kitchen knife flying. The blade whisked past Zhou Peng's head, leaving a long gash in its wake. His palm was also struck, causing blood to flow profusely. A small piece of biological knowledge. Human skin is particularly fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is heightened. Zhou Peng was utterly paralyzed with fear. Had the knife veered just slightly, it would have cleaved his face. However, his stupor was soon forcefully interrupted by an agonizing pain. Zhou Peng cried out in agony. The two women, witnessing this, were overwhelmed by terror, abandoning Zhou Peng and fleeing in haste. Zhang Yi observed the unfolding scene from within the room, weighing his pistol in hand, contemplating whether to emerge and deliver a bullet to each of them. While he had no intention of ending their lives, at the very least, he could inflict some wounds, ensuring their survival in this icy apocalypse would be a torment. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he dismissed such thoughts. Why? Because just outside were 3 rabid dogs. Though there was a significant chance he could injure them, there also existed a minuscule probability of facing retaliation. Zhang Yi would never jeopardize his own safety for a fleeting impulse. Indeed, he was the king of survival. Living his life in comfort, why act rashly? No matter, he would simply wait for them to perish. He calmly returned to the sofa, resuming his game. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing rushed home, where he sat on the sofa, trembling all over. Having narrowly escaped death, he was still shaken. Fang Yuqing, noticing the urine staining the sofa, screamed in dismay. Get off. Who allowed you to sit on my sofa? Chapter 39. The stench bomb. Fang Yuqing was distressed over her sofa and disgusted by Zhou Peng, who was soaked. After all, he had stood at the door, receiving the most splatter. Immediately, she yelled at him to vacate the sofa. Zhou Peng felt deeply aggrieved. He only sought trouble with Zhang Yi because of Fang Yuqing's suggestion. Now, drenched in urine and shivering, with wounds to boot, Fang Yuqing treated him this way. Nevertheless, a devoted admirer remains devoted. Zhou Peng reflected that Fang Yuqing's reprimand was not entirely unwarranted. He had failed to assist her properly, and being unclean, how could he sully the sanctity of the goddess's sofa? The more he pondered, the more he felt he deserved the scolding. He quickly stood and apologized to Fang Yuqing. I'm sorry, Yuqing, it is entirely my fault. Please don't be angry. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning hurried to change clothes, waving him off. You need to leave quickly. We are changing. Zhou Peng dared not protest, and hurriedly exited Fang Yuqing's home. The two women returned to their room, swiftly changing out of the clothes soiled by Zhang Yi. However, even after changing, the pungent odor lingered. After all, it was not just their clothes. Their hair and skin had absorbed plenty, even trickling down their necks. In such frigid weather, bathing would be akin to courting death, and they were too fearful to attempt it. Thus, they had no choice but to endure the nausea. With their plans thwarted and themselves doused in urine, the two women harbored even greater animosity toward Zhang Yi. What to do? Zhang Yi was too cunning and difficult to deal with. Dreadful, no matter what. I must seize his house. We need to think of a strategy. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses. While the two women conspired on how to confront Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine. Next time, I may just douse you in excrement. This time, Zhang Yi had hastily prepared. Had he planned ahead, he would surely have used feces. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning turned pale. The thought of being splattered with excrement made them feel suicidal. Zhang Yi closed the chat, ignoring any further messages from Fang Yuqing. Although he had muted the notifications, the number of unread messages continued to climb rapidly, and he could tell they were not kind words. He glanced into the community group. Upon entering, he found quite the spectacle. Ever since Chen Zhenghao had seized her home, Aunt Lin seemed to have lost her mind. Now, She incessantly sent voice messages, demanding that everyone turn over their supplies. I am the head of our neighborhood committee. Who dares to disobey me? When the snow melts, I will have you all arrested. Did you hear that? Respond to me. You must bring all your food to my house today. However, this time, few paid her any heed. Days had passed, and everyone had come to understand the dire circumstances. The authorities were too overwhelmed to attend to every individual, and Aunt Lynn's so-called neighborhood committee had become utterly irrelevant. She could no longer intimidate anyone, but was met with ridicule instead. Damn old woman, why don't you just die? You tricked my family out of a box of instant noodles, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Someone else brought up the initial snow disaster. Had it not been for her insistence that everything was fine and discouraging stockpiling, how could they be in this situation? Mentioning this ignited the anger of everyone present. When the snow first fell, although it was bitterly cold outside, some still wished to venture out to shop. Yet Aunt Lynn had been adamant in the group, insisting the snow would soon pass and warning that anyone hoarding supplies would face consequences, which deterred them from going out. Days later, heavy snowfall had sealed all the roads, rendering it impossible to leave. Had it not been for her, they could have stockpiled supplies for at least another 2 weeks. Damn old woman. Look at the chaos you've caused. You are a true menace. The neighbors hurled curses at Aunt Lynn. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir, Su Hao, also appeared in the group. He was offering exorbitant prices for supplies, be it food or drink, stating he would pay 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles and 5,000 for a bottle of water. The price of instant noodles had soared to 10,000. Su Hao was truly desperate, for if he did not use his money now, it would soon become worthless. Zhang Yi shook his head. Even in such dire times, some still thought they could buy their way out. Just as Zhang Yi finished his thought, someone immediately chimed in. I have some food at home that I could sell to you. Zhang Yi was momentarily speechless. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, there would always be those greedy enough to risk their lives for money. Even when hope was but a flicker, some still gambled, betting that this snow disaster would not last long. But only Zhang Yi knew that this disaster would persist for an exceedingly long time. Even after the snow ceased, the world would require a lengthy period to recover. Money, in this case, was even less useful than scrap paper. At least scrap paper could serve a purpose. As Zhang Yi contemplated this, a morbid thought struck him. He had an abundance of toilet paper in his warehouse, but the neighbors likely lacked such resources. Once their toilet paper ran out, what would they use? Quickly, he shook his head. With their bellies empty, they likely would not produce much waste. However, this also foreshadowed the imminent breakdown of the fragile peace they had managed to maintain. Zhang Yi understood that once food was entirely depleted, humanity would revert to terrifying beasts. The following day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining returned to Zhang Yi's door, pleading for entrance, claiming they were on the verge of freezing to death. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. Freeze to death? That was precisely what Zhang Yi wished to witness. Upon encountering Zhang Yi's indifference, the women remarked that, considering their past relationship, even a small offering of food would suffice. Through the surveillance monitor, Zhang Yi observed that they had arrived with umbrellas, evidently traumatized by the incident from the previous day. However, he was not foolish enough to open the door for them. If his suspicions were correct, they were likely armed with knives, prepared to take their own lives in a desperate bid to seize his shelter and supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi accessed his alternate space. The storage area was filled with various items that were seldom utilized, which he had conveniently stashed away. Given the ample size of his alternate space, he had no concerns about it occupying too much room. To his surprise, it proved useful at that moment. He retrieved 2 stink bombs from the toy section, designed for pranks. Once ignited, they emitted a repugnant odor that was exceedingly difficult to wash away with water or detergent. Listening to Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining's voices outside, he chuckled mischievously, picking up the stink bombs and proceeding to the door. Zhang ignited the stink bombs and swiftly tossed them through the shooting hole above the door. Upon hitting the ground, the bombs released a thick cloud of black smoke, and the acrid stench quickly permeated the corridor. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, upon catching a whiff of the foul odor, felt as though they had unearthed a can of excrement sealed for a decade, immediately retching. Ugh, Zhang Yi, how shameless! As the stench intensified, the 2 women hastily fled. Zhang Yi, unconcerned about the foul air seeping back into his home, closed the shooting hole, rendering the room semi-sealed. Although air circulation was still possible, The building was equipped with an air filtration system specifically designed to prevent any unpleasant or harmful air from entering. Watching the two women stumble and vomit through the surveillance feed, Zhang Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, he soon received a complaint from a neighboring resident. "Zhang Yi, what on earth did you throw outside? It smells terrible. Could you please consider the feelings of your neighbors?" The couple next door had lived there for 2 years, yet Zhang Yi had rarely interacted with them, at most exchanging nods in the elevator. At this juncture, he had little interest in maintaining neighborly relations. In this apocalyptic world, his actions were solely driven by his own safety. The plight of others was of no concern to him. In fact, one could say that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate others if necessary. In the face of apocalypse, any trace of a martyr-esque mentality must be promptly extinguished. "Who dares to challenge me?" Zhang Yi declared, promptly blocking his neighbor. He was disinclined to engage in fruitless arguments. Before long, he noticed his neighbors disparaging him within a group chat. However, it was evident that others were too preoccupied to concern themselves with their trivial matters. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, relishing the absence of moral qualms. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a loud bang reverberating through the corridor, echoing throughout the entire building. His expression turned grave. The sound resembled gunfire. Was there someone armed in their community? Uncertain whether it was a gunshot or firecrackers, he rushed to the living room and turned on the television to check the surveillance. The sight that confronted him caused his pupils to constrict. In front of the third-floor residence door, Chun Zhenghao, missing a leg, brandished a black gun. The cold, dark gleam of the weapon was enough to instill dread. The door to the apartment was ajar, and from the surveillance angle, 2 legs could be faintly discerned within. Chun Zhenghao's underlings, the small Karami, emerged with food and candles, their faces adorned with grins. It was evident that the resident on the 3rd floor was dead. Even if they had survived the initial attack, a gunshot wound and the loss of all supplies would leave them with little time to live. At 10 in the morning, families typically ventured out to fetch snow to melt for drinking. This communal activity helped to raise the temperature in the corridor, preventing it from becoming too cold. Since survival was impossible without water, this task was a daily ritual. Chun Zhenghao had seized this opportunity to commit murder and plunder resources. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi glanced at his device, noting a message from the group chat. Chun Zhenghao had sent a voice message, declaring that the city was now buried in snow, and they could rely on no one but themselves. I, Chun Zhenghao, shall take on the responsibility of managing Building 25. From now on, everything here will be dictated by me. If you comply, I can ensure your survival. Anyone who dares to defy me, haha. Shortly thereafter, Chun Zhenghao sent 2 images, one of the gun he held, and the other depicting the 3rd-floor resident sprawled in a pool of blood. The once vibrant chat was now eerily silent, everyone stunned by the gruesome reality. Most residents were likely gripped by fear, having never witnessed such brutality in peaceful times, nor even daring to imagine it. Yet, the bloody truth unfolded before them. In this snowbound building, others had become hell itself. No one dared to contradict Chun Zhenghao. They were all too afraid for their lives. Lying on the couch, Zhang Yi couldn't resist commenting, "Chun Zhenghao is quite astute. No wonder he thrives in society." Chun Zhenghao's approach, a mix of coercion and persuasion, was not merely about instilling fear among the residents. With only a single gun in his possession, the number of bullets he had remained uncertain. Zhang Yi surmised that the quantity was likely limited, given the strict regulations surrounding firearms in the country. Previously, he had paid a hefty sum for just 100 rounds, and Chun Zhenghao's small band of Karami numbered only 5 or 6. With over 50 households and more than 100 individuals in the building, if pushed to their limits, a lone crippled man would stand no chance. Thus, a combination of intimidation and the promise of security was the most effective means to ensure compliance among the residents. Human nature has always been fearful of death. Even if they understood that Chun Zhenghao could kill a resident on the 3rd floor today, they might be next tomorrow, a glimmer of hope still lingered in their minds. For instance, those living on higher floors believed that Chun Zhenghao would take out the 3rd floor today and the 4th tomorrow, thinking they could afford to wait out. Therefore, they felt no need to resist, assuming that others would undoubtedly rebel first. Similarly, those on the 4th floor speculated that Chun Zhenghao might not follow a sequential pattern in his killings. They reasoned that should they resist, they would surely be targeted. So it was wiser to remain quietly at home, Perhaps letting someone else meet their fate first. Zhang Yi shrugged. These matters were of no concern to him. While others were too fearful to challenge Chen Jinghao, he himself bore no such trepidation. Should Chen Jinghao dare approach his door, his fate would rest entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for the survival of his neighbors, it mattered not to him. They chose to bury their heads in the sand. Unwilling to resist, Zhang Yi had no interest in playing the martyr to save others. At that moment, his phone suddenly erupted with a series of urgent notifications. Zhang Yi picked up his device, only to find several hundred new messages flooding in. Curiosity piqued. He entered the new group chat to see what was unfolding. The owners of the apartment building have formed a new group, yet notably absent are the associates of Chen Jinghao. It was the death threats issued by Chen Jinghao that compelled some individuals to seek solidarity. Zhang Yi remained silent, confident in his own safety. Yet he was curious to observe what these individuals might undertake. Chapter 41. Neighbors who merely shout slogans upon the establishment of the new group. The owners and tenants began to converse in a state of panic. Chen Jinghao was nothing short of a devil. He had forcibly entered 3 households. On the 3rd floor, apartment 301, resided 2 fiery young men who attempted to resist, only to be shot dead by him. The other 2 apartments, 302 and 401, intimidated by the threat, surrendered their food and drink without hesitation. In such dire circumstances, lacking sustenance at home equated to waiting for death. One individual, brimming with righteous indignation, declared, "We must unite to confront this bully, Chen Jinghao." Immediately, others echoed in agreement, asserting that with so many households, they should not fear his mere 5 or 6 accomplices. As long as we stand together, he is nothing to fear. Yet, some raise concerns, but he has a gun. So what if he has a gun? How many bullets can one gun hold? If we charge at him all at once, he cannot withstand our onslaught. With a left kick and a right strike, we shall surely bring him down. He is crippled now and poses no real threat. Without his gun, I alone could handle him. The fervor to confront Chen Jinghao ignited a collective passion, as if they yearned to storm his residence and bring him to justice. However, someone interjected, "Or shall we take action?" This question ushered in a brief silence. It was easy to voice bravado, yet the prospect of actual confrontation tempered their courage. While the rationale was understood, no one wished to be the first to face the bullets. The rhetoric seemed aimed at persuading others to shield them from danger. This is not a trivial matter. We can certainly deal with him. He is a desperate criminal with a few thugs at his side. We must plan thoroughly. Indeed, reckless action is the mark of a fool. We must prevail through wisdom. Zhang Yi scoffed at the irony. Just moments ago, they had proclaimed Chen Jinghao to be a mere nuisance, with talk of martial prowess. Now, faced with the reality of confrontation, they shifted to a narrative of strategic intellect. At that moment, Uncle Yu, the community security guard, suddenly spoke up. "We cannot allow Chen Jinghao to continue unchecked. If this persists, we shall all fall victim to him. Even if we are not shot, being robbed of our food still leads to our demise. I am willing to lead the charge. Let us teach this rabble a lesson." Uncle Yu, a retired soldier known for straightforward demeanor and deep-seated sense of justice, commanded respect within the community. His heart burned with fury against a villain like Chen Jinghao, who so callously disregarded human life. Uncle Yu is truly formidable. No wonder he is a soldier of the people. "I support you, Uncle Yu. Do you need weapons? I can lend you our kitchen knife. I still have a long quan sword I bought on vacation last year. It can cut through iron." Chen Jinghao is merely a cripple. Uncle Yu seized the opportunity to ambush him from behind. The group rallied around Uncle Yu, each offering their suggestions, yet none volunteered to accompany him in confronting Chen Jinghao. Uncle Yu felt a bit disheartened. With 5 or 6 men, all armed, he knew he could not take them on alone. At the very least, "We need a dozen young men to accompany me. Only then can we ensure our safety. I have military experience and can lead." The adult male residents fell silent. Meanwhile, the women, particularly Fang Yuqing and others without adult males in their households, were invigorated. Yes, we women may be perceived as fragile, but we cannot face such scoundrels alone. Men of Building 25, now is the time to demonstrate your valor. You are all remarkable gentlemen. You must succeed. This is your moment to embody chivalry and protect us, the weaker sex. The adult males among the owners bristled at this. Many were unmarried and living alone or sharing accommodations with friends. While they could risk their lives to confront a villain, The implication that it was their duty to do so, especially in light of the women's attitudes, was unacceptable. Absolutely not. You always advocate for female priority. Now, in times of danger, you expect us to step forward? Why should that be the case? We seek the fairness you desire. If we are to confront him, let us do so together. While I would not hesitate to risk my life, I would only do so to protect my wife and children. The women, witnessing the men's reluctance to confront Chen Zhenghao, began to scold them. Are you not men? Is this not the moment for you to take the lead? To send women into danger? How dare you say that? You are truly pathetic. Disgusting. I swear I will never marry one of you. Initially, the new group of owners was meant to discuss strategies for addressing the risks posed by Chen Zhenghao. However, it inexplicably devolved into a quarrel about who should confront him, culminating in a gender divide. Zhang Yi observed the unfolding drama with exasperation. This scenario mirrored events from his past life, which is precisely why Chen Zhenghao had managed to eliminate half the residents of the building and maintain control over everyone through sheer intimidation. They would meet their end with closed eyes, too fearful to resist. Seeing the discord, Uncle Yu urgently called for calm in the group. Everyone, let us not quarrel. Confronting Chen Zhenghao is our foremost concern. Among the residents was a female owner named Lu Tiantian, who resided on the 7th floor. She was a key instigator in the gender conflict, a 22-year-old recent graduate. As tensions escalated, she targeted any male comments with fervor. Even the well-meaning Uncle Yu faced her rapid-fire rebuttals. Were you pretending to be a good Samaritan? You were in the military, so you should be the first to charge into action. With so many men in our building, if we trade one for one, others will be safe. In today's society, women are far more valuable. Your only role is to serve us. I hope the men in this group remember this, and do not make me repeat myself. Chapter 42. Reserves of food. Lu Tiantian's remarks drew ridicule from the male owners. It's the end of the world, and you still expect us to indulge your whims. Little fairy, do you truly believe you are so special? You expect us to risk our lives to protect you? Uncle Yu, feeling bewildered, could not comprehend why his good intentions were met with such hostility. As a man of few words, he chose to remain silent rather than engage further. Zhang Yi, observing the lively exchange, found it rather entertaining, akin to a farcical spectacle. The avenues of entertainment are indeed limited at present. In summary, his conclusion is but a singular point. The overwhelming majority of individuals in this homeowner group are deserving of their fate. The verbal skirmishes within the chat group have intensified, perhaps due to prolonged suppression. They have finally found an outlet for their frustrations, and thus, all has been unleashed. A torrent of venomous and sordid language inundates the chat, rendering it unbearable. Ultimately, they seem to have forgotten the original purpose of forming the group. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and made his way to the kitchen. Although the Yikonjian contained an abundance of prepared dishes, he occasionally yearned to cook for himself to savor life. He retrieved fresh ingredients from the Yikonjian. Potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic appeared as though they had just been unearthed from the soil. The beef brisket was equally tender, its vibrant red hue igniting one's appetite. Indeed, Warma lives up to its reputation as the world's premier supermarket brand, with the quality of its offerings beyond reproach. Zhang Yi prepared a pot of stewed potatoes with beef brisket and, following the method for Rigoji, placed some flatbreads along the edges of the pot. Once stewed, the flatbreads absorbed the broth, becoming particularly delectable. Upon picking up his phone, he discovered messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. This time, their messages bore a tone of desperate pleading. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were weeping profusely, evidently shaken by the incident involving Chen Zhenghao. These two individuals, embodying the archetypes of the green tea bitches and white lotus flowers, lacked the ability to resist the assailants. Consequently, they were likely to become the next targets of Chen Zhenghao, especially after witnessing the sturdy security door of Zhang Yi's residence. They felt that his home was a sanctuary of safety, yearning to seek refuge there. Zhang Yi, regardless of our past conflicts at the very least, you once cared for me, did you not? You cannot simply stand by and watch me perish, can you? I know you appear tough on the outside, but your heart is soft. I implore you, save me. Lin Caning, lacking in any sense of dignity, added, Zhang Yi, I do not wish to die. As long as you allow me to stay in your home, I am willing to do anything. Just please do not let me perish at the hands of those people. Zhang Yi could sense their profound fear. To be frank, had his residence not been fortified, Residing in such a cold and food-scarce environment would evoke a despair not unlike theirs. Yet, would he pity these two women? Certainly not. After all, the current scene was precisely what he had longed to witness. The more desperate they became, the more exhilarated Zhang Yi felt. He remained silent, merely leisurely recording a video for them. In the video, a large pot of stewed potatoes with beef brisket sat before Zhang Yi, while a roaring fire crackled in the nearby fireplace. The atmosphere within the room was warm and tranquil, starkly contrasting the swirling blizzard and howling northern winds outside. For the two women, this was undoubtedly a tremendous provocation. After all, they were not merely hungry. Their very survival had become a question. The pair continued to plead with a torrent of words, beseeching Zhang Yi to allow them entry into his abode. Zhang Yi chose to disregard them. He neither acquiesced nor rejected their pleas. He intended to leave them with a glimmer of hope, forcing them to come to him in a state of desperation, fully aware of the futility. Thus, the day passed in mundane monotony, following their acquisition of a certain amount of supplies. Chen Jinghao and his cohorts were in no haste to strike again. They understood that excessive actions might provoke a united resistance from all homeowners. Gathering a faction, placating another, and eliminating a third was the most prudent strategy. However, that evening, through his surveillance, Zhang Yi sensed unusual activity from Chen Jinghao's group. Throughout the night, the entire Tianhai city was devoid of electricity, except for Zhang Yi's residence, unnoticed by others in the same building. Zhang Yi observed several of Chen Jinghao's lackeys dragging two corpses out the door. Upon closer inspection, he found the two individuals somewhat familiar. The reason for his recognition was that he knew nearly all the homeowners in the building. Yet, the appearance of these two did not belong to their unit. Thus, they must have been summoned by Chen Jinghao when the snow first fell. After some contemplation, Zhang Yi pieced together the scenario. On the day Chen Jinghao attacked Zhang Yi's home, Zhang Yi had repelled them with a deluge of water, in weather conditions plummeting to -60 or -70 degrees Celsius. Such exposure could be fatal. Therefore, these two must have succumbed to the cold. Illnesses like colds and fevers induced by low temperatures, without a comfortable environment or medications like ibuprofen, could easily lead to death. Otherwise, why was life expectancy so short in ancient times? The corpses had been stripped of all clothing and discarded at the stairwell. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, initially perplexed by their intentions. If their objective was merely to dispose of the bodies, they could have simply thrown them out the window, allowing the snow to cover all traces. Why then discard them at the entrance? Yet, amidst his thoughts, a chilling realization struck Zhang Yi, causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. Could it be that Chen Jinghao left the corpses as a reserve for sustenance? This notion sent a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine, leaving him horrified. However, this interpretation was indeed the most plausible. In the frigid, desolate environment, the world resembled a vast refrigerator, eliminating concerns about food spoilage. Modern understanding of apocalyptic scenarios often stems from films depicting such themes. Cannibalism, in those narratives, is not an uncommon occurrence. Historical records recount that during catastrophic years, instances of cannibalism and other horrors abound. Perhaps the years of peace have allowed some to forget those grim accounts etched in black and white. Until the advent of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling his racing heart gradually calm. Compared to the average individual, he adapted to this reality more swiftly. After all, he had experienced an apocalypse once before and had been consumed as sustenance. He understood that when one reaches the end of the line, hunger can drive humanity to commit the most heinous acts, devouring anything edible. Chen Jinghao is indeed a ruthless character. Although Zhang Yi harbored disdain for that social leader, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Many grasp the concept, yet few can view their brother's corpse as a reserve before their food supply runs out. Such an act borders on the inhumane. Chapter 43. She grew anxious after Chen Jinghao murdered the resident of Unit 301. The atmosphere within the building grew exceedingly tense. The once boisterous group had fallen silent, with no one daring to speak. Chen Jinghao seemed to sense this shift, realizing that the homeowners had clandestinely formed a new group without his knowledge. However, such actions were inherently difficult to suppress, leaving him with no choice but to resort to threats and coercion within the homeowner group. Given the dire situation, everyone was merely striving for survival, reluctant to resort to violence. If that kid from 301 had not attacked my people first, I would not have had to kill him. After all, I am not a monster, he declared. I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the future. When we are in need, perhaps you could lend us some food. As long as you cooperate, I assure you that everyone will be safe. Upon hearing these words, some individuals visibly relaxed their guard. A few even considered the possibility that, as Chen Jinghao claimed, the demise of the 301 resident was a consequence of his own actions. This phenomenon is akin to Stockholm Syndrome, where victims, in the face of despair, express gratitude to their tormentors for any semblance of kindness shown. Zhang Yi remained an observer, watching with a cold eye, refraining from commentary or participation. However, internally, he harbored an increased wariness towards Chen Jinghao. Despite the comprehensive defenses at his home, the few individuals accompanying Chen Jinghao and their dilapidated firearm posed no threat of intrusion. Yet, in the apocalyptic world, an extra measure of caution is never unwarranted. If I truly provoke him, I shall seize an opportunity to eliminate him, Zhang Yi remarked casually. This brief tranquility was shattered the following day. Although households refrained from venturing outside due to their fear of Chen Jinghao, they could not survive without descending to the lower levels to chip ice for water. Thus, some individuals quietly opened their doors, intending to stealthily gather snow. Unfortunately, they were promptly apprehended by Chen Jinghao's sentinels. The supplies pilfered on the first day had been devoured by the famished ruffians, who now, with bloodshot eyes, regarded the entire building's residents as their prey. Anyone they captured would not escape unscathed. They would be thoroughly robbed. In the new group chat, frantic cries for help echoed. Zhang Yi opened the chat and was instantly amused. The distressed voice belonged to none other than Lu Tiantian, residing on the 7th floor, directly above Chen Jinghao's 6th floor apartment. That morning, she had intended to sneak down and gather snow for water under the cover of darkness, only to be caught red-handed. Living alone, she could tidy up with minimal effort. She was already a target for Chen Jinghao and his crew. Furthermore, having been confined for nearly half a month, both Chen Jinghao and his henchmen were desperate for release, seeking a woman to vent their frustrations. Lu Tiantian was not particularly beautiful, but her youth and decent figure sufficed given the limited options. Thus, the group of ruffians approached her, wielding wrenches and iron bars, grinning mischievously. In a panic, Lu Tiantian quickly shut her door and, in her despair, resorted to begging her neighbors for assistance. "Wu, please come save me. They're smashing down my door. I beg you, I will be killed. Uncle you, please help me. Aren't you a veteran? They surely cannot overpower you. We cannot trust those people. They are too brutal. We must stand together. If anything happens to me, you will be next." Lu Tiantian cried out in distress, sending one voice message after another. However, her previous brazen remarks in the group, where she had scolded the male residents, seemed a distant memory. "Uncle Yu replied, 'My dear, this situation is unexpected, and I cannot take on so many alone.' Although Uncle Yu was kind-hearted, he was not willing to throw his life away foolishly. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 men, armed with firearms. Even a veteran like him could not contend with that. Had they reached a consensus yesterday to form a protective squad, they might have had a chance to intimidate Chen Jinghao's crew. Lu Tiantian felt a chill as she read Uncle Yu's words. "You cannot do this. Can you not protect a weak woman? What kind of men are you? Wu, if I die, I will haunt you as a ghost." Initially, there was some sympathy for her plight, but as she resorted to shamelessly manipulating their morals, resentment brewed. Coupled with her earlier tirade against all the men in the building, old grievances resurfaced. "Ah, yes, we are all useless. Little fairy, you are so powerful. You surely do not need our help. Haha, can a little fairy fight? Take down those men. You were so loud yesterday. We thought you were formidable, yet here you are begging for our rescue. You might as well die. If you do, you will take one down with you, bringing happiness to countless families." The chat was filled with laughter. The residents expressed no sympathy for Lu Tiantian's dire situation. Rather, they relished in her misfortune. With Lu Tiantian's home ransacked, they felt a brief sense of security. Witnessing the cold mockery, Lu Tiantian descended into utter despair. She turned to plead with the female residents for help, yet their responses were uniform. "We are all sisters, but in this situation, we are powerless. Stay strong, sister. I support you in spirit. You must hold on. If they break in, who knows what they might do to you?" Some offered half-hearted reassurances, while others indulged in dark humor to frighten Lu Tiantian. After all, human sorrow and joy are seldom shared. The prolonged confinement and looming threat of death had warped many hearts. More individuals joined the chat, but the conversation took a sinister turn. Sister, even if you die, take someone down with you. It will be a service to the people. Yes, your home has been robbed. You probably cannot survive anyway. You might as well take someone down with you. Shaking with anger, Lu Tiantian attempted to respond, but the door suddenly crashed open. In Zhang Yi's home, he observed through the surveillance footage as Lu Tiantian emitted a piercing scream before being dragged out by several ruffians. Even in this frigid weather, they haven't forgotten to keep active. Their fervor is quite overwhelming, Zhang Yi mused. However, it was quite reasonable. In the current situation, no one knew when their end would come. As living beings face death, their primal instinct is to ensure their genetic legacy continues. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar, addressing the surveillance feed. At this temperature, any exposed skin poses a lethal risk. Chapter 44. Why should I show compassion? While the ultimate fate of Lu Tiantian remained unseen, it was not difficult to infer. A young girl, ensnared by a pack of wolves, could only anticipate a grim outcome. Even if Chen Jinghao spared her life, the loss of all her resources meant she would merely await death. Nevertheless, the others felt little sorrow. Instead, they sighed in relief. Lu Tiantian could at least stave off hunger for Chen Jinghao and his crew for a time. Even so, this event served as a dire warning to the other residents. If things continued this way, their own survival was in jeopardy. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself unexpectedly added to a new chat group. He chuckled to himself. In such an unstable environment, suspicion among people escalated, leading to the formation of numerous small factions. It seemed that by banding together, they believed they could gain strength. Zhang Yi glanced at the group members and noted the presence of only 6 or 7 individuals, including Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning, along with a few other neighbors. He furrowed his brow, unsure of their intentions. Soon, someone reached out to him. Fang Yuqing said, Zhang Yi, the outside is too perilous. Sooner or later, Chen Jinghao and his men will target us. We must unite. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, It's fine. I am quite comfortable on my own. Lin Caning interjected, That is not the point. You are alone, while Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 men and firearms. You are far from safe. Zhang Yi simulkit. Why don't you ask Chen Jinghao who broke his leg? Chen Jinghao had yet to muster the courage to retaliate. He understood that Zhang Yi was not easily intimidated. Zhang Yi inquired, What do you all propose? Fang Yuqing quickly responded, Living separately is far too dangerous. We have decided to move in together. This way, we can present a united front against Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi laughed. And you think gathering together will shield you from the firearms in Chen Jinghao's possession? It is laughable. If the sheer number of people truly held any significance, then with over 50 households and more than 100 individuals in this building, we could easily trample Chen Jinghao to death. Yet, everyone is merely a coward, gathering together only for the sake of psychological comfort. Another person in the group, Sun Jichao, spoke up. Zhang Yi recalled him as a financial professional. With a larger group, at least they would have some trepidation. Moreover, we could unite to barricade the door, thus preventing any breach. What we currently lack is a stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly interjected. Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony, and the security door is exceptionally sturdy, making it an ideal fortress against Chen Jinghao. Hence, we hope you will join our team to collectively resist him. At this point, Zhang Yi understood. It was evident that Fang Yuqing had informed these individuals about the advantages of his residence. It was highly likely that they were already aware of the impeccable insulation system and abundant food supplies in his home. Zhang Yi's skolfut kuyutli. Their scheme was so transparent that he could hear it echoing from several floors above. He replied without hesitation, I have no need for that. Thank you. I am quite comfortable living alone at the moment. If you wish to cohabitate, find another place. What a joke, cramming 7 or 8 people into my home. In this scenario, distinguishing friend from foe is nearly impossible, and wouldn't that simply invite danger upon myself? Furthermore, Zhang Yi owed them nothing. What right did they have to demand such a thing? After Zhang Yi's refusal, it was clear that the group was displeased. Sun Jichao remarked, Zhang Yi, everyone's life is at stake. You cannot be so short-sighted. Only together can we survive. Another member, Wang Min, added, We chose your home simply because it has a balcony, allowing for easier access to snowmelt. Do you think we're taking advantage of you? In reality, We could protect you too. Zhang Yi's smile twisted into a grimace. He messaged in the group, protect me? The string of question marks reflected his inner derision. Do you even know what kind of life I am leading? Protect me? How audacious of you to say that. Huddled under the blankets, Fang Yuqing pressed her lips together and began to unleash her verbal barrage. Aware that Zhang Yi despised her and would not permit her entry, she now resorted to manipulating the group to morally coerce him. She believed that human life was paramount. Even if she, Lin Kai-ning, and Zhou Peng had wronged him in the past, Zhang Yi should exhibit some magnanimity. Lin Kai-ning said, Zhang Yi, fine. I admit we are in need of your assistance. But think about it. By allowing U.S. refuge in your home, you could save 7 or 8 lives. Can you bear to watch us fall victim to Qinzhenghao? We have been friends and neighbors for so many years. Among these 7 or 8 people, Zhang Yi indeed recognized them, a few of whom he had decent relations with, including a colleague from work. They all urged Zhang Yi to consider their past camaraderie and let them in. Unfortunately, the Zhang Yi who had once been soft-hearted had perished alongside the life he had led. Most of those who had once shared in his fortunes were present among this group. In the face of an apocalypse, what is there to discuss about humanity? The only principle that matters is survival. Thus, he stated, at this point, whether one survives or not depends solely on individual capabilities. You hold no value for me. Why should I be compelled to protect you? With that, Zhang Yi promptly exited the group. To think they could exploit him was nothing short of a delusion. Only by lacking morals could one escape such manipulation. After the conversation, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of potato chips from the other realm. He settled in front of the window, reclining in a plush imported chair, munching on chips while gazing at the scenery outside, setting aside the extreme cold beyond. The snowy landscape was truly beautiful. The earth was blanketed in silver, devoid of any blemishes, offering a sight for sore eyes. Just then, he suddenly spotted a dark figure wavering from the 18th floor, followed by a despairing scream. Zhang Yi squinted, realizing that a person was plummeting from the sky. In an instant, they plunged into a snowdrift approximately 6 or 7 meters deep, with the temperature outside plummeting to over -70 degrees. Being trapped in that thick layer of snow meant certain death. It appeared that the situation in other buildings was similar. As resources dwindled, conflicts over supplies began erupting, even leading to violence and murder. In every corner where people gathered, the descent into a hellish existence was underway. As Zhang Yi continued to snack on chips, he contemplated the future. Clearly, he needed to remain vigilant not only against the neighbors in his building, but also towards the survivors outside. In the apocalypse, any accident could occur. Chapter 45, A Decision to Strike Strongly. Within Building 25, Chun Zhenghao and his group had seized several households, directly and indirectly causing the deaths of 5 individuals. This situation led many residents to band together. Their solution was to stay united and live in proximity, barricading the doors with heavy objects to prevent intrusions by Chun Zhenghao and his ilk. As for obtaining water, they planned to utilize the snow falling from outside. Some residents on certain floors possessed balconies that could catch the snowfall. Fang Yuqing and her companions relocated to Wang Min's residence on the 18th floor. Wang Min, Zhou Peng's cousin, owned a cosmetics business in Tianhai City, making her a strong, independent woman with some assets. Her home was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, identical to Zhang Yi's. The other individuals present were colleagues from her company and close friends. In the face of the apocalypse, even when banding together, they only dared to seek out trustworthy companions. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning were allowed in only because Zhou Peng vouched for them. As for their credentials, they were naturally based on the circumstances of Zhang Yi's home. At this moment, a group sat in the living room, bundled in thick down jackets, scarves wrapped tightly around their necks, wishing they could cover every inch of themselves. Due to Zhang Yi's refusal of their cohabitation proposal, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Wang Min glanced at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kai-ning, stating coolly, I initially agreed to let you stay out of respect for my cousin, and you promised to persuade Zhang Yi to allow us into his home. Now that he is entirely opposed, what do you propose we do about this? Zhou Peng was somewhat infatuated, but Wang Min was perceptive enough to recognize that these 2 young women were not easily dealt with. Therefore, had they not mentioned Zhang Yi, Wang Min would never have permitted them entry. Fang Yuqing quickly interjected, Sister Wang, please hear me out. Zhang Yi's supplies are incredibly abundant, and he even has a fireplace. If we can stay in his home, our lives will be much easier. After being repeatedly rejected by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and her companions no longer harbored any illusions about him. Thus, they divulged all the information about Zhang Yi's residence, including the photos and videos he had sent them. Lin Kaining added, "Indeed, you have seen the videos. You should understand just how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is right now. Let us all strive to move into his house. Not only can we stand against Xinjiang Hao, but we can also live more comfortably." Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others could not help but pull out their phones to view the videos Fang Yuqing had shared. The footage showcased Zhang Yi's home, which was strikingly appealing, making their eyes gleam with interest. Wang Min frowned. However, his attitude has been made clear. He is utterly unwilling to let us in. At that moment, Sun Jichao, wearing glasses, adjusted his golden-rimmed spectacles and spoke in a low, somber tone, such a selfish individual, utterly disregarding the lives of others. We need not be overly polite towards such a person. Given that he lives alone, why not employ some unconventional methods? Upon hearing these words, the others turned their gazes towards him. It was clear that they understood Sun Jichao's implication, to storm into Zhang Yi's residence and force him to relinquish his home. His friend, Lu Tao, vocally supported the idea, exclaiming, "I believe this is a splendid plan. Such self-serving individuals only think of themselves and show no consideration for others. Why should he reside in such a fine house?" Wang Min furrowed her brow slightly, expressing concern. However, according to Zhou Peng, their security door is quite sturdy. "We are not like Chun Zhenghao's group, who are skilled in such matters." Zhou Peng chimed in, "Indeed, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. The last time we knocked on his door, he even poured urine on us from above." Recalling that incident, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining felt a wave of nausea wash over them, nearly losing their composure. Even now, they could still smell the remnants of Zhang Yi's contempt lingering in their hair and on their skin. If it weren't for the cold weather causing nasal congestion, the stench would have surely driven them away. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses and coldly remarked, "This matter is actually quite manageable. As long as we wrap ourselves up tightly, wear masks, and carry umbrellas, we need not fear his tactics. As for breaking in," he glanced at Lu Tao. Lu Tao cleared his throat and said, "I used to work at a locksmith company, so I'm very familiar with this kind of situation. I can open all sorts of commonly used locks." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing and the others nearly leaped with excitement. "Wonderful. As long as we can unlock their security door with so many of us rushing in, I wonder how Zhang Yi will resist." Fang Yuqing seethed with anger. Previously, she had pleaded desperately with Zhang Yi to let her enter, only to be met with refusal and humiliation, which had deepened her hatred for him. "Once we get inside, I will surely force his head into the toilet." Nearby, the sycophant Zhou Peng eagerly volunteered, "I'll take care of that." Though Fang Yuqing found Zhou Peng's crude demeanor repugnant, she still needed his assistance and forced a smile. "All right. Make sure to eat plenty of beans and onions." The group appeared to be in high spirits, convinced that their combined efforts would easily overwhelm Zhang Yi. Thus, they gathered umbrellas, wrapped themselves up securely, and armed themselves with tools for breaking in as they made their way to Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi's residence was equipped with alarm systems, so any disturbance in his vicinity would trigger an alert. Consequently, as this group ascended the staircase, Zhang Yi was immediately made aware of their presence. Through the surveillance footage, he observed their approach, but due to their complete disguise, he mistakenly assumed that Chun Zhenghao had arrived with his men. This was fortuitous, since he had failed to eliminate them last time. It would be fitting to impart some lessons this time around. Zhang Yi smirked to himself. However, he had no intention of allowing Chun Zhenghao to meet his demise just yet. If Chun Zhenghao were to die, who would deal with the troublesome neighbors in the building? That would leave him without any entertainment. The group, tightly wrapped, reached a point just outside Zhang Yi's door before promptly opening their umbrellas. Now, regardless of whether he used water or stinky gas bombs against them, Zhang Yi would find it difficult to drive them away. This strategy was entirely based on Fang Yuqing's intel. She naively believed that no matter how many defensive measures Zhang Yi had in place, the resources within a single house were ultimately limited. Water spraying and gas bombs were merely his last resorts. As they arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, umbrellas in hand, they were oblivious to the multitude of pinhole cameras installed by the Zhanglong security company on that floor, capturing their every move from various angles. Upon reaching the door, Zhang Yi noticed one of them extracting several shiny metallic tools from their pocket, attempting to tamper with the keyhole of his security door. Lock-picking? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, but remained unfazed. If his security door were so easily breached, the professionals at Zhanglong Security would have surely failed in their duties. This door was not only of world-class security level, akin to that of a bank vault, but was also reinforced with 5 layers of protection. To unlock the outermost lock, one would need to be a master locksmith of the highest caliber. Moreover, a physical lever had been added for extra security. The more complex the system, the simpler the means of unlocking it. Conversely, simple locks often pose greater challenges. For instance, Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving his home, so he had secured the door with a solid steel rod, 10 centimeters in diameter. Unless one were to repeatedly ram it with a vehicle, it would be impossible to breach it by sheer human strength. Furthermore, Zhang Yi had foreseen the possibility of someone attempting to pick his lock, so he had installed a special defensive measure. Observing the surveillance footage, Zhang Yi retrieved his phone, opened the control app for his safe room, and pressed a button. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged through the security door. The individual focused on unlocking it. Lu Tao let out a blood-curdling scream as the intense current coursed through his body. The others nearby turned pale with fear and quickly recoiled. "Help me!" Lu Tao cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain. The powerful electric shock gripped him like a vice, rendering him unable to escape. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and the others stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation and lacking any suitable insulating tools to assist. Soon enough, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. With a loud crash, he collapsed to the ground, his clothing reduced to tatters, and his skin on his arms and face charred beyond recognition. It was evident that he would not survive. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining screamed in horror. Witnessing someone perish before their eyes was an overwhelming shock. Meanwhile, within the confines of his room, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, inexplicably feeling a sense of satisfaction. But whom could they blame? To plot against Zhang Yi was a fate they deserved. A chill ran down the spines of Wang Min and the others as the plan to break and crumbled before them. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been longtime comrades, and witnessing his brother's gruesome death ignited a fiery rage within him. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, come out!" He seized a shovel and began to hammer against Zhang Yi's door, the noise echoing through several floors. However, the massive iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. Once the paint chipped away, it revealed the thick alloy beneath. Zhang Yi approached the door with his hands in his pockets, a mocking expression on his face. "So you think you can smash down my door? You are merely seeking death." He shook his head, lamenting, "Isn't it better to live?" Upon hearing Zhang Yi's taunting voice, the group outside felt a mix of shock and anger. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we initially intended to discuss the matter of sharing the house amicably. How could you resort to murder? You are even worse than Qin Zhenghao. You are a murderous fiend." Realizing that the voices outside were not those of Qin Zhenghao, Zhang Yi felt no remorse for Lu Tao's demise, for such individuals were indeed deserving of death. A moment of realization dawned upon him as he recognized the group outside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainen's crowd had arrived. After all, they were the only ones who knew just how comfortable Zhang Yi's home was. Zhang Yi's expression was grim as he scathingly berated, "What are you pretending for? It was you who came to my home, smashing the door and attempting to seize my property. If you meet your demise, it is well-deserved. How dare you bark here? It is utterly laughable." Sun Jichao feigned calmness, responding, "Zhang Yi, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to have a conversation with you. Yet, you did not even inform us before taking the life of our dear brother Lu Tao. Is this not excessive? Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation?" Zhang Yi erupted into laughter, retorting, "You merely wish to converse? Arriving uninvited and directly attempting to pry open my door. This is your idea of a chat? Oomph. After breaking in, I suspect your next move would be to eliminate me or force me out to fend for myself. Then you would revel in the sanctuary that I painstakingly prepared, correct?" The others exchanged glances, acknowledging that this had indeed been their initial plan. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper, the tragic death of his brother fueling his hatred for Zhang Yi. However, at this moment, the priority was to breach the door. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Zhang Yi, we offer you one last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." Fang Yuqing shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. We simply wish to share shelter and face the calamity together. Do not fail to recognize our goodwill." Lin Caning joined in, saying, "Indeed, at worst, we can let you stay in a master bedroom, and we will ensure you have priority access to supplies." They were all exceedingly agitated. For just a wall away was salvation, a day they had long awaited. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words, exclaiming, "Have you all lost your minds? This home is mine by right, yet you act as if you were the rightful owners, dictating terms. If you have the capability, then do attempt to break in. I am eager to see if you can succeed." As he spoke, Zhang Yi was not idle. He had loaded his handgun and held a crossbow in his hand. The moment of hunting was about to commence. Through the surveillance, he could clearly observe everything happening outside, even overhearing their hushed discussions. Sun Jichao and his companions huddled together, strategizing their next move. Among them, the most timid, Gu Jiaoyong, nervously inquired, "What should we do? With Lu Tao dead, no one could pick the lock. Should we retreat? It would be disastrous if we attracted Chun Jinghao's attention." However, Sun Jichao scolded, "What is there to fear? We are on the 24th floor. It would exhaust Qin Jinghao and his crew just to climb up here. Even if they intended to commit murder and theft, they would likely target those on the lower floors first." Wang Min, with a serious expression, remarked, "It appears Zhang Yi is indeed a formidable opponent. His preparedness suggests he anticipated the apocalypse would arrive." Chapter 47. The tetanus arrow. Indeed, some individuals began to recognize Zhang Yi's peculiarities. In this frigid apocalypse, everyone suffered from hunger and cold. Even those with sufficient stockpiles found it exceedingly difficult. Yet he alone was well-fed and warmly dressed, even opting to install a fireplace in Tianhai City, a southern locale. Coupled with his robust security door, it was evident he had prepared meticulously for such a scenario. Zhou Peng sneered, expressing his disdain. "If that is the case, Zhang Yi is even more detestable." He knew a blizzard was approaching, yet only cared for himself, neglecting to alert his neighbors. He spat vehemently. Due to his personal vendetta against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng seized every opportunity to malign him. Wang Min and the others remained furrowed in thought, ignoring Zhou Peng. After all, if they were in his position, their foremost concern would surely be for themselves and their families, indifferent to the plight of others. The pressing question remained. What should they do next? Was prying the door impossible? Wang Min directed his gaze toward Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyong, the few men in their group who could forcefully breach the door if necessary. They muttered among themselves, deliberating their next steps. Zhang Yi, observing through the surveillance, noted their retreat from the stairs. He held his gun in one hand and the crossbow in the other, leisurely watching them depart. Zhang Yi could have intervened, eliminating two of them, but he was in no rush. Life had become too mundane, and he sought a thrill. Thus, he waited to see how they planned to breach the door, preparing for encounters with even more formidable adversaries in the future. After a considerable interval, they returned, this time carrying a large, thick wooden beam, seemingly taken from a bed. A few women stood nearby, shielding themselves with umbrellas to guard against any cold water Zhang Yi might throw at them. The three men hoisted the beam and charged toward the door with a resounding crash. The noise was tremendous, causing the walls to tremble. Yet, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. Unless the opposing team featured a hulk, a 20-centimeter steel plate would not be easily breached. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyong exerted themselves in their relentless assault. Zhang Yi simply reclined on the sofa, his eyes fixed on their futile attempts. Monitoring the changes in his home through a mobile app designed by the Zhanlong Security Company for user convenience, he remained vigilant, weapon firmly in hand, ready to act if any unforeseen issues arose. However, after an exhaustive 5 minutes of battering, the entire building was aware of their efforts. Yet the door stood as resolute as ever. Aside from a few scuffs, there was not a single dent. The group was left utterly dumbfounded. Just how thick was this door? Even a bank vault door could not be so sturdy. Who would construct their home with such an impenetrable barrier? Sun Jichao and his companions were nearly engulfed in despair, unleashing roars of frustration, a cacophony of defiance and hopelessness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, witnessing this through the surveillance, allowed a slight smile to grace his face, feeling a wave of reassurance regarding the quality of his sanctuary. Now it was time to teach them a lesson. Rising from his seat, Zhang Yi placed his handgun in his pocket and opened a metal box containing 20 rusted crossbow bolts. Strangely, Although these alloy bolts should have been resistant to rust, they were all marred by corrosion, as if they had been stored in a damp environment for years. In truth, Zhang Yi had deliberately created this rust. A mere scratch could expose one to the risk of tetanus. In an environment devoid of medical aid, it would not be instantly lethal, but would lead to infections, pus, and decay. Those struck by these bolts would ultimately face the grim choice of amputation for survival or enduring excruciating pain until death. This experience was one Zhang Yi had gleaned from Chen Zhenghao. Though Chen Zhenghao had lost the use of his leg, he had survived through various means. However, should he be struck again by this tetanus arrow, Zhang Yi would be keen to observe how he managed to survive. A devilish grin spread across Zhang Yi's face as he ascended to the shooting aperture. Fang Yuqing and the others were oblivious to the situation below, shielded by their umbrellas. Zhang Yi disregarded this, aiming directly beneath the umbrellas. If they perished, it would be their fortune. If they survived, even better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Before they could react, Zhang Yi swiftly loaded a second arrow, needing no aim as they were all huddled together. The second arrow was released, and another scream echoed. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and drew his bow. It was only then that the group realized the danger, shrieking as they scattered in all directions. Zhang Yi remained composed, targeting them with precision, deliberately aiming for their arms and thighs instead of vital areas. Among the remaining 6 individuals, 3 had been struck by arrows, while 1 had been hit twice. However, due to the slow reloading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could deliver another arrow, they had fled into his blind spot. Zhang Yi shrugged. It mattered little, for those individuals were already as good as dead and would soon perish in utter agony. As for the others, Zhang Yi had ample time to play with them at his leisure. As the saying goes, time was on Zhang Yi's side. Even in such a critical moment, he still refrained from stepping outside to deliver the finishing blows. One might question his steadiness, but even the slightest chance of injury, no matter how minuscule, was a risk he would never take. The consumption of crossbow bolts posed a significant concern. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yi began to contemplate the long-term implications. He had initially purchased 300 crossbow bolts and another 300 arrows. After depleting them, he found it inconvenient to venture out to retrieve them. While he still had a considerable stock left, one must always be wary of future troubles. After a moment of deep thought, a sudden inspiration struck him. He opened his alternate space and began to rummage through it, quickly finding what he sought. The storage contained numerous marbles suitable for bearings, which could also be launched from the crossbow. Additionally, there were toy glass marbles, although their lethality was not comparable to that of steel balls. When shot from a professional-grade crossbow, their power was still considerable. Even if his crossbow bolts ran low, there were plenty of metal items within that could be dismantled and repurposed. Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. With these resources, he could sustain himself for a lifetime. He was at ease, but for some, the situation had turned dire. Fang Yuqing and the other 7 had initially planned to seize Zhang Yi's residence, believing their numbers would afford them success. However, their attempt was thwarted, resulting in the death of 1 and 3 others being struck by arrows, forcing them to retreat in disarray. They did not even dare to collect Lu Tao's body. Chapter 48. Waiting for death without medication. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and the others returned home like frightened dogs. Upon closing the door, they were drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily. The wounded, in particular, gritted their teeth in pain, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows had struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyong, as they had been the primary attackers closest to Zhang Yi's door. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, having previously witnessed Zhang Yi's prowess, had deliberately kept their distance and thus escaped unscathed. Consequently, of the 7 who had ventured forth, 4 men were either dead or afflicted with tetanus arrows. Initially, they did not feel much pain due to the frigid weather, but upon returning home, they endured the biting cold, gritting their teeth as they removed their clothing. When they beheld their wounds, their faces drained of color. Had these been ordinary arrows, they could have been extracted, disinfected with alcohol, and treated with anti-inflammatory medication. However, the arrows were covered in rust. Lacking antibiotics, any infection would spell certain death in their current circumstances, and a most agonizing one at that. No, this cannot be happening. Sun Jichao's pupils constricted as he comprehended the implications, a wave of dread enveloping him. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Wang Min, filled with rage, slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were all her close friends. All this turmoil stemmed from Fang Yuqing's instigation to raid Zhang Yi's home. How could she not be furious? You wretched fool. It's all your fault. Did you not claim that his door was merely sturdy? How then could there be arrows? Did you know all along? Hence your retreat to safety? Why are you two unharmed? Wang Min, who was far from petite, towered over Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan. The slap left Fang Yuqing trembling in fear. She covered her face, tears of grievance streaming down her cheeks. I didn't know. The last 2 times we went, he didn't attack us with crossbow bolts. Zhou Peng, having been struck in the arm, hurriedly struggled over to shield Fang Yuqing. Cousin, don't do this. I can testify. Yuqing truly had no knowledge of this. Wang Min, witnessing her cousin's foolishness, felt a surge of frustration. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, asking, then why are they both unharmed? I saw them keeping their distance. Lin Kainan, unwilling to remain silent, muttered, you weren't hurt either, yet you dare speak to us. Wang Min, infuriated, retorted, that was mere luck, I simply wasn't hit. Now we are all suffering because of you too. Get out. Sun Jichao, however, reached out to stop Wang Min, signaling her with his eyes. We are all injured now. Someone must care for us, he whispered. He had no desire to die. First, the arrows must be removed, and then they could only pray for no infection to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently as she glared venomously at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan. Hurry and help. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan lowered their heads, resentment flickering in their eyes, yet they proceeded to assist the wounded in treating their injuries. As they loosened clothing and beheld the severity of the arrow wounds, their faces turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts were of professional caliber, capable of hunting wild boars and coyotes. When embedded in flesh, they lodged deeply. Lacking professional medical personnel or equipment, they had no means to treat the injuries. A misstep could result in fatal blood loss. Wang Min pondered briefly before stating, we must call Dr. Zhou. The Dr. Zhou she referred to was Zhou Ke, who had previously saved Lin Xiaohu's life when his liver was ruptured. Wang Min stepped aside to call Zhou Ke. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ke arrived. Wang Min approached her, excitement radiating as she grasped Zhou Ke's hand. Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you. Zhou Ke, clad in a black knee-length down coat, was bundled up tightly, yet her tall and slender figure remained evident. She carried a metal medical kit on her shoulder. Upon entering the room and assessing the injuries, she immediately furrowed her brow. Another arrow wound? Wang Min blinked curiously. Who else had been struck by arrows? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhou Ke's face. No, it's from previous patients at the hospital. Wang Min found this puzzling, but there was no time to dwell on it. Dr. Zhou, please examine them quickly. Zhou Ke wasted no time with idle talk, moving to inspect the injuries. By now, the victims' faces were terrifyingly pale. As the arrows could not be extracted, they were unable to staunch the bleeding. And in temperatures plummeting to -6 or 7 degrees, this alone was life-threatening. Zhou Ke examined the wounds and frowned, stating, their injuries are too severe without professional equipment. I cannot guarantee the success of any surgical procedure. Wang Min quickly responded, Dr. Zhou, given the circumstances, please proceed. We trust you. The arrows are rusted, which will lead to infection. I can remove the arrows, but without antibiotics, infection will occur. At that point, she left the rest unsaid. Yet everyone present understood the implication. Under such conditions, infection would surely lead to death. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face as Sun Jichao and the others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In this apocalyptic world, a sense of insecurity loomed large. To endure the simultaneous loss of numerous loved ones and friends within a single day would undoubtedly plunge one into despair. How cruel Zhang Yi is! Surely, he must have acted with malice. How could he be so heartless? Even if we have taken his home, it is not as though we sought his life. Wang Min lamented bitterly. Zhang Yi? The name stirred memories in Zhou Ke. She recalled having crossed paths with him a few times, a handsome man radiating warmth and charm. However, due to her reserved nature, their interactions were limited. In any case, without medication, merely extracting the arrows would still pose a significant threat to life. I hope you understand, Zhou Ke remarked with a hint of detachment. Today, she no longer shied away from reality. In this apocalyptic world, one must be prepared for death at any moment. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing appeared to have an epiphany. She exclaimed excitedly, "Medicine? I remember Zhang Yi has some at home." Upon hearing that Zhang Yi possessed medication, Wang Min and Sun Jichao were instantly filled with exhilaration. In the face of death, one clings to any glimmer of hope. Sun Jichao gasped, "Is that truly the case? Does he really have medicine?" Wang Min fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing, imploring, "You wouldn't dare to lie, would you? Because of you, several of us have sustained grave injuries." The mere mention of Zhang Yi's name sent shivers down her spine. Fang Yuqing continued, "Just about a month ago, it seemed Zhang Yi underwent a transformation. He began hoarding supplies at an alarming rate. I witnessed delivery trucks bringing him goods nearly every day. Once, I saw a medical supply vehicle arrive at his residence, and he went out to greet them. They carried 2 large boxes into his home, which must contain medication." Zhou Ke interjected, "Antibiotics are not particularly rare. If he indeed foresaw the impending disaster and stockpiled supplies, he would undoubtedly possess a substantial quantity of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs." As a physician, Zhu Kai was resolute in her belief. Sun Jichao appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope, his eyes alight with fervor. "We must seek out Zhang Yi immediately and implore him to provide the medicine that could save my life. My injuries are a direct result of his actions, so he must help me." Wang Min clenched her teeth, her expression fraught with conflict. "However, given the recent events, he must harbor animosity toward us. Why would he offer us his medicine?" Gu Jiaoyang writhed in pain, unable to endure any longer. He lay on the couch, groaning in agony. "Oh, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. You must come up with a solution. Plead with Zhang Yi. He must save us." Fang Yuqing added, "We have not harmed him, and we even plan to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. Instead, he has turned on us with lethal intent. We're the ones in the right. What is there to fear?" Zhou Ke, having grasped the essence of their discourse, regarded them with a look of incredulity. Yet, this matter did not concern her, and she refrained from commenting further. Instead, she opened her medical kit and retrieved bandages to staunch the bleeding for several individuals. The kit was nearly depleted. The supplies she had initially stockpiled for emergencies were scant. Moreover, having assisted several neighbors in recent days, her inventory had dwindled. Should Wang Min and the others fail to procure medication, she might be left with no choice but to extract the arrows and apply makeshift dressings, at least to alleviate their suffering in death. A multitude of words were spoken, yet they still perceived themselves as blameless. They were merely fighting for survival. How could that be wrong? They could only blame Zhang Yi for his selfishness. Why should he hoard such favorable conditions for himself? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Min pointed decisively at Fang Yuqing, declaring, "You shall handle this matter. I am aware that Zhang Yi once pursued you, making you the most suitable candidate for this task." Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoyang weakly voiced their agreement. After all, it was Fang Yuqing who had incited this predicament. Had she not divulged information about Zhang Yi's situation and insisted that his defenses were weak and easily breached, they would not have been so foolish as to take such a perilous risk. Though Zhou Peng was reluctant to send Fang Yuqing to plead with Zhang Yi, the excruciating pain in his arm and the looming threat of death compelled him to side with Wang Min. He addressed Fang Yuqing. "Yuqing, we are a collective, are we not? It is a small sacrifice on your part for the greater good. We must all survive to protect you." Fang Yuqing's face reflected her inner turmoil. She was most unwilling. After all, she had already endured humiliation at Zhang Yi's hands. However, she found herself with no alternatives. It was through her association with Zhou Peng that she managed to join this group. Otherwise, as a seemingly fragile woman, she would be of little use against the likes of Chen Zhenghao and his ilk. Other teams would not have welcomed her. Even if they did, she might have been relegated to the status of mere plaything. In the apocalypse, women, particularly those lacking skills beyond charm and beauty, are valued so little. Zhou Ke picked up a scalpel, aware of the limitations of their conditions, and sanitation was impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, the temperature would cause it to congeal. Furthermore, without medication, any attempt at disinfection would be futile. She instructed Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel before commencing the extraction of the arrows. The absence of anesthetics in the operating environment quickly led to blood-curdling screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig. Sun Jichao nearly shattered the towel with his teeth. The room was filled with dread, urging Fang Yuqing to hasten her request for medication from Zhang Yi. Reluctantly, Fang Yuqing steeled herself and dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. As Zhang Yi prepared to eat at home, the phone rang. Strangely enough, despite having taken a life for the first time, he felt an unexpected calmness within. There was no fear, only a thrilling sense of vengeance fulfilled. This satisfaction was gratifying. Survival in the apocalypse demanded such a mindset. He had genuinely feared he might succumb to nausea or insomnia, having faced more dire straits than anyone else present. When he saw Fang Yuqing's name flash across his screen, his eyes widened in surprise, and a smile of delight crept onto his lips. Oh, after having been so thoroughly defeated, she now seeks to berate me? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi answered the call. The extent of her suffering delighted him. He switched to speaker mode while preparing lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what is it? His voice was soft, as though he had not just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Ji Chao and the others. Yet, the more gentle his tone, the more unnerved Fang Yuqing and the others felt. Under the scrutiny of her companions, Fang Yuqing spoke through the speaker, pleading, Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng and the others have been struck by your arrows and are nearing death. She wept pitifully, seemingly seeking his sympathy. However, Zhang Yi merely replied with indifference. Oh, dead is dead. Whether early or late, death is inevitable. Holding a knife in his hand, he leaned closer to the microphone and spoke ominously. You do not truly believe you can survive this snowstorm, do you? His voice resonated like a harbinger of doom, sending chills down the spines of Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi articulated their deepest fears. With the snow sealing the city, their building had become an isolated island. Even if they managed to survive for the moment, resources would soon dwindle. Even if they were not killed by Chen Zhenghao, they would freeze or starve to death. Fang Yuqing trembled as she continued to sob. Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It is all my fault for not accepting your advances. However, I wish to amend my previous stance. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Chapter 50. Teasing the by Lianhua, Zhang Yi replied with a faint counter-question. What do you think? Beside Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and others urged her to get to the point. Fang Yuqing sniffled, tearfully stating, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng, and the others have been injured by you, and their condition is dire. We have no medicine at home. They may succumb to infection. Did you not purchase a considerable amount of medicine before? I beseech you to lend us some. I promise I will never disturb you again. Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, bewildered by Fang Yuqing's illogical reasoning. Fang Yuqing, do you know why I shot them with rusty arrows? To see them suffer and die from infection is precisely my intention. You actually come to me begging for medicine? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi chocolate didisivity. Did Fang Yuqing and the others truly not comprehend this? Yet now, if they did not shamelessly seek Zhang Yi, they would have to watch their companions perish. Among them, Zhou Peng and the other two men represented their hope for survival. Fang Yuqing pleaded through her tears, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. I implore you to spare them this time. We assure you we will not trouble you again. Given how difficult times are, we should help one another. Please do not be so cold-hearted. Would their deaths truly bring you joy? Before Fang Yuqing could finish her plea, Zhang Yi asserted firmly, yes, I am quite pleased at this moment. Fang Yuqing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Wang Min hurriedly approached Zhang Yi, saying, Zhang Yi, I am Wang Min. Do you remember when I treated you to a meal? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Previously, Wang Min sought his assistance in procuring goods at a low price from the warehouse. Zhang Yi had dined with her, but later helped her earn a considerable profit. Do you think that is worth mentioning? Zhang Yi retorted coldly. Wang Min swallowed hard, the anguished cries of Zhou Peng echoing from the living room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi wore a satisfied expression, wishing he could witness their tragic plight. Wang Min continued, Zhang Yi, everyone is precariously situated, especially with the tyrant Chen Zhenghao causing havoc. It is wise to leave a line for future needs. If you lend us the medicine now, I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and repay you in the future. Zhang Yi scoffed, kindness. Do you take me for a fool? Those fools were injured by me, and one of them has already died. Their body lies on my doorstep. Regardless of my actions, this enmity will never be resolved. If I help you, you would only seek revenge later? You amuse me. Wang Min attempted to explain. We are not that kind of people. Enough. This is utterly pointless. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue. Whether or not you are that kind of person is irrelevant to me. What matters is that I do not believe you are that kind of person. Hence I will not save you. To rescue those who wish to harm oneself? That would be sheer altruism, and no matter how eloquently the other party speaks. Zhang Yi remains resolute. Observing Zhang Yi's unwavering stance, The group grew increasingly anxious. Wang Min, with her brows furrowed, warned, Zhang Yi, do not force us into a corner. If you wish for our deaths, we cannot predict what we might do. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi laughed derisively. Haven't you already attempted everything you could? If you had the capability, you would have stormed into my home, killed me, and seized everything I possess. I am not easily intimidated. This tactic holds no sway over me. Fang Yuqing snatched the phone, tearfully imploring Zhang. Zhang, must we truly reach this point? We were once so well together. Why can we not abandon our grievances and start anew? In truth, I have always held feelings for you. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhou Peng bit down on a towel during surgery. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to weep even more. Faced with such a manipulative character, Zhang Yi felt a certain admiration for her audacity, as her shamelessness rivaled that of a fortress. Yet, it was no surprise, in this environment, Zhang Yi was akin to a wealthy magnate. The relentless pursuit of a gold-digging woman towards a wealthy man is indeed a remarkable skill. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. He was aware that others were nearby, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. Thus, Zhang Yi deliberately stated, Yuqing, in truth, I still harbor feelings for you. However, the wounds you inflicted upon me were too deep for me to overlook. This statement ignited a spark of hope within Fang Yuqing, akin to a match igniting a flame. Ignoring the furious glares from those nearby, she trembled with excitement and exclaimed, Zhang Yi, I knew you cannot possibly not love me. You are so foolish. My favorite person has always been you. Those previous matters were merely tests of your feelings. Oh, how could you be so dense to not understand my intentions? The others nearby felt a wave of nausea, while Zhou Peng was nearly driven to faint with rage. Yet, they also recognized that if Fang Yuqing truly managed to win over Zhang Yi, they might have a chance to acquire his property and resources, thus remaining silent. Zhang Yi, let me move into your home. From now on, I shall be your woman, and whatever you desire from me, I shall obey. Will you? Zhang Yi simulated faintly. Very well. Fang Yuqing leaped with joy, more exhilarated than if she had just consumed a bowl of soy milk. Lin Caning eagerly chimed in. Take me with you. Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance, secretly mocking her. Zhang Yi's calm voice resonated through the phone once more. However, Yuqing, the only person I love is you. Therefore, I can only accept you alone. As for those unworthy individuals, it is best to keep your distance from them. Given the current challenging circumstances, we should not allow a group of people to hinder our progress. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted drastically. They had originally hoped that Fang Yuqing's entanglement with Zhang Yi would allow them to benefit as well. Yet, it seemed Zhang Yi intended to sever ties with them. Fang Yuqing, in her excitement, hardly noticed the others. She nodded fervently, agreeing wholeheartedly. Yes, yes, everything will be decided by you, my brother. I will follow your lead. Then you should come over now, disregarding everyone else. Yes, yes, I will come right away. Wait for me, brother. Fang Yuqing's eager cheeks flushed with excitement as she envisioned escaping her current hellish existence. She thought of nothing else and dashed towards the door. Wang Min and the others were seething with anger. Seeing Fang Yuqing genuinely intent on abandoning them to go to Zhang Yi, Lin Caning reached out and grabbed her. Fang Yuqing turned back, her expression contorted in rage. Let go of me. Do not obstruct me from going to Zhang Yi's house. I have had enough of this life. No sooner had she spoken than Wang Min's heavy hand struck her face with force. You shameless wretch, you have brought us such misery, and now you wish to abandon us and enjoy your fortune? Not a chance. Chapter 51. With no medicine, await infection. Wang Min and the others were seething with rage. It was you, Fang Yuqing, who initially came and lured us to attack Zhang Yi's home. Now, with some dead and others injured, you wish to abandon us and seek comfort for yourself? Not on my watch. Zhou Peng, who was undergoing surgery, was even more enraged to hear Fang Yuqing's intention to seek Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how could you treat me this way? Did you not say you despise Zhang Yi the most? Do you remember promising to be my woman? Fang Yuqing, after being struck by Wang Min, covered her face but defiantly replied through gritted teeth. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Being together with you is merely a temporary arrangement. Once our supplies are exhausted, will we not be awaiting our doom? Zhang Yi's home is so comfortable with food and drink, and he is sheltered from the cold. What is stopping me from going to him? She cast a glance at the anguished Zhou Peng, her expression imploring him to understand her perspective. Zhou Peng, you are a good person, and you have always treated me well. However, to love someone means to wish for their happiness, does it not? Although you have aided me in the past, you should not impede my pursuit of a better life. Can you provide me with more than what Zhang Yi can offer? Zhou Peng's face turned ashen, speechless and unable to counter her arguments. Zhou Kuer furrowed her brow and commanded, do not move. Otherwise, if you cut an artery, you will surely perish. Wang Min grew anxious and rushed to restrain Zhou Peng. Cousin, do not let this vile woman enrage you. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, she fixed a piercing gaze on Fang Yuqing and declared, Fang Yuqing, if you wish to leave, we shall not stop you, but only if Zhang Yi brings medication in exchange. Lin Kaining positioned herself at the door, her chin held high, asserting, Fang Yuqing, if you are to depart, we shall leave together. Fang Yuqing glared at them in frustration, reluctantly turning to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang, you have heard them. They refuse to let me go. Perhaps you could provide them with some medication? Zhang Yi, observing the unfolding drama from the kitchen, smiled faintly upon hearing Fang Yuqing's words. Medication is exceptionally precious. How can I trust that they are not deceiving me? They may even be deceiving you, he replied. They might seize you and use you to threaten me, continuously demanding things from me. Qinger, we must not fall for their tricks. Their conversation, amplified, was audible to all. Zhou Peng was still shouting in agitation. Yuqing, do not believe him. He is merely toying with you. Indeed, outsiders often share such sentiments. However, those embroiled are often blinded, and in this dire situation, Fang Yuqing's mental state had long been compromised. Zhang Yi offered her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it as if grasping a lifeline. Even though she rationally understood it could not save her, she clung tightly, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, Brother Zhang Yi, you make valid points. Following this, she charged towards Lin Kaining, exclaiming, Get out of my way, you wretched woman. Do not block me. The two women immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. To reach Zhang Yi's home, Fang Yuqing had completely lost her composure, her eyes filled with rage. She desperately tugged at Lin Kaining's hair, biting at her arm. Lin Kaining, in pain, retaliated fiercely. The two fell to the ground, resembling two frenzied combatants. Wang Min could no longer bear to watch. There were patients undergoing surgery nearby, and their brawl could jeopardize the operations. Thus, she joined the fray, teaming up with Lin Kaining, and after considerable effort, they managed to subdue the deranged Fang Yuqing. Let me go! Let me go! Fang Yuqing screamed hoarsely, her demeanor that of a wild beast. Wang Min furrowed her brow, swinging her hand and delivering several sharp slaps to Fang Yuqing's face. Stunned by the blows, Fang Yuqing finally ceased her struggles. Wang Min coldly remarked, You wish to leave? Dream on. She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and stepped aside to call Zhang Yi. Hello, Zhang Yi. We have Fang Yuqing in our possession. If you truly wish to save her, bring medication in exchange. Zhang Yi shuruk nonchalantly. There are too many of you, I am afraid. What if you take this opportunity to kill me? Therefore, Yuqing, while I would love to share a life with you, they will not allow it. Do not blame your brother. Zhang Yi deliberately Stockpiled. This proclamation was, of course, heard by Fang Yuqing, who, in agony, howled at the injustice of it all. Her eyes filled with venom directed at Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi, seizing the moment, ended the call, a wicked smile gracing his lips. The cruelest act in this world is to offer a flicker of hope to the desperate, only to render it eternally unreachable. He certainly had no intention of allowing that duplicitous woman to enter his domain. He merely sought to vex those around him. If necessary, they could eliminate Fang Yuqing. On Fang Yuqing's side, after wailing for some time, her cries morphed into sobs of grievance. Yet, she did not harbor hatred for Zhang Yi. Her ire was directed solely at Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She believed that had they not obstructed her, she would now be in Zhang Yi's residence, savoring exquisite delicacies and basking in the warmth of a cozy hearth. Wang Min scoffed at Fang Yuqing. She glanced at Lin Kaining, pleased with her recent performance, as at least she was not allied with Fang Yuqing. Truly, a good friend reveals her loyalty in times of crisis. As you can see, this woman is solely concerned with herself and has given no thought to others. If you wish to remain part of our team, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape, Wang Min warned Lin Kaining coldly. Lin Kaini nodded vigorously. Sister Wang, I shall obey your words. She cast a glance at the weeping Fang Yuqing, her eyes filled with malice, and vowed, I will not allow her to escape alone. If we must suffer, we shall all suffer together. Why should she alone enjoy the fruits? In the living room, Zhou Ku'er performed rudimentary surgeries on the three men. Lacking sterilization and anesthesia, she could only swiftly extract the rusted arrows and use gauze to staunch the bleeding. Unfortunately, there were no cotton balls for disinfection, as the frigid temperatures had rendered even medical alcohol frozen. The sole silver lining was that the extreme cold prevented them from experiencing the agony of consciousness. However, the disadvantages were glaring. In such extreme low temperatures, their bodies were prone to necrosis. Once Zhou Ku'er completed the procedures and wiped the blood from her hands, she closed her toolbox and informed Wang Min and the others. This is merely a temporary measure. Without medication, there is a significant risk of infection later on, so prepare yourselves mentally. The eyes of Wang Min and the others were filled with resignation, with Zhang Yi refusing to engage with them. They had no means of acquiring medication. Zhou Ku'er extended her hand towards Wang Min. She certainly would not assist without compensation. Wang Min, understanding the unspoken rules, retrieved a packet of biscuits and handed it to her. Although meager, if rationed, it would suffice for 2 days. Zhou Ku'er appeared satisfied and left. After her departure, the atmosphere in the room became stiflingly tense. The pain from their wounds persisted, causing the three men to lie on the sofa, tightly wrapped in blankets, unwilling to move. Zhou Peng gazed at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes brimming with sorrow. The others regarded her with hostility. Sun Jichao inhaled deeply, stating, We cannot simply await our demise. We must obtain medication from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if our wounds become infected, we will suffer a dreadful fate. He looked to Wang Min and Lin Kainin, speaking gravely, You must understand, without men to protect you, survival in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly difficult. Wang Min and Lin Kainin's expression soured. They recognized the truth in Sun Jichao's words. Otherwise, Wang Min would not have chosen to team up with them from the outset. Yet, we have no means to confront Zhang Yi. Wang Min took a deep breath, her face a mask of helplessness. Having failed in their aggressive attempts and suffered losses, what alternative solutions could they devise? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the pain in his body pushing him to desperation. I have a plan that we could try. The group's eyes brightened as they turned to Sun Jichao. What is your plan? As long as there is hope, we must give a try. Indeed, to continue dragging this out is merely to await death. We might as well take a gamble, Sun Jichao remarked. The presence of a fireplace in Zhang Yi's home indicates that he has stockpiled a considerable amount of fuel. Moreover, judging by his videos, the abundance of food is evident. Currently, this information is known only to a select few of us. However, it is clear that we cannot breach Zhang Yi's stronghold alone. Rather than keep this information confined, we should disseminate it, allowing the entire apartment complex to become aware. Sun Jichao's gaze was as venomous as that of a cobra. If we cannot handle him, how could a multitude of hundreds fail? Not to mention the presence of the rabid dog, Chen Zhenghao, who possesses a firearm. That group is capable of heinous acts. Even murder. They would surely take action against Zhang Yi. At that point, we would only require some pharmaceuticals and food, which should not pose a significant challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang excitedly declared, This idea is excellent. I wholeheartedly agree. The others took little time to nod in agreement, as they had no better options available. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly erupted in anger, chastising the group. You are all utterly shameless. How can you contemplate such actions? I intend to live with Zhang Yi. If you ruin him, what will I do? Wang Min, with a cold expression, approached and struck her fiercely across the face, causing Fang Yuqing's visage to swell grotesquely. Wang Min seized her hair, dragging her towards the bedroom amidst Fang Yuqing's cries of distress. Wang Min then called out to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, come here and deal with her. Zhou Peng had sustained an arm injury, though it was not overly severe. After all, Zhang Yi had not aimed for a vital area. His intention was for the infected to succumb to their wounds. Thus, Zhou Peng, having removed the arrow, was still capable of physical activity. Upon hearing Wang Min's command, Zhou Peng hesitated, saying, Cousin, isn't this inappropriate? I genuinely care for her. How could I harm her? Fang Yuqing trembled on the bed, pleading for mercy. No, you cannot treat me this way. Zhou Peng, did you not profess your love for me? Wang Min spat dismissively. You little vixen, you have brought us such misfortune. Merely allowing you to sleep with my cousin is already a favor. She turned to Zhou Peng, saying, Dear brother, do not be foolish. This woman is base and has likely slept with countless others. To put it plainly, you desire to be with her, do you not? Here is your chance to fulfill that wish. After this, let us see how she continues to deceive you. As a woman herself, Wang Min understood precisely how to deal with Fang Yuqing. Once Zhou Peng had shared a bed with her, his novelty would diminish. Zhou Peng let out a furious roar and charged into the bedroom, forcefully pushing Wang Min aside. Do not speak of her in such a manner. My love for Yuqing is genuine. I would never coerce her, Zhou Peng declared defiantly. Wang Min glared at him, her finger trembling in accusation, unable to articulate her fury. You useless sycophant. She had underestimated the loyalty of a devoted admirer. Zhou Peng insisted, No, I am not a sycophant. Yuqing is a truly good woman to me. I believe that if I take the time to win her over, she will eventually come to love me. As he spoke, he turned back to Fang Yuqing, presenting a self-satisfied smile. Do not fear, I am here. He recalled the days when he first arrived in this city, young and unfamiliar with his surroundings. With only a middle school education, he was often looked down upon by those around him. Yet, it was Fang Yuqing who had offered him a warm smile, even kindly requesting his help with her belongings. In his moments of solitude, she had given him the opportunity to take her out for a meal. That feeling of being trusted had lingered warmly in Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather inflict harm upon himself than ever hurt Fang Yuqing. Even though she had just uttered such words, he believed it was Zhang Yi's fault. Fang Yuqing was merely deceived. Indeed, as long as he patiently waited, she would one day realize that he was the best man for her. Fang Yuqing, witnessing Zhou Peng's foolish grin, felt a sense of relief. Although allowing him a moment of indulgence was not a grave issue, she had always looked down upon him, finding him distasteful. The others in the room were rendered speechless by Zhou Peng's sycophantic behavior. Nevertheless, everyone's focus remained on uniting the entire apartment building against Zhang Yi. Thus, Zhou Peng's actions were disregarded. Wang Min and the others resolved to reveal the news of Zhang Yi's abundant provisions to everyone. With the collective strength of the community, they intended to breach Zhang Yi's residence. Only then could they seize the medicine necessary to save Sun Jichao and the others. Consequently, Wang Min shared Zhang Yi's previous videos and photographs in the neighborhood group chat. The purpose of sharing in this group was, of course, to ensure that Chun Jinghao would also see it. Wang Min wrote, Dear neighbors, I have just discovered that some are living such blissful lives. This selfish behavior is utterly shameless. The videos are from recent days, capturing the life Zhang Yi leads. Let's reflect on our own suffering compared to his. Is this fair? The group had been largely silent until now, with only Chun Jinghao occasionally intimidating neighbors. Wang Min's numerous videos and images instantly garnered attention. Neighbors began clicking on the videos, and upon witnessing the idyllic life depicted, they were nearly driven to madness. They are wearing pajamas indoors? Our homes are freezing at over 70 degrees below zero. How are they keeping warm? Their lights are on at night. Where are they getting electricity? Some expressed skepticism. Given the dire circumstances everyone faced, it was unfathomable that anyone could enjoy warm, delectable meals while residing in a comfortable home. Chapter 53. The neighbors frenziedly plead with Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately asserted, I can assure you all that these videos were filmed recently. Zhang Yi's home has long been stocked with supplies, both food and fuel, allowing him to live in a veritable paradise. Lin Canning added, Yes, I can attest to that. When he went shopping at the supermarket, I assisted him. They later acquired a great deal of goods. Have you all forgotten? Lin Canning's words reignited many memories. Indeed, Zhang Yi's household had been bustling with deliveries. I had no idea what he was planning. Did he foresee a snow disaster in advance? That would be supremely selfish of him. He never even informed us. Zhang Yi is simply inhumane. How could he engage in such unethical behavior? We have lived as neighbors for years, and he is far too self-centered. The collective outrage surged as all present attributed their suffering to Zhang Yi. Yet, they failed to consider that even had Zhang Yi warned them of an impending apocalypse, would they have believed him? Naturally, they did not ponder this. They merely felt Zhang Yi owed them. Someone immediately proclaimed, Zhang Yi must be held accountable for this. Yes, why should we suffer while he enjoys a life of comfort? He has ample food and medicine. He must share with us. If we are to endure hardship, we shall do so together. The neighbors' eyes turned red with indignation. They could not tolerate the situation. It would be one thing if everyone were equally miserable. Why should one person thrive while the rest languish? No. If there is to be suffering, let it be shared among all. Qin Zhenghao and his cohort also viewed the videos in the group chat. Qin Zhenghao's eyes filled with rage. Zhang Yi, you wretched dog. How can you live so comfortably? Qin Zhenghao has lost one of his legs. A misfortune attributed to Zhang Yi. Consequently, among all the residents of the building, his greatest animosity is directed towards Zhang Yi. The reason he refrained from taking further action later on is twofold. Firstly, Zhang Yi's residence is incredibly fortified, having previously suffered a setback. He would only resort to extreme measures if absolutely necessary. Secondly, he was entirely unaware of the extensive resources that Zhang Yi possessed. Had he known, even at the cost of his life, he would have relentlessly pursued an attack on Zhang Yi's abode. In the chat group, messages surged rapidly, surpassing 100 in an instant. Numerous individuals began tagging Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering immensely. We are on the brink of freezing and starving. Your household is stocked with food and fuel for the fireplace. Please share some with us. Your kindness will be remembered. We hope you won't be ungrateful. Zhang Yi, we have been neighbors for many years. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Zhang Yi, I am Aunt Wang from the 20th floor. I even lent you 2 scallions before. Given our good relationship, you must provide us with some supplies. Zhang Gu, I am your brother Lu Wenxiang. We are like brothers. Why not let me stay at your place? The situation is perilous, and I could protect you. The group was inundated with pleas, moral coercion, and rational arguments, all revolving around a singular theme: to compel Zhang Yi to distribute his household resources among them. Naturally, Zhang Yi observed the incessant barrage of demands without haste to respond. He was curious to witness the true nature of these individuals. Aunt Lin declared, Zhang Yi, I am the head of our community committee. She promoted herself, which was quite amusing. Moreover, I am an elder in this building. I have the authority to demand that you provide these supplies, which I shall distribute to everyone. Mother Xiaolumei lamented, Zhang Yi, my baby and I are on the verge of starvation. You once praised my child for being adorable. Please save us. I could even have my child acknowledge you as a godfather or fulfill any other request you may have. The wealthy young man, Su Hao, exclaimed, Zhang, if you allow me to stay at your home, I will offer you all my assets. No, my father has passed, and our family fortune of over $1 billion will be yours. After observing the spectacle for a while, Zhang Yi leisurely typed a single character. Oh? His solitary response ignited further excitement among the group. The moral coercion intensified, and the pleas for charity persisted. After some time, Zhang Yi coolly inquired, Are we that familiar? By what right should we share our household goods with you? In that moment, despair loomed over all. Reasoning with them was futile. Their very survival eclipsed any moral boundaries. Zhang Yi was well aware that he had no intention of engaging in rational discourse. He was merely toying with them. His gaze turned malicious as he recalled a scene from his past life, where, out of kindness, he had opened his doors only to be met with neighbors who rushed in, wielding an axe against him, eager to consume him before he even met his demise. He yearned for revenge. Thus, he relished the opportunity to playfully torment these pitiful yet detestable creatures. Someone in the group grew frantic. Zhang Yi, are you speaking human words? After all these years as neighbors, isn't mutual assistance a given? What is the purpose of your survival if you cannot help others? You should not be self-serving. You must understand the value of sacrifice. If you had not hoarded supplies in secrecy, we would not be in this predicament. Yes, our current suffering is all your fault, and you must atone. Zhang Yi responded with a simple "oh." This was followed by a chorus of pleas, threats, and insults. They resembled passengers aboard a sinking ship, plunging into the icy depths of the Arctic Ocean, surrounded by lurking sharks. Yet they soon spotted a nearby fishing boat, where the captain leisurely enjoyed a hot pot and sang joyfully as he glided past them. In desperation, they swam with all their might, hoping to be rescued by the captain. The closer they hovered on the brink of despair and hope, the more their mental states unraveled, revealing increasingly grotesque visages. Zhang Yi observed their contorted expressions with a smile, retrieving a bottle of premier Australian yellowtail wine and a portion of exquisite French foie gras from his climate-controlled wine cellar. The pairing of red wine and foie gras is sublime. The bitterness of the foie gras blends beautifully with the tannins of the wine, enhancing the overall experience. allowing even those unaccustomed to wine to savor its deliciousness. As he savored the foie gras and sipped the wine, he watched the neighbors' performance unfold. Some even sent him private messages and made voice calls. Zhang Yi opened each one with interest. Mother Xiaolime, Zhang Yi, please save my baby and me. If you allow me to stay with you, you can have your way with me. College student Zhang Xiu. Zhang Yi, I am still young. I do not wish to perish. Take me as your own. Just provide me with something to eat. Numerous female residents sent private messages, many of whom were married. They understood the current market dynamics and recognized that monetary offers would not sway Zhang Yi. Thus, they collectively proposed to barter their bodies for his protection, hoping for at least a morsel of food. Chapter 54. Zhou. What was Zhang Yi's attitude towards the messages from the female residents? He merely found entertainment in their amusing little compositions and couldn't be bothered to respond. Some, however, were bold enough to send him private selfies. Zhang Yi glanced at a couple but felt little interest. Primarily, these women were overly self-assured. A few were reasonably attractive, yet most were rather unremarkable. They lacked the skill of professional streamers who had practiced how to entice with their movements. There was nothing captivating about them. Did they think this would test a man's resolve? Were any men incapable of resisting such temptations? As for the ulterior motives of the male residents, they were even more straightforward. They either hailed him as brother, big brother, or little brother, pleading for Zhang Yi's support. Some elderly men resorted to moral coercion, demanding Zhang Yi's compassion. The most distasteful was a homosexual individual. Zhang Yi had no desire to entertain that request. After surveying the array of messages, Zhang Yi grew weary. He set up a phone stand, positioning his device before him, eager for any creative or novel ideas to emerge. Then, reclining on the sofa, he sipped his wine and savored the foie gras while admiring the enchanting snowfall outside. Half a month passed, and the snow showed no signs of abating. The entire city lay beneath a thick blanket of snow. According to Zhang Yi's recollection, this snowfall would last for a month, submerging everything below the fourth floor. As for how much longer it would continue, he was uncertain. Nevertheless, he felt no pressing need to venture outside. Going out was meant to seek hope for survival. Yet no one knew where that hope lay, except for Zhang Yi. Resting his chin on his hand, Zhang Yi mused languidly. Staying indoors every day is rather dull. Perhaps it will be prudent to venture out sometime. Once the residents of this building had perished in sufficient numbers, he could explore outside. A thought suddenly struck him. He recalled that he had several snowmobiles in his warehouse. These were originally destined for a nearby city to supply an artificial ice and snow facility. Thus, even with over 10 meters of snow outside, he would have a means to traverse the landscape. Although it was impossible to leave his current abode, having this option would allow him to step outside for some fresh air once conditions were safe. Zhang Yi felt a flicker of excitement. Feeling a sense of boredom at home, he thought it might be refreshing to step outside for some relaxation. He possessed a nationally rated cold-resistant suit and a snowmobile, making him unafraid even in temperatures as low as minus 60 or 70 degrees. Zhang Yi continued to idly browse through his neighbors' messages. Among them, one message caught his attention. Zhou had reached out not with tales of woe or private photographs, but with a calm request for an exchange. Mr. Zhang, our supplies of food and medicine are nearing depletion. I hope you can provide some assistance. In return, I can offer you medical support. Zhang Yi's mind swiftly conjured her image. A doctor at Tianhai City First People's Hospital. She was 26 years old, tall and slender, standing at least 175 centimeters. What left the deepest impression on Zhang Yi was not just her cool, aesthetic beauty, but rather her impressive 30-60 figure, especially in winter when she donned a black sweater. Her form was striking, prompting Zhang Yi to steal glances every time they encountered each other in the elevator. It was no wonder she was a doctor. She was remarkably rational. Instead of lamenting her plight and seeking pity, she sought a mutual exchange. Zhang Yi held a certain admiration for Zhou. In this apocalyptic world, only those who possessed value had the right to survive. Zhou had displayed her worth through her exceptional medical skills. After all, it was impossible to secure a position at Tianhai City First People's Hospital without a significant level of competence. In a world turned upside down, medical expertise was indeed a vital skill. Though Zhang Yi had stocked up on numerous medicines and had been studying this field, he had not yet deluded himself into believing he could handle every ailment. Having a doctor by his side would undoubtedly provide him with substantial security for his future survival. Most importantly, Zhang Yi had assessed Zhou Kuer's character. In his previous life, she had perished for sharing food with Xieli Mei, whether out of utter despair or genuine kindness. Zhang Yi had seen the radiance of humanity within her. Adjusting his posture with his left hand resting on his thigh and his chin supported by his other hand, he mused, perhaps I could keep her around to care for me and my good brothers? Although he was currently comfortable, his brothers were faring poorly. This was a dilemma. Zhang Yi was a spirited young man, unafraid to confront such issues. Furthermore, in a world where morality and law had crumbled, humanity need not live in repression. It was enough to face one's desires honestly. Suddenly, Zhang Yi burst into laughter, patting the armrest as he said, I must admit, I'm quite tempted, but alas. He glanced up at the ceiling and remarked, I am rather afraid of death. While Zhou Kuer was a consideration, without absolute control over her, he could not allow her into his home. Let's see how this unfolds, he thought. There would certainly be more survivors in the future, with his advantageous circumstances. How could he fail to find capable doctors and good women? Zhang Yi, having experienced death once, had a more open perspective. He replied to Zhou Kuer, I am in good health and do not require a doctor. However, I do have plenty of medicines and food to spare. If you wish to exchange, you must present me with something of value. Regardless of her being a beautiful, talented doctor, he would not allow her to take advantage of him. When have I, Zhang, ever engaged in a losing deal? There was a prolonged silence on the other end before Zhou Kuer responded. Could this be considered an advance on the consultation fee? I am truly at my wit's end. Her tone bore hints of hesitation and shame. It was evident that she would not have easily beseeched a man she barely knew if not for dire circumstances. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi said, I can provide you with food and medicine, but you must assist me in return. What kind of assistance? Zhukaiya inquired. My neighbors are likely plotting against me. If you learn of their intentions, please inform me. Zhang Yi was aware that these crazed neighbors would soon attack his home, yet he felt no fear. When he constructed his steel fortress, he had invested considerable resources and personally selected many features with the purpose of preparing for such a day. At that moment, his home resembled a slightly underarmed war fortification. Even a band of armed soldiers would find it nearly impossible to breach without heavy weaponry, let alone these starving, half-dead neighbors who had endured weeks of hardship. He proposed such terms merely to find a pretext to engage Zhou Kuer, and having an insider would undoubtedly provide an extra layer of security for his preparations. After much hesitation, Zhou Kuer ultimately agreed. Her moral compass and conscience would not allow her to act despicably, yet the neighbor's jealousy-driven intent to rob Zhang Yi struck her as far worse. Thus, she chose to assist him. Zhang Yi stated, Very well, I expect to see your valuable information before I provide you with what you desire. From here on out, your performance will be crucial. Zhu Kaiye responded, Understood. She was a kind-hearted woman, but not foolish. She would not naively request unconditional help from Zhang Yi. Their conversation reached a natural conclusion. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat, where the messages continued to flood in, with 99 notifications still targeting him, attempting to morally blackmail and intimidate him. Zhang Yi, where have you been? We demand an answer. Will you or will you not part with your supplies? Some had already begun to grow impatient. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed they were preparing to storm his home. Go to hell, he replied with a laugh. Instantly, the group erupted in a torrent of insults, spewing the most vulgar language imaginable. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, challenging them. If you have the capability, then come at me. Having already tasted the act of killing, he bore no guilt and would not hesitate to do so again if necessary. Very well, Zhang Yi, you brought this upon yourself. Do not say we did not give you a chance, you selfish and despicable man. From now on, you alone shall bear the consequences of your actions. The cacophony of insults gradually diminished. It was easy to surmise that they, much like their previous tactics against Chen Jianghao, had created a separate group to plot their attack on Zhang Yi's home. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of tension and excitement danced in his eyes, causing his body to tremble slightly. Even though he knew his home was an impenetrable steel fortress, facing an assault from hundreds of people would naturally evoke some anxiety. Yet that exhilarating sensation ignited a fervor within him. He had longed to personally teach a lesson to those who had once sought to divide his spoils. A gleam of determination flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes as an array of weapons materialized in the living room. 5 steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade compound bows, nearly 300 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows were displayed. Additionally, there were 2 large boxes of steel balls, a machete, a 1.2-meter pry bar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All these instruments lay on the table, excellent tools for killing. Beyond these physical weapons, he also possessed pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, a plethora of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails crafted from bottles, rags, and gasoline. A chilling light gleamed in Zhang Yi's gaze. Let them come in droves. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, the neighbors, realizing that he would not surrender the supplies within his home, were filled with rage. Sun Jichao established a new group chat, adding all the surviving homeowners except for Zhang Yi. They even included Chun Zhenghao in the conversation. Upon seeing Chun Zhenghao, the others felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. However, Chun Zhenghao took the initiative to speak. Everyone, our primary objective now is to deal with Zhang Yi. The supplies in his home likely surpass the total of all ours combined. If we can bring him down, we will acquire a substantial amount of resources. So do not worry. I will not turn against anyone else at this moment. However, I must claim half of what we gather from this operation. Having suffered losses at Zhang Yi's hands, Chun Zhenghao understood the formidable defenses of Zhang Yi's residence, which included crossbows. Thus, he dared not launch a direct assault alone, but planned to lead the other less formidable residents in the attack. He reasoned that with over 100 people, they could surely breach Zhang Yi's defenses. How many weapons could Zhang Yi truly possess? How many could he potentially take down? With 100 residents in the building, Chun Zhenghao and his group of 6 audaciously demanded half of the spoils. Yet, no one considered this arrangement unjust. Instead, they regarded Chun Zhenghao as a commendable individual. He possessed a firearm and still offered to share half of the bounty. What a noble character, Sun Jichao asserted. Indeed, we should all set aside past grievances for now. Our foremost goal is to infiltrate Zhang Yi's home and reclaim what rightfully belongs to the collective. With these 2 leading the charge, the others readily rallied to their cause. Witnessing the lavish lifestyle within Zhang Yi's abode, jealousy ignited within them. They longed to eliminate Zhang Yi and seize his current fortunes. Weapons in hand, follow me. Let us vanquish Zhang Yi and seize the supplies. Eliminate that shameless, selfish fiend. They roared with fervor. Only a few remained silent, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke. The rest, even those who had previously shared amicable relations with Zhang Yi and had benefited from his kindness, cast aside their memories of goodwill. Nothing mattered more than survival. To live, they were willing to forsake all ethical considerations. Zhang Yi was at home, meticulously cleaning his firearm. This instrument was familiar to him, having used it frequently at the shooting range. Moreover, in a month prior to the apocalypse, he had intensified his training. He felt no pressure when it came to hitting a target at close range. At that moment, Zhou Ke sent him a message. They are planning to come to your house. Upon reading this, Zhang Yi replied simply, "Oh, understood." Zhou Ke, seated on her sofa, furrowed her brow at Zhang Yi's calm response. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets around her and tucked her pale feet further inside. They must have visited every household. Having seen your video, they have gone mad. Aren't you going to think of a way out? Zhou Ke believed that the most rational course of action was to relinquish a portion of his supplies to quell the neighbor's fury. Otherwise, no matter how formidable an individual might be, facing such a multitude was insurmountable. Over 100 people could easily dismantle a house. Zhang Yi simulated, opting not to elaborate further. He merely stated, "Remember, you must not come here. I will only remind you once. Then, prepare to enjoy the spectacle." Zhu Kai frowned, her eyes filled with curiosity. She could not comprehend Zhang Yi's confidence in facing over 100 residents alone. This was no trivial matter if his door were breached. The frenzied mob would surely take his life. Could it be that he was insane? Nevertheless, this was Zhang Yi's choice, and she had no power to alter it. However, she did heed his advice and refrained from joining the mob attacking Zhang Yi's home. She was a person of moral integrity and would not partake in the exploitation of others' misfortunes, whether Zhang Yi's or those of the other neighbors. Chapter 56. The assault. Zhang Yi sat quietly at home, awaiting the arrival of his frenzied neighbors. His expression was serious, with an array of weapons laid out before him. At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu, the doorman. "Xiao Zhang, you should run. They are coming for you armed." A warmth spread through Zhang Yi's heart. It was rare to find good people in this world. He chuckled and replied, "Uncle Yu, do not worry. I can handle it. Uncle Yu fell silent for a moment, seemingly realizing that there was nowhere to escape to now. Resistance was his only option. He said, Xiao Zhang, I hope you can survive. I am sorry. I may not be able to assist you this time. Uncle Yu felt deeply ashamed, as he owed Zhang Yi a debt of gratitude. It was Zhang Yi who had advised him to stock up on supplies, leading him to gather numerous instant noodles and sausages at home. Now, his standard of living was quite acceptable. However, witnessing Zhang Yi about to be besieged by so many, he felt helpless. Zhang Yi replied lightly. Your choice not to join them already speaks to your goodness. Do not concern yourself. I do not need your worry. Uncle Yu had made the right decision. Rushing to help Zhang Yi now would likely result in being slaughtered by the mob of over 100 homeowners. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yi prudently refrained from divulging any details about his home. One must always remain cautious, regardless of who the other party is. He would not fully trust anyone. Before long, Zhang Yi felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble slightly. A thunderous noise resonated from outside. They had arrived. Zhang Yi calmly remarked. He understood that the sound was that of hundreds of individuals surging up the stairs. However, Zhang Yi resided on the 24th floor, with the elevator out of service. Those who could only ascend by the stairs would surely be exhausted. Moreover, the invaders were not solely those from the lower floors. At the very least, through the large screen monitoring the entire building, Zhang Yi observed his neighbor from 2402 emerging with a kitchen knife and a wrench in hand. The couple next door, with the woman clutching the knife and hiding behind her husband, had glints of greed in their eyes as they gazed at Zhang Yi's door. Surely, upon learning that their neighbor had been living in paradise for the past half-month, their envy had reached its peak. The crowd continued to swell, blocking the corridor in front of Zhang Yi's home. A few individuals held umbrellas over their heads to shield themselves from any water Zhang Yi might pour out. Before long, someone could no longer contain their impatience and rushed forward to pound on the door. Bang! 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 Zhang Yi, get out here. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance. Don't wait for us to burst in. It will be too late then. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi noticed that Sun Jichao and the others were absent, as was Qin Zhenghao. The actions of those banging on the door confirmed his suspicion that Sun Jichao and Qin Zhenghao had not disclosed the true circumstances of his home. This meant their strategy was to use the other neighbors as cannon fodder, allowing them to absorb Zhang Yi's crossbow fire and high-voltage electrical attacks first. Zhang Yi would not show them any mercy. After all, he had an abundance of energy at his disposal and did not lack for electricity. He activated the high-voltage switch. The young man who had been furiously pounding on the door was instantly ensnared by the electric current, his face contorting in agony. The most terrifying aspect was that, with over 100 people crowding into the corridor, the entire space became a tangled mass of bodies. Thus, when he was electrocuted, a large group behind him also received a shock. It's high voltage, get back. The crowd scattered frantically, as if a tiger had sunk its teeth into them. Had they not been bundled in so many layers of clothing, they would have had no chance of escaping. Everyone was jolted by the high voltage, their muscles convulsing in pain. The unfortunate young man and the 7 or 8 individuals beside him bore the worst fate. With no opportunity to escape, they were left charred and lifeless. Others gazed at them in terror, yet none dared to intervene. After a brief span of seconds, Zhang Yi severed the electric current. 9 figures emitted wisps of smoke, as the air became saturated with the scent of charred flesh and burnt fabric. With a resounding thud, the 9 collapsed onto the ground, their bodies blackened, leaving their fates uncertain. However, it was clear to all that even if they clung to life, in the current circumstances, they were as good as dead. Eyes widened in horror, the onlookers were taken aback by the sudden loss of so many lives right before them. The expressions of those struck by electricity were grotesque, their eyes bulging in shock. A few women in the crowd could no longer contain themselves, shrieking before doubling over to vomit, though their stomachs were empty, yielding only bile. Fear gripped some, prompting thoughts of escape. Yet upon reaching the staircase, they discovered that it had been barricaded by Qin Zhenghao and his henchmen. What do you want? Go back. Qin Zhenghao hissed ominously, brandishing a gun. The staircase was their sole means of retreat, and by blocking it, Qin Zhenghao intended to force everyone to confront Zhang Yi. Their demise would benefit him, allowing him to seize the resources they possessed. Sun Jichao and a few others, despite their ailments, remained at the scene, observing the 9 lifeless bodies. Their expressions were chillingly apathetic. Clearly, they shared the same intentions, asked Chen Jinghao. Noticing the crowd's trepidation, Sun Jichao shouted, "That despicable Zhang Yi is a beast. He has slain his own neighbors, brothers and sisters. We must avenge them by killing Zhang Yi. Fear not, everyone, strike the door with wooden planks. Just avoid the door itself. He has little left in his arsenal. He is out of tricks. If we break down this door, a warm hearth and endless food await us." His rallying cry ignited a spark of determination in many. They had endured more than half a month of hunger and cold, and for a morsel of food and a moment of warmth, they were willing to sacrifice everything. Soon, someone retrieved a wooden plank, evidently scavenged from a wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, charge! Break down the door and eliminate that wretched Zhang Yi." A throng of individuals brandished their makeshift weapons and began to batter Zhang Yi's door with fervor. Thud! 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 The violent impact caused the cups atop Zhang Yi's coffee table to rattle. Yet, Zhang Yi found it insufficiently satisfying. He retrieved a large Sennheiser speaker from another dimension, connected it to his phone, and began playing one of his favorite tracks, Bienzo Bien AI. Outside, the crowd relentlessly assaulted the door, while inside, the classic upbeat music blared, inciting their fury further. "Zhang Yi, your arrogance will be your downfall. You shall perish today. In retribution for my brother." They wielded their wooden planks with increasing zeal. However, after dozens of blows, they sorrowfully realized the door had not budged. A dozen grown men exerting their strength together, equating to a force of over 1,000 pounds, left only faint marks and negligible dents on the imposing black iron door. The neighbors' spirits sank. What kind of door was this, so extraordinarily resilient? At this rate, would they ever breach it? Each person was gasping for breath, enduring temperatures plunging below 70 degrees, and their hunger had sapped their strength. After such exertion, many felt their legs weaken, necessitating substitutions in their ranks. Yet given the current pace, it seemed they would exhaust themselves without achieving their goal. At that moment, someone approached, staring at the door for a prolonged moment before exclaiming, "This is a bank vault door." The individual employed at a bank immediately recognized the telltale signs. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the crowd. Did that mean it was unbreakable? The bank employee shook his head bitterly. Even with explosives, you cannot breach this top-of-the-line vault door. Without the key, only the world's foremost locksmiths stand a chance of opening it. At this juncture, Zhang Yi, armed with a crossbow, had reached the shooting aperture. Chapter 57. Heavy casualties observing the crowd outside, still chattering and devising strategies. Zhang Yi felt no need to aim carefully. Since they sought his life, he had no obligation to show mercy. He raised the crossbow and began to fire. Soon, several individuals were struck by arrows and fell. It was then that those outside recognized the potency of Zhang Yi's weaponry. "He has arms. Be cautious." The surrounding crowd screamed in horror and hastily attempted to disperse. However, the confined hallway left little room for maneuvering, and with so many bodies pressed together, they found themselves unable to flee. In their panic, they stumbled over one another, causing a mass collapse. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained focused solely on his task. The whistling arrows sounded like a death knell, instilling greater fear among the others, who desperately shoved into the stairwell. Some fell to the ground, unable to rise before being trampled. Cries of anguish echoed throughout. Chen Jinghao stood at the stairway with his gun drawn, aiming at those attempting to escape. "What are you afraid of? He is but one man. Charge!" Chen Jinghao's cold gaze and the dark muzzle of his gun deterred those wishing to flee. His intent was to use them as cannon fodder, to deplete Zhang Yi's defenses. And of course, he would not allow their escape. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and the others stayed at a distance to avoid being struck by arrows. Zhang Yi unleashed dozens of crossbow bolts, and in such a densely packed space, nearly every shot found its mark, resulting in significant suffering for the neighbors. Yet, in their dire straits, the neighbors demonstrated remarkable resilience. Someone soon noted the location of the shooting aperture, exclaiming, "There's a hole above the door. He is shooting from there. We just need to block it." Immediately, individuals raised mops and brooms to cover the shooting hole. Others attempted to hurl objects into Zhang Yi's room. Unfazed, Zhang Yi swiftly closed and locked the iron door behind the shooting aperture. This door could only be opened from the inside, impervious to external assault. However, this maneuver had effectively neutralized dozens of adversaries. With Zhang Yi unable to shoot further, the neighbors finally regained their composure from their earlier terror. The ground was strewn with chaos. Many had been struck by arrows, sustaining varying degrees of injury. A few, having been hit in vital areas, succumbed immediately. Yet upon seeing the rusted, makeshift arrows, a wave of dread washed over the neighbors. They understood that survival for those struck was unlikely. Some, mourning their lost kin, wailed and cursed Zhang Yi vehemently. Zhang Yi, you despicable scoundrel. You are vile and shameless. Come out, if you dare, and face me one-on-one. You wicked fiend, I will battle you. Zhang Yi, I will surely kill you. In response, all that echoed back was the pulsating beat of the music within the room. Only after love can one comprehend its depth. Only after loss can one truly understand what to cherish. Outside, the cacophony of curses mingled with the incessant music inside, resembling Zhang Yi's taunting of everyone. In truth, this was precisely his intent. Having discharged dozens of crossbow bolts, Zhang Yi felt a slight strain in his arm. He retreated to the kitchen, retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, and gulped it down. Refreshing. Zhang Yi observed the screen, continuing to monitor the movements of the crowd outside. At this moment, as the formidable door of Zhang Yi's residence stood impervious to assault, the neighbors felt a mix of anxiety and despair. What could be done? Suddenly, Sun Jichao exclaimed, "Do not panic, everyone. I have a solution." The crowd turned towards him as he limped over, clutching his injured leg. He pointed at the wall of Zhang Yi's house and smiled. Their door is made of alloy and cannot be breached. However, isn't this wall made of bricks and cement? I refuse to believe we cannot demolish it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Indeed, why hadn't they thought of that? If the door was impenetrable, they could simply break through the wall. There were so many of them, it wouldn't take long to bring it down. Zhang Yi, you scoundrel. Surely you never anticipated we had this option. Inside, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow as he observed the sudden cheerfulness of his neighbors. The music was blaring, drowning out their words. Yet, he felt no urgency, choosing instead to watch the unfolding events. No matter how many tricks they had up their sleeves, he was unperturbed. They could not surpass his ingenuity. After pouring an entire month of effort into constructing this impregnable fortress, should it be easily breached, it would be a disgrace to him. Zhang Yi, the neighbors arrived armed with tools, quickly lining up to assault the outer wall with hammers and axes. Bang! A burly man swung with all his might, the hammer crashing against the wall. Instantly, a crack appeared, sending white dust cascading down. The crowd's excitement surged as they sensed they had found a weak point in Zhang Yi's defenses. They struck even harder. However, when a man raised his hammer for a second blow, a resounding clash of metal echoed. Ping! The man let out a pained cry as the hammer clattered to the ground. He staggered back, collapsing, and the crowd gasped as they saw deep gashes on his hands. Blood flowing profusely, quickly congealing in the frigid air, creating a gruesome sight. What was happening? The neighbors were bewildered, questioning how a wall could withstand such force. One ventured closer, brushing away the dust, and upon revealing the underlying structure, he nearly dropped his jaw in shock. The wall was made of steel. The crowd was astonished and gathered to inspect. Indeed, after clearing away the outer layer of white dust, they found a thick black metallic surface identical to the door. One individual could not contain his frustration and shouted, "Why is this happening? Whose house has walls made of steel plates? I refuse to believe this entire house is constructed of iron." Some could no longer bear the despair and resumed striking other areas. Several joined forces, hoping to discover a flaw in the wall. Yet, regardless of their approach, they ultimately confronted the same impenetrable steel barrier. In the living room, Zhang Yi scoffed at their futile efforts. Surely, the problems they pondered were not beyond his own foresight. Regrettably, he had constructed his home with walls composed of 20 centimeters of high-quality steel. Even cannon fire would not breach it. Why should he fear their crude hammers and axes? Zhang Yi's greatest strength was his fear of death, prompting him to preemptively address every conceivable issue. During the inspection, he meticulously checked every inch, testing with a hammer until he felt satisfied. After all, the psychological trauma of having been invaded in a past life lingered heavily. He was determined never to endure such a scenario again. The relentless noise from outside continued, prompting Zhang Yi to activate the soundproofing features within his abode to thwart any potential attacks masked by the cacophony. After a span of 20 minutes, the clamor finally ceased. The residents of the entire building gazed vacantly at the imposing metal wall, their hearts colder than the ice and snow beyond. How could this be? Why would anyone construct such a house? Some covered their faces, crying out in despair. A young couple among Zhang Yi's neighbors lamented. I knew they were renovating, but I never imagined it would turn out like this. There are probably very few normal families in the world that would build such a house. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang's eyes burned with desperation. If the entire apartment building could not breach Zhang Yi's defenses today, they would be left to await their demise. Sun Jichao clenched his lips, biting until he tasted blood, yet remained oblivious to the pain. Zhang Yi had anticipated the snowstorm. Everything he did was meant to protect himself. Sun Jichao pointed at Zhang Yi's residence, shouting in anger. The neighbors glanced at him, tears streaming down their faces as they cursed Zhang Yi in agony. Despicable Zhang Yi, only concerned for your own survival, with no regard for the rest of us. If we all perish, what significance is your solitary existence? Would you not feel lonely in a world devoid of others? One day, you shall find yourself mired in endless regret and self-recrimination for failing to warn us, for not aiding us. Can you sleep at night? Do you not feel guilt? As some realized they were powerless against Zhang Yi, they began to comfort themselves with a spirit reminiscent of AQ. One day, retribution will surely find you, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, your conscience will haunt you for eternity, and you will live in torment. They had no inkling of the joy Zhang Yi experienced in the safety of his home, nor would they consider him anything more than a familiar stranger. Chun Zhenghao, overseeing the situation with his weapon in hand, now perceived the dilemma posed by the entirely metallic wall. At this juncture, he had lost interest in everyone else, fixated solely on seizing Zhang Yi's residence. What are you all so anxious about? This is merely the beginning. Even if their walls are made of iron, what of the ceiling? The floor? I refuse to believe he has constructed an iron box. Chun Zhenghao coldly addressed the crowd. Zhang Yi, listening through the surveillance, nodded in appreciation of Chun Zhenghao's astuteness. This individual possessed a sharp mind. However, he sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, I am not foolish. Upon hearing Chun Zhenghao's remarks, the neighbors rushed to the upper and lower levels of Zhang Yi's residence, wielding hammers, axes, chisels, and wooden sticks. They employed every method available to them. They were merely 20 centimeters away from the hope of survival, their objective to breach that final distance. Yet soon, they sank deeper into despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's home was indeed an iron box. From top to bottom, left to right, every angle was sealed with thick steel plates. In this power outage, without tools such as electric saws or drills, they faced the grim reality that unless they labored tirelessly for an entire year without sustenance, they might not breach these walls. Chapter 58. Despair. Chun Zhenghao and the others spent the entire morning attempting to breach Zhang Yi's walls. However, after peeling away the wall's surface, floor, and ceiling, they encountered a barrier of thick steel plates. The 20-centimeter steel plates represented a nightmare for them. Utilizing only human strength, the prospect of breaking through seemed utterly hopeless. Working in such frigid conditions without sufficient energy to replenish their lost stamina would only hasten their demise. Many collapsed from exhaustion, groaning in despair. They clutched their emaciated stomachs, hunger threatening to overwhelm them, yet the meager food supplies had dwindled to almost nothing. Some individuals peered at their neighbor, catching glimpses of pristine flesh through the fabric seams. A thought suddenly surged into their minds. Is this not flesh? As this terrifying notion emerged, a chill enveloped them, compelling them to banish the idea from their thoughts. Yet, once conceived, this thought inadvertently offered an option in their desperate predicament. They likely understood that if the day ever arrived, cannibalism would surely ensue. Was there truly no escape? Sun Jichao's face contorted in anguish. He felt as though his arm had begun to fester and rot. Without antibiotics, and even lacking basic anti-inflammatory medication, he could not effectively tend to his wounds. His injury was still marred with rust. Under such circumstances, death seemed all but inevitable. Zhu said, Zhang Yi, why must you be so cruel? What worth is your solitary existence compared to the lives of so many? What harm is there in sacrificing yourself? Why? Sun Jichao howled to the heavens, despair twisting his very soul. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor unexpectedly emerged. Perhaps you could attempt the balcony. During their renovations, They transformed the balcony into a floor-to-ceiling window, largely composed of glass. There might be a chance to break in. Other residents could not see the back of Zhang Yi's home, but his neighbor could. Building 25 had some floors with balconies, and the 24th floor, where Zhang Yi resided, had a modest platform. Typically, he used it to tend to flowers and air out bedding. Upon hearing the neighbor's suggestion, a group of nearly hopeless individuals suddenly lifted their heads. A window? Huh, yes. If his home has a window, it must have an exit. It cannot all be sealed off. As long as there is a window, they could burst in. Without further debate, the group surged into Zhang Yi's adjacent apartment. There was a gap of about 15 centimeters between the two balconies, separated by a railing. However, these obstacles could not deter the frenzied crowd. The balcony was not akin to the corridor, which had been sealed off by various households, creating a tight seal that offered some warmth. Outside, the north wind howled, and heavy snow fell. Within hours, it could freeze a person solid. Nevertheless, Chen Zhenghao and the others paid no heed. If they could break into Zhang Yi's home, they could seize everything. The group howled like madmen as they leaped onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Zhang Yi, of course, noticed the commotion. Their eyes met for less than a second. The neighbors brandished their tools, wildly smashing against the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi leisurely dragged his white recliner to the window, reclining without a care, and poured himself a steaming cup of coffee. The small balcony quickly became crowded with a dozen individuals. Their faces were pale, resembling the living dead, and coupled with their frenzied, contorted expressions, they bore no semblance of humanity. Zhang Yi mused that if zombies truly existed, they would likely resemble this scene. Bang, 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 clatter. The dull sounds echoed against the glass. Battling the biting wind and snow, these lunatics relentlessly struck the glass. Even if they accidentally struck their own hands, they felt no pain, allowing blood to flow and congeal. When they first began smashing the wall, their desire had not been particularly pronounced. Yet now, with only a layer of glass separating them, they could more vividly perceive the opulence of Zhang Yi's life. Inside, a fireplace blazed, and Zhang Yi lounged in his white recliner, clad in a simple outfit, resembling a wealthy landlord. Beside him sat a steaming cup of coffee, likely a cappuccino, given to froth. The coffee table was cluttered with weapons, but that was not the main focus. The centerpiece was a large pile of half-eaten snacks strewn beneath the table. Chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, Peking duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. It was these very items that drove the neighbors on the balcony to madness. Having been away from them for merely half a month, they reacted as if they had reunited with a long-lost parent. How? In their fervor, they even forgot language, expressing their excitement through desperate screams. Then they redoubled their efforts, smashing the window with all their might. Zhang Yi, cradling his coffee, watched this spectacle with amusement. He casually remarked, "Who says glass is inherently weaker than metal?" The cost of this wall was exorbitant. Zhang Yi had declined the proposal from the Zhanlong Security Company to use metal, opting instead to invest a fortune in custom-made bulletproof glass for the floor-to-ceiling window. He recalled the manager of Zhanlong Security, Wu Huiren, stating that such a thick wall was designed not just to withstand bullets, but even cannon fire. The bulletproof glass used in the specialized vehicles of Western leaders could resist sniper fire, yet their thickness was less than half that of Zhang Yi's wall. As expected, the crowd soon realized something was amiss. They initially assumed it was acrylic glass, believing they could shatter it with a few strong blows. However, after striking for a while, they found no cracks whatsoever. What kind of glass was this? Could it be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The term emerged hoarsely from the throat of a bespectacled man, filled with despair as if from the depths of hell. If it could withstand cannon fire, how could it not resist their feeble efforts? No, I refuse to believe it. A young man shouted defiantly, "My fate is my own. I refuse to believe I cannot break it. If I can shatter it, the fireplace and all the food and drink within will be mine. I must break it all." Perhaps it was the extreme cold that numbed their minds, caught in a dance between hope and despair, leading them to abandon reason and charge forward, fighting for a future. Zhang Yi applauded them, feeling touched. However, he sensed a pang of hunger. So, he retrieved some food from his space, such as braised pork knuckle, caramelized bananas, and a few snacks, indulging in pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59, Smash Hard. Have you not eaten? Just a layer of glass separated the outside world. Where people braved the biting wind and snow, their expressions twisted as they desperately struck the glass. On the other side, Zhang Yi lounged in his recliner, savoring delectable food. This stark contrast drove the neighbors outside to the brink of madness with envy. They cursed loudly, their voices hoarse, their eyes bloodshot. Zhang Yi, just wait. Soon, I will end you. Once I shatter this glass, you are done for. You wretched, selfish scoundrel. Your time to be arrogant is running out. Today is your day of reckoning. All that delicious food, that hot coffee, it's all mine, all mine. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, raised his coffee in their direction. Keep going, you could do it. Soon, the crowd began to tire. After all, this was the 24th floor, where the winds were fierce, and the heavy snowfall rapidly lowered their body temperatures. They had to rotate after every 10 minutes. Yet half an hour passed, and the glass only bore a few minor scratches. Their despair deepened. However, separated by a transparent barrier, witnessing Zhang Yi's comfortable existence ignited their jealousy and compelled them to persist. After another half hour, they continued their efforts. Zhang Yi spotted several of Chun Zhenghao's underlings among the crowd. Clearly, even in such dire circumstances, Chun Zhenghao could not afford to remain idle. Zhang Yi felt that the time had come. He rose from his recliner and approached the coffee table to grasp a bottle. The glass exterior was coated with a layer of frost, and the neighbors initially speculated that he was retrieving a beverage. However, in the next moment, they witnessed Zhang Yi produce a lighter and ignite the contents of the bottle. Immediately, a breach appeared above their heads, and a ball of fire was hurled forth. As a countermeasure, Zhang Yi's residence was equipped with multiple firing ports both front and back. The bottle arced through the air in a yellow trajectory and landed on the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. With a sharp crack, flames erupted into life. This was Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail. Even in extreme cold, gasoline burned fiercely and released heat. The gasoline splattered everywhere, igniting a roaring inferno. The balcony, already confined in space, became a cauldron of flames as the down jackets and padded trousers of the dozen individuals caught fire, engulfing them in vast tongues of flame. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth as he lit another Molotov cocktail and hurled it outside. Fire, fire! The throng of individuals, clustered together on the balcony, faced the daunting challenge of jumping to the adjacent balcony, which was not an easy feat they could not escape. The flames consumed them relentlessly. Zhang Yi watched as they transformed into writhing orbs of fire. Some attempted to roll on the ground, hoping the snow would extinguish the flames, but such efforts proved futile, for gasoline burns even in the presence of water. Others tried to scramble to the neighboring balcony, but in their haste, they lost their footing and plummeted from the 24th floor. With a prolonged scream, they met a thunderous crash below. At such a height, one could only wonder whether the snow would cushion the impact. However, according to the principles of physics, even if they survived, they would likely suffer broken bones and ruptured organs, rendering them effectively dead. Zhang Yi chuckled, remarking that dying from a fall was preferable to being burned alive. Suddenly, a grotesque face slammed against the glass, contorted in terror as it glared at Zhang Yi. "Help me, help me!" In utter agony, the individual cried out for assistance. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a mock salute. "Why would I save you? Go die, you worthless fool!" The man emitted a despairing wail, ultimately consumed by the flames. On the neighboring balcony, another 60 or 70 individuals awaited their turn to attack. Upon witnessing the hellish scene unfolding before them, their faces drained of color. "Help! Help me! I don't want to die! I beg you!" An individual engulfed in flames attempted to crawl over to plead for assistance, grasping the railing in desperation. Just then, a man on this side delivered a ruthless kick to his hands. "Get lost! You're beyond saving. Don't drag us down with you." With each kick, he intensified the force, even severing the man's fingers. The unfortunate soul struggled for a moment before casting a hopeless gaze at them and gradually collapsing against the railing. The air grew thick with a familiar burnt odor, reminiscent of summer strolls by the roadside. Within a short while, all those dozen individuals perished. Some, initially only lightly scorched, attempted to flee but were blocked by their neighbors, who feared the flames would reach them, opting instead to let their peers perish. Others, overwhelmed by the searing pain, leapt from the 24th floor. The blazing inferno unexpectedly provided these individuals with a fleeting sense of warmth. Gradually, they approached, extending their hands toward the fire, their faces betraying a hint of a smile. Fearful of being noticed, after burning for over 20 minutes, the flames finally subsided. The neighbors gazed upon the bodies strewn across the ground, a sense of dread settling in their hearts. To confront Zhang Yi, they had already lost 30 to 40 lives, with no opportunity to breach the defenses. They pondered how to seize the resources in Zhang Yi's possession. A palpable air of despair enveloped them. Yet another, more insidious atmosphere began to permeate, altering the expressions of the neighbors. Many were starving, and none wished to admit that a frenzied thought was slowly taking root within them, causing their throats to constrict. Suddenly, a woman broke into tears. "I can't take it anymore." After toiling all day, they had hoped to easily overpower Zhang Yi's home, but the dismal outcome left them in despair. So many had perished, yet Zhang Yi's walls and floor-to-ceiling windows remained unscathed. She suddenly rushed forward and knelt before Zhang Yi's glass. "Zhang Yi, I am on the verge of starvation. I implore you to save me. Even a morsel of bread would suffice." She was not alone. Others soon followed, bowing and weeping, beseeching Zhang Yi for sustenance. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in all who beheld it. Most of those bowing were women, striving to elicit Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60. Bounty on Chen Zhenghao. The plaintive cries from outside the window were unceasing, their foreheads bruised from repeated bowing, a scene of utter desolation. Zhang Yi sighed and approached the window. "Please, there is no need for such desperation. It pains me to witness this." He then lifted a steaming bowl of noodles. "When I feel discomfort, I simply crave food." With a slurp, he devoured the noodles, causing the neighbors to gulp with envy, their cravings intensifying. As they heard his words, their cries escalated, and they bowed with renewed fervor. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We merely wish to survive. Please, grant us some food so we can live like dogs. We will obey your every command." Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and continued to savor his meal. In moments of hunger, being able to indulge in a hearty bowl of noodles is an immense blessing. After consuming half a bowl, he casually placed the remainder before the floor-to-ceiling window. Just a pane of glass separated them. They could see it, but could not touch it. Each person pressed their face against the glass, as if that would enable them to taste the noodles. "Don't blame me for not granting you an opportunity. Whoever among you goes and brings me Chen Zhenghao's head, I will provide them with noodles for a week, enough to satisfy them at every meal." Zhang Yi had no intention of showing pity for these people. However, their incessant attempts to break through his walls and windows had become quite bothersome. Thus, it was preferable to let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario, where they would turn against one another. As he made this proclamation, he simultaneously relayed the message to the entire building. The neighbors at the glass window, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of hesitation. Chen Zhenghao was armed. Seeking his head could very well cost them their own lives. Yet, if they struggled against Chen Zhenghao, could they truly contend with Zhang Yi? The 30 to 40 corpses littered around Zhang Yi's home served as a grim testament to the latter's formidable nature. Meanwhile, Chen Zhenghao, on the neighboring balcony, observed the unfolding situation. He had not heard Zhang Yi's words, but wore a furrowed brow, contemplating his next move. 2 of his men had perished this time. To maintain control of the entire building, he needed to replenish his ranks. While deep in thought, Chen Zhenghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He suddenly turned around, brandishing the gun in his hand, only to find that everyone was looking at him with peculiar expressions. "What do you all intend to do?" Upon seeing the gun, the crowd became apprehensive and hastily retreated. "Clear out, all of you!" Chen Zhenghao bellowed. The onlookers continued to regard him with strange, even eerie glances, as if they were not observing a person, but rather prey. A chill ran down Chen Zhenghao's spine, prompting him to quickly leave the area with a few of his subordinates. "Wait, what about the Zhang Yi family?" Sun Jichao inquired from his side. Chen Zhenghao cursed, exclaiming, "Damn it, we can't break in. What else can we do? We'll think of something later." With that, he stormed off in a fit of anger. Meanwhile, at the window of the Zhang Yi residence, a group of individuals, some begging for mercy and others attempting to break the window, could no longer endure the bone-chilling winds and snow, gradually departing one by one. Zhang Yi lay comfortably in his warm home, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. After all, this incident had resulted in a loss of around 40 individuals from the apartment building. Nearly everyone had participated in the invasion of his home, depleting their stamina significantly. This had rendered supplies increasingly scarce and intensified the hostilities among individuals. Before long, Zhang Yi received an abundance of private messages. Following this confrontation, the neighbors had completely given in, their meager energy reserves nearly exhausted, making a large-scale assault on the Zhang Yi residence impossible. Faced with the impenetrable defenses of Zhang Yi's home, they had also lost hope. Consequently, many began to plead with Zhang Yi for mercy or proposed exchanges of benefits. For instance, the wealthy second generation, Su Hao, offered to present his girlfriend to Zhang Yi, stating, "Zhang Yi, I can give you my woman. I only ask for some food in return, please. She is a renowned model in Tianhai City. Just look at her figure and face. She's exquisite. I guarantee you will like her. Please help me." Zhang Yi recognized the model. Su Hao had bought a house here solely to keep her. She typically dressed provocatively, exuding an air of seduction like a cunning fox, rarely deigning to glance at the men around her. In front of Zhang Yi, she always displayed an arrogant demeanor. Yet now, Su Hao was willing to sell her for a few meals. The woman appeared significantly more haggard, seemingly eager to be exchanged. At the very least, she knew that Zhang Yi's household was well stocked with food, thus she put in considerable effort during the photo shoot. What a worthless commodity. Zhang Yi food. Admittedly, this model possessed an impressive figure and striking looks. However, Zhang Yi would never allow such shameless women into his home. Who knows, one day while he was asleep, she might stab him and seize his house. A woman willing to sell her body for food surely had no moral compass. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times before dismissively closing the chat window. Other conversations from different individuals followed. Men had reached out to him infrequently, as they lacked any means to barter food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Yu expressed his congratulations to Zhang Yi for repelling the enemy. In contrast, more women sought his attention. For instance, Fang Yuqing excitedly exclaimed, "Zhang Yi Gij, you are amazing. I knew you would be fine. I'm currently unable to leave. They're despicable, keeping me locked in my home. Don't worry, I will come to find you." Zhang Yi sneered and ignored her. Night soon fell, the days growing shorter as darkness enveloped the surroundings by around 5 o'clock. The temperature would drop another 10 degrees at night. The few remaining television stations were broadcasting programs. Thanks to the government's efforts, the snow disaster in our country was reportedly improving, and they urged everyone not to panic, assuring that the situation would soon be resolved. Due to the harsh winter, citizens were advised to refrain from venturing outside to avoid frostbite and to provide assistance to those in need. Together, we must unite our efforts to overcome the current challenges, and tomorrow will undoubtedly be brighter. Zhang Yi found the news far more entertaining than the comedy skits. However, he was also curious about where these television stations had relocated and how they continued to operate. While listening to the intriguing news, Zhang Yi scrolled through the chat records, finding amusement in the desperate and pleading messages from his neighbors. Those who cursed him were primarily those who had lost family members. Feeling quite pleased, Zhang Yi even extended his blessings to them. "Congratulations to those of you who have lost loved ones. You can roast meat for the funerals and mix the ashes with rice." Zhang Yi mocked them, provoking even more furious curses in return. Suddenly, he noticed movement on the balcony. Intrigued, Zhang Yi approached the window. The heavy snowfall provided ample illumination outside. He then observed figures surreptitiously transporting corpses. More precisely, they were the charred remains of bodies. The individuals were bundled up tightly, and upon realizing Zhang Yi was watching them, they were startled. "Zhang Yi, we are not here to trouble you. Please don't misunderstand. We're merely here to move the bodies." Their voices trembled as they spoke, unable to meet Zhang Yi's gaze. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, moving corpses? Are you their family? Moreover, if you're burying them, you could simply toss them below. Are you really planning to stack a grave inside your home?" The individuals were at a loss for words in response to Zhang Yi's inquiries. "Regardless, you have no use for these bodies, so please don't concern yourself with us." They mustered their courage and quickly dragged the corpses away. Zhang Yi waved dismissively at the glass. "You are quite ruthless. Have you finally reached this point?" The next day, Zhang Yi heard gunshots echoing through the corridor. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots sounded like the explosion of large firecrackers. It was undoubtedly Chen Zhenghao taking action. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had taken effect. In the face of impending doom, the fear of death began to dissipate. The promise of a week's worth of unlimited noodles from Zhang Yi held an irresistible allure for them. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance cameras, witnessing the eruption of conflict. Two men armed with a wrench and a kitchen knife lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the corridor crimson. However, Chun Jinghao was not faring much better. He leaned against the wall, gun in hand, his expression betraying lingering trepidation. They would intercept anyone coming to fetch water here, and others could naturally exploit this opportunity to retaliate against them. Chun Jinghao instructed his subordinates to drag the two bodies away before hastening back to their residence. A pistol was tightly gripped in his hand, now his last bastion of hope. Once the bodies were brought back home, Chun Jinghao exchanged glances with his underlings, who promptly dragged the corpses to the back of the kitchen. Chun Jinghao's gaze turned sinister as he sat on the cold sofa, which offered little warmth. After returning yesterday, he had seen the messages in the group chat, learning that Zhang Yi had placed a bounty on him. This revelation filled him with uncontrollable rage. He perceived himself as the hunter, while Zhang Yi was merely the prey. How dare the prey retaliate against the hunter? Yet, he underestimated the madness of people in desperate situations. Early that morning, two desperate young men had come seeking his life. This realization instilled a sense of crisis in Chun Jinghao, yet simultaneously drove him further into madness. I'll kill you all, if you wish for my demise. You must perish first, Chun Jinghao roared. After a moment of relaxation, he suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his back. He called over one of his subordinates to check on the issue. The younger brother glanced over and suddenly shouted, "How good, you've been stabbed in the back." On Chun Jinghao's down jacket, a 30-centimeter-long gash had been cut by a kitchen knife. The blood was not very conspicuous against the black fabric, and it could only be seen upon closer inspection. Just a moment ago, due to the biting cold outside, coupled with the adrenaline rushing through him in his excitement, Chun Jinghao had not felt any pain. However, upon hearing his brother's exclamation, he immediately cried out in agony. How dare these two scoundrels ambush me? Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he hastily picked up his phone to call Zhou Ke. "Dr. Zhou, I've sustained an injury. Please come quickly and help me bandage it." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ke arrived at Chun Jinghao's home, carrying a medical kit. As she looked at this ruthless villain, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Yet, for the sake of her own survival, she had no choice but to tend to his wounds. In fact, the reason Chun Jinghao's previous arrow wound had not flared up was due to her having treated it. Although she was reluctant, facing the threat of a villain's gun, she had no other option. "I will not assist you for free," Zhou Ke said coldly. Chun Jinghao chuckled and pointed towards the kitchen, saying, "I'll share a portion of the food with you later." Zhou Ke wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of the pungent scent of blood. Her expression changed instantly. Having worked in a hospital for years, she knew exactly what that smell indicated. Suppressing her urge to vomit, she replied icily, "No need." Chun Jinghao sneered. "What a time to be so high-minded, Dr. Zhou. Sooner or later, you will eat." "I would rather die," Zhou Ke frowned. "I would hate to see that. In this world, having a doctor by your side is invaluable," Chun Jinghao lamented. Had it not been for Zhou Ke's assistance in treating his leg injury, he would have lost not just a leg, but his life. "Rest assured, if a day comes when I must eat you, I will save you for last." Chun Jinghao fixed his gaze on Zhou Ke, a fervent glimmer in his eyes. He had long harbored a desire for this beautiful woman. If it weren't for her current utility, he would have acted long ago. Zhou Ke frowned and fell silent, attending to his wound instead. In no time, the injury was simply bandaged. Zhou Ke lifted her medical kit, intending to leave. However, Chun Jinghao signaled to his younger brother, who immediately blocked the door. Zhu Kaiye was startled. "What do you want?" Chun Jinghao replied, "Nothing, but you cannot leave until my injury is healed." At that moment, Chun Jinghao felt a sense of fear himself. So many wished for his demise, and lacking medication made him uneasy. With a doctor nearby, he felt more secure. Ignoring Zhou Ke's resistance, he insisted on keeping her there. Before long, his younger brother brought in a pot of cooked food. Zhou Ke almost retched at the thought of what it might be. Fortunately, her experience in the hospital, often dealing with the deceased, had steeled her resolve. Chun Jinghao insisted she eat some, but she firmly refused. He merely chuckled, dismissing her refusal. He believed Zhou Ke was merely putting on a facade. He was certain that eventually, when hunger struck, she would relent. This situation could not continue. These underlings were beginning to resist, which was detrimental to them. The only solution was to eliminate Zhang Yi and seize his home, ensuring their safety. His residence resembled a fortress stocked with ample supplies, sufficient to sustain them for several months. Perhaps by then, the snow disaster would have passed. Therefore, it was imperative to devise a plan to deal with Zhang Yi. Chen Jinghao instructed his subordinates. The younger brothers exchanged glances. How go? We have attempted to assault Zhang Yi's home multiple times, yet we have failed each time. His residence is like a tortoise shell. We cannot penetrate it. Chen Jinghao asserted. I refuse to believe there are no weaknesses in his defenses, nor that he will always remain indoors. Here is the plan. We will move next door to observe him. Once an opportunity arises, we will eliminate him directly. Living on a higher floor is also safer. At that moment, the group was in disarray, nodding in agreement with whatever Chen Jinghao proposed. Zhou Ku'er listened intently to their conversation. Under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, she slipped away to send a message to Zhang Yi, informing him of the situation. Upon learning this, Zhang Yi merely chuckled dismissively. It was utterly impossible for him to step outside. Understood. Continue to monitor the situation from your location, he instructed. As a doctor, Zhou Ku'er was not in immediate danger, as Chen Jinghao would not kill her. Zhang Yi chose not to act hastily. He set a bounty on Chen Jinghao, confident that someone would eventually attempt to eliminate him. After gathering supplies, Chen Jinghao and Zhou Ku'er moved to the 24th floor. The young couple living next door to Zhang Yi were terrified upon realizing Chen Jinghao had arrived. Chapter 62, A Live Feast for the Neighbors. Open the door. Open the door. This is Chen Jinghao. We are swapping residences. Hurry and open up, or I shall open fire. Inside, the young couple huddled together in fear. What should we do? They are here to take our home. We might even lose the little food we have left. The wife looked at her husband, despair etched on her face. The husband, a bespectacled clerk, comforted her. Do not be afraid. It will be all right. If they want the house, let them have it. Quickly, hide the remaining food on you. The couple concealed their scant provisions within their clothing and, trembling, opened the door. Upon seeing the menacing figures of Chen Jinghao and his gang, the man swallowed hard and bowed, saying, How go, this house is now yours. We will leave immediately. Just as they attempted to step away, one of Chen Jinghao's subordinates let out a cold laugh and raised a steel pipe. With a thud, the man collapsed, darkness overtaking him. Even in unconsciousness, disbelief lingered in his eyes. He could not comprehend why, having complied and relinquished his home, the assailants would still resort to violence. The woman, horrified, watched her husband fall lifelessly to the ground. She gasped, covering her mouth in a scream. Another blow landed on her head, silencing her as well. Two of Chen Jinghao's subordinates approached, eliminating any chance for the couple to utter another word. This was her first encounter with murder. No matter how strong her psychological fortitude, she could not maintain her composure. Chen Jinghao merely glanced at her, chuckling coldly. It's too cold. They were bound to die eventually. Dr. Zhou, you must become accustomed to such occurrences, having taken many lives. He had completely lost his reverence for life. Moreover, there was a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. After being targeted by Zhang Yi's bounty and subsequently attacked, fear had nestled within him. Thus, he felt compelled to suppress the owners of all levels with even greater brutality, forcing them into submission. Zhou Ku'er fought against her nausea, but remained silent. Chen Jinghao brazenly entered the house, instructing his subordinates to dispose of the couple. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi was constantly greeted by the sound of clanging and clattering. The noise emanated from next door. He knew it was Chen Jinghao and his crew searching for vulnerabilities in his home. They took turns monitoring the front door and rear windows of Zhang Yi's residence. Chen Jinghao believed that Zhang Yi would at least emerge at some point, perhaps to dispose of garbage or collect melted snow. Once an opportunity presented itself, he would ensure Zhang Yi's demise, thus reclaiming everything that was rightfully his. However, he could not fathom that in Zhang Yi's possession lay a vast, alternate space, rendering the issue of water utterly trivial. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi found it inconvenient to open the window to discard refuse. Chen Jinghao wielded a firearm, and he would not dare to take such risks. Yet, for a recluse, a bit of clutter within the confines of home was hardly a concern. During bouts of ennui, he would engage in gaming or indulge in the films and shows he had downloaded in advance. Each day, the pleas from the homeowners group echoed relentlessly in his ears. accompanied by frenzied tirades born of desperation. Zhang Yi, you heartless bastard. You could easily allow us to survive a little longer. Why must you be so selfish? You are destined to live a life of solitude. Do you not possess a heart? By refusing to assist us, you shall dwell in guilt and regret for the remainder of your days. In the face of his neighbor's wrath, Zhang Yi's response was rather straightforward. He chose to broadcast his meals live in the group, documenting his daily life for their viewing. Greetings, dear family. Today, I shall prepare a dish of red braised pork. With that, he tossed a slab of pork belly weighing no less than 2 pounds onto the cutting board. The neighbor's eyes widened with envy. What kind of red braised pork requires that much meat? If you cannot finish it, do not waste it. Give it to me, please. Zhang Yi, you are inhuman. You are nothing but a beast. You do not deserve to eat that pork belly. I have not tasted greasy food in a week. I beg you. Let me have a piece of pig skin. Just a sip of the oil. You do not want it, do you? Please, I implore you. Those driven by extreme hunger found themselves utterly powerless against such high-fat delicacies. Zhang Yi deftly maneuvered, and, through the screen, it seemed as though the neighbors could almost smell the tantalizing aroma of the red braised pork. Yet, after a brief moment of cooking, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. He sampled a piece of pork belly only to spit into the trash. Too much soy sauce. Damn it, this pot of meat is ruined. Though he frequently cooked, he had often prepared grand dishes. In this instance, he had inadvertently overseasoned, leading to a pot of meat that was overwhelmed by the flavor of soy sauce. Even the caramelization of the sugar had gone awry, leaving a bitter taste. How can one consume this? What a waste, what an utter waste. Zhang Yi shook his head in resignation. He had intended to showcase his culinary skills, but had instead made a complete mess. Unfortunately, there were no dogs to feed in his household, which only added to the waste. With no other option, he resigned himself to dumping the entire pot of pork into the trash. The group erupted in an uproar. Neighbors were beside themselves. Do not throw it away. My mouth is a trash can. The trash can is right here. What are you doing? Why must you discard it? Why? Hurry and dispose of your garbage. I will go retrieve it. Some were so enraged by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted. Their hearts were bleeding. In the biting cold, with gas supplies cut off, cooking had become an unattainable luxury. Even a taste of something warm had become a grand indulgence, let alone red braised pork, which they could scarcely afford to dream about. And yet, Zhang Yi had the audacity to waste an entire pot. It was absolutely infuriating. I suppose I'll just have some ready-made food. As Zhang Yi shifted the camera, a pristine, well-organized table emerged, adorned with a plethora of sumptuous dishes. The warm yellow light illuminated the table, rendering the food even more appetizing. Zhang Yi enthusiastically pointed to each dish, providing a passionate introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight for dinner, I have oil-braised shrimp, scallion sea cucumber, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn intestines, marinated fish slices, sweet and sour tenderloin, black fish egg soup, and caramelized yam. My friends, the dishes are ready. Let us feast. Zhang Yi propped up his phone, akin to a food broadcaster, and joyfully began to indulge in his meal. The neighbors in the group were bombarding the chat with messages. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I shall bow to you. Zhang, please let my child have a taste of the fish, even if it is just the tail. Zhang Yi, you're my father, and I am your child. Just let me have a sip of the soup. The cacophony of pleading voices persisted, with some even frantically calling Zhang Yi. He paid them no mind, savoring his meal with delight. Observing the frantic expressions of his neighbors only made the food taste even more exquisite. Chapter 63. Infection. Zhang Yi's ostentatious display of wealth was causing the homeowners of the entire building to suffer in silent agony. The very scraps discarded from his home were considered a culinary treasure by them, yet he offered none to them at Sun Jichao's residence. Following their failed assault on Zhang Yi's home, their hopes of acquiring antibiotics had been dashed. Merely 2 days had passed, and the repercussions began to manifest. The 3 injured individuals felt an unbearable itch at their wounds. Around the bandages, the blood took on an unusual hue, turning an unsettling yellow. Unable to resist, Sun Jichao tore off the gauze to inspect the damage. To his horror, he found the wound had begun to fester. A nauseating, rancid odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a decaying animal carcass. No, not like this. I do not wish to die. Sun Jichao wailed, tears streaming down his face. Wang Peng and Gu Jiaoyang, witnessing this scene, were equally horrified. They hastily removed their own bandages, praying that they had not succumbed to infection. Unfortunately, while dreams are beautiful, reality is often cruel. Had their injuries merely been superficial scratches, perhaps self-healing might have been possible. However, they bore deep puncture wounds from rusted crossbow bolts embedded in their flesh. The combination of their injuries, bacterial infection, and lack of adequate nutrition and medication made the deterioration of their wounds inevitable. The three of them cried out in agony, resembling wild beasts in their despair. In the room, Fang Yuqing trembled uncontrollably. Grasping her phone, she messaged Zhang Yi. "Brother Zhang Yi, they have gone mad. I am so scared. Will you come and save me? I promise to obey you when I come over. I will do whatever you ask." After a while, Zhang Yi replied, "King Ye, seeing you like this pains me too. However, I cannot go out. Chun Jinghao is right next door. Perhaps you could come here instead. Just be cautious on your way. Do not let them spot you. Yesterday, my neighbor was killed by them, and you are so delicate, they may target you." Zhang Yi wore a mocking expression. Faced with Fang Yuqing, the so-called White Lotus, his only desire was to torment her relentlessly, to see her suffer in anguish and despair until her demise. Indeed, upon hearing that Chun Jinghao was next to Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's face was a picture of conflict. Chun Jinghao had taken too many lives for her to dare take the risk. "Brother Zhang Yi, I am frightened. Will you come and get me? Do you not have weapons?" Zhang Yi jursit inyardi. "You wretched girl, how dare you demand that I come for you? I would like to do so, but I was frightened a few days ago and am feeling a bit unwell. Let's leave it at that. I am feeling tired. Goodbye." As Fang Yuqing listened to the screams from outside, her complexion turned pale. Yet when she attempted to message Zhang Yi again, he had already ignored her. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi's life continued in opulence and leisure. No longer bound by the need to work, he could sleep and rise at his whim. There was no need to hustle for survival or to appease anyone's mood. Should anyone dare to provoke his displeasure, he would simply retort with a sharp tongue. Life was utterly delightful. Meanwhile, Chun Jinghao next door plotted daily on how to eliminate him and seize his home. However, for several consecutive days, Zhang Yi did not emerge. As long as Zhang Yi remained hidden, he had no opportunity to confront him. On the contrary, he lived in constant fear due to Zhang Yi's bounty on his head. Trembling every day, he even found it hard to trust his own subordinates, clutching a gun tightly even in his sleep. Soon, his nerves began to fray. After much contemplation, Chun Jinghao finally discerned what he should do next. Zhang Yi monitored the entire building through surveillance, observing anyone who appeared in the corridors. Over the past few days, he noticed that Chun Jinghao seemed to be plotting something. Gradually, individuals began to enter Chun Jinghao's residence. These newcomers were all young and strong, mostly single. Some came voluntarily, while others were coerced by Chun Jinghao at gunpoint. Slowly, Chun Jinghao's entourage expanded to 10 members, surpassing his previous numbers. Zhang Yi understood. Chun Jinghao was frightened, thus seeking to rally a group for protection against being killed and having his bounty claimed. However, Zhang Yi perceived this tactic as merely a futile attempt to stave off inevitable doom. Over 40 residents had already perished at Zhang Yi's hand, leaving approximately 70 individuals remaining in the building. According to past expectations, most households had depleted their resources. Hence, the next food supply would inevitably be human flesh. Chun Jinghao had gathered a band of lackeys, and soon he would initiate a massacre of others. Yet, this also meant that he had to provide sustenance for 10 individuals. Thus, even cannibalism would not sustain them for long. Moreover, everyone harbored ulterior motives. Chun Jinghao, a cripple, barely maintained his power with a gun, which likely had few bullets left. Zhang Yi sent a message to Zhou Ku'er, inquiring about the situation with Chun Jinghao. After a lengthy wait, Zhou Ku'er finally replied. Chun Jinghao and his group had gone mad. They had consumed all their food and had begun to resort to cannibalism. "I have not eaten anything for 2 days and feel as though I am on the brink of starvation." Zhang Yi was not surprised. If he were ever in a situation where starvation loomed, he would likely choose death over cannibalism. Of course, given that Zhang Yi was currently well fed, it was easy for him to harbor such thoughts. If one day he faced a similar scarcity, he could not predict what actions he might take. Zhou Ku'er continued to inform Zhang Yi that they had been searching for people daily. Whenever they found an occupied residence, they would storm in and kill the inhabitants. It was ironic that the many lives Zhang Yi had taken had allowed others to survive a little longer. However, they had also faced resistance, and the survivors had banded together, suffering casualties of their own. After a long while, Zhou Kutter sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon reading this line, Zhang Yi sensed the vulnerability of the usually aloof doctor. She seemed to have little hope left in him. After all, in such dire circumstances, everyone was fighting for their own survival. Who had the capacity to care for others? Zhang Yi pondered for a long time before making a decision. Zhou Kutter was a valuable asset, and he could not allow her to perish so easily. A chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital was hard to come by, especially one he was familiar with. You assist me with a task, and upon its successful completion, I can ensure your survival. Chapter 64. The thrill of being Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Kutter, but she had to submit a letter of allegiance. His requirements were simple. She must be useful, non-threatening, and, crucially, not overly sentimental. The first two conditions Zhang Yi felt confident about. However, he sought to ascertain whether Zhou Kutter could harden her heart when the moment called for it. Thus, he assigned her a task. Zhou Kutter did not respond immediately, clearly grappling with the decision. Zhang Yi was in no rush. Time was on his side. If Zhou Kutter could not pass this test, he would not hesitate to abandon her. After all, Zhang Yi was relatively healthy, with a low probability of falling ill. He also took care to avoid unnecessary risks. Yet, how long Zhou Kutter could survive remained uncertain. The next day, Zhang Yi awoke at 10 in the morning. After throwing off his velvet blanket, he washed up and donned his workout attire to exercise on the treadmill. In this apocalyptic era, maintaining good physical health was paramount. A robust physique was essential to face impending dangers and stave off illness. He sweated profusely, running for an hour before taking a hot shower. As he bathed, Zhang Yi felt a sense of pride. Such luxuries were exceedingly rare for many in these times. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he quickly wrapped himself in a towel and stepped out. He soon heard shouting coming from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance and saw Zhou Peng outside his door, wildly hacking at it with 2 kitchen knives. Zhang Yi, come out. You hide in your house all day like a coward. You are useless. Zhang Yi smirked, thinking to himself, indeed, you are right. And then? It was laughable that a person unable to survive would attempt to provoke Zhang Yi with taunts. It seemed that it was Zhou Peng who was more anxious. Zhang Yi noticed that when Zhou Peng struck the door, he was using his left hand, struggling to raise his right. He realized that Zhou Peng's arm was already infected. A closer look revealed that his arm was grotesquely swollen. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in his pockets, and calmly remarked, Zhou Peng, the sensation of infection is quite unpleasant. Isn't it? Back in biology class, our teacher explained the perils of wound infections. When the tetanus bacillus from rusty metal enters your wound, it proliferates like maggots on a corpse. Your arm's wound must be at least a dozen centimeters deep. The outside air is cold, but your flesh is warm, creating a breeding ground for bacteria that voraciously consume your flesh. Soon, the wound will fester, oozing black fluid, and as the bacteria multiply, your injury will only grow worse, eventually spreading through your bloodstream and throughout your body. Zhang Yi vividly described the scenario, causing Zhou Peng to feel an intensifying pain in his arm. Cold sweat poured down him, and he felt as though he was infested with bacteria, threatening to consume him entirely. Even knowing Zhang Yi was deliberately trying to scare him, he could not suppress his inner terror. Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Zhou Peng had gone mad. His arm was indeed rotting, and he knew he was doomed. Thus, he attempted one last desperate effort. But his visit was destined to be in vain. In the adjacent room, Chun Jinghao's subordinates heard Zhou Peng's frantic shouts and inquired whether they should eliminate him. Chun Jinghao pondered and replied, Have you not heard he is dying from infection? Would you dare consume meat from a sickly pig? They looked at one another and ultimately decided against taking the risk. Zhou Peng continued to pound on the door, cursing, until he grew weary and collapsed in front of Zhang Yi's door, begging him for mercy. Zhang Yi spoke softly, You are as good as dead. Your wound is rotting, in the late stages, and cannot be saved. You might as well take the opportunity to do what you dared not do while you were alive. Tears filled Zhou Peng's eyes, and upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he sank into deeper despair. Was he truly destined to die? Fear enveloped him like an abyss. Yet soon after, anger surged forth, a wild fury. I am on the brink of death. What is there left to fear? He struggled to rise, delivering a fierce kick to Zhang Yi's iron door, intending to curse, but the door's hardness nearly caused him to faint from pain. Ignoring the discomfort, Zhou Peng staggered back down the stairs. Upon returning to his dwelling, his gaze was vacant, and through a haze, he discerned Sun Jichao roasting a knife over a candle, then applying it to his own wounds. The crackling of burning grease accompanied the rising blue smoke, while Sun Jichao's eyes bulged in torment. Muffled cries of agony escaping his lips despite biting down on a quilt. He seemed to believe that this would eradicate all bacteria. How ignorant and pitiable. His cousin, Wang Min, watched Zhou Peng with a pained expression, unsure of how to console him. She knew that Zhou Peng's time was short. The stench of decay permeated the room, emanating from a few individuals. Though alive, their bodies were already decomposing, a profound agony that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Zhou Peng paid no heed to Wang Min and rushed towards the room where Fang Yuqing was imprisoned. Upon seeing Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing screamed in fright. "Zhou Peng, what are you doing?" He approached her, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon her. "Yuqing, would you marry me?" This pitiful, lovesick fool, even as life slipped away, clung to the sole wish of marrying Fang Yuqing. In this apocalyptic world, how absurd yet humble such a request seemed. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes filled with disdain. She instinctively pinched her nose and retorted, "No, I would not." Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had sacrificed so much for Fang Yuqing, even his life. Yet, she had never once felt a flicker of affection for him. "No, you love me. You do love me. I must have you as my woman before I die." Zhou Peng lost his sanity, unwilling to accept that he had given so much yet received nothing in return. If he could not possess what he desired, he would destroy it. Outside, no one paid attention to the commotion within. To them, Fang Yuqing was the root cause of their downfall, and she deserved to die. "No, get away from me. You stink. How disgusting." Fang Yuqing yelled. "You dare call me smelly?" Zhou Peng, in a fit of rage, tore off the bandage from his arm. The wound was grotesquely swollen, darkening and festering horrifically. He made a grotesque gesture, clawing at the rotting flesh, then forced the putrid meat into Fang Yuqing's mouth. "Take that. Take that." Fang Yuqing gagged in revulsion, yet Zhou Peng managed to shove a handful of decayed flesh into her mouth. A sinister grin spread across his face as he relished the sight of his goddess being humiliated. Chapter 65. Zhou Ku'er's resolution after a night of deep contemplation. Zhou Ku'er ultimately provided Zhang Yi with a definitive response. She understood that this was a test from him, although perilous. Failing to act would surely lead to her demise at the hands of Chun Zhenghao and his ilk. She had to take a chance. That evening, Chun Zhenghao and others sat in the living room, instructing a subordinate to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Zhou Ku'er, lurking in a corner, suddenly rose and announced, "I will assist him." Chun Zhenghao's cold gaze bore into her, a sinister smile curling his lips. "Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't resist." Zhou Ku'er froze, her blood nearly congealing. Chun Zhenghao continued, 2 days without food. No one can endure that. "Dr. Zhou, it's not shameful to do what you must to survive." Zhou Ku'er felt a slight release of tension in her heart as she bit her lip and replied, "You are right. I do not wish to die. I want to live." Chun Zhenghao assumed Zhou Ku'er had come to terms with her situation and nodded. "That's best. You still have some value to me. I would hate to see you perish so soon." Zhou Ku'er took a deep breath and silently turned to help in the kitchen. The kitchen was stained with blood. Even with her nose blocked, Zhou Ku'er could smell the overwhelming stench. She suppressed her discomfort and approached the dazed subordinate, who silently pointed to an axe and broken furniture, indicating she should chop wood for the fire. Zhou Ku'er obediently complied. With energy scarce, cooking required burning furniture. A makeshift stove had been set up in the kitchen, topped with an iron pot. As the fire ignited, the snow began to melt slowly, turning into murky water, tainted with impurities. Yet, in such dire circumstances, any food was a blessing, and no one cared about quality. Zhou Ku'er kept her eyes on the subordinate while also observing the activity outside the kitchen. Sweat beaded on her palms as the impending actions, if discovered, would mean certain death. After a while, the subordinate tossed the ingredients into the pot, casually adding some seasoning. "Keep an eye on it," he coldly instructed before exiting the kitchen. Zhou Ku'er waited for what felt like an eternity. Confirming the coast was clear before retrieving a small bottle from her pocket. She hurriedly unscrewed the cap and poured a heap of white powder into the broth. Once finished, she quickly tucked the bottle back in her pocket. At that moment, her heart raced as if it were a single-cylinder engine, and her legs trembled from the overwhelming tension. She swallowed hard, took a ladle, and stirred the powder into the pot. The entire process, though fraught with danger, passed without incident. This was not a movie. There were no dramatic twists. The harshness of their living conditions had dulled everyone's senses. They could hardly fathom that Zhou Kuer would poison their meal. When lunchtime arrived, Zhou Kuer brought a large pot of food to the table, and they rushed over with bloodshot eyes, eager to eat. To gain their trust, she also served herself a bowl of soup, quietly returning to her room. No one paid her any mind. They were solely focused on consuming something warm. Warm food equated to life. Each bite represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Once back in her room, Zhou Kuer sat on the bed with the soup in hand, silently waiting. She had added a substantial amount of sleeping pills to the pot, over half a bottle. These pills acted quickly. One would induce sleep within 30 minutes. Especially after eating, as blood pooled in the stomach, it made one prone to drowsiness. This quantity was enough to send even an elephant into a deep slumber. As a doctor, Zhou Kuer was acutely aware of the level of unconsciousness such a dosage would induce. Unless subjected to extreme stimuli, they would be unable to awaken for quite some time. Before long, she heard the sounds of snoring emanating from the living room, a chorus of slumbering figures. Cautiously, Zhou Kuer ventured into the living room, finding everyone sprawled across the sofas and chairs, fast asleep. She held her breath and sent a message to Zhang Yi. I administered a considerable dose of sleeping pills, and they have all succumbed to slumber. What do you plan to do next? Just a wall away is Zhang Yi's residence. He has been awaiting news from Zhou Kuer to ascertain whether she can accomplish her task. Only by proving her substantial worth will she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's game. Upon reading the message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and instructed her. Drag them onto the balcony. He would not venture over, wary of falling into a trap set by the other party. Zhou Kuer bit her lip and ultimately acquiesced. All right. Ordinary individuals might have been terrified, for if Chun Zhenghao and the others were to awaken suddenly, they would surely be killed. However, as a professional doctor, Zhou Kuer was well aware of the effects of the medication. Following Zhang Yi's orders, she dragged Chun Zhenghao and the others one by one outside and discarded them onto the balcony. Even in the biting cold, they would not awaken for quite some time. Those in deep unconsciousness were simply that way. The frigid weather would cause their bodies to instinctively lower their temperature, entering a state of suspended animation to prolong life. Zhang Yi observed everything from his position by the window. He was acutely aware of the number of individuals under Chun Zhenghao's command, and nothing could escape his scrutiny through the surveillance. When he saw Zhou Kuer panting as she dragged the last of them outside, he nodded in satisfaction. What else do you need me to do? Zhou Kuer asked, her voice trembling. That will suffice. Wait for a moment, he replied, placing his phone down and returning to the bedroom. After a moment of contemplation, he donned a thick winter coat from his alternate space. He then tied a rope, the thickness of a child's arm, around his waist, grasped a readied crossbow in his left hand, and slung a machete across his back. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and felt it was still insufficiently secure. He retrieved a handgun, which he had not yet had the opportunity to use since purchasing it, disengaging the safety and gripping it in his hand. Only then did he feel a sense of safety envelop him. Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, he reached out to unlock the door. The process was intricate, as the lock featured 3 layers: fingerprint, electronic, and physical. After unlocking it, Zhang Yi stepped onto the balcony. The biting wind blew against him, yet through the winter gear, he felt no profound chill. He couldn't help but marvel at the superiority of professional-grade winter clothing. Zhou Kuer stood by the window, hugging herself, shivering as she watched him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi smirked, raising his gun to aim at the rogues on the ground, subtly directing it towards Zhou Kuer as well. He casually tossed the ropes at her feet. It's not me, it's you. Chapter 66. The Blood Oath. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, his body leaning against the window frame, ready to retreat to the safety of the room at any moment should the situation turn dire. Chun Zhenghao and his lackeys lay on the adjacent balcony, appearing to be unconscious. However, Zhang Yi could not ascertain whether they were genuinely incapacitated. What if this was a scheme devised in collusion with Zhou Kuer to lure him into a trap? If he stepped over, they might rise and eliminate him. Moreover, the gap between the 2 balconies was a mere 10 centimeters. The stainless steel railing was particularly slick in the snowy weather. Should he attempt to climb, a simple push from Zhou Kuer could send him plummeting from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi pointed his gun at the ground where Chen Jinghao lay. Use those ropes to bind their hands behind their backs. I recall Chen Jinghao has a gun. Bring that to me as well. Zhou Kuer wore an expression of exasperation. She had not eaten for 2 days, surviving on only a sip of water, and having dragged 10 individuals onto the balcony left her utterly drained. Seeing Zhang Yi so cautious, even reluctant to assist, she bit her cracked lips and retorted, "You're being overly cautious. Caution ensures longevity. I will not take any risks." Zhang Yi replied coolly. With no alternative under the threat of his gun, Zhou Kuer complied with his instructions. She picked up the rope and securely bound the hands of the incapacitated individuals behind their backs. When she retrieved the handgun from Chen Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also aimed at her head. Disassemble the magazine and throw it over here. Zhou Kuer gazed at Zhang Yi, biting her lip, and questioned, "How can I trust you? What if after I do this, you turn against me?" Zhang Yi retorted, "At this moment, you have no choice but to trust me. Trusting me is your only chance of survival in this harsh environment." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Kuer recognized that trust was her only option. She could not breach her moral code by resorting to cannibalism, and thus she would be destined to starve. Following Zhang Yi's directive, she disassembled the magazine and tossed it at his feet. Zhang Yi glanced at it, confirming it was indeed Chen Jinghao's gun, and instructed her, "You may return inside now." Zhou Kuer cautiously made her way back into the room, her heart racing. If Chen Jinghao and the others were to awaken, Zhang Yi could retreat to safety, but her fate would be sealed. Nevertheless, as Zhang Yi had stated, she had no choice. Once Zhou Kuer was safely inside, Zhang Yi did not hastily cross to the balcony. He picked up Chen Jinghao's gun from the ground. Noticing the magazine contained 3 remaining bullets, he stored the gun in his alternate space. He then returned to the room and retrieved a hose from the bathroom. Aiming it at the group of 10 on the balcony, he sprayed water towards them. He refrained from firing his gun, both to conserve ammunition and to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The water surged from the hose, splattering on Chen Jinghao and his cohorts from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The nearly boiling water, transitioning from the warmth of the indoor temperature of over 20 degrees to the frigid outdoor temperature of -70 degrees, began to freeze upon contact. Inside, Zhou Kuer instinctively hugged her arms upon witnessing the scene. Being frozen to death was indeed a cruel fate. At that moment, the icy water began to rouse the group, soaking through their clothing and encasing them in ice. A small thug, his lips turning purple, cried out in terror. He attempted to rise but found his hands tightly bound behind him. The ground was slick with a thick layer of ice, rendering him incapable of standing. Chen Jinghao also awoke, shocked, and suddenly realized he had been drugged. Yet there was no time to ponder who had done this. The relentless cold water enveloped him, plunging him into a frigid abyss, where every pore felt as though it were being pierced by 1,000 needles. All of them awoke, screaming in panic. They struggled desperately, but could not rise, their bodies entangled as they crowded on the balcony. "Zhang Yi!" Chen Jinghao bellowed upon seeing Zhang Yi on the neighboring balcony, wielding the hose against them. Finally, Zhang Yi emerged from the room, the once impenetrable window now ajar. Unfortunately, he found himself bound and his life hanging by a thread. "You've caused enough commotion. It is time for you to die," Zhang Yi said coldly. Chen Jinghao and his companions had brutally slaughtered nearly half of the neighbors in the entire building, almost rivaling Zhang Yi in their ruthless deeds. Allowing him to remain alive would inevitably lead to dire confrontations with Zhang Yi. Though Zhang Yi was unafraid, prudence dictated that it would be best to eliminate him. Zhang Yi would never gamble with his own life and fortune. What could be safer than the finality of death? Struggling with their last vestiges of strength, Chen Jinghao and the others howled in fury, yet they could not rise. Chilling water cascaded over their faces, forcing its way into their mouths and collars. Their garments became drenched, transforming into rigid blocks of ice. 2 minutes later, they lay on the ground, voiceless, their bodies convulsing in shades of blue and purple. 3 minutes passed, and they could no longer move, having turned into 10 substantial ice cubes. After 5 minutes, these cubes coalesced into an even larger mass of solid ice. To conserve water, Zhang Yi ceased the torrent. In such a state, without modern medical intervention, survival was impossible. Returning to his room, Zhang Yi secured the floor-to-ceiling windows with utmost diligence. He then shed his thick winter attire and called Zhou Kuer. "You have passed the test. You may come over now." In the adjacent room, Zhou Ku'er heard Zhang Yi's voice, and her anxious heart finally found solace. Trembling, she replied, "All right, I will come over immediately." Grabbing her medical kit, she flung open the door and fled from the hellish room. Zhang Yi unlocked the heavy security door, stepping back 2 paces, raising his handgun toward the entrance. Glancing at the surveillance, he confirmed Zhou Ku'er's condition was satisfactory before using a mobile app to unlock the final electronic door. "You may enter." Outside the door, Zhou Ku'er heard the invitation and raised her cold, pale hand, pushing with all her might. The door was heavy, and her efforts were strenuous. However, as a crack appeared, a rush of warmth enveloped her. A spark of excitement lit up her eyes. She had not felt such warmth in ages. With renewed determination, she exerted herself further, pushing the door open and stepping inside. In that moment, it felt as though she had entered paradise. The icy sensations that had enveloped her body began to dissipate rapidly, replaced by an intoxicating warmth akin to a soothing bath. Gradually, she even began to feel an unbearable heat as she was clad in 6 layers of clothing, including 2 down jackets. In the heated environment of Zhang Yi's abode, she found it difficult to endure. Thus, disregarding Zhang Yi's firearm aimed at her, she hurriedly began to shed her clothing. The heat in the room was stifling. Zhou Ku'er felt as though she were being roasted in an oven while wearing her down jacket, which was exceptionally uncomfortable. Ignoring the gun pointed at her by Zhang, she quickly removed the heavy garment to cool off, gasping for breath. Tears welled in her eyes, betraying her emotional turmoil. The warmth was overwhelming, a comfort she had long been deprived of. This pleasant indoor climate was the ideal environment for human existence, a simple happiness she had not experienced for far too long. "Have you forgotten something? Like the fact that this is my home, and you have yet to complete my test," Zhang Yi said coldly. At that moment, Zhou Ku'er recalled the man's presence before her. Zhang Yi's gun remained steadfastly aimed at her. She mustered a faint smile. "You are quite cautious. I have followed your instructions. Dealt with your enemies. Is that not enough to earn your trust?" Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. "Those individuals posed a significant inconvenience for you as well. You eliminated them not solely for my sake, but out of your own necessity for survival. Your actions merely demonstrate a degree of utility, fulfilling the basic conditions for becoming my assistant. However, next, you must prove yourself harmless." Zhang Yi articulated the crux of the matter. After enduring the prolonged hardships of a post-apocalyptic world, he was reluctant to trust anyone lightly. Regardless of their past, anyone could lose their humanity in such times. He could only rely on himself. This was the only way to endure in a world gone awry. Zhou Ku'er felt a sense of helplessness. She had complied with Zhang Yi's demands and was unsure how to convince him of her trustworthiness. Yet, she was resolute in her unwillingness to leave this warm sanctuary. "What must I do for you to believe I pose no threat?" Zhou Ku'er gazed at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost in a state of desperation. Zhang Yi scrutinized her, asking warily, "You aren't concealing any weapons, are you?" Zhou Ku'er raised her hands in exasperation. "Look at me. In this state, how could I hide any dangerous weapon?" Zhang Yi's expression remained impassive as he shook his gun. "Raise your hands." His intent was clear, to search her, ensuring she bore no concealed weapons. Zhou Ku'er felt a tinge of embarrassment, but understood she had no room for negotiation. Zhang Yi's home was far too inviting. Compared to her previous living conditions, it was akin to heaven. To attain certain desires, one must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. She grasped this concept well. "Very well, I understand." Zhou Ku'er summoned her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was a clever woman, aware of what she needed to offer in exchange for what she sought. Zhang Yi's gaze remained fixed on her, vigilant against any sudden movements that might reveal a hidden weapon. This caution was purely for safety. He was a man of integrity, devoid of ulterior motives. Zhou Ku'er slowly raised her hands and placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in television dramas. Zhang Yi approached cautiously and conducted a thorough search. "Is this sufficient now?" Zhou Ku'er inquired once Zhang Yi had finished. He confirmed she bore no weapons and then glanced at the medical kit on the floor. "I suggest you take a shower." Zhou Ku'er's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it had been quite some time since her last bath, and she might carry an unpleasant odor, but such circumstances were unavoidable. Feeling shy, she hurried into the bathroom. Zhang Yi rummaged through his alternate space, retrieving some women-esque clothing and tossing them outside the bathroom. Here are some fresh clothes. Take a look and see if they fit. If not, I will find others for you. Having managed the warehouse for so long, Zhang Yi had developed a keen eye for sizing. He could immediately discern Zhou Kuer's clothing size. Inside the bathroom, Zhou Kuer responded with a soft moments later. The sound of running water filled the air. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, cautiously opening it and inspecting its contents. He found it nearly devoid of medication, with only a few rolls of gauze and 2 unopened syringes remaining. After some contemplation, Zhang Yi took the syringes, placing them into his alternate space before closing the medical kit. He settled himself onto the sofa, patiently awaiting Zhou Kuer to finish her shower so they could continue their conversation. In the bathroom, as Zhou Kuer turned on the shower, warm water cascaded over her head, and tears of joy filled her eyes. Only through loss does one come to understand the essence of happiness. In her previous daily life, she had not recognized the significance of the ordinary. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, she discovered the true value of those simple things. Human civilization has developed over thousands of years, resulting in conveniences that have rendered people increasingly delicate. After a fortnight without bathing, Zhou Kuer was particularly meticulous during her wash. Half an hour in her bath, she suddenly realized she was in Zhang Yi's home, prompting her to hasten her cleansing. After all, water resources are now exceedingly precious. Zhang Yi, however, raised no objections or urgencies, as he had ample reserves of water. Even in extreme situations, the abundant ice and snow outside could be utilized. Human activity had pressed the pause button, and the natural snowmelt was remarkably pure, even potable. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. Zhang Yi glanced over to see a steaming arm emerging from within, reaching for the clothes he had left outside. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Kuer emerged clad in a set of pajamas, her damp hair cascading down her back, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi, gun in hand, remained oblivious to this beauty, his gaze still tinged with caution. Until he could ascertain this woman's reliability, he would not let his guard down. In the apocalypse, even seemingly fragile women or children could pose a lethal threat. Thank you, Zhang Yi. It has been quite some time since I last bathed, and I have wasted your water. You won't hold that against me, will you? Zhou Kuer said, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Being in a stranger's home made her feel quite uneasy, especially since she was still unfamiliar with Zhang Yi's character. It was always wise to maintain caution and respect in such situations. She had no desire to provoke Zhang Yi and risk being cast out. Once one has experienced the marvels of a safe haven, who would willingly return to the icy wilderness? Chapter 68. Today is settled. Zhou Kuer noted Zhang Yi's continued vigilance towards her and thought to herself, no wonder he could navigate the apocalypse with such ease. Please, take a seat. Zhang Yi gestured towards a nearby sofa, seemingly unaware of when he had raised his firearm. Zhou Kuer obediently settled onto the sofa 2 meters away from him, her hands clasped neatly on her knees, resembling a well-behaved child. Listen carefully. I allowed you to stay here because you hold some value for me. However, you must always remember that this is my home, and your presence here is a privilege I bestow upon you. Therefore, you must adhere to all my commands. Otherwise, I will have no qualms about expelling you. Should you make any inappropriate moves towards me, once I discover it, I will kill you without hesitation. Zhou Kuer listened to Zhang Yi's cold words, internally scoffing at his ruthlessness. While she understood he had his reasons, she felt he might have conveyed his message with a touch more warmth, which would have softened her heart. Little did she know, Zhang Yi had shown kindness before, but his tenderness had ultimately been squandered. Zhang Yi gestured toward another room. Their home comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room. Aside from Zhang Yi's master bedroom, there were 2 guest rooms. You will occupy that room. However, let it be known that every corner of this house is under surveillance. Thus, you will always be monitored, and there is no privacy to speak of. The door is a security door, only slightly less sturdy than the main entrance, and cannot be opened by human strength. The key is in my possession, and you may only exit during the times I permit. If you have any objections, he indicated the front door, you may leave at once. Zhou Kuer would not dream of leaving. No matter how stringent Zhang Yi's conditions were, this house represented a paradise compared to the brutal environment outside. She nodded, saying, all right, I will comply with your wishes. Had obedient demeanor pilaset Zhang Yi giritli. Indeed, she was a clever woman. Communication was thus facilitated. Had it been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, they would likely have thrown a fit. They deserve to perish in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi holstered his gun and adjusted the position of another firearm. He regarded Zhou Ke, his tone softening slightly. You are quite astute. This will make our future interactions more convenient. You should comprehend the hell that exists outside. Aside from relying on me, you have no other means of survival. Therefore, I am about to share a secret with you. Listen carefully. Zhou Ke widened her eyes in surprise. A secret? You wish to tell me? She believed that a cautious individual like Zhang Yi would not easily divulge information without substance. Zhang Yi continued, I'm sharing this secret to ensure your loyalty to me. However, should you betray my trust, I am not overly concerned. In this world, self-preservation is a challenge for everyone, and I fear no one who might threaten me. He shrugged. Those who sought my demise have already been dealt with. You have witnessed that. Serkar nodded earnestly, gazing intently at Zhang Yi, eager to hear the secret he was about to unveil. Zhang Yi spoke slowly. The cause of this snow disaster, as you may have seen online, is attributed to the explosion of a supernova resulting in a gamma-ray burst. Such radiation can adversely affect the human body, potentially leading to mutations. Thus, I have acquired a unique ability, the possession of an independent alternate space. Ignoring Zhou Ke's astonished expression, Zhang Yi continued, the reason I have thrived thus far is that my space contains a vast stockpile of resources. Without it, as you can see, my home cannot sustain much. Therefore, my survival ensures that you can partake in those resources, allowing you to have food to eat and hot water for bathing. If I were to perish, this house would soon be indistinguishable from any other, and you would starve. Zhang Yi did not fully trust Zhou Ke, despite knowing she was inherently good. He only believed in self-interest, not in human nature, as it can be easily distorted, often with little effort. By revealing to Zhou Ke that her survival was contingent upon his own, he ensured she would become an integral part of his interests. To foster her trust, Zhang Yi retrieved a long sandwich from his alternate space and tossed it to her. Witnessing this seemingly magical act, Zhou Ke's expression gradually shifted to one of trust. Superpowers? Do such things truly exist? Gazing at the sandwich in her hands, she swallowed nervously, refraining from taking a bite and waiting for Zhang Yi's cue. Such a sizable sandwich, if left outside, could feed 2 families. Not to mention, she hadn't eaten in 2 days. Zhang Yi remarked nonchalantly, Go ahead, that is for you. Zhou Ke could no longer contain herself and took a hearty bite. Observing her hurried consumption, Zhang Yi offered her a glass of water to prevent choking. Zhou Ke devoured the sandwich, a type of fast food she once despised, now evoking tears of gratitude. Why can a mere sandwich taste so delightful? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi quietly reiterated the house rules. I do not hold much trust in you, so you must be sensible. Clean, cook, do not make me remind you. The drains have frozen, so when you need to relieve yourself, you must use special plastic bags and dispose of them through the secret door by the window. This task will fall to you from now on. In other words, you will become my maid, earning your comfortable living environment and food through labor. Do you understand? Zhang Yi's household could not accommodate idleness. Zhou Ke nodded vigorously, having finished her meal. I understand, master, she shyly addressed him. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This young woman certainly knew how to navigate the situation. It is no wonder that at such a young age, she has already ascended to the position of chief physician. Observing her satiated state, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. He propped his chin on his hand, his gaze lingering on her alabaster neck. Do you know why? Amidst so many people in this building, is you whom I have chosen, despite our limited acquaintance? Zhou Ke pressed her lips together. Because I'm a doctor. You lack nothing, yet you cannot guarantee that you will not fall ill or sustain injuries. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That is one reason, although my health is robust. One must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. He retrieved a half-empty bottle of red wine from beneath the coffee table and, with a flourish, produced 2 wine glasses. He poured 2 glasses of red wine, pushing one toward Zhou Ke. Now, do you know the second reason? Zhou Ke accepted the wine, hesitated for a moment, took a sip, and a flicker of understanding appeared in her eyes. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Because I am a woman, and a rather beautiful one at that. This woman possesses a keen self-awareness. Zhou Ke set down her glass and stood up. In front of Zhang Yi, she unfastened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi, shedding any pretense of being a gentleman, had accumulated a great deal of pent-up energy over the past half-month and sought a means to alleviate it. Thus, today was settled. Chapter 69. A good night's sleep this night was destined to be exceedingly long. Zhou Ku'er found herself in the warm room she desired. Now, for the first time since the onset of the apocalypse, she could finally enjoy a comfortable night's sleep. Zhang Yi locked the door securely from the outside, keeping the sole key for himself. Business is business, yet basic principles must be upheld. Even though he recognized Zhou Ku'er as a kind-hearted individual, allowing her to enter and survive was already an act of great benevolence. For the foreseeable future, he could not afford to lower his guard. He first took a shower and then returned to the bedroom to rest. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi awoke feeling refreshed, his eyes shining brighter than usual. Having a woman by his side added a touch of joy to his life. Living alone always left him worried about the possibility of a mental breakdown. After all, humans are social creatures. However, this was contingent upon Zhou Ku'er being obedient and utterly harmless. Checking the surveillance, Zhang Yi observed that Zhou Ku'er was still soundly asleep in bed. She had not had a proper rest in a long time, and thus her slumber was deep, extending into the present moment. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, dressed himself, and proceeded to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he made his way to the living room, ready to have breakfast. He retrieved some food from the alternate space and placed it on the coffee table. Then he approached Zhou Ku'er's door and unlocked it. Zhang Yi knocked gently. "Come out and eat something." It struck him as amusing that, even though he was fully aware of everything within the room, he still knocked out of politeness. After all, if they were to coexist in the long term, basic respect was essential. Zhou Ku'er's soft voice, tinged with fatigue, floated through. "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Yi approached the dining table, picked up a beef and cheeseburger, and walked to the window while eating. After a night had passed, the large ice mound next door had grown even larger, blanketed in snow, revealing the twisted forms of 10 corpses within. Zhou Ku'er stepped out of her room, and, upon seeing Zhang Yi, felt a subtle flush creep across her face. As a graduate of a prestigious university with a doctorate in medicine, she had always held herself in high esteem, often treating men with disdain. Thus, she had maintained her virtue until now. After all, those in the upper echelons of society place great importance on such matters. Yet unexpectedly, she had not bestowed this gift upon her husband or even her lover. Instead, in this apocalyptic world, she had exchanged it for survival with a man she barely knew. Nevertheless, gazing at Zhang Yi's tall figure and his coldly rational yet handsome visage, she found a sense of comfort. Women often harbor unique feelings for their first man. Zhang Yi found himself quite fond of Zhou Ku'er. After all, who wouldn't be captivated by a beautiful woman with an alluring figure? However, the notion of love was far from their current reality. Perhaps, in time, as he came to trust her completely, he would gradually invest his affections. After all, living alone in an apocalypse was exhausting, and one always yearned for some emotional solace. Zhang Yi gestured towards the food on the table. Zhou Ku'er glanced over and discovered steaming burgers, fried chicken, and fries. These were items Zhang Yi had ordered in bulk from fast food chains like KFC and McDonald's before the apocalypse. Thanks to the preservation capabilities of the alternate space, they remained warm even now. Zhou Ku'er swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation, and strode over to grab a burger, devouring it eagerly. The fast food she had once looked down upon now tasted so exquisite it brought her tears. In under 10 minutes, she had polished off the entire spread. Zhou Ku'er reclined in her chair, contentedly burping. Noticing Zhang Yi's bemused expression, she shyly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Yi was unfazed by such trivialities. He inquired, "Have you finished?" Zhou Ku'er tilted her head thoughtfully, replying earnestly, "Not yet. I'm still hungry. However, one shouldn't consume too much at once, or it could lead to gastrointestinal issues. So is that a yes? Come over and get to work." Zhang Yi motioned outside with his chin. Sauer obediently walked over. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 sets of winter gear from the alternate space, and Zhou Ku'er's eyes widened in awe. Although it was not her first encounter with such wonders, she still found it marvelously fascinating. Her resolve to follow Zhang Yi only strengthened. In this apocalyptic world, only by aligning oneself with powerful individuals could one enhance their chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of winter gear to Zhou Ku'er for her to wear and donned his own. "What are we going to do?" Zhou Ku'er asked with curiosity. Zhang Yi pointed at the mound of ice on the neighboring balcony. "Go smash that ice." Zhou Ku'er's body trembled. The bodies had already merged with the ice. If they shattered the ice, the corpses would be obliterated. They had surely perished. Why must they proceed with this? Zhang Yi shuruk. Perhaps it is simply because I genuinely despise them. Seeing the astonished look on Zhou Ku'er's face, Zhang Yi chuckled. Almost everyone in this building wishes to kill me and seize my room and resources. I must do something to make them aware that I am not to be trifled with. He smirked, recalling how they once perceived him as merely a timid recluse. Of course, he did not mind their opinions of him. However, over time, it had become somewhat irksome, and it was beneficial for them to learn a lesson. There was another reason Zhang Yi chose not to disclose, one he felt was unnecessary to share with Zhou Ku'er. He was a man who believed in retribution. Chun Jinghao had attempted to take his life multiple times, igniting a fierce anger within him. Merely freezing them to death, Zhang Yi thought, was too lenient a fate. Zhou Ku'er seemed to grasp something, pointing at herself. You don't expect me to do it again, do you? She was utterly speechless. It seemed that from the beginning, she had borne the brunt of dealing with Chun Jinghao and his ilk. Now that they were dead, why was Zhang Yi still so cowardly? Zhang Yi replied seriously. This is called being prudent. Nonsense. What if I go over there and you shut the window on me? Although Zhang Yi's supplies were stored safely in the alternate space, preventing him from starving, who would willingly seek out trouble after enjoying a life of comfort. Internally, she scoffed at the idea of such a cautious individual. She was no fool. Why would she engage in actions that harmed both herself and others? Zhang Yi disregarded all else, gestured for her to come forth, and then handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Ku'er noticed that when Zhang Yi passed her the bat, his body was clearly in a defensive posture. Infuriated, she found Zhang Yi's excessive caution rather exasperating. However, despite her verbal reluctance, her body obediently accepted the bat as she climbed over the railing to the adjacent balcony. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, took out his phone and began recording. Chapter 70. Deterrence. Zhou Ku'er raised the baseball bat in her hand, gazing at the massive ice chunk before her. Gritting her teeth, she decisively brought it down with force. After all, being a woman with medical training, her aversion to corpses wasn't as pronounced. With a crisp crack, the ice chunk shattered. The recoil caused her hand to throb painfully, and she uttered a small cry, dropping the bat. Furrowing her brow, she rubbed her palm. How hard it is! Before Zhang Yi could say anything, she stepped inside the house, and upon her return, she wielded a large iron hammer. This one is much more effective, she declared with determination. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment, feeling he had perhaps underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Ku'er raised the hammer and struck down with great force. Since the water spread was minimal, the ice layer was not excessively thick, and with her considerable strength, she managed to shatter a substantial portion. Zhang Yi recorded the entire process with his phone. After her first strike, Zhou Ku'er's confidence grew, and her fear dissipated. With a series of crackling sounds, the ice chunk was soon reduced to fragments. At that moment, the contents within were no longer discernible. Only a kaleidoscope of colors remained. Yet, Zhang Yi was well aware of what lay inside. Once Zhou Ku'er fulfilled Zhang Yi's request, she climbed back. What purpose does recording this serve? She asked curiously while changing her clothes. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth as he mischievously sent the footage to the neighborhood group. Zhou Ku'er suddenly understood. You intend to establish your authority in the neighborhood group, ensuring they dare not disturb you in the future? Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile. Not just that. I aim to replace Chun Jinghao in their minds. The neighbors feared Chun Jinghao far more than him. For Chun Jinghao possessed a firearm and could storm in and eliminate them, seizing their resources. Yet, no matter how many people Zhang Yi might kill, his image remained that of a lecherous recluse, relying on ambushes for murder. Zhang Yi sought to seize the initiative, preparing for a day when he might have to step outside. Zhou Ku'er nodded, expressing her support for Zhang Yi's actions. Resting on the sofa, Zhang Yi casually glanced at the chat group's activity. Zhou Ku'er nestled beside him, her legs neatly together, resembling a charming little cat. Her head rested against his as they both observed the neighborhood group's reactions. The pair resembled a couple deeply in love. Zhou Ku'er's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from dependence, a natural inclination of women toward strength. However, to Zhang Yi, she still bore more of a servant's attribute at this moment. As for romance, that could be discussed later. Should it arise, he would not mind. Yet, he hoped it would not be excessive. Recently, the internet seemed to have deteriorated. It took a full minute for Zhang Yi to upload the video. It appeared that the heavy snowfall had affected the surrounding communication towers. However, as a renowned infrastructure powerhouse, Huahua maintained a world-class standard in telecommunications. Thus, it had not reached a point where communication was entirely impossible. Only long-distance signals were significantly disrupted. Upon viewing the video, the neighbors curiously clicked to watch. When they saw Chen Zhenghao and his associates meet such a grim fate, countless individuals erupted into laughter, tears mingling with their mirth. Chen Zhenghao, that devil, is finally dead. Xiao Chui, you can now rest in peace. At last he is gone. We can venture outside. That bastard got what he deserved. Ha ha ha. The neighbors harbored an intense loathing for Chen Zhenghao. Had he not instigated the bloody turmoil, many within this building would have survived. Their relatives, friends, and lovers had been ruthlessly slain by Chen Zhenghao's gang. Such hatred was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Chen Zhenghao is dead. I, Zhang Yi, am responsible. Zhou Kuer cast him a resentful glance, thinking, was that not my doing? Zhang Yi continued, from now on, this building is under my control. The neighbors suddenly remembered that it was Zhang Yi who had shared the video, and Zhou Kuer was also featured within it. Zhang Yi, you are the one who killed Chen Zhenghao? You truly are remarkable. Thank you for ridding us of that despicable demon. Zhang Yi, do you have any food left at home? I am starving. My son is dead, and my daughter is gone. Yet I wish to live. Zhang Yi, surely you have provisions. Grant me a morsel, and I shall do anything you ask. The neighbors, upon seeing Zhang Yi's emergence, immediately clamored for his attention. To them, the name Zhang Yi was synonymous with abundant resources, the very embodiment of sustenance. Zhang Yi found their eagerness rather perplexing. It seemed they harbored little fear of him. He turned to Zhou Kuer and inquired, I killed Chen Zhenghao. But why are they not afraid of me? Without hesitation, Zhou Kuer replied, compared to that madman Chen Zhenghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi, incredulous, pointed to himself and said, a good person? Please do not bestow such lofty titles upon me. Yet Zhou Kuer earnestly asserted, to me, you are indeed a good person, because you have never proactively taken a life. As for Chen Zhenghao, he deserved his fate. Zhang Yi chuckled silently. He did not consider himself a good person, but at the very least, he believed he was not yet a villain. This was because he had not been driven to the brink of despair, allowing him to retain the fundamental moral compass of humanity. At that moment, someone sent a voice message. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Kuer moved into your home? On what grounds do you allow only her to stay and not me? Why am I not permitted entry? She had detected a blind spot. The video featured Zhou Kuer assisting Zhang Yi. Thus, it was likely they had become involved. Many felt a pang of jealousy. They had longed to enter Zhang Yi's home, rumored to contain a fireplace, a warm haven of 20 to 30 degrees. It was a comfortable paradise, overflowing with supplies that could last a decade. They had previously attempted to force their way in, but had ultimately failed. Yet Zhou Kuer's situation sparked a flicker of hope within them. Zhang Yi, I can do what Zhou Kuer has done, and I assure you I could do it even better. Allow me to enter your home as well. Zhang Yi, I must confess, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Will you be my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, even though I'm a man, I would do anything for you. Zhang Yi found the messages quite shocking. Zhou Kuer, too, was left speechless, a sense of unease creeping in. In truth, whether as a doctor or a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At the very least, she was not particularly skilled in romantic matters with men. What if in the future, Zhang Yi encountered someone better and neglected her? Zhou Kuer bit her lip, silently resolving to showcase her value and firmly hold onto Zhang Yi's support. The neighbors were filled with envy and jealousy toward Zhou Kuer, clamoring for Zhang Yi to take them along as well. Particularly, Fang Yuqing nearly went mad upon seeing these messages. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Kuer now? Zhang Yi could not be bothered to respond. Fang Yuqing, however, grew anxious. At this moment, she was huddled in a foul-smelling room, her disheveled appearance resembling that of a madwoman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and good Zhaoyang had been dead for several days. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing still harbored a glimmer of brilliance and hope within her heart. She believed that one day she would be able to go to Zhang Yi's home and relish a beautiful life. With her cracked hands trembling, she typed, Brother Zhang Yi, since Chen Zhenghao is now dead, can Qing'er come to you? Did you not say that we would live well together? You promised to ensure that I would be well fed. warmly clothed, and live a happy life. You promised me. You must want me. You cannot be with other women. You are mine, and everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi did not expect Fang Yuqing to still be alive. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, "You're still alive?" However, Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up. Was it true that Brother Zhang Yi thought she was dead, which is why Zhou Ke, that wretched woman, was allowed to stay in their home? Yes, it must be so. Now that he knew she was alive, he would surely want her and not her. Her trembling lips expressed her excitement as she said to Zhang, "Brother Zhang Yi, I am still alive. You used to like me so much. You would change your heart, would you? Don't let Zhou Ke stay in your house. Let me come. I'm the one who truly loves you. Drive her out." At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Canning noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual behavior. Seeing the light in her eyes, they immediately understood she was chatting with Zhang Yi. They rushed over, their faces contorted with hostility, saying, "Fang Yuqing, don't think you can leave us behind to live a good life." The three of them fought over a single phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Canning exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, I am no less than Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can. I am far more considerate and would never treat you as a backup." Wang Min added, "Zhang Yi, though I'm a bit older, it is precisely the older ones who know how to cherish others. Young girls don't understand what it means to be gentle and caring. Give me a chance." Zhang Yi merely regarded their antics as entertainment, chuckling at their frenzied messages and the quarrelsome voice notes they sent. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke felt an acute sense of crisis, tightly clinging to Zhang Yi's arm as if fearing he would flee. Zhou Ke's proactive closeness brought a flicker of happiness and warmth to Zhang Yi's heart. Although he was not easily swayed by women, he too craved tenderness and affection. There was no doubt that Zhou Ke was a beauty, and her allure was entirely reasonable. He relished the process of her approaching him. A wicked thought sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. If Fang Yuqing were to see him so intimately close with Zhou Ke, would she not go mad with jealousy? With that thought, he immediately took a selfie, capturing the moment with Zhou Ke nestled beside him, her arm wrapped tightly around his. He then sent the photo to Fang Yuqing, saying, "Qing'er, you are a good person, but unfortunately, you arrived too late. I have found someone better. You will wish us well. One to you?" Fang Yuqing was still frantically grappling for the phone. Ding dong. The three heard the notification sound and hurriedly looked over. Each of Zhang Yi's messages represented a glimmer of hope for them. However, what they saw was the affectionate image of Zhou Ke and Zhang Yi, clearly already a couple. Zhou Ke surpassed them in education, talent, and beauty, rendering them utterly inferior. Fang Yuqing's low academic background and her work as a mere warehouse clerk paled in comparison to Zhou Ke, a refined and wealthy beauty, leaving her utterly defeated. Consequently, intense jealousy ignited within her. "Brother Zhang Yi, no, you cannot treat me like this. I love you. I love you the most. She must be deceiving you. She doesn't truly care for you. Give me a chance. I will prove that I am the one who genuinely loves you." Zhang Yi sneered and replied, "No need. My love with Ke is indeed true. She is far superior to you, and how could I possibly give her up for you? Do you think you are worthy? Therefore," he continued, "let us no longer be in contact. I fear she may misunderstand." Zhang Yi knew his words would drive Fang Yuqing into a frenzy, as he recognized that he was her last hope in this apocalyptic world. To obliterate a person's every hope was a delightfully exquisite act, especially in such a manner. Fang Yuqing had always perceived herself as a goddess, accustomed to being adored by men. Yet today, she found that another woman had taken away her man, or so she believed. The agony and despair she felt were doubly intense. Regret flooded her as she wished to strike herself, questioning why she had been blind enough not to marry such a fine man as Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi anticipated, Fang Yuqing was on the brink of madness, unleashing a frantic scream from her throat. "I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you were once my devoted admirer. You adored me for 2 years. Why, now that I am so proactive, do you no longer adore me? That wretched woman, why did she seize what is mine? You are truly despicable. Yes, Zhu Ke. It is all that wretched woman's fault." Lin Canning and Wang Min, upon seeing Zhang Yi's messages, pointed at Fang Yuqing and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, you foolish woman. Merely self-indulgent. This is your retribution. You fully deserve this." Fang Yuqing's former best friend, Lin Canning, spat out her words with contempt. With reddened eyes, Fang Yuqing attempted to send another message to Zhang Yi, only to discover that she had been blocked. This signified that Zhang Yi had completely chosen to disregard her. Soon, she would perish in this apocalyptic world, and Zhang Yi's torment and humiliation would bring him satisfaction. Zhang Yi set his phone down, a blissful smile gracing his face. The more pain that wretched woman felt, the happier he became. Zhou Ku'er nestled tightly against him, looking up at him with curiosity. Zhang Yi turned his head, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and grasped her delicate hand tightly. Do you think I am cruel? Zhou Ku'er's breath quickened, her face flushing with nervous excitement. You must have your reasons for doing so. Zhang Yi's gaze deepened as he recalled how Fang Yuqing had treated him in his previous life. He had given her everything, only to be betrayed, lured into opening his door, which led to him being devoured by neighbors. The profound pain was unimaginable to any human being. After all, one must witness others using blunt knives to sever their limbs. You understand, then? Zhang Yi did not wish to elaborate further. He could not clarify things. Ultimately, those events had no bearing on Zhou Ku'er. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Ku'er dealt with Qin Zhenghao, the atmosphere around them became significantly less oppressive, at least with fewer disturbances from neighbors. Qin Zhenghao remained oblivious to the fact that his demise was, in large part, due to his own annoyance. The atmosphere grew slightly more relaxed, less stifling than before. Zhang Yi knew this was merely superficial. As the apocalypse prolonged, human nature would become increasingly twisted. Even without Qin Zhenghao, those who had tasted flesh might still resort to murder. But again, what did that have to do with him? That morning, after rising from bed, Zhang Yi approached Zhou Ku'er's door and opened it for her. Zhou Ku'er, her cheeks flushed, hurried to the restroom before coming over to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her culinary skills are rather average, yet they surpass those of Zhang Yi. Occasionally, when Zhang Yi craves freshly prepared meals, he requests her to whip up something. Naturally, before indulging in the meal, Zhang Yi insists that Zhou Ku'er taste it first. Only then does he proceed to eat. During mealtime, Zhang Yi often scrolls through WeChat and some news that still remains operational. In this day and age, a mere fraction of the software still functioning is actually maintained by official sources. Beneath the frigid temperatures, the majority of the populace struggles to survive. However, the higher-ups invariably possess contingency plans to navigate through calamities, ensuring that certain so-called important individuals endure. Suddenly, he glimpsed a familiar face within the WeChat group, a certain Linda Ma, who had previously caused quite a stir. Linda Ma exclaimed, "The snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is a senior official in Jiangnan province. He informed me over the phone. You all must heed my words, or I shall have you all executed. Did you hear me? Bring me food at once." Yet, no one in the group paid her any heed. She has gone mad. Nevertheless, her survival until now is indeed miraculous. I recall that Qin Zhenghao was the first to seize from her, Zhang Yi remarked nonchalantly. Zhou Ku'er, sitting across from him, subtly revealed a trace of sorrow upon hearing this. When I want to treat Lin Xiaohu, I felt pity for them and gave them some supplies, she explained. Chapter 72. Uncle Yu borrows medicine. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi cast a glance in her direction, fearing that Zhang Yi might regard her as a saint. Zhou Ku'er hastily clarified, "At that time, the snow disaster had just begun, and I thought it would soon be over." Zhang Yi simulait dismissive. Placing his phone on the table, his hands crossed. "That is not the issue. The supplies you provided should have been consumed long ago. What has she been relying on to last until now?" Zhou Ku'er, still chewing on a piece of rib, silently placed it back into her bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's question. Lin Xiaohu had succumbed to death nearly 10 days prior due to a lack of medicine. Zhang Yi nodded. "If that is the case, it makes sense." He suddenly laughed. In the past, Lin Chunxia constantly claimed that Lin Xiaohu was her precious darling, practically wanted to keep him in her mouth. She truly acted upon her words. Zhou Ku'er could not help but cover her mouth and shot Zhang Yi a reproachful glance. "I'm still eating." Zhang Yi, relishing in a successful jest, could not suppress his laughter. He suddenly felt that living with a woman was infinitely more interesting. At least one could engage in conversation without it being dull. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The two turned to gaze out the window. Approximately 40 meters away from their residence, on the balcony of Building 18, a man stood completely naked, raising his arms and shouting into the wind. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, he dove down like a diver. Zhou Ku'er furrowed her brows and sighed. When will this snow disaster come to an end? In the face of the apocalypse, many have chosen suicide, unable to envision a future filled with hope. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are beyond the grasp of humanity's current technological capabilities. As long as we can survive, that is enough. While they conversed, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up to find that it was Uncle Yu, the doorman, calling. Drawing from his past experiences in this life, Zhang Yi was willing to trust only two individuals, Uncle Yu and Zhou Ku'er. Both had sacrificed for others, adhering to the moral standards of humanity until death. Hence, he permitted Zhou Ku'er to enter his home and become his servant. As for Uncle Yu, he was the second only to Zhang Yi in terms of stockpiling supplies within the building. Even now, his supplies remained relatively abundant. A single man in his 40s, childless, working as a doorman, such a person would naturally prefer to stock cheap instant noodles and sausages to save on living costs. Zhang Yi answered the call. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi, hey, are you doing all right? Uncle Yu stammered, his speech punctuated by an awkward chuckle. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and recognized that during times like these, it was typically when Uncle Yu needed something, leading to his bashful demeanor. Zhang Yi weighed the situation in his mind. If Uncle Yu needed supplies, he could spare a little. After all, this doorman had served 5 years in the military and was quite capable. In the future, should any issues arise, he could enlist his assistance for protection. Thus, Zhang Yi was more than willing to extend a helping hand. Uncle Yu, I am doing fine, though there is an additional person in my home, and the supplies are depleting rather quickly. He glanced at Zhou Ku'er, whose face flushed as she continued to eat her rice. Oh, that is indeed a problem. With more people at home, the food consumption increases. Yes, that is the case. Uncle Yu's tone gradually weakened, seemingly hesitant to speak further. However, after a moment's pause, he ventured, Zhang Yi, I would like to ask you something. Uncle Yu, no need for formality. Speak freely. Whatever I can assist with, I will do my utmost. Uncle Yu, with a hint of embarrassment, said, Here's the thing. Xieli Mei's daughter, Tang Bao, has a fever and I have no medicine at home. She is all flushed, and both her mother and I are nearly beside ourselves with worry. Do you have any medicine? His voice trembled with desperation as he spoke the last part. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise, his expression one of astonishment. Goodness, I did not expect Xieli Mei to find Uncle Yu as her benefactor. This woman has quite an eye, managing to select a prime candidate among the many single men in this building, second only to Zhang Yi himself. However, reflecting on Xieli Mei's circumstances from the past life, Zhang Yi quickly came to terms with it. She appeared pitiful, yet ultimately survived longer than Zhang Yi, clearly not as naive as she seemed. At just under 30 years old, Xieli Mei, though scoring a 6 in looks, had gained a curvaceous figure after childbirth. Uncle Yu, having remained single all his life, could hardly resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in others' personal affairs. If Xieli Mei managed to entice a man to help raise her child, that was her own skill. Zhang Yi remarked, So that is the case. Congratulations, Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, somewhat awkward, replied, Congratulations for what? It's merely cohabitation. You know my situation. Had it not been for the snow disaster, I would not have found a wife at all. Zhang Yi responded, I still have a few boxes of medicine here. Come by to collect them shortly. His tone was light and casual, yet the mention of a few boxes conveyed a crucial message, that he too had limited supplies of fever medicine. Nevertheless, in this frigid climate, with scarce resources, he decisively offered some to Uncle Yu. Consider this, reflect on it. What a loyal man Zhang Yi is, and how generous he has been toward you. It would be impossible not to strive for him in the future. Indeed, Uncle Yu was so moved he could hardly articulate his gratitude. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you? You've helped me immensely on 2 occasions. I, Yu Jiguang, vow that should you ever need my assistance, if I refuse, I am no better than a beast. Uncle Yu fervently swore. Zhang Yi chuckled. Uncle Yu, you speak as if we are strangers. We have known each other for many years. To me, you are as dear as an uncle. Do not speak of gratitude. Come and fetch the medicine swiftly. Across the table, Zhou Ku'er pouted playfully at Zhang Yi and made a face. It was then she realized that beneath Zhang Yi's stern and cautious exterior lay a rather cunning side. After hanging up, Zhou Ku'er curiously inquired, Is your relationship with Uncle Yu that close? Zhang Yi lifted his bowl and chopsticks, stating calmly, The relationships among individuals are fundamentally grounded in mutual interests. This truth is even more pronounced in the apocalypse. Uncle Yu is a benevolent man with formidable strength. Having him owe me a favor may prove beneficial in the future. At this point, Zhang Yi paused abruptly. He continued, moreover, on a deeper level. I sincerely wish for the essence of his humanity not to fade away in this desolate world. That is an exceedingly precious quality. Chapter 73. The Cunning Mother. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knock at the door, followed by Uncle Yu's voice. Zhang Yi, it's Jiguang. Are you home? Habitually, he glanced at the surveillance camera outside, but soon furrowed his brow. Standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman cradling a child, though she was bundled in a thick down jacket. Zhang Yi recognized her as the mother, Xieli Mei. What could she possibly want? Zhang Yi held a favorable view of Uncle Yu. However, he had no acquaintance with Xieli Mei. Moreover, his experiences from the previous life led him to perceive her as rather complex. Rising from his chair, he approached the door. Zhou Kuo merely cast a glance, but took no action, for Zhang Yi was the master of this household. Standing at the door, he refrained from opening it. Is it you, Uncle Yu? He asked, feigning ignorance. Yes, it's me, Uncle Yu replied. Just then, Xieli Mei interjected, Zhang Yi, our Tangbao has a persistent high fever. Please help her. Her voice trembled with emotion. Zhang Yi retrieved a pre-prepared box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of Xiao Kue Hua cold medicine, tossing them through the mail slot. Quickly take the medicine to the child. In times like these, illness is no trivial matter. Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the medicine from the ground, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I am immensely grateful. Xieli Mei accepted the medication. Uncle Yu had intended to leave with her, but a peculiar glimmer appeared in her eyes. She spoke, Zhang Yi, I have a request. Could you allow the baby to stay at your home for a while? I know you have a heater, and it's much warmer there. Our house is freezing. The baby is ill, and I fear she may catch cold. Can you assist us with this favor? Uncle Yu froze momentarily. Xieli Mei had not mentioned this to him beforehand. He felt somewhat awkward, having not discussed this with Zhang Yi prior to their visit. With Xieli Mei suddenly making this request, he found himself caught in the middle, feeling embarrassed. Yet, seeing her pitiful gaze left him at a loss for words. In the room, upon hearing Xieli Mei's words, Zhang Yi's lips curved slightly. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Is it you, Sister Xie? I regret to inform you that during such extraordinary times, I cannot allow anyone to enter. Furthermore, our coal supply is nearly depleted. To be honest, the warmth here is not much greater than outside. Zhang Yi remained resolute against her persuasion. Xieli Mei's words were sweet, all for the child. However, neither he nor Zhou Kuo possessed experience in caring for children, and even if they did, he was disinclined to engage in such a troublesome matter. Thus, permitting the child inside would also allow Xieli Mei to enter under the pretense of childcare. Inviting trouble is easy, but dismissing it is not, should she harbor ill intentions. Zhang Yi would be compelled to remain vigilant around the clock. He would rather not exert such effort. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's response, Uncle Yu quietly remarked to Xieli Mei, Zhang Yi has been quite generous. He even provided medicine for the child. Let us return and bundle her up warmly. She won't catch cold. Xieli Mei wiped her tears, sobbing. What do you know, you're just a man? The baby is so small and incredibly fragile. She turned to Zhang Yi. I understand this request may be inappropriate, but I have no other options. My sister knows of your kind heart, which is why I mustered the courage to ask. For the sake of the baby, and to honor Uncle Yu's face, please allow her to stay at your home for a time. Having reached this point, she even involved Uncle Yu. Typically, if one were not particularly hard-hearted, they might relent. When making a significant request, it is often effective to first present a smaller one. Once the other party agrees to the minor request, it becomes difficult for them to refuse the larger one. This demonstrates that this woman is not simple. Xieli Mei deliberately did not communicate with Uncle Yu beforehand, but waited until Zhang Yi had delivered the medicine to propose allowing the baby to reside in his home. However, she underestimated the resolve of Zhang Yi. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed, he replied, Sister Xie, had this request been made before the apocalypse, I would surely have agreed. However, you must understand that everyone in this building covets my home and my life. I am genuinely frightened and cannot allow strangers inside. I trust you can understand, right? Uncle Yu, you must comprehend this as well. Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. He felt quite awkward being caught in the middle. Yet his gratitude towards Zhang Yi dissuaded him from causing further trouble. Indeed, Zhang Yi has been exceedingly kind to us. Who else would provide us with medicine? Do you know how difficult it is to acquire medicine these days? Xieli Mei bit her lip, refraining from rebutting Uncle Yu, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Yet, didn't he allow Zhou Ku to stay at their home? Zhang Yi scoffed disdainfully. Zhou Ku is my girlfriend. Is there an issue with that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ku's heart fluttered. Although she understood that Zhang Yi was merely placating Xieli Mei, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Women often prioritize sweet words from men over the truth. Even if they know it to be false, they may self-deceive into believing it is genuine. Xieli Mei frowned slightly, seemingly pondering her next words. However, Uncle Yu lacked the same boldness. Zhang Yi had already assisted him multiple times. He could not afford to lose face as a man. Thus, he firmly grasped Xieli Mei's arm, his expression serious. Let us go. Let us not trouble him any further. Zhang Yi has been more than accommodating. Let's not push it. Seeing Uncle Yu genuinely growing upset, Xieli Mei quickly adopted a look of feigned innocence. I understand. I don't want to do this either. It's all for the child. Uncle Yu addressed the room. I apologize, Zhang Yi. Please don't hold this against her. Thank you for your help this time. Zhang Yi replied. It's quite all right. Such feelings are understandable. Let us support one another. Through the surveillance feed, Zhang Yi watched as Uncle Yu escorted Xieli Mei and the child downstairs. Returning to the dining table, he remarked to Zhou Ku, this woman is rather troublesome. Zhou Ku shrugged dismissively. Isn't this type of person quite common? Zhang Yi sighed. That's true, but I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu. I fear she may disrupt the bond between us. Uncle Yu was the ideal worker Zhang Yi had chosen. He did not wish for a woman to whisper ill tidings in his ear. Zhang Yi felt an increased wariness towards Xieli Mei. At the very least, she harbored covetous thoughts regarding his home and resources. Chapter 74. The night raid on Zhang Yi's home. Uncle Yu returned home with Xieli Mei and the child. Once the door was shut, he expressed his displeasure. What kind of talk was that? How could you ask someone to care for your child? The outside world is in chaos. No one knows who is human or who is a ghost. The fact that he provided medicine for the child proves he is a trustworthy person. Why would you push your luck? Xieli Mei sat on the bed, cradling her child as she administered his medicine, simultaneously loosening her clothing to allow her milk to help the medication go down. She refrained from arguing with Uncle Yu and, with a gentle demeanor, said, Isn't everything I do for the child? You know, the only motivation I have to live now is the baby. If anything were to happen to her, what meaning would my life hold? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Uncle Yu turned to see her fair bosom and felt a mix of softness and resolve within him. His tone softened as he replied, I understand your feelings. However, as human beings, we must at least recognize and repay kindness. I recall how Zhang Yi assisted me in my times of need. Without him, I would never have thought to stockpile supplies early on, and I certainly wouldn't be here today. I, Yu Jiguang, must find a way to repay this great kindness. At that moment, however, he was met with the soft, haunting voice of Xieli Mei. In truth, I believe you need not feel such profound gratitude toward Zhang Yi. At the very least, he is wary of you, is he not? Uncle Yu paused, taken aback, and exclaimed, What do you mean by that? Xieli Mei maintained her gentle demeanor, saying, Consider it. If he truly trusted you, he would have opened the door for us when we arrived, allowing us to sit and converse. Instead, the medicine was thrown from the window without even showing his face. Isn't that a sign of caution? Uncle Yu grew displeased, retorting, Do not speak recklessly. He has acted with good intentions. How can you twist that? Xieli Mei remained unfazed, continuing in a soft tone. I'm not speaking out of turn. I believe he has helped you, but he has not incurred significant losses. Perhaps he is merely offering you small favors, hoping that one day you might become his enforcer. If he were truly a good person, how could he employ such ruthless methods and kill dozens of neighbors? I would only believe he is a good person if he invited us to stay in his home. Besides, his house is large. Adding the three of us would not be a burden. Before Xieli Mei could elaborate further, a thunderous voice interrupted her. Enough. Uncle Yu's face flushed with anger as he glared at her, startling her. The baby in her arms began to cry. Xieli Mei quickly embraced the child, softly saying, I am sorry I was wrong. What I said was for your benefit. It is always wise to be cautious at times like this. Uncle Yu coldly replied, Do not speak such words again. I, Yu Jiguang, can distinguish right from wrong. If I start doubting my benefactor, what kind of person would I be? While Uncle Yu was honest and straightforward, it was crucial to understand that honesty and foolishness are not synonymous. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi's assistants had ulterior motives, what of it? In this world, kindness rarely exists without reason. having lived over 40 years and worked as a security guard for over a decade. He had witnessed the complexities of human nature. How could he fail to grasp this truth? Aware that Uncle Yu was angry, CLMA recognized that pushing further would be unwise, so she chose to remain silent. However, this did not signify her abandonment of the idea of swaying Uncle Yu. The warmth of Zhang Yi's home was a dream she longed for. Lowering her gaze to her 8-month-old baby, she silently resolved, "My dear child, in order for us to survive, I will pay any price." That night, the pale moonlight cast a silvery glow upon the earth, evoking a sense of desolation and solitude. The heavy snowfall had persisted for nearly a month, at times intensifying, at others diminishing, but never ceasing. Snow had accumulated to the 4th floor of the Yu Lu community, blanketing the ground in white. Out of habit, most people were asleep at this hour. The entrance to the 25th floor was completely blocked by tons of snow, rendering it impenetrable. Suddenly, the snow at the entrance seemed to shift, and a few ice fragments fell to the ground. But soon, a large mass of ice and snow bulged outward, forcefully pushed aside. An iron shovel emerged from the breach. The hole grew larger as a dozen individuals, clad in heavy clothing and armed with shovels, steel bars, and axes, emerged. The leader, a short and gaunt man with deeply sunken cheeks, possessed a pair of piercing, chilling eyes. Once inside the stairwell, he lowered his voice, saying, "Let us go up." Cautiously, the group ascended the stairs, their formation remarkably orderly, with some wielding wooden boards and frying pans as shields. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered a resident stealthily descending to collect snow. Without a word, a burly man struck him on the head with a shovel. Blood splattered against the wall, and the victim fell without even a cry. The strong man looked at the lifeless body and addressed the thin leader, saying, "Second uncle, what should we do?" The second uncle replied, "Leave him here. We'll take him back later." The group obediently continued their ascent. Their target for the day was room 2401 on the 25th floor. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was fast asleep, while Zhou Ku'er was locked in the adjacent bedroom. The intruders silently reached the 24th floor, showing little sign of fatigue despite their arduous climb. Clearly, they were not ordinary individuals, but rather had special occupations. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's doorstep, none rushed to break down the door. The leader signaled for silence and called to someone in the back, "Old donkey, come here." A middle-aged man wearing a gray woolen hat approached, a gray backpack slung over his shoulder. "Open the door," the second uncle commanded, pointing at Zhang Yi's door. Old donkey nodded and said, "Watch this." He set down his backpack in front of Zhang Yi's door and quickly retrieved various tools. Prominently, there were detonators and several rectangular packages wrapped in yellow tape. After tinkering for a while, everyone quickly ducked into the stairwell. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entire building. Everyone was jolted awake from their slumber, including Zhang Yi. Because the blast occurred right outside his door, his ears rang painfully and his eardrums throbbed. Zhang Yi reacted swiftly, throwing on a robe and leaping from bed. He immediately retrieved his handgun from the alternate space, disengaging the safety and holding it ready. He checked the surveillance on his phone. The living room appeared unharmed. In Zhou Ku'er's room, she was curled up in terror, clutching her blanket and huddling in the corner. With the interior safe, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He then checked the exterior surveillance. Upon looking outside, he spotted the group of suspicious individuals, primarily armed with shovels, steel bars, wooden boards, and axes. Noticing the wooden boards, he recognized them as the common red 3-in-1 boards used at construction sites. Zhang Yi distinctly remembered that there were no construction workers in their building. However, in the adjacent 26th building, there were a group of about 20 workers residing in a company dormitory from a nearby site. As the dust settled, the intruders rushed to the entrance to verify the success of their breach. Their demeanor indicated they were well prepared, with a clear target, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy, realizing that word of his abundant supplies had already spread outside. Outside the door, the second uncle and his companions stared in shock at the intact heavy metal door. "Old donkey, what kind of work did you do? You made such a mess that you couldn't even blow the door open." The worker beside the old donkey angrily questioned him. The old donkey did not anticipate such an outcome. He exclaimed, "This is not right. The explosives I mixed were flawless. Perhaps they were damp." The old donkey was a skilled demolition expert within the engineering team, albeit employing rudimentary methods, while his explosives produced a loud noise. Their potency paled in comparison to those expertly crafted by professionals. Otherwise, even if they were unable to breach the door of Zhang Yi's residence, they could have easily destroyed the walls nearby. In simpler terms, the damage was minimal, yet the fright factor was immense. Zhang Yi, through a mobile application, confirmed that his house had sustained no damage, which brought him a moment of relief. However, simultaneously, a fierce anger ignited within him. These individuals seemed intent on his demise. If that were the case, he would ensure their demise first. Outside, a group continued to grumble, with some attempting to break down the door with shovels. They remained oblivious to the small window that had opened above them. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it outside. Flames erupted instantaneously. Unquenched by this initial act, he retrieved several small white bottles containing a nearly transparent liquid from his space. These bottles held white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide, representing a rudimentary version of white phosphorus munitions. Known as the fire of hell, white phosphorus burns at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, capable of annihilating all living beings within a certain radius. The explosion of white phosphorus generates a blinding light and scattering burning fragments, which are difficult to remove from the skin, creating horrific wounds that not only possess terrifying lethality, but also instill profound psychological fear. The use of white phosphorus munitions is prohibited internationally. However, Zhang Yi disregarded such conventions, willing to employ any means necessary to effectively eliminate his enemies. The Molotov cocktail struck the ground, igniting a fierce blaze. However, its lethality was limited. The assailants, having traversed through layers of snow, found their clothing damp and difficult to ignite. Nevertheless, the fire from the Molotov cocktail rapidly vaporized the sulfur dioxide, igniting the dissolved white phosphorus. In an instant, temperatures soared to over 1,000 degrees in the air. Flames splashed onto their clothing, proving impossible to extinguish. In a heartbeat, the corridor outside transformed into a sea of fire. Zhang Yi's actions exceeded the expectations of this group, who were unable to react in the mere seconds that followed. Many were caught in the flames of white phosphorus. Their down jackets and cotton clothes served as excellent fuels. "Ah! Help me! Save me!" The harrowing screams echoed as they were consumed by fire, a fate regarded as one of humanity's most agonizing. Even an ordinary person would feel excruciating pain from a mere matchstick burn, let alone having every inch of their skin engulfed in flames. Zhang Yi, feeling unsatisfied, drew his handgun and began firing relentlessly at the outside. Bang! 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 He paid little heed to conserving ammunition, firing as if celebrating with fireworks. Soon, one body after another fell. Out of the dozen assailants, only 8 remained, with 5 or 6 managing to escape. Zhang Yi refrained from pursuing them, adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety. Once he confirmed their demise, he closed the shooting aperture and activated the air filtration system to prevent smoke from infiltrating the premises. Zhang Yi glanced at the empty gun in his hand, shaking his head. It truly was not durable. Fortunately, he had not purchased a machine gun. Otherwise, an entire magazine would have likely been expended. Clearly, he needed to devise a plan to acquire more advanced weaponry. Until now, his sense of crisis had not been as pronounced. However, the recent actions of the workers in the nearby buildings served as a stark reminder. Those who survived in this apocalyptic world were not to be underestimated. The adversaries he would face in the future would undoubtedly be formidable. If one day an engineer armed with a substantial amount of explosives were to arrive, they might very well obliterate his entire building. Of course, this was an exaggerated notion, as such quantities were beyond the means of an ordinary individual to procure. Nonetheless, it compelled Zhang Yi to prepare for the worst. These wretches, I will ensure their complete annihilation. Zhang Yi jursed vehemently. He approached Zhou Ku'er's room and opened the door. Zhou Ku'er was curled up in a corner, her head buried between her snow-white legs. "It's all right now," Zhang Yi reassured her. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Ku'er felt an overwhelming sense of security. Though this man often appeared overly cautious and aloof, he was currently the greatest source of warmth in her heart. She lifted her head to gaze at Zhang Yi, retorting, "I wasn't scared. I merely thought there was an earthquake, and hiding in the corner felt safer." Zhang Yi chuckled softly. On the 24th floor, if there were truly an earthquake, hiding anywhere would still crush you. Zhou Ku'er arose and inquired, "What just happened?" Zhang Yi settled on her bed. Prior to her arrival, the room was rather drab, lacking even a blanket on the bed. However, her presence infused the space with warmth. A pink velvet quilt adorned the bed, complemented by yellow sheets. On the windowsill hung her freshly washed black lace underwear and stockings. It was evident that she was a woman of refinement. Moreover, not only was her room immaculate, but the entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was kept spotless thanks to her daily efforts. Zhang Yi mused. Having a considerate woman by one's side was truly a blessing. In a world not ravaged by chaos, such a woman would be unattainable without a dowry of 88 million. Chapter 76. The Heavenly Alliance of Building 26. Zhang Yi recounted the recent events to Zhou Ke. It was the workers from Building 26. Nearby, a newly developed residential area had led many workers to rent accommodations in the vicinity. Zhu Kai expressed curiosity. Our complex is considered mid to high-end. Would they truly spend so much? Zhang Yi replied, if 10 people are crammed into one room, how expensive can it be? Zhou Ke acknowledged with a nod. Then her expression grew serious. If that is the case, they're even more dangerous than Chun Jinghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chun Jinghao was merely a thug. During peaceful times, ordinary people feared him. However, now that everyone faced uncertainty, if not for his firearm, he would have been long dead. The workers, on the other hand, engaged in physical labor daily, far surpassing ordinary individuals in strength and combat capability. Moreover, they were familiar with one another, and their numbers afforded them great convenience in carrying out their plans. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and lamented, thank goodness I eliminated that explosive happy fat man yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been restless at night. Zhou Ke inquired, what should we do next? Should we seek revenge? Zhang Yi's brows furrowed. Of course we must avenge ourselves. However, it would be unwise to venture onto their territory. Just look at how I decimated half of them. Zhou Ke retorted in disbelief, but you have a gun. Zhang Yi insisted, even with a gun, it wouldn't matter. If I were to suffer even a single shovel blow, I would consider it a considerable loss. Zhou Ke rolled her eyes. You are far too cautious and overly prudent. But if you don't go after them, how can we exact revenge? They don't seem like the type to fear death. They appear to be reckless. After all, who in their right mind would engage in demolition within an apartment building? A single misstep could bury them alive. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, already formulating a plan in his mind. In order to lead a tranquil life in the future, one must inevitably recruit some individuals to serve as sacrificial pawns. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then retrieved his phone and opened a WeChat group for the residents of Building 25. The recent explosion had startled all the neighbors awake, and the group erupted in chaos. What was that sound? Was it an earthquake? Or perhaps an artillery strike? The noise originated from above. Could it have been a meteorite falling? It is quite possible. If it weren't for a meteorite, how could there be such an unusual temperature? Humanity might face extinction, much like the dinosaurs. The discussion was chaotic, with all kinds of theories being proposed. Zhang Yi asserted, just now, a group of workers from Building 26 invaded our unit, intending to kill and seize supplies. I discovered them in time and drove them away. Zhang Meng, who lived on the 16th floor, has already been killed. That noise was caused by their use of explosives. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, the neighbors grew increasingly anxious. What? We just dealt with Chun Jinghao, and now those thugs from next door have come again. They are ruthless. I've heard that fights frequently break out at the construction site over there. How the people from Building 26 get here? Zhang Yi explained it. They dug a tunnel through the snow from below and came up through the first floor. Immediately, someone nervously exclaimed, quick, collapse that tunnel and lock the door. Zhang Yi responded, it's useless. Those doors can be easily smashed. Even if you block it, they can still climb in through the 4th floor window. The neighbors were filled with dread. That night, had it not been for Zhang Yi driving those individuals away, they might have barged into their homes and killed them. What should we do? How can we contend with those laborers? Half of the people in our building are already dead, and most of the survivors are elderly, weak, or women. Indeed, the majority of those who could once fight have perished near Zhang Yi's home. At that moment, someone remarked, thankfully we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are incredible. You drove away so many of them all by yourself. With you here, our safety is assured. Zhang Yi, you are our hero. Following the reminders from a few individuals, others began to realize the situation. Zhang Yi had become the strongest fighting force in their building, and he possessed a firearm. Enlisting him to confront the workers from the neighboring building seemed to be the best choice. Zhang Yi found this scene quite amusing. Previously, they had mercilessly criticized him in the group, labeling him selfish and shameless. Most of their loved ones had perished at Zhang Yi's hands, and they harbored deep-seated hatred for him. Yet now, they sought his assistance and hailed him as a hero. Did they truly consider him a fool? Zhang Yi smirked and said, "I've expended many weapons dealing with them. It's difficult enough to ensure my own safety. Everyone must fend for themselves. What a joke. Why should I protect you? Your survival or demise has no bearing on me." After uttering this, Zhang Yi fell silent. The individuals in the group grew agitated, pleading with Zhang Yi to protect them. "Zhang Yi, you cannot just stand by and watch us perish. If we all die, there will only be 2 of you left. Won't you feel lonely? If we are all gone, you will eventually become a target yourself, with countless eyes upon you." Upon reading these messages, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold. The statement held truth. Many were indeed watching him. After all, the video he posted in the group had undoubtedly been shared by the neighbors. While outsiders might feel envy, the residents of the surrounding buildings had the opportunity to invade Building 25 and take everything he possessed. Nevertheless, he remained silent. Instead, Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a private message, inquiring if he needed assistance. "I know those scoundrels from Building 26. I used to drink with them. Those rascals dare to cast their eyes on you. I will not let them off easily. Zhang Yi, if you have any plans, let me know, and I will help you deal with them." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, they have quite a number of people, don't they?" Uncle Yu replied, "Yes. They originally had over 30 men, but about 10 have died recently, so there should be around 20 left. I know their leader, Huang Tianfeng. We were chatting not long ago. However, these scoundrels have caused a lot of trouble in Building 26. Ugh, I wouldn't want to associate with that bunch." Uncle Yu and those workers hailed from rural backgrounds. However, while the workers navigated the streets, Uncle Yu had spent many years in the military. Their mindsets were worlds apart. Chapter 77. Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I'll kill your neighbors. Based on Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained some understanding of these individuals. The workers were employed under a construction company called Tianhe Group. They were not formal employees, but rather worked for a contractor. However, they boasted about being employees of Tianhe Group to enhance their status. Thus, they referred to themselves as the Tianhe Gang, with their leader being the lean, short man. Huang Tianfeng. "Zhang, what are your plans for them? If you need my help, just let me know," Uncle Yu said. Zhang Yi simulated faintly. It was impossible for him to attack this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest asset was this steel fortress. Once he left his room, facing those 20 or so men, it would be exceedingly perilous, even with a firearm. "Uncle Yu, for safety's sake, I currently have no plans for revenge. Alone, even with your assistance, we lack a certain victory. Unless a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, he could rally the neighbors within the building." Uncle Yu grasped Zhang Yi's intention. "Are you suggesting we unite like Huang Tianfeng's gang, standing together against external threats?" "Precisely," Zhang Yi confirmed. Uncle Yu replied, "All right, I will propose this idea in the group and see how many are willing to join." Zhang Yi laughed. "Uncle Yu, there's no need for that. If you push them to join the group, they might suspect your motives and even turn against you." Uncle Yu inquired, "Then what should we do?" Zhang Yi chuckled. "We are not in a hurry. Our supplies at home are sufficient. We can wait. The Tianhe Gang has already invaded once, and they will undoubtedly return for a second. Not to mention, they have killed many of our people, so they will seek revenge. At that time, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to us for help." Uncle Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang Yi, you are truly brilliant." The two reached a mutual understanding and decided to temporarily disregard the Tianhe Gang. In the residence group, the neighbors still hoped for Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to lead the charge against the Tianhe Gang. They were adept at moral coercion, simultaneously praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as good people. Though Zhang Yi felt this was an insult. "You are the good ones. Your entire family is good." While they themselves sought excuses, claiming they had no food or strength to fight, or using their age or gender as an excuse to avoid involvement. Zhang Yi was all too familiar with these shameless neighbors, so he chose to ignore them. After all, once the blade reached them, they would soon realize the pain. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yi began gathering intelligence from the outside. He certainly wouldn't inquire personally, as too many people were eyeing his supplies, and any information he received might be false. He asked Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu for assistance. One was a doctor, and the other a security guard. both possessing considerable connections. Zhang Yi sought to ascertain, in the current landscape of the Yulu community, which individuals posed a threat to him. This information was not difficult to uncover. One could easily discover who had killed the most and who currently held the most power. Zhou Ku'er proactively took out paper and pen, assisting Zhang Yi in creating a statistical chart. Upon glancing at it, Zhang Yi noted that it provided a rough description of the opposing forces' manpower and weaponry. After perusing the information, he felt considerably reassured. After all, the Yulu community is positioned as a mid to high-end establishment, lacking in truly nefarious individuals. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Ku'er and Uncle Yu, the primary threats stem from two factions. The first is the Tianhe gang from the adjacent Unit 26, formed around a small engineering team under the Tianhe group, known for their formidable combat abilities. Their main weapons consist of shovels and steel bars, with no firearms in their possession. The bomb that had previously targeted Zhang Yi was a rudimentary device crafted by one of their workers knowledgeable in explosives, limited in its destructive capacity. However, that worker had already perished in the fire set by Zhang Yi, leaving them unable to produce further improvised explosives. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they still had any reserves. It was prudent to find an opportunity to send a few expendable pawns to deplete their stockpile, Zhang Yi mused. In addition to the Tianhe gang, another faction had caught his attention. On the 21st floor, a group of young individuals had formed a faction they referred to as the Quanglong gang. Their names sounded exceedingly juvenile, yet their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. According to intelligence gathered by Zhou Ku'er, this group comprised students and some idle street loafers, with an average age around 20, numbering about a dozen individuals. The two leaders, Wang Chong and Xiao Lu, were well known to Zhang Yi. They were notorious street loafers within the Yulu community. After graduating from mediocre university, they had returned home to live off their families, not quite fitting the description of wealthy offspring, yet still belonging to the middle class. Their reluctance to seek employment had led them to associate with unsavory elements in society. In the past, they would have been overshadowed by someone like Chen Zhenghao, but without a formidable character like Zhang Yi in their building, they had managed to grow in influence. For Zhang Yi, these two factions represented the only real threats. Other residential units had dwindled to a mere handful of households, with many unable to endure the terror of the apocalypse, succumbing to despair and opting for suicide or engaging in fatal conflicts over scarce resources. Zhang Yi felt a newfound confidence. He advised Zhou Ku'er to continue gathering intelligence, emphasizing the necessity of understanding their capabilities, particularly regarding firearms, as this was crucial. Zhou Ku'er nodded obediently, then resumed her inquiries via her phone. In the subsequent days, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus to remain indoors, avoiding any outings. The members of the Tianhe gang, having suffered losses in their previous encounter, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Yi. They had lost over 8 brothers, and the survivors had endured significant injuries from flames. 2 of their number had succumbed to their wounds the very night they returned. Such losses were unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They vowed to avenge their fallen comrades by launching a bloody assault on Unit 25, determined to eliminate Zhang Yi. However, a twist ensued. The very person they despised most was also the one they feared most. Having witnessed Zhang Yi's tactics and understood the formidable defenses of his residence, they hesitated to confront him directly. What then could they do? They resolved to target the neighbors of Zhang Yi's building instead. Huang Tianfang's strategy was clear. If he could not kill Zhang Yi, he could certainly slay his neighbors. Would Zhang Yi remain untroubled upon witnessing the demise of those nearby? How would he confront their accusations? By killing his neighbors, Huang Tianfang believed he could exact the greatest revenge on Zhang Yi. In a rather opportunistic spirit, Huang Tianfang recognized the need to strike at the weakest point. Over the following days, he returned with a group to stealthily raid several households. After committing the murders, they even etched bloody messages in the hallways. Zhang Yi, if you do not emerge, I will slaughter all your neighbors. Chapter 78. The neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfang, convinced of his cunning, believed that by killing numerous residents of Unit 25, he could force Zhang Yi into action. In a cinematic scenario, a benevolent protagonist would undoubtedly feel compelled to confront Huang Tianfang. Yet, to his misfortune, Zhang Yi felt no guilt. Instead, he reveled in the chaos. His intention was to encourage Huang Tianfang to eliminate more neighbors, instilling terror to the point where those residents would have no choice but to plead for his intervention. Indeed, merely 2 days later, the neighbors could no longer endure the situation. Upon witnessing the bloody messages left by Huang Tianfang, they unanimously concluded that only Zhang Yi could confront him and resolve the crisis. Consequently, the group bombarded Zhang Yi with messages, both private and vocal, demanding action. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat to assess his neighbors' reactions. Zhang Yi, you created this mess. You must resolve it. The Tianhe gang is your doing, and you are the one who is killed. What does this have to do with us? Yes, one must bear their own consequences. You cannot expect us to suffer the repercussions on your behalf. They have stated that as long as you remain hidden, the killings will not cease. Zhang Yi, if you possess any conscience, you must handle this matter yourself. Can you truly bear to witness us perish because of you? Upon reading the messages from his neighbors, Zhang Yi could not help but smile. He was not angered, for he had a keen understanding of their nature. Casually, he replied in the group chat, I did not summon them. Why is it my fault that they came to kill me and were subsequently killed in return? Your inability to resist them is of no concern to me. You have all acknowledged their danger. If that is the case, I shall certainly not venture outside. My home is safe after all. Hee. Following this, he appended a smiling emoji. This provoked outrage among the neighbors. You may be safe, but what are we to do? Are you not putting us in jeopardy? The people you summoned, why must we face them on your behalf? Do you have no conscience? In response to the neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi erupted in laughter. He was all too familiar with their shamelessness. With a chilling tone, he taunted, What do I care about your plight? Does your survival or demise concern me in the slightest? Spare me your discussions of conscience. When you attacked my home, did any of your households remain uninvolved? I graciously refrained from bringing firearms and slaughtering each of you. You dare to complain now? Do you think you're entitled to discuss morality with me? With a menacing tone, he added, Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? His final words silenced many, as they recalled that Zhang Yi was not to be trifled with. How had Qin Jinghao met his demise? He had been frozen solid and then shattered. This was the work of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ceased his verbal sparring, opting instead to send a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it is your time to shine. Uncle Yu responded, Rest assured, I've got this. Within the residence group, the owners were left bewildered by Zhang Yi's scorn. Their moral coercion had failed, negotiations had collapsed, and they now faced the looming threat of the Tianhe gang, who could strike at any moment. With the men of Unit 25 suffering heavy casualties, only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu remained as their fighting force. What were they to do? They had thought that with Chen Jinghao's death, they could survive, only to find the Tianhe gang even more ruthless. Chen Jinghao had killed to assert dominance and secure provisions. In contrast, Huang Tianfang and his ilk killed out of vengeance, indiscriminately taking lives without consideration. Did they truly have no choice but to await their doom? How lamentable. Why had the world descended into such a state? Was a savage society to be the new normal? The snow disaster will not pass in a short time, and we are all likely to perish in this calamity. Many have descended into profound despair, believing they have only a few days left to live. At this critical juncture, the usually taciturn Uncle Yu unexpectedly appeared. Do not panic. Tianhe gang has only about 20 members. If we unite, we can resist them. Uncle Yu's appearance ignited a spark of hope in many eyes. After all, this retired soldier exuded an aura of simplicity and reliability. Uncle Yu, how fortunate it is to have you with us. I thought you had perished in silence. With you here, our safety is assured. Please, tell us what we should do. We will wholeheartedly support you. Uncle Yu could not help but flinch at the neighbor's words. Support me? Does that mean you wish for me to take the lead while you sit back and watch? He was utterly speechless. Uncle Yu replied, Alas, relying on just myself is futile. Our supplies have been depleted, and we have not eaten for several days. I am too weak to fight. I suspect many of you are in a similar predicament. In such a state, how can we hope to confront Tianhe gang? Some neighbors remained silent, while others, who had recently enjoyed decent meals of barbecued meat, found that once numbness set in, even such food could taste quite good. Uncle Yu, what shall we do? We are all short on food and cannot assist you. Just moments ago, they had pledged their unwavering support. Yet now they hesitated to part with even a morsel of food. If you have any suggestions, please share. Everyone is eager to hear your thoughts. The flattery resumed. Uncle Yu stated, We can only rely on Zhang Yi to confront the other buildings. Zhang Yi possesses many weapons, and he is well-fed and strong. He is the most suitable leader for us. The crowd exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous. Just moments ago, they had driven Zhang Yi away. Could he really lead them now? However, Zhang Yi had just declared that they were to fend for themselves. It was unlikely they could coax him out of his room. Yet, if he were to lead them, it would indeed be the best outcome. They recognized that although Zhang Yi was detestable, he was undeniably formidable. Half of their unit had fallen to his hands. What a vicious thug Chen Zhenghao. Had he not been reduced to mere fragments by Zhang Yi? Uncle Yu suggested, "Let me have a word with Zhang Yi and see if I can persuade him to join us." The crowd quickly responded, "Uncle Yu, we are counting on you." Chapter 79. Subduing neighbors as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi had been observing the dialogue in the group chat. Uncle Yu turned to send Zhang Yi a private message. "What shall we do now?" Zhang Yi replied, "The time is nearly right. When the moment comes, you must lend your voice to ensure they obey me. A combination of firmness and kindness will ensure their compliance, and only then will our building have safety." Zhang Yi was uncertain of the neighbor's safety, but he was certain he would secure his own. Among these neighbors, many would be sent as cannon fodder to the front lines. Most of them had family members killed by Zhang Yi, and should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, eliminating them now was the best course of action. After concluding their discussion, Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi returned to the owner group chat. Uncle Yu pretended to tag Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, everyone is in dire need of your assistance. If you're the only one left in this building, you would feel lonely, would you not? So please, show a bit of kindness and help us. We will surely be sincerely grateful." The neighbors quickly chimed in. Yes, if you can save us. We will be forever thankful. From now on, this building will be under your command. Zhang Yi, we entrust our lives to you." Words of flattery poured in. Zhang Yi it. "I'm merely here to speak with you out of respect for Uncle Yu. However, I have no interest in managing your affairs. I'm doing just fine on my own. Why should I risk my life for you? It hardly seems worth it." The more Zhang Yi spoke in this manner, the more uncertainty gripped the hearts of the neighbors. "Zhang Yi, please, if you let us know what to do, we will comply, all right?" In their desperate struggle for survival, even when faced with despair, they clung to any glimmer of hope for life. Zhang Yi coldly it. "Oh, is that so? You'll do as I say? Do you all agree?" The neighbors hesitated for a moment. Someone said, "As long as you don't ask us to die, we can accept any other conditions." Zhang Yi retorted, "What if I told you to grab weapons and fight against Tina Gang? Would you go?" The group fell silent, each waiting for someone else to speak up. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "So you all wish for me to do the fighting, is that right? Very well. I shall leave you to your fate. When Huang Tianfeng and his men come to attack, you can just extend your neck for them to cut." Uncle Yu was alarmed. "Zhang Yi, wait. We will definitely listen to you. If we are all to die, we might as well fight for a chance to survive. Let us do this together." He began to rally the others. "What are you waiting for? If we fight together, there is still a path to survival. Must we wait for them to pick us off one by one?" Uncle Yu's encouragement proved effective. Motivated by the prospect of survival, the crowd began to voice their agreement to follow Zhang Yi's lead. Thus, Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi together gained control of the entire building. Zhang Yi calmly declared, "Very well, from now on, everything must be done according to my orders. The situation is dire, and the enemy could attack at any moment. Any act of negligence will be considered a betrayal of all homeowners. Should that occur, do not blame me for taking lethal action against the offender." Zhang Yi's gaze swept across the list of group members. "Do not let me discover anyone hiding away, unwilling to step forward and fight. If I find someone, they will be dealt with immediately. There will be no room for opportunists hoping to reap the rewards without contributing." Zhang Yi said this because he had roughly calculated that only about 20 people were actively participating in the chat. Clearly, some individuals remained silent, intending to hide away like ostriches while Zhang Yi took the risks. When Zhang Yi made this declaration, the neighbors who had agreed to confront the enemy also felt discontent. "Fang Lin, come out. I know you're not dead. I saw you digging in the snow yesterday. Lian Yilu, where are you? Don't hide. And don't pretend you didn't see the messages. We will come looking for you." The neighbors, with red eyes, tagged those who were being cowardly. Humans are inherently selfish. Having resolved to risk their lives, they were unwilling to let others hide behind them. Reluctantly, those hiding began to show themselves. "Oh, I just fell asleep and only saw the messages now. Oh, what is happening? Are we going to counterattack? That's great. I'm not afraid of death. I just didn't see it." A group of people sheepishly chimed in. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. In any case, since everyone had chosen him as their leader, they must obey his commands. Anyone who dared to cower in the back would be deemed a traitor to the entire community and would face death. The homeowners fell silent. They understood that Zhang Yi was indeed capable of killing them. The 50-plus souls lost served as bloody evidence. After wielding his stick, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, preparing to offer them a carrot. Fear not. I, Zhang Yi, am a benevolent person, unwilling to witness you suffer from hunger. As long as you all comply, I will venture out to procure supplies for you. Zhang Yi had contemplated this matter some time ago. Given that an engineering team employs demolition techniques, it is difficult to ensure that more formidable adversaries will not emerge in the future. Residing on the 24th floor, although his abode is constructed entirely of metal, a collapse below could significantly impact his residence. Thus, he contemplated keeping a group of expendable individuals below to serve as sentinels, ready to assist him in dire circumstances. Sustaining them necessitates the acquisition of resources, which he is unwilling to part with from his own stockpile, prompting his need to search elsewhere. Moreover, his ammunition is depleting rapidly. He expended 20 rounds in a recent skirmish and must seek additional weaponry. Regarding transportation, this issue is rather straightforward. The snow outside has accumulated to a depth of over 10 meters, rendering vehicles useless. However, specialized vehicles designed for snowy terrain, known as snowmobiles, exist. Zhang Yi possesses 5 of them in his storage, including 2 equipped with cabins and 3 smaller snow scooters. In this era of heavy snowfall, while others struggle to leave their homes, he could traverse the city with ease. The homeowners group chat erupted with excitement. Zhang, you can go out to find supplies? With such heavy snow, how can you drive? Do you intend to wade through the snow? Wouldn't you freeze to death? Zhang Yi repeated. Regardless of how harsh the environment outside, for everyone's sake, I must venture out. Rest assured, I have worked in warehousing for many years. I am well acquainted with the locations of warehouses, large shopping centers, and supermarkets in Tianhai City. Searching for supplies is not a challenge for me. Neighbors regarded him as a savior. Even those who had resigned to despair, wrapped in blankets at home, now exhibited a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, can you truly go out and bring back supplies? If so, we might survive, despite the blizzard. The wealth of resources produced over the past few decades is sufficient for our survival. Zhang Yi, I am profoundly moved. Some even began to choke back tears. Many had lost family members due to Zhang Yi's actions, yet their animosity seemed to vanish, replaced by gratitude. Zhang Yi solemnly stated, having assumed the role of building leader, I bear responsibility for each individual. Moreover, my supplies will soon be exhausted. Seeking resources is our only path to survival. His words instilled a sense of reassurance among the residents. In a post-apocalyptic world, altruism often appears insincere unless personal interests are at stake. After all, a month has passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and many neighbors have suffered losses. They understood that even if Zhang Yi had hoarded resources, they would eventually dwindle, especially now that his household consisted of 2 individuals, accelerating consumption. The neighbors expressed their heartfelt gratitude, revering him as though he were a deity. To the extent that Zhou Kuer jested, if you were to establish a cult right now, you could become its founder. During calamities, religion often flourishes. As people seek spiritual solace, Zhang Yi smiled faintly, dismissing the notion of complicating matters with a group of expendables. With a mere moldy bun, he could garner their affection more than their own fathers. Zhou Kuer inquired curiously, are you truly going out? Her gaze revealed a hint of worry and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she believed he had limited supplies and felt she was a burden. He pinched her soft cheek, squinting playfully, do not worry. There are enough provisions at home to sustain you. I merely seek an opportune moment to assess the situation outside. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yi would hesitate to venture out, fearing an ambush from deranged neighbors. However, now he had become a beacon of hope for everyone, and they would not dare to attack him. Zhu Kaiye nodded. Then I shall accompany you. Aware that Zhang Yi did not fully trust her, she insisted on joining him. Zhang Yi regarded her with a deep gaze, slowly yet resolutely shaking his head. Given our current relationship, do you think I would doubt you? Women should remain at home, awaiting the return of their men. Zhang Yi gradually rose to his feet, and Zhou Kuner's eyes shimmered with emotion. However, this sentiment was short-lived, as Zhang Yi promptly gathered the remaining food and coal from his home into his storage. I trust you completely, he said with a smile. Zhou Kuer wore an expression of disbelief, having just felt moved by him, only to see him revert to his usual demeanor. Ignoring her exasperated look, Zhang Yi retreated to change his attire. This marked the first time he chose to leave the apartment building since the apocalypse began. The heavy snow rendered the outside world devoid of life, significantly lowering the danger level. Nevertheless, out of caution, Zhang Yi donned a layer of leather jacket. This garment would withstand knife thrusts unless sufficient force was applied. After careful consideration, he retrieved 2 frying pans from his storage, placing one in front and one behind his body. This precaution would ensure that even if he encountered an armed opponent, a standard handgun would pose little threat to his vital areas. Finally, he donned a winter coat, making his figure appear somewhat bulky, yet providing ample security. Zhang Yi took a 1-meter-long pry bar, testing its weight in his hand. In a true altercation, this heavy tool would prove far more effective than a machete. While a knife wound may not immediately incapacitate, a strike from his pry bar would undoubtedly bring an adversary down. Zhang Yi secured his handgun magazine, fully loaded, and slipped it into his pocket. Fully equipped, he stepped outside his home. The outside temperature was frigid. Even clad in professional-grade sportswear akin to that of the national mountaineering team, he felt a chill. However, this cold would not deter him. After some movement outdoors, his body would warm up. Gripping the pry bar firmly, he descended the stairs at a measured pace, always observing his surroundings beforehand. Caution prevents calamity. He encountered no issues on his way down, for the number of reckless individuals was indeed few. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he noted that, due to the actions of the Tianhe gang and others, most residents had relocated to higher floors, leaving the lower 10 floors nearly deserted. Zhang Yi pushed the door open, revealing a chaotic interior. Windows had been shattered, and even the flimsy security bars had been pried open, creating a gaping hole. Wind howled through this opening as Zhang Yi carefully climbed out. His feet sank into the snow, which reached his knees. However, due to the increasing accumulation, the underlying layer had become somewhat compacted, preventing him from sinking entirely. Nevertheless, walking in such snow proved challenging. Zhang Yi lifted his head, surveying the vast Yulu community, which lay in eerie silence, with only the sound of the wind breaking the stillness. He saw no prying eyes lurking about. Zhang Yi extracted a snowmobile from his storage, which was already fueled. Operating such a vehicle was not overly complex. After a brief contemplation and reviewing the instructions, he grasped how to handle it. He turned over and climbed onto the vehicle, turning the key, and immediately the roar of the engine filled the air. Zhang Yi rode the snowmobile, speeding towards the outskirts of the community. As he departed, he sensed that some individuals were peering at him through the windows. This was not surprising, as the absence of human presence outside made the sound of the snowmobile particularly jarring. It seemed that there would be those who would covet this snowmobile. A smirk crept upon Zhang Yi's lips. He was not afraid of exposing the existence of the snowmobile. Far too many had their eyes set on him. In these dire times, it was not unusual for someone to kill for a mere biscuit. In Zhang Yi's own words, too many deaths do not weigh one down. The heavy snow had buried many small houses, and the streets were completely obscured. However, having lived here for more than 20 years, Zhang Yi could discern the direction based on the towering landmark buildings. Thus, he had no fear of losing his way. Chapter 81. The Armory of the Police Station, the desolate city of Tianhe. A blanket of white snow enveloped everything, from a height. Only the silhouettes of tall buildings were visible amidst the expanse of pristine snow. Zhang Yi rode the snowmobile, racing swiftly across the snowy terrain. After nearly a month of self-isolation at home, this was his first time out speeding. The wind howled past his ears, a sensation of exhilaration beyond words. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yi let out a few jubilant howls. The noise of the snowmobile was particularly attention-grabbing. As he rode, he glimpsed shadows moving behind the glass of high-rise buildings. Even in the apocalypse, a portion of humanity, resilient as they are, would inevitably survive, much like locusts. The extreme cold was akin to a pesticide being sprayed. Yet after this calamity, the survivors would gradually adapt. Zhang Yi felt a sense of security as he touched the gun in his pocket. Each individual still alive in this city could potentially pose a threat. In the apocalypse, one must never trust in human nature. Zhang Yi's first destination was not the nearby supermarket. He directed his course straight to the Tianhe City Public Security Bureau, for it was certain to house weaponry. He was mindful of the adage that all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Therefore, weapons, especially firearms, were absolutely essential in abundance. After over half an hour of travel, Zhang Yi arrived at the location of the Public Security Bureau. At this point, most of it was buried beneath the snow. The originally 6-story building had its lower 3 floors entirely concealed. Fortunately, the Public Security Bureau was a standalone structure, and its single-story height exceeded that of residential buildings. Otherwise, had Zhang Yi arrived a few days later, there would have been nothing left. Zhang Yi parked the snowmobile in front of a 4th-floor window. He dismounted, removed the key, and seized a crowbar to smash. The tempered glass shattered, scattering across the ground. Zhang Yi drew his gun from his pocket and entered the building. It was pitch black inside, but this posed no issue for him. He retrieved a miner's lamp from his spatial compartment, used by workers in underground mining. It was compact, yet emitted an exceedingly bright light. Upon activation, it illuminated the surroundings like a miniature sun. Unfamiliar with the internal layout of the Public Security Bureau, Zhang Yi commenced his search room by room. Upon reaching the snow-covered 2nd floor, he forcefully pried open a locked room, and the sight within prompted a flicker of emotion. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 officers huddled together, wrapped in thin blankets, their bodies having turned whiter than the snow. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of sorrow. There were night shift officers who, when the blizzard struck, had not even been equipped with clothing to keep warm. Judging by their final moments, it appeared they had succumbed to the cold. Zhang Yi wished to give them a proper burial, but after some contemplation, he deemed that being buried in the place to which they had devoted many years of service might also signify a form of closure. He bowed his head in respect, offering a moment of silence for those who had safeguarded the city, before maneuvering around the bodies to continue his search. The police station was cluttered with numerous items, making the search rather time-consuming. Feeling fatigued, Zhang Yi extracted a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from his space, consumed it heartily, and replenished his energy to continue. Nearly 2 hours later, he finally located the armory, but it was secured with a heavy lock. Despite his efforts to pry it open, he made no progress and smacked his forehead, realizing he needed to find the key. Fortunately, he knew it would likely be in the duty room and was not difficult to locate. After acquiring the key, Zhang Yi successfully unlocked the door. As he opened the armory, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside were numerous firearms, including both handguns and rifles, totaling several dozen. He even discovered a large sniper rifle. However, these were all unfamiliar to him. He could not name them or had never used them before. Zhang Yi disregarded the details and collected them all, planning to study them later. Particularly, the sniper rifle was an exceptional find. It would be immensely satisfying to use it for discreetly eliminating foes. Even if his shooting skills were not perfect, instilling fear was certainly within his capabilities. Zhang Yi believed he had a knack for shooting, considering himself a semi-professional, especially skilled with handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to a firmer mindset, his shooting became more resolute. When he previously engaged the Tina gang, he had scarcely missed a shot. "I'm a shooting prodigy," Zhang Yi chuckled, a hint of self-mockery lacing his tone. Subsequently, he discovered over 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the armory, along with confiscated antique firearms, the condition of which was uncertain after so many years. Zhang Yi did not mind and took them all. This outing had proven to be exceedingly lucrative. In addition to the firearms and ammunition, he also found a dozen bulletproof vests and a complete set of anti-explosion gear, including riot helmets, shields, and batons. With these items, he was well equipped to form a formidable team. Zhang Yi was elated. Having uncovered all these treasures meant his venture had not been in vain. Within the police station, Zhang Yi's bounty was substantial. It also confirmed one thing: there remained a wealth of resources outside. After all, the heavy snowfall on the night of December 12th left over a meter of snow on the ground by the next morning, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. At that time, most people had not yet realized the onset of the apocalypse and had not begun to frantically hoard supplies. By the time they comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was already too late to venture outdoors. Having found what he sought, Zhang Yi departed from the police station. Outside, the snowmobile was coated with a thick layer of snow. It dawned on Zhang Yi that he had been out for quite a while. It was time to procure some food for his neighbors. He thought of those despicable neighbors and muttered to himself. He circled around, locating a supermarket that had not been completely buried. Then, he entered through a broken window. However, once inside, he discovered that the shelves were nearly empty, as if they had just been cleaned out. The floor was strewn with frozen wilted vegetable leaves. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and remarked, "This is close to the residential area, being a convenient supermarket, so it's no surprise that it was ransacked." However, the larger malls in the city and suburbs surely remain untouched. Many newly constructed large shopping malls are generally located at a considerable distance from residential areas due to exorbitant land acquisition costs. Zhang Yi, who is engaged in warehousing, is well aware of which large mall in Tianhai City is situated away from the crowds. Thus, he mounted his snowmobile and headed towards the economic development zone, where a Wanda Plaza had been established 2 years prior and the nearest residential buildings were 3 kilometers away, significantly reducing the likelihood of being looted. Upon arriving at the Wanda Plaza, Zhang Yi found himself greeted only by the sight of a roof. He employed the same method as before, shattering the glass above and using climbing ropes to hoist himself inside. Within the mall, remnants of its once vibrant atmosphere lingered. The circular mall housed various storefronts displaying exquisite merchandise, luxurious clothing, shoes, and an array of household items, all now rendered worthless and easily accessible. Zhang Yi selected a few useful items and filled his space with all the contents of the stores. The supermarket occupied the basement level. After hastily gathering supplies, he made his way to the lower level. As he had anticipated, due to its remoteness, the shelves were still brimming with products. However, the quality left much to be desired. A portion of the mall had succumbed to a heavy snowstorm, allowing frigid air to seep inside, resulting in frost coating the shelves. The cold had rendered the food inedible. Some puff snacks and biscuits were encased in layers of ice. Particularly in the vegetable section, while not rotting, the produce had severely dehydrated, likely lacking any flavor. The meat section, on the other hand, fared somewhat better, with everything frozen in solid clumps, resembling true zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they had burst from the freezing conditions, making any hope of catching fish futile. In summary, the food here, in normal times, would likely be discarded as refuse or sent to food factories to be processed into pre-packaged meals. Zhang Yi shuruk, declaring that he wouldn't consume such inferior goods, even if they were offered to him for free. He was indifferent to taking them into his space since he lacked for resources and had no need for such low-quality items. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. Even if the quality of the food was abysmal for those neighbors who had not tasted normal food in a long time, it would be considered a culinary delight. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 large duffel bags from his space and carelessly stuffed them with rotten vegetable leaves and zombie meat, along with some moisture-damaged, swollen bread and biscuits. Soon, the bags were filled to the brim. He decided to leave the other items behind. Perhaps they could save someone else's life in the future, as he had no intention of taking them with him. After completing his tasks, Zhang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This luxury watch had been treated for cold resistance and continued to function in extremely low temperatures. While the time might not be precise, it offered a general idea. The Rolex indicated it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Returning to the Yuelu community would take approximately an hour. Zhang Yi wasted no time. Knowing he would have ample opportunities to venture out again, and there was no one to compete with him, he could explore other places at his leisure. With the gathered supplies in tow, Zhang Yi departed the supermarket and rode his snowmobile back. By the time he returned to the Yuelu community, the daylight had begun to fade. The engine's roar echoed distinctly in the quiet neighborhood. As he arrived, faces appeared at the windows of various buildings, staring intently at him. In a room on the 15th floor, Huang Tianfeng, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted his eyes, fixated on the brand-new snowmobile. Half of his face was scarred from a fire, rendering him even more menacing. That evening, although he and a few others had narrowly escaped, a tongue of flame had seared half of his face, leaving him with this ghastly appearance. What a contraption! It can traverse the snow. If we could get our hands on something like that, we could venture out to find food instead of resorting to that sour meat, he mused. A burly man beside him glanced over and remarked, "Uncle, I know what that is. In our area, we call it a snow sled. This is an electric snow sled." Huang Tianfeng's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile as he muttered, "Whatever it is, we must devise a plan to acquire it." Huang Tianfeng was not alone in this thought. Every pair of eyes fixated on Zhang Yi harbored similar intentions. After more than half a month's isolation, many had lost their sanity, and for those remaining, it was merely a matter of time before they succumbed to madness or death. They needed to escape, to seek sustenance and space to survive. The heavy snowfall had initially hampered their efforts, but Zhang Yi's snowmobile rekindled their hopes. Zhang Yi sensed the profound greed and blatant murderous intent lurking within those gazes. However, as he touched the handgun at his waist and recalled the vast array of weapons he had discovered earlier, he felt a surge of reassurance. Once dismounted from the snowmobile, he lifted his head and noticed the neighbors from the 25th floor looking at him with exhilaration. Their eyes were glued to the 2 duffel bags he had brought back. With a smirk, Zhang Yi pretended to park the snowmobile in the underground garage at the back, skillfully evading the gaze of onlookers before stowing the vehicle into space. He then returned, carrying the 2 duffel bags. The weight of the items left deep impressions in the snow, igniting excitement among the neighbors on the 25th floor, who even leaned out of their windows, howling in delight. Huang Tianfeng and his companions watched with wide eyes. "Uncle, could that be food?" the burly man eagerly questioned. Huang Tianfeng retorted, "Of course. At a time like this, what else would one seek outside if not food?" The workers of the Tianhe gang, upon hearing this, swallowed hard and gathered around, overwhelmed with anticipation. "Is there food? Did he find food out there? Wonderful. There's still food outside. We have hope," they exclaimed. "What are we waiting for? Let us go for him. Seize everything, including his vehicle." A group of individuals shouted with frenzied eyes. Huang Tianfeng pondered momentarily before coldly declaring, "Hold on. This kid is Zhang Yi, the one who took down Qin Zhenghao. He is ruthless. Last time he caused the deaths of many of our brothers. We must proceed with caution. Moreover, I've heard he carries a gun. Even if we intend to act, it must be done discreetly." Huang Tianfeng was exceedingly cautious. Although the 2 buildings were close, a distance of several dozen meters separated them. Crossing that expanse under thick layers of ice and snow would make them easy targets. Thus, despite their covetous desires for the supplies Zhang Yi had brought, they refrained from acting recklessly. However, where there are composed individuals, impulsive ones are sure to follow. A few workers were dissatisfied with Huang Tianfeng's approach. After a brief discussion, they concluded that if they did not take action now, they would lose their chance once Zhang Yi returned to his residence. Thus, they stealthily descended the stairs, armed with knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi entered the building through the window, carrying his supplies, and pulled out his phone to inform Uncle Yu of his return, asking him to come meet him. In truth, it was unnecessary to call. Uncle Yu had already hurried over upon hearing the sound of the snowmobile. "Zhang Yi, you managed to find so many supplies." Uncle Yu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration as he gazed at the 2 large duffel bags in Zhang Yi's hands. Outside, the snow fell heavily. Had it been anyone else, they might not have even found their way back. Indeed, for professional matters, it was best left to the professionals. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. "The supplies outside are indeed hard to come by. As soon as I stepped out, I traversed all the nearby supermarkets and malls that I could recall. To my dismay, I discovered that the surrounding establishments had long been stripped bare, leaving nothing behind. Nevertheless, I refused to succumb to despair. I was acutely aware that everyone was relying on me. In my quest to ensure that all would be fed, I was determined to scour the entirety of Tianhe City for sustenance to bring back for all. Reluctantly, I wandered through the city, and after much effort, I managed to procure a modest supply from a single mall." Zhang Yi handed 2 bags to Uncle Yu and returned home to open the door for Zhoukou, guiding her down the path. Only then did he send a message in the group, calling the neighbors to come and collect the food. Before long, a throng of neighbors surged forward. The stairs were crowded with emaciated, hungry individuals, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and greed as they fixated on the bags at Zhang Yi's feet. Some were fidgeting restlessly, even contemplating a snatch. However, their eagerness waned when they caught sight of the dark iron object in Zhang Yi's right hand, instilling a sense of fear within them. Zhang Yi squinted and smiled, exclaiming, "I exerted considerable effort to procure these supplies for you all." He gestured for Zhoukou to open the bags. Complying, she unzipped the bags, spilling their contents onto the ground. A cacophony erupted as a bounty of food materialized before their eyes. There were vegetables, meat, bread, and biscuits. Though the quality appeared somewhat questionable, much of it would have been deemed inedible in the past. Now, the famished neighbors gazed at the provisions with wide, fervent eyes. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi!" The neighbors quickly grasped the sentiment and joined in, raising their fists and chanting, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, "You are our great hero," one neighbor declared. "From this day forth, you shall be my brother. Allow me to pay my respects." In that moment, Zhang Yi could have commanded them to crawl like dogs, and they would have complied obediently. Such was the allure of food. Amidst the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning struggled to break free. Their appearances were disheveled, hair greasy and unkempt, resembling two wild women. Upon seeing Zhang Yi return with such an abundance of food, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved and called out, "Zhang Yi Gij, it's me, Qing-er." She gazed at the heroic Zhang Yi, her heart fluttering with delight. In her mind, she believed Zhang Yi still harbored feelings for her. Even with Zhou Ku-er by his side, surely he would share a generous portion of the food with her. Lin Caning, following closely behind, pleaded, "Yuqing, we are best friends. Please ask Zhang Yi to give me a little extra." Fang Yuqing shot her a disdainful glance and shoved her aside, retorting, "Get lost, you wretched woman." The commotion drew a frown from Zhang Yi. Someone nearby growled at them, "Stop causing a ruckus and listen to Zhang Yi Gij." The surrounding crowd glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, causing them to quiet down considerably. Fang Yuqing muttered under her breath, "Why are you being so fierce? Do you know my relationship with Zhang Yi Gij?" Seeing that everyone had settled down, Zhang Yi spoke, "I put forth great effort to bring back these supplies. My intention, of course, is to share them with all of you." His tone suddenly turned stern. "However, in these perilous times, I will not support idleness. Once you consume this food, you must take up arms to combat our foes. Anyone who dares to eat and not contribute will find themselves regretting it." With the sight of Zhang Yi's firearm in hand and the food scattered on the ground, the crowd nodded in agreement, yielding to Zhang Yi's strict measures. "Very well, let's distribute the food," Zhang Yi declared, ready to call out names. At that moment, two arms emerged from the fourth-floor window. A few workers from the Tianhe gang burst in. Their eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the bounty of food on the ground. "Zhao Ji, look at all this food. We hit the jackpot," one worker exclaimed. "What is there to discuss? Let us seize it." The four workers drew their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. These individuals were truly ruthless. They cared not for the presence of dozens before them. They recognized that the others were mere sheep, with only a handful of capable fighters among them. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted, instinctively drawing his gun to aim at them. However, he suddenly reconsidered. Instead of firing, he retreated while shouting, "This food is for you. Don't let them take it away. Whoever takes down one of them will be rewarded with food for 5. Upon hearing this, the previously fearful neighbors who only wanted to flee hesitated. Indeed, this food was brought by Zhang Yi for them. If it were snatched away, what would they eat? Food was life. Without it, they were as good as dead. Moreover, Zhang Yi had promised 5 portions of food for each adversary defeated. The neighbors glanced at one another. They had dozens of people. What was there to fear? A few young men gritted their teeth, drew their weapons, and charged forward. Everyone had armed themselves before leaving their homes, making it convenient. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retreated to the back, keeping his pistol aimed forward to prevent anyone from seizing the food amidst the chaos. The 4 Tianhe gang members were caught off guard. They had expected these weaklings to flee in fear, but for some reason, they suddenly surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. The confined space of the 4th floor was filled with dozens of people. The sounds of shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives clashing resonated loudly. Driven by desperation for food, the crowd fought fiercely, and the biting cold made them oblivious to their wounds. Soon, injuries began to occur, yet even before collapsing, they continued to swing their weapons with all their might. Uncle Yu emerged as the primary combatant, wielding a metal rod with ferocity, roaring as he struck down. Despite the Tianhe gang's fearlessness, they could not withstand such overwhelming numbers and were swiftly overwhelmed. The air was thick with the echoes of rage. It was a release of pent-up emotions. After living in fear of death and daily assaults from the Tianhe gang, decisively defeating these 4 adversaries brought a sense of relief. Their fear of the Tianhe gang diminished significantly. Once the battle concluded, 6 bodies lay on the ground, 4 from the Tianhe gang and 2 from the neighbors. Zhou Ku'er observed the scene with a slight frown. As a professional surgeon, she understood that the 2 neighbors still had a chance for survival. However, it would require specialized surgical conditions, along with ample medication and blood transfusions. Given the current living conditions, such a scenario was utterly impossible. She sighed helplessly, pondering, is this the world of despair? Chapter 84. I, Zhang Yi, do not support the idol. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors before him, nodding in satisfaction. After taking lives, these neighbors could finally become competent vanguards and cannon fodder. This would significantly ease the burden of defending against attacks from other buildings. What he needed to offer in return was merely a handful of worthless food and various empty promises. He clapped his hands cheerfully. Well done. Do you see? As long as we unite, what is there to fear from these people? Zhang Yi gazed forward, beckoning to the two most diligent young men. You two, come here. The two young men, faces alight with joy, rushed forward without bothering to wipe the blood from their faces. Zhang Yi reached down, seizing a large handful of food from the ground and stuffing it into one of the young man's arms. One is not enough. Let us have another. The swollen, puffed bread, the moldy biscuits, the dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a substantial piece of pallid zombie meat. All these are indeed authentic treasures. The other neighbors, witnessing this scene, could not help but swallow their envy, yearning for those items to belong to them. Zhang Yi bestowed a generous heap of provisions upon the two young men, patting their shoulders. Work diligently, and if you maintain this fervor, I shall not neglect you. The two young men, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled with excitement. These provisions would sustain them for several days. Tears streamed down their faces, for it had been far too long since they had tasted proper food. Brother Zhang Yi, we will surely follow your lead and work hard, they exclaimed, their voices filled with fervor. Their names were Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei, and their eyes brimmed with gratitude as they gazed at Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, other neighbors felt a flicker of hope, but also a twinge of regret for not putting in more effort earlier. This was precisely the scene Zhang Yi had hoped to witness. After rewarding the two most industrious young men, he addressed the others. Now, it is time to distribute the food. Step forward one by one. Zhang Yi had observed everyone's performance keenly. Those who exerted themselves would receive more, while the lackluster would receive less. However, most received merely a slice of bread or a couple of bags of biscuits, no larger than a child's palm. Having raised dogs, Zhang Yi understood a fundamental principle. If a dog is fed too abundantly every day, it will become lazy and less obedient. Thus, the best approach is to keep it from starving, yet always in a state of hunger. Only then can one ensure the dog remains obedient. The neighbors, though somewhat disappointed with their meager rations, dared not voice their discontent. Zhang Yi had already presented two exemplars for them to see. If you claim your food is insufficient, blame your lack of effort. Look at Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei. Why do they have so much? He admonished. Seek less to find fault in others and more to reflect on your own actions. Zhang Yi pointed at the wealthy Su Hao, who hurriedly approached, extending his hands. Where's my food? Zhang Yi regarded him with disdain, scratching the ground with his foot before casually placing a single piece of fruit candy in his palm. This is your food. The surrounding neighbors erupted in derisive laughter. Even those who received little felt a sense of balance at that moment. Look, although I received scant provisions, there are those who received even less. Huh. Su Hao is truly unfortunate. Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, an overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfing him. Are you joking? Why do I only get single candy? Zhang Yi retorted with a sneer. You dare to complain? When others were laboring, you merely lingered at the back, not daring to engage. Granting you this candy is a display of my generosity. Su Hao was cunning. When he ascended, he boisterously shouted, brandishing a stick and urging others to attack. Yet when it came to action, he retreated. Before Zhang Yi, he truly underestimated others. Su Hao protested. Am I to blame? There were 4 of them, and the crowd was impenetrable. I had no chance to step forward. Zhang Yi replied, that is not my concern. I care not for the process. I only desire results. Su Hao, flustered and unwilling to accept his fate, shouted, this is unfair. You are clearly targeting me. Zhang Yi chocolate disdainful. Fairness? Have you mistaken the situation? Were you to discuss fairness with me? Do you truly believe I am reasoning with you? I am commanding you, obey my demands. Do you understand, worthless one? Zhang Yi glanced at Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei. How should one deal with those who defy orders? Lacking organization and discipline? At that moment, Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei had become Zhang Yi's loyal subordinates. With a single command, they carefully placed their food on the ground before advancing to seize Su Hao and deliver a merciless beating. Su Hao initially attempted to argue, but as a punch struck his abdomen, his entire body convulsed. In a world such as this, those who still clung to reason were undeniably foolish. There was no need for further dialogue beyond the lesson delivered by force. Su Hao was beaten for some time until he lay gasping, at which point Zhang Yi commanded Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei to cease. Although Su Hao was inept, he could still serve as fodder if armed. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and declared to the crowd, "This is the fate of those who defy the master's orders. Do not accuse me of tyranny. I'm quite fair. If any of you believe me to be tyrannical, feel free to drop your food and leave with dignity. I assure you, I will not pursue you." The neighbors exchanged glances, but not a single soul stepped forward. After all, food was their lifeline. How could they part with it? Zhang Yi nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Then we have reached a consensus." He approached Su Hao. Despite being battered and curled up like a shrimp, still clutched his hand tightly. A single piece of fruit candy might be his only means of survival. Zhang Yi's gaze was cold as he ruthlessly stomped on Su Hao's hand. Wearing snow boots with a coarse and hard sole, he crushed Su Hao's hand, tearing away a layer of skin and causing blood to flow. "Oh!" Su Hao screamed in agony, instinctively releasing his grip. Zhang Yi kicked the candy away and, gazing into Su Hao's despairing eyes, said, "Next time, I hope you learn to behave." Zhang Yi, do not nurture the worthless." Following this display of authority, everyone fell silent, obediently awaiting the distribution of food without daring to voice any objections. Soon, Zhang Yi completed the allocation of provisions, with only a few individuals left without any. Chapter 85. The Humiliation of the White Lotus. All right, the supplies have been distributed. Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Ku'er to gather the remaining items into her pockets. Just then, a voice broke through the crowd, filled with urgency. "Brother Zhang, I haven't received anything." The voice belonged to Fang Yuqing. She had always believed Zhang Yi would treat her with special care, providing her with the most food. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she had received nothing. Beside her, Lin Caning echoed in distress, "Brother Zhang, how could you forget me?" Zhang Yi looked at the two with a teasing smile. "I did not forget you." Their faces brightened, thinking Zhang Yi was saving them for last as a special favor. However, the next word from Zhang Yi plunged them into despair. "Neither of you was ever meant to receive anything." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning stared in disbelief, as if unable to process what they had just heard. Lin Caning blurted out, "On what grounds? Everyone else has received something. Why not me?" Fang Yuqing, unable to accept this reality, rushed to Zhang Yi, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Brother Zhang, you're joking, right? This can't be true. You would never treat me this way. Didn't you say you liked me?" Zhang Yi crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "I did say I liked you. However, you didn't take it seriously, did you? I treat many girls this way. We all know what this is about. My interest in you has waned. So please refrain from bothering me in the future. I already have a girlfriend." As he spoke, Zhang Yi deliberately pulled Zhou Ku'er into an embrace. Zhou Ku'er and Fang Yuqing standing side by side present a striking contrast. One is a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, a chief physician at a top-tier hospital, whose physique, beauty, and demeanor leave no room for criticism. The other is an employee at a small company, engaging in flirtations with various men daily, constantly seeking to attract women in nightclubs. The choice is clear to anyone with discernment. To exacerbate matters, Fang Yuqing appears disheveled and utterly disheartened at this moment, while Zhou Ku'er is adorned with exquisite makeup and stylish attire. The comparison between the two is akin to that of a celestial being and a beggar. Fang Yuqing is unable to withstand such a blow. Her most prized attributes, her beauty and allure, have been ruthlessly trampled upon by Zhang Yi. With tears streaming down her face, she pointed at Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "No, this cannot be true. Just a while ago, you invited me to stay at your home. Why are you treating me this way now?" Zhang Yi simirkit di stauinfui. "Oh, that? I was merely toying with you. Look at how ridiculous you appear now." He then turned to Wang Min and Lin Caning, asking, "Does she not tell you daily that I have feelings for her, and that I would let her into my life?" Wang Min and Lin Caning nodded in agreement. Indeed, this woman is utterly delusional, lost in her daydreams. Such a wretched creature does not even comprehend her worth. She was the cause of my cousin's demise, and she truly deserves this. Zhang Yi publicly humiliated Fang Yuqing, stripping away her dignity. The contempt in everyone's gaze was palpable. Fang Yuqing, her face ashen, clutched her head and pleaded, "No, please stop. I beg you, do not say any more." Unfazed, Zhang Yi continued, "You, a woman like yourself, deluding yourself into thinking you are a fairy, constantly seeking to ensnare wealthy heirs. Yet, you are notorious within the affluent circles of Tian High City. Who does not know that you are a mere trifle, easily acquired with a bit of money? Zhang Yi glanced at Su Hao and inquired, Su Hao, what is her nickname? Su Hao curled up on the ground, gritted his teeth, and responded, self-righteous gold digger. Laughter erupted in the room. Who would have thought there was such a talent living in our building? I even had a crush on her before. What a joke. It seems a few $100s could have sufficed. I should not have wasted my efforts. What a shameless woman. The cacophony of ridicule and scorn encircled Fang Yuqing completely, and despite her efforts to cover her ears, she could not drown out the noise. In a fit of madness, she let out a scream and fled. Zhang Yi produced a small bag of cookies and tossed it in front of Su Hao. Well done. Consider this a reward. Just like training a dog. One must offer incentives for obedience. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated the return of food. Even after receiving a beating, his resentment towards Zhang Yi diminished significantly. He began to perceive Zhang Yi as a fair individual, acknowledging his prior mistakes and vowing to listen to him in the future. At that moment, Lin Caning stepped forward. Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing has wronged me in the past, but I harbor no grievances against you, right? I even spoke on your behalf just now. Surely you can spare me some food? Zhang Yi glanced at her and said curtly no. Lin Caning's temper flared, and she retorted, why not? You are pursuing her, not me. Zhang Yi looked at her with sincerity and replied, I simply find you bothersome. I do not wish to give you anything. Is that a problem? Lin Caning was momentarily taken aback by his words. Zhang Yi continued, the provisions I have acquired are mine to distribute as I please. If you have any issues, keep them to yourself. This is unjust. Lin Caning began to sob. Only a fool would speak of fairness. Zhang Yi dismissed her, and the others looked at Lin Caning with expressions of schadenfreude. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei tactfully urged Lin Caning to leave, preventing her from lingering and becoming a nuisance. Once the supplies were allocated, Zhang Yi stated, now, let us discuss how to enhance our defenses. Next to Uncle Yu, Xieli Mei furrowed her brow and whispered, why is there nothing for our family? You have eliminated 2 foes. We should receive rations for 11. Uncle Yu replied, Zhang, you will not forget us. Hold your tongue for now. Xieli Mei shot him a discontented glance, then turned to Zhang, muttering a few words under her breath. Zhang Yi addressed the group. In our building, discounting the children unable to walk, there are 47 individuals. Excluding myself, Zhou, Ke, Uncle Yu, and Xieli Mei, that leaves 43 others. We will divide into 6 groups, each consisting of 7 to 8 members, taking turns to stand guard 24 hours a day to prevent incursions from other buildings. Should anyone approach, sound the metal handrails or other metallic objects to alert everyone. Once those on other floors awaken, they should use the same method to notify those on higher levels. With his hands in his pockets, Zhang Yi declared seriously, the rewards I previously mentioned remain in effect. For each enemy eliminated, a reward of 5 portions of food will be granted. Should one have no accomplishments, mere participation in the watch will yield only 1 portion of food. But it will be subject to selection by others, and the quantity is not guaranteed. With that, Zhang Yi turned to Uncle Yu and said, Uncle Yu, you shall oversee this matter. Uncle Yu nodded, understood, no problem. After Zhang Yi concluded, the neighbors were deep in contemplation regarding the pros and cons. Someone posed a question. Zhang Yi, while it is understandable that you and Zhou Ke do not need a stand guard, why is Uncle Yu exempt? He is certainly the strongest. Zhang Yi fixed his gaze on him and replied, precisely because Uncle Yu is a vital asset. He must conserve his strength and be ready for crucial battles. Do you understand? Though this reasoning was somewhat tenuous, no one dared to challenge Zhang Yi's authority. In truth, Zhang Yi's true intention was to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others were on the front lines, tasked with repelling the assaults from other buildings. They were akin to cannon fodder, or more delicately put, expendable resources. Uncle Yu, being skilled and possessing a kind-hearted and upright nature, was Zhang Yi's ideal subordinate. Thus, it was imperative to keep him alive for future endeavors. After organizing the groups, Zhang Yi instructed the neighbors to return home, leaving only those on duty near the 4th floor. Any attempt to attack their unit would necessitate passage through the 4th floor, whether through tunnels from below or climbing in through windows. Therefore, securing this level would enable them to detect any approaching threats promptly. Once everyone had retreated upstairs, Zhang Yi escorted Zhou Ke back. He would not turn his back on those he did not trust. At this moment, they were alone. Xieli Mei, Unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, Zhang Yi, have you forgotten about the provisions for our family? Zhang Yi glanced at Xieli Mei, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Uncle Yu hastily pulled at her arm, cautioning, what are you saying? Xieli Mei persisted, clearly, Uncle Yu has contributed the most yet receives nothing. This is too, Zhang Yi interjected. The supplies I brought back exceed this amount. The inferior goods were distributed to others. The valuable items are reserved. Uncle Yu, come by my home later to collect your share. Xieli Mei's expression brightened immediately. I knew you would not let him work in vain. Uncle Yu shot her an exasperated look and remarked, I have told you time and again, Zhang Yi is a trustworthy individual. Zhang Yi remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of instant noodles from his alternate space, placing it at the door, then informed Uncle Yu to come by in 10 minutes to collect it. Once inside, Zhang Yi swiftly shed his cold weather gear. A clatter resounded as the frying pan concealed within his leather jacket fell to the ground. Zhou Kuer chuckled as she picked up the frying pan, remarking, it seems like there isn't even a ghost outside. You are far too cautious. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. I shall no longer require such items. I have secured something far superior. Bulletproof vests that are both snug and safe. Upon returning to his warm abode, Zhang Yi found the sensation of happiness within him deepened profoundly. Venturing out into the frigid air, with temperatures plummeting below -70 degrees, even clad in his winter gear, he felt the chill permeate. Riding a motorcycle only exacerbated this feeling. Zhang Yi retrieved some food from the Yikongjian and placed it upon the table. Zhou Kuer, having gone an entire day without sustenance, was equally starved. Before his departure, Zhang Yi had confiscated all provisions, leaving neither for himself nor for Zhou Kuer. They sat at the dining table, indulging heartily. Curiously, Zhou Kuer inquired, what is the situation outside? Zhang Yi responded, what else could it be? The heavy snow has sealed the city, and the lower buildings are entirely cloaked. Given the current trajectory, even if the snowfall were to cease and temperatures returned to normal, it would take at least half a month for the snow to melt. Zhou Kuer nodded, but winter is approaching swiftly, and temperatures will only drop further. This is not an issue for us. Zhang Yi remarked. What we truly need to contend with now is humanity. The denizens of this apocalyptic world are far more fearsome than demons. After their meal, Zhou Kuer nestled beside Zhang Yi, draping her arm over his shoulder. Zhang Yi cast a sidelong glance at her, questioning her intentions, with a slight blush on her cheeks. She replied, just warming up, as she pressed her ample form against him. It was evident that since Zhang Yi had awakened her, she had become rather clingy, seeking his company daily. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's vigor was youthful and robust. Otherwise, an ordinary man might have found it overwhelming. Zhang Yi chuckled, "Pidayfully herundit posterior. We have no time for this now. Go take a shower and lie down in your room." Zhou Kuer shot him a flirtatious glance before obediently heading off to wash up. What allowed Zhang Yi to set aside even such a lure? Certainly, it was the shared passion among men. He retrieved the firearms he had collected that day from the Yikongjian, possessing some knowledge of weaponry. Having previously joined Tianhai City's shooting club and frequented the range, he understood that police firearms were inherently superior to those acquired through the black market. Thus, he decided to retire his previous weapon in favor of 2 police handguns, fully loaded. The holsters and tactical belts were readily available for him to attach to his waist. Subsequently, Zhang Yi began examining the rifles, including a formidable sniper rifle he had procured. While the local shooting range offered various firearms, it lacked a sniper rifle. However, with the modern internet at his disposal, comprehensive information about various weapons was readily accessible online. To his surprise, the servers were still operational. Indeed, large corporations possessed their methods. Zhang Yi musit. Although many online enterprises had collapsed in the face of apocalypse and numerous software applications ceased operations, a select few major companies continue to function, evidently in collaboration with the authorities. Thus far, humanity had not relinquished the hope of rebuilding post-apocalypse, preserving fragments of civilization's embers. Zhang Yi hastily absorbed the usage instructions for the firearms online. Given his previous experience with guns, he learned rapidly. While accuracy remained to be seen, he at least grasped how to fire and reload. Even if he could only intimidate others, that would suffice. The mere presence of firearms serves as the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi contemplated, loading the magazines with ammunition and disengaging the safety, placing them within the Yikongjian for swift access in emergencies. However, he found himself rather enamored with the sniper rifle. Firearms embody a man's romance. It is in their nature to cherish them. Zhang Yi lifted the rifle, peering through the scope towards a nearby building. Approximately 50 meters away, he could distinctly see a window and even the lock upon it. He thought to himself that he would seize the opportunity to test the rifle. It was indeed a tool for stealthy retribution. A smirk crept across his lips. Direct confrontation was not his preferred method. Lurking in the shadows, eliminating adversaries unaware of his presence, was far more gratifying. Chapter 87. The Revenge of the Tianhe Gang. Zhang Yi relished the thrill of the sniper rifle, observing the entire community through the scope. As night had fallen, the other residences were devoid of power, rendering the buildings pitch black. Yet, the reflection of the snow illuminated the surroundings, allowing faint outlines of the landscape to emerge. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. As he focused on a nearby garage, he spotted two dark figures moving stealthily. The garage, humans. It appeared they were headed towards his snowmobile. A cold smirk appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. When he had returned earlier that day, he had pretended to stow the snowmobile in the garage. As anticipated, someone was attempting to sneak over that very night. Unfortunately for them, their efforts were destined for futility. Moments later, Uncle Yu arrived. Upon seeing a whole box of unopened instant noodles at the entrance, his eyes glistened with excitement. I can't believe it's White Elephant brand. Zhang Yi, you are too generous. This box of noodles would last the three of them an entire week if rationed. Considering that Zhang Yi had limited supplies at home, yet still offered him so many noodles, Uncle Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Zhang Yi's household had a limited stock of these instant noodles, with only around 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. Until now, he had not consumed a single packet, as he had various gourmet meals prepared by renowned chefs at home, who would deign to eat such fare. Uncle Yu lifted the box of noodles and knocked on the door, saying, Zhang Yi, I've taken the noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi set down the sniper rifle and approached the door, saying, Uncle Yu, why would you be so polite with me? The lives of others mattered little. But Uncle Yu was someone he had to protect and ensure was well fed. Only then could Uncle Yu serve as his ace operative and human shield. It was not that Zhang Yi was heartless. He would not allow Uncle Yu to sacrifice himself unless absolutely necessary. Well, unless it was truly unavoidable. Uncle Yu scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. About what Shirley May said to you earlier, please don't take it to heart. She tended to speak without thinking. Zhang Yi lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Why would I hold a grudge against a woman? I'm not the petty type. However, he probed further. But Uncle Yu, are you truly considering raising someone else's child? His tone carried a hint of testing. While he had no fondness for Shirley May, he did not wish to jeopardize his relationship with Uncle Yu. Thus, he sowed discord subtly. Uncle Yu laughed. In this day and age, what more can be said? Finding a woman like her is already a blessing. Zhang Yi nodded. You have a point. Actually, Sister Shirley is quite a good woman. She is not bad-looking and can bear children. I mean no offense. I just feel you undervalue yourself. In these times, a strong man like Uncle Yu, who excelled in combat, was indeed a hot commodity. Jokingly, Zhang Yi added, in fact, it wouldn't be too much to say you could even attract a celebrity. Uncle Yu beamed at the compliment. Am I really that good? Zhang Yi replied. Have you not seen the current state of affairs? Those pretty boys who dance and sing are utterly useless. They can't even support themselves. It is men like us who provide women with a sense of security. At this juncture, Zhang Yi shifted the conversation. However, returning to the point, Sister Shirley is genuinely quite remarkable. If you both strive together, perhaps she could bear you a child. After all, a man should have his own offspring. Raising someone else's child can feel somewhat lacking. Uncle Yu felt a twinge of discomfort at that thought. Zhang Yi's words stirred some thoughts within him. He had a genuine fondness for Shirley May. Her ample figure and proficient skills were quite satisfying for a solitary man like him. However, the child she cared for was barely a year old, and in these times, such a burden was indeed overwhelming. The late-night disturbances caused by her caregiving often robbed Uncle Yu of his peace, leaving him restless. If it had been his own child, it might have been different, but this was someone else's. People are inherently selfish. Uncle Yu had long harbored discontent, yet he suppressed it, choosing not to delve too deeply into those feelings. Moreover, Shirley May constantly brainwashed him, asserting that he should regard the child as his own daughter, promising that she would show him filial piety as she grew. Over time, Uncle Yu had genuinely begun to assist in raising the child. However, It was Zhang Yi's remarks that awakened him, prompting him to reconsider his stance. The thought of having children was not something he could entertain at the moment. Perhaps he would revisit it once life settled down. With a forced smile, Uncle Yi replied, "Indeed, that is true. Haha, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart, Uncle Yi. I hold you and Sister Xie in the highest regard and sincerely wish for your happiness." Uncle Yi nodded. "I shall take my leave now. Feel free to contact me if anything arises." After Uncle Yi departed, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of his sniper rifle and stored it away in the spatial realm. These rifles and sniper guns would serve as his clandestine weapons. After a while, the sound of running water ceased in the bathroom. Zhou Kuer emerged, wrapped in a bath towel that accentuated her milky white skin. Her long, toned legs boasted elegant lines, glistening alluringly under the light. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, pinching his brow, and languidly said, "I am rather fatigued today. Would you be so kind as to give me a massage?" Zhou Kuer nodded, moving beside him to gently knead his body. That night, the Tina gang, having lost 4 members, launched another attack on Unit 25. Their recent string of successes led them to underestimate everyone in the building, aside from Zhang Yi. Yet this time, they unexpectedly encountered resistance. Leading the charge was Huang Wei, the nephew of Huang Tianfeng, who excelled in nighttime ambushes. Around 2 in the morning, he and 8 others stealthily infiltrated the building. To their surprise, as they reached the stairwell, bricks were suddenly hurled down upon them. The defenders on duty quickly retaliated with whatever they could find: kitchen knives, clubs, and other makeshift weapons, mounting their defense from above while hurling stones, bricks, and any heavy objects they could scavenge to buy time. In their resistance, they also banged on the stairs and windows, creating a ruckus to alert the neighbors. Soon, the entire building was awakened by the commotion. Fueled by a desire for revenge and lacking resources, Huang Wei and his group opted for a reckless assault. However, they were vastly outnumbered, and despite their fierce fighting spirit, they could not contend with such overwhelming odds. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, each of their lives was worth 5 portions of food. The neighbors, invigorated by the chaos, eagerly vied to claim their heads. The skirmish lasted mere minutes, with all parties fighting to the death, leaving 3 corpses behind. Realizing the dire situation, Huang Wei shouted, "Fall back, retreat." As they fled, the residents of Unit 25, exhilarated, pursued them with fervor. One worker, lagging behind, failed to escape through a window in time and was struck in the rear by a kitchen knife, embedding itself deep. He let out a yelp of agony as he struggled to crawl away. After their escape, the neighbors dared not chase too far, uncertain of the situation outside in the dead of night. However, Zhang Yi had also been roused by the noise. He stepped onto the balcony and observed the fleeing members of the Tianhe gang below, suddenly struck by an idea. Could he take them out from this distance with his sniper rifle? Chapter 88. Precision shooting, unerring accuracy when a man encounters a beautiful woman. His first instinct is to engage in deep conversation. Similarly, when one acquires a formidable weapon, there is an innate desire to test its capabilities. This is a deeply ingrained habit. Even as a child, finding a sturdy bamboo stick would prompt one to wield it like a sword. Moreover, Zhang Yi had obtained a sniper rifle, an object that ordinary individuals in Huagua could only dream of, let alone use against others. He was eager to ascertain its efficacy. Extracting the sniper rifle from the spatial realm, Zhang Yi positioned himself on the balcony of the 24th floor and aimed downward. The 8-fold scope proved remarkably effective. What had previously appeared as mere ant from such a height now became distinctly visible. Zhang Yi held his breath, conscious that exhaling might blur his aim. The 7 fleeing individuals trudged through the snow, moving at a sluggish pace, making them easy targets. Suppressing his excitement, he steadied his aim on one man's back and pulled the trigger. In that fleeting moment, he felt an inexplicable certainty that the bullet would find its mark. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, awakening countless souls from their restless slumber. Through the scope, Zhang Yi witnessed the man collapse, blood staining the pristine snow. Astonished, he marveled, "How can my aim be so precise? Am I some kind of genius?" Initially intending to merely test the weapon, he had not anticipated such a remarkable outcome. What was that curious sensation he experienced? Zhang Yi was perplexed. However, there was no time for contemplation, as the remaining members, startled by the gunfire and the fall of their comrade, hastened their escape. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and targeted another individual. As he concentrated intently on his next mark, that same extraordinary feeling returned. Bang! Another shot rang out, and another person fell lifelessly to the ground. This time, Zhang Yi comprehended that his ability to hit targets from the 24th floor was no mere coincidence. It was a gift. To be precise, it was some form of special talent. It seems that the ability I have awakened is not merely confined to the spatial realm, Zhang Yi murmured to himself, but rather a potential that I had previously failed to recognize. It was evident that his extraordinary powers were intricately linked to the concept of space, which had rendered him a natural sharpshooter. Previously utilizing crossbows and handguns for close combat, he had overlooked this talent, though he had noted the satisfying feel of shooting. Now, armed with a sniper rifle, that sensation became profoundly apparent. Elated, he reloaded once more, this time aiming for a man's head. Bang! A gruesome explosion of blood mist erupted as the man's skull shattered. There was no doubt. This was indeed a formidable capacity for precise shooting. Zhang Yi was overjoyed, directing his aim at the remaining individuals. Click, click, click. With each gunshot, he swiftly cycled the bolt to chamber a new round, the echoes of gunfire reverberating throughout the neighborhood. Each of the assailants fell before they could retreat, leaving 7 lifeless bodies sprawled across the snowy expanse, their blood staining the white landscape a vivid crimson, a stark and haunting sight. Zhang Yi could not suppress his smile. From this day forth, he could remain hidden and become a masterful strategist, eliminating others from shadows. Meanwhile, the neighbors below, hearing the gunfire and witnessing Huang Wei and his cohorts fall one by one, were filled with horror. The gunshots were emanating from above. Above, it must surely be Zhang Yi's doing. Such a considerable distance. It could not have been a handgun. It must be the power of a sniper rifle. My heavens! To strike down a target from so far away with a single shot, Zhang Yi is indeed a marksman. The crowd stood aghast, overwhelmed by a wave of trepidation. With such lethal skill, if Zhang Yi wished to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. They involuntarily engaged in mental speculation, positing that Zhang Yi might very well be a hidden warrior in the urban landscape. Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary marksmanship? It seems prudent to heed Zhang Yi's words moving forward. Indeed, their survival thus far is attributable to Zhang Yi's restraint. The capacity of human imagination is indeed formidable. At this moment, their reverence for Zhang Yi soared to unprecedented heights, and they were not alone in this sentiment. The gunfire at midnight had roused the entire community from their slumber. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle lacked a suppressor, but even those with a modicum of knowledge in this domain could discern that the sound was far beyond that of a mere handgun. In an environment where a single handgun could dominate an entire building, the presence of a more formidable firearm, such as a rifle or sniper, conjured terrifying possibilities. Zhang Yi stowed his sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder, which ached slightly from the continuous firing. Fortunately, his physical condition was robust. Otherwise, he would likely endure discomfort for several days. That night, many would surely find it difficult to sleep again. Uncle Yu messaged Zhang Yi, inquiring if it was he who had fired the weapon. Having served in the military, Uncle Yu quickly deduced it was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi did not conceal the truth, responding, "I acquired this at the police station today." Uncle Yu, intrigued, asked, "Did you serve in the military before? What was your unit number?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship was so formidable that, in Uncle Yu's eyes, it certainly suggested he was of the caliber of a marksman from the armed forces. Zhang Yi chuckled, "I merely possess a talent for it. Ha ha." Uncle Yu assumed Zhang Yi was reluctant to divulge more and refrained from pressing further. "As long as you fire the gun, that suffices. If it were someone else, we would indeed be in peril." Zhang Yi exchanged casual conversation with him before returning to his room, lying down on his warm, soft bed and drifting into a deep slumber. The next day, he rose around 9, washed up, and let Zhou Kuer out of her room. "Let us prepare something to eat. I am craving freshly made food. How about you make 2 bowls of yupo noodles?" Zhang Yi suggested to Zhou Kuer. She smiled. "My cooking is nowhere near that of a noodle shop." Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "Then practice more. After all, we have ample time. Eating restaurant food for an extended period can make one long for the simplicity of home-cooked meals to change the palate." Zhou Kuer obediently moved to the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, she emerged with 2 bowls of yupo noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite. The flavor was quite satisfactory. By the way, Zhang Yi had installed surveillance cameras throughout the entire house, including the kitchen. He also provided the ingredients. As for Zhou Ke, on her first day, he had thoroughly inspected her from head to toe. To this day, Zhang Yi continued to check her health daily, ensuring no corner was overlooked. Consequently, all possibilities of her administering drugs were effectively eliminated. Otherwise, he would never consume food prepared by another. Once seated at the table, Zhou Ke curiously inquired, "I heard the gunfire yesterday. Was it you shooting from the balcony?" In Chapter 89, Warehouse District, Zhang Yi glanced at her, smilingly affirming, "Indeed." He twirled a strand of noodles. Zhou Ke's culinary skills were merely average, yet noodles were relatively easy to prepare. "I found it when I went outside. It's a sniper." Zhang Yi's tone was casual. Zhou Ke's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "A sniper? Can you use it?" "Not only can I use it, but I'm also quite proficient," Zhang Yi asserted, gesturing toward the window. "Last night, I took down 7 individuals with 7 bullets." Zhang Yi felt a sense of pride. Men often enjoy showcasing their conquests to women. Zhou Ke's gaze toward Zhang Yi carried a hint of admiration. Being beside such a man afforded her greater security. "Zhang Yi, you are truly impressive," she said, cradling her chin with both hands, gazing at him adoringly. "Aren't you curious how I learned to use a sniper rifle?" "Zhang Yi pidai content. So ke a shukehit. What does that matter to me? Even if you were once a murderer or a psychopath, I'm still committed to you." After a moment's thought, she added, "Better than dying out there, right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You are indeed clever, unlike some foolish women who incessantly pry." Meanwhile, at the Tianhe gang, Huang Tianfeng only discovered the bodies of Huang Wei and his companions in the morning. After hearing the gunfire the previous night, he sensed something was amiss. However, out of caution, he did not dare lead his men out to investigate, though he was certain that Huang Wei and the others would not return. In the morning, they were confronted with the sight of 10 bodies piled outside, causing Huang Tianfeng's pupils to constrict and an intense fury to ignite within him, though his fear was tenfold greater than his anger. Now, only 9 members remained in the Tianhe gang, their fighting capacity severely diminished. Even if they coerced the surviving owners to join, it would not compensate for the loss of their workers' combat prowess. If a conflict were to suddenly erupt with another building at this time, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. They possessed firearms, and not just any guns. I suspect they wielded rifles or sniper rifles. The intensity of last night's gunfire indicates that they had ample ammunition. This adversary would indeed be formidable. Huang Tianfeng's expression was grave, mirrored by the fear on his subordinates' faces. "Boss, what shall we do? Dawei and the others are dead, and we have lost more than half our number. Should we continue?" Huang Tianfeng glared menacingly at Building 25 next door, gritting his teeth. "What nonsense! They have guns. How do you propose we confront them?" His subordinates grew anxious. "But if we don't seize their sleds and supplies, the owners in our building won't have enough to eat for days." After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfeng spoke in a hushed tone. "Tonight, we will sneak over and retrieve the bodies of Dawei and the others." The group exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a struggle. They had been brothers for many years, sharing life and death together. Now, they were faced with a painful decision, yet no one dared to voice their discomfort. They understood that, when faced with survival, all else paled in comparison. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Ke finished their meal, he stood up. "I'm heading out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke promptly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket. Zhang Yi said nothing further. But this time he did not put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. Having lived together for some time, he held full confidence in Zhou Ke's intellect. Unless a better protector than him emerged, she would not commit the folly of betraying Zhang Yi. Upon reaching downstairs, the on-duty personnel straightened upon seeing him. "Brother Zhang, are you going out?" Zhang Yi glanced at them, noting the genuine reverence in their eyes. His prowess had garnered the acknowledgement of all. Zhang Yi nodded. "Do well." He climbed out of the 4th-floor window, pondering briefly before feigning a detour to the rear garage. Soon after, he mounted his motorcycle and departed the community. Shadows appeared at the windows of many houses, watching Zhang Yi leave with expressions that were complex, some excited, some envious, and others sinister. At this moment, the building was under the management of an organization that called itself the Tianlang Gang, comprised of a group of young men around 20 years old. Wang Chang, the leader of the Tianlang Gang, stood by the window, a blood-stained machete, slightly rusted, resting at his side. He watched Zhang Yi leave the residential complex and furrowed his brow in concern. Where could his motorcycle be hidden? Last night, he had dispatched someone to steal Zhang Yi's vehicle. His second-in-command, Xiao Lu, remarked, "This complex is quite large. He's concealed it very well, making it difficult to locate." Wang Chong snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms as he declared, "Regardless, that motorcycle must remain under our control. With a snowmobile, we can venture out to procure supplies. Expanding our ranks and establishing a formidable gang will be a mere formality." Xiao Lu nodded earnestly, agreeing, "Indeed, in chaotic times, heroes emerge. This era presents a golden opportunity for us brothers." His gaze lingered on the direction Zhang Yi had departed, his eyes bloodshot. "For now, we need to find some cigarettes. I haven't smoked in 2 weeks. I'm going mad." Meanwhile, in other units, the leaders were deliberating on how to deal with Zhang Yi. His presence posed a threat, primarily because he was armed with a firearm, a significant one at that. Yet, it also represented an opportunity, as Zhang Yi possessed a snowmobile that could be utilized to gather resources. Some were inclined to confront him, while others sought cooperation. However, one thing was certain: they would inevitably cross paths with Zhang Yi soon. After departing, Zhang Yi first visited a nearby supermarket. Regrettably, the local supermarkets were not sufficiently tall. Some small stores were merely 1 story high, completely buried under the heavy snow. It seemed that unless the snow melted, the only places to find food would be a few large independent supermarkets and warehouses. Suddenly, he recalled his previous workplace. To the southwest of the economic development zone had once been a vast expanse of wasteland, later developed to accommodate various enterprises with factories and warehouses. Due to the low land prices, most of the city's warehouses were located there. Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse, but other companies still had goods in their storage. Medical supplies, food, automobiles, toys, everything one could think of. It would be worth a visit to see if there was anything useful. Determined, Zhang Yi turned his vehicle toward the warehouse area. The warehouses were only about 10 kilometers away, and within 20 minutes he arrived. The area was vast, with taller buildings that had not accumulated excessive snow like in the city. As he arrived, he could still see the rooftops of some factories. Zhang Yi was exceedingly familiar with this region. The entire Tianhai city had hundreds of group warehouses concentrated here, large and small. If he could gather all the supplies, it wouldn't just benefit him. He could easily sustain thousands of people. However, the pressing question remained: were those supplies still available? Equipped with a pistol and a crowbar, Zhang Yi approached the nearby RT-Mart warehouse for inspection. He swung the crowbar, shattering a window at the top. Peering inside, he discovered the vast factory had been stripped bare. Had someone already taken everything? Zhang Yi had anticipated this, so he was not overly surprised. He continued to other warehouses, only to find the same situation: medical equipment, daily necessities, food, and even snacks and pet food had all been cleared out. Just as I thought. When disaster strikes, the officials are quick to report the situation. Those in power certainly prioritize transferring resources. This was precisely why Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He understood that when calamity befalls, the powerful will only consider their own survival, neglecting the plight of ordinary people. Yet, Zhang Yi refused to give up. With hundreds of warehouses at his disposal, it was possible that some contained items that remained untouched and could be of use to him. Indeed, fortune favored the diligent. After a long day of searching, Zhang Yi stumbled upon a warehouse for automobiles. Spanning over 1,000,000 square meters, it was incredibly spacious. The vehicles were neatly arranged on steel racks, resembling sardines in a can. Among them were numerous luxury cars, once valued at millions before the apocalypse. However, now they were rendered useless, devoid of purpose. Seeing so many vehicles, Zhang Yi felt them to be rather superfluous. After much contemplation, he resolved, since there was ample space, he would store them for now. Who knows, they might prove useful in the future. After all, men have a penchant for cars. The sight of so many exquisite luxury vehicles inspired him to collect them. Even if he couldn't drive them now, it could serve as a high-end model collection. Thus, he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and stored them in his alternate space. For the remainder of the day, Zhang Yi busied himself within the warehouse area. Most of the warehouses had been emptied, leaving behind only items that were cumbersome to transport, such as large machinery or bulk construction materials. He found not a single morsel of food or basic supplies. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he scavenged like a beggar, collecting various items. Heavy-duty trucks, excavators, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, bulldozers. What if they were needed in the future? He reassured himself. However, he soon found the thought amusing. In this icy wasteland, these vehicles would barely move an inch. Thankfully, his alternate space was vast enough to accommodate all these vehicles comfortably. After a long day's work, Zhang Yi felt he had gathered enough. There was little value in further exploration, and he lacked any urgent needs. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his alternate space and quickly consumed it. While eating, the biting wind made the experience less than pleasant. Alas, drinking hot water was out of the question. Once the lid was unscrewed, it would cool down within minutes. Zhang Yi scooped some snow from the ground and put it in his mouth, making do with it as a makeshift drink. Soon, he recalled another destination he needed to visit. Having acquired several vehicles led him to think about gasoline and diesel. Originally, the fuel stored in his alternate space was sufficient for daily use. However, given the current situation, he would likely rely heavily on the snowmobile for transportation. Thus, the stored amount might not suffice. With this in mind, Zhang Yi decided to head to a gas station to see if he could acquire some fuel. He mounted his snowmobile and, after a moment of contemplation, made his way to the largest gas station in Tianhai City. Shortly after, he arrived at the site from his memory. However, the sight that greeted him made him exhale a long plume of white smoke. The enormous gas station had been completely buried under snow. Zhang Yi could only rely on the surrounding tall buildings to determine its location. Although he was somewhat prepared for this outcome, disappointment still washed over him. Gas stations lacked high-rise structures, making it seem unlikely that he would find a place to refuel. Damn it, Zhang Yi frowned, feeling helpless about the situation before him. Given the current thickness of the ice and snow, digging by hand was nearly impossible. Moreover, who knew how long the snow disaster would last? Would he have to conserve fuel in the future? Based on the stock in his alternate space and the fuel consumption of the snowmobile, it could be depleted in 20 years. This was hardly encouraging news. Human strength was indeed limited. If only he could use heavy machinery to excavate. Zhang Yi chuckled at the irony of his predicament. As he prepared to turn the key and leave, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Excavation equipment? Could an excavator be of use? He had just retrieved several construction vehicles from the warehouse, including a few excavators, initially intending to collect them for future opportunities. Little did he expect to employ them so soon. Using an excavator to dig in the snow was undoubtedly a trivial task. However, to be frank, such a scenario was quite rare. After all, on the previous planet, it was uncommon to encounter such a thick layer of ice and snow. Moreover, no one operated excavators in the Arctic. They relied on icebreakers instead. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Zhang Yi deemed this idea entirely feasible. The snow had only settled for less than a month, and the ice layer had not yet hardened excessively. Thus, an excavator could easily penetrate it. The ice and snow below were at most a dozen meters deep, and as long as he could reach an entrance like a door or window, he could break in. Therefore, it would not take too much time. Feasible. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi summoned a large excavator from the alternate space. With a resounding thud, the nearly 20-ton excavator crashed to the ground, sinking over a meter into the earth. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. This is even better. It saves me the effort of digging. The surface snow was relatively thin and could hardly bear such weight. However, the snow beneath should be more compacted. It was Zhang Yi's first time operating an excavator, but he was not overly concerned. During his previous work in the warehouse, he had operated cranes, forklifts, and large trucks. This machine posed no challenge. With a little contemplation, he grasped the controls. While he could not claim to be exceptionally skilled, he at least knew how to operate it. The operation of the excavator was relatively straightforward, primarily involving 2 levers for pushing and a control stick for the digging bucket. Zhang Yi located the fuel tank, retrieved a barrel of diesel from the alternate space, and poured it in. He then climbed into the control cabin and turned the key. With a rumble, the excavator roared to life. Fortunately, the low temperatures had little impact on the new machinery, allowing the excavator to function normally. Zhang Yi maneuvered the excavator, beginning to push the snow aside. Initially, his pace was somewhat slow, but gradually he quickened his speed. After half an hour, he had excavated a 3-meter-deep pit, and even the tracks could move slowly. Thankfully, the excavator was equipped with tracks rather than wheels. Zhang He even considered that in special circumstances, this machine could serve as a transport vehicle. While it might be slower, the excavator's tracks handled the snowy terrain with ease. This machine could traverse even the most muddy marshlands effortlessly, truly impressive. With his somewhat unrefined skills, Zhang Yi worked diligently for nearly 2 hours before finally unearthing solid construction. His heart leaped with joy as he followed the structure, clearing the snow to the sides. Gradually, he began to see the expansive rooftop platform of the gas station. Locating the gas station as structure made things simpler. The next step was to clear the accumulated snow. Due to his lack of experience, it took Zhang Yi a good 4 to 5 hours to expose the convenience store window of the gas station. Fortunately, it was the excavator doing the digging and not him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted. Zhang Yi descended from the excavator and returned it to the alternate space, then broke the glass of the window and jumped inside. Upon entering the convenience store, he was taken aback. The snow had forced the door open, and the interior was largely filled with snow. Thankfully, he could still see the back door. Zhang Yi trudged through the snow, needing to locate the oil storage area. Typically, gas station storage tanks are located underground to avoid the risk of being buried by snow. It did not take long for Zhang Yi to find the entrance to the oil storage room. Despite the gas station appearing quite large from the front, the rear space was actually quite limited, making it easy to find an entrance. Using a crowbar, Zhang Yi pried open the iron door and switched on a miner's lamp. The sight before him made him gasp, for enormous oil storage tanks were housed in the storage room, containing approximately 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it was indeed a grand sight. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi quietly stepped back outside to discharge any static electricity from his body before daring to enter. At this point, the gas station had ceased operations, and the interior was pitch black. Zhang Yi illuminated the space with his miner's lamp, sealing off the oil pipelines above. He then wrapped the pipe openings with several layers of plastic and cling film to prevent leaks. Finally, he transported all 4 massive tanks into his alternate space. Under normal circumstances, with these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel, he would no longer have to worry about refueling in the future. Wait, suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Yi like a bolt of lightning. If I can utilize the excavator to dig through the snow, does that not imply that I can also unearth other places buried beneath the snow? If that is the case, the entire world could become a vast treasure trove, perhaps even a treasure trove solely for my own enjoyment. Zhang Yi's mind raced with possibilities, and upon realizing this, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Beneath the heavy snowfall lay many hidden treasures, valuable items, all remarkable treasures. With newfound confidence, Zhang Yi no longer needed to fret over any shortages of supplies. The vast world could be at his disposal. Climbing atop the snow-covered surface along the path pressed down by the excavator's tracks, he mounted his snowmobile. Time was running short. Today's search would conclude here. He made another stop at the supermarket in Wanda Plaza, gathering 2 bags of junk food to take back. As the snowmobile emerged from the community, numerous onlookers peered out of their windows, observing him intently. Zhang Yi maneuvered the vehicle behind the apartment building, pretending to park it in the garage, and then returned to Unit 25 with the 2 bags of food. Without him needing to call for them, the neighbors had already gathered. However, Fang Yuqing did not appear this time. She seemed to have come to the realization that Zhang Yi would no longer provide her with any food. Yet, Lin Caning remained undeterred, still hoping to give it a try. Zhang Yi did not even glance in her direction. Everyone had worked hard dealing with the invaders yesterday. Today's food was a reward for their efforts. He distributed the food according to their previously agreed-upon rules. He allocated based on contributions. After all, with limited food, those who worked less could expect to receive less. In short, those who exerted less effort should not expect to feast. Due to the incident with the sniper rifle, the others regarded Zhang Yi with even greater trepidation, hesitant to voice their concerns. Moreover, they were aware that Zhang Yi had eliminated the most enemies. Li Changbin and Jiang Lei had not been on duty the previous night, so they received only a single portion of food. Zhang Yi's mention of a single portion implied that it was barely enough. The disappointment was evident on their faces. Li Changbin addressed Zhang Yi, saying, "Brother Zhang, are we just going to wait for them to come? Who knows how long that will take? You've killed over a dozen of them. They're probably too afraid to come back. How are we supposed to earn rewards like this?" Young men were often prone to impatience. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose and replied with a gentle smile, Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I only mentioned that killing one enemy earns 5 portions of food. I never said you could only wait for them to attack. Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei's eyes brightened. You mean we can take the initiative to strike? So, if we kill people from other buildings, can we exchange that for rewards? The two were immensely excited. They were in dire need of food and harbored a desire to prove themselves within the group, hoping to demonstrate their worth and become Zhang Yi's trusted aides. Zhang Yi contemplated for a moment. Thus far, aside from the Tianhe of 26, no one has made a move against 25. However, no one can guarantee what may transpire in the future, especially after Zhang Yi exposed his snowmobile. It is certain that more individuals in this community will covet it. The suggestions from Jiang Lei and Li Chongbin stirred Zhang Yi's interest. These individuals were initially brought in by Zhang Yi as expendable pawns. If they wished to court disaster, so be it. After all, these worthless beings hold no value to Zhang Yi. A smile of approval immediately graced his face as he nodded and said, "Of course. Right now, everyone outside is an enemy. Eliminating them ensures our collective safety. Anyone from the other buildings, aside from ours, is fair game, and we can exchange them for rewards." Though he said so, the frigid temperatures and heavy snow outside meant they could only target a few nearby buildings. Naturally, the first on the list was the neighboring Tianhe of 26. Jiang Lei and Li Chongbin erupted in excited cheers. The expressions of others varied, revealing their unspoken thoughts. Yet, it was evident that some were tempted, for who wouldn't desire more food? After the food distribution, Lin Caning caused another ruckus, only to be severely beaten by Zhang Yi's lackeys, Jiang Lei and Li Chongbin. Subsequently, Zhang Yi instructed them to return to their respective places. Zhou Kuder walked beside him, linking her arm with his, and whispered, "The atmosphere in the community feels off today." Zhang Yi silently withdrew his arm and asked nonchalantly, "Oh, what do you mean?" Zhou Kuder paused, realizing that Zhang Yi did not wish to be constrained. While at home it was manageable, outside, Zhang Yi was unyielding. She expressed, "I can't shake the feeling that numerous eyes are watching us. It's quite overwhelming." Zhang Yi smiled faintly and replied, "That's not surprising. The appearance of the snowmobile will inevitably stir jealousy, among others. After all, this is the South, where such vehicles are exceedingly rare. Possessing one means the ability to venture out for supplies, which signifies the chance of survival. Who wouldn't he wish to live? So can't avoid to consume. Do you think the residents of the other units will launch an attack? I'm worried it might become dangerous." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi surveyed their surroundings, and once assured of their privacy, lowered his voice to say, "Aren't there plenty of expendable pawns? Moreover, no matter how capable they are, breaching our residence will be exceedingly difficult." Zhou Kuo responded with a smile, "But when people are pushed to their limits, one can never predict their actions." Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. As they conversed, he instinctively glanced around, aware that their dialogue should remain unheard by others. However, this moment of observation revealed a dark crack appearing at the periphery of his vision. They had just passed the 13th floor, and the iron door of the stairwell had a gap. A blood-red eye peered through the crevice, fixated on him. "Who is it?" Zhang Yi's muscles tensed, and despite his usual courage, the suddenness of the situation made him uneasy. The stairwell door was abruptly flung open. A disheveled woman screamed as she charged out, wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife aimed at his head. "Ah!" Zhu Kai shrieked in terror. Zhang Yi swiftly shoved Zhu Kai aside, and the recoil of his action caused him to stagger. The knife missed its mark, yet the woman, in a frenzy, continued to swing the knife at Zhang Yi. In an instinctive reaction, Zhang Yi rolled down the stairs, unbothered by potential injuries due to his heavy clothing and bulletproof vest. After tumbling several flights, he finally steadied himself. At that moment, he recognized the woman. It was the long-missing Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, undeterred, brandished her knife, her bloodshot eyes glaring at him. "Zhang Yi, I will make you pay for my grandson. That accursed old hag." Zhang Yi had regained his composure, retrieving a long crowbar from his spatial pocket and swung it down upon her. The stairwell was narrow, leaving Aunt Lin no room to evade. She had no opportunity to counter. In a reflexive attempt to dodge the crowbar, it struck her shoulder instead of her head. A crack echoed in the air as Zhang Yi heard the sound of bones shattering. The frail old woman was sent sprawling on the stairs, devoid of strength to resist. Even so, she clutched the bloodied knife tightly, glaring ferociously at Zhang Yi. Kill you. Avenge my grandson. Zhang Yi coldly looked down at her and then struck her hand with the crowbar. Remarkably, in this frigid weather, human bodies are quite fragile. With that blow, 3 of her fingers were crushed, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Her anguished screams resonated through the stairwell. The patrolling team, alerted by the commotion, rushed over to investigate. Upon seeing Zhang Yi and Aunt Lin, they inquired, "Brother Zhang, what happened?" Zhang Yi coldly replied, "This old woman tried to kill me." The others immediately erupted in curses. "That old hag deserves to die. Brother Zhang is now the hope of our entire building. If she wishes to harm you, we might as well eliminate her." Aunt Lin had indeed been deranged for some time, having previously ranted nonsensically in the group. Zhang Yi instructed, "You all may leave. I will handle this matter." The group, wary of defying Zhang Yi, obediently departed. Zhou Ku'er stood on the stairs, hands covering her mouth. Worry etched across her face as she looked at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, are you hurt?" Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin's head and coldly remarked, "She could never harm me." Aunt Lin defiantly lifted her head, her eyes filled with malice. "Zhang Yi, you must die. You are the one who killed my grandson. You will surely descend to the depths of hell." Zhang Yi did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he calmly asked, "Your grandson was not killed by me. Why do you seek revenge on me?" Aunt Lin had timed her attack perfectly, suggesting she had long planned this ambush. She had waited behind the door for the opportune moment to launch her surprise assault, knowing Zhang Yi would return at this time. Zhang Yi, engaged in conversation with Zhou Ku'er and momentarily distracted, had unwittingly given her the chance. Otherwise, given his cautious nature, he would have noticed the issue with the door. At this moment, Zhang Yi sought to understand why this deranged woman had targeted him. Aunt Lin glared at him, teeth clenched, spitting words like a rabid dog. "My grandson died because of you. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I wish to drink your blood and eat your flesh, devouring you piece by piece." Zhang Yi's expression remained calm. "However, I do not recall killing your grandson. Strictly speaking, I am your benefactor, for it was Qun Zhenghao's men who killed your grandson, and I helped you eliminate Qun Zhenghao. You should be thanking me." Aunt Lin paused momentarily, only to become even more enraged, realizing that Zhang Yi's words held merit. Yet, how could a woman, particularly an unreasonable one, admit her fault? "Stop pretending to be a good person. My grandson was still alive when you refused to lend me medicine. It was the lack of treatment that caused his death. You are the root of all evil." Aunt Lin spat angrily, her eyes reddened with fury, resembling a fierce demon. Chapter 93. The fault lies with you. Zhang Yi now comprehended the entire sequence of events. "Oh, so that is how you interpret it." He nodded thoughtfully. "However, could there be a misunderstanding in this matter?" He lowered his gaze to Aunt Lin, meeting her gaze filled with hatred. He then spoke in a hushed tone, "You see, I am rather tough on the outside, but soft-hearted on the inside. How could I bear to watch a child suffer to death? Therefore, I had visited your home with medicine." Aunt Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're talking nonsense." No, I truly am not. I visited your home. Think carefully." "Oh, right. You were too preoccupied at the time and may have forgotten." A hint of regret flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. "In fact, at that time, Xiao was still alive. I clearly saw his chest rising and falling. Yet how could you? He had a chance to survive, and you deprived him of that possibility. What a wonderful grandmother you are." Zhang Yi's gaze darkened, his tone becoming chillingly indifferent. Aunt Lin, already mentally unstable, found her thoughts further muddled by Zhang Yi's words. A fleeting look of panic crossed her eyes. Could it be that Xiao Hu truly did not die? Was it instead she who accidentally caused Xiao Hu's demise? No, that is impossible. Xiao Hu was already dead. You were the one who caused it. Zhang Yi burst into laughter, pointing at Zhou Ku'er. "If you don't believe me, ask Dr. Zhou. Wasn't there hope for Xiao Hu?" Aunt Lin turned in confusion to gaze at Zhou Ku'er on the stairs. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's sinister smile, Zhou Ku'er felt a chill run down her spine. No wonder Zhang Yi had not directly killed Aunt Lin. He had engaged her in conversation for so long. It turned out he not only desired her death, but also aimed to destroy her spirit, ensuring she met her end in profound agony. Zhou Ku'er looked down at Aunt Lin and slowly nodded. Indeed, there had been a chance to save Xiao Hu. I had contacted Zhang Yi at the time, and he agreed to deliver the medicine. However, you did not wait for him and mistakenly believed Xiao, who was already dead. Had you only waited a little longer, perhaps he would still be alive. Zhou refrained from voicing her last few words, as she believed they had already inflicted enough damage. Aunt Lin, in despair, covered her face, crying out in anguish. No, that's impossible. It wasn't he like that. I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he was dead. Her mental state had long since crumbled, her memories jumbled, at times even unsure of her actions. She had survived thus far solely due to her hatred for Zhang Yi. Yet, the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhou left her uncertain of what was real. Could it be that the one responsible for her grandson's death was not Zhang Yi, but herself? Zhang Yi suddenly bellowed, so that is how it is. This is the esteemed grandmother of the Lin family, claiming to cherish her grandson, yet she caused the death of her living grandson. How much do you truly care for him? Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their child to you. Can you face them? Aunt Lin's gaze became vacant as she clutched her head, emitting a pained wail. No, it's not like that, not like that. It's not like that, not like that. It was you. Aunt Lin wailed in agony and despair, while Zhang Yi stood aside, gleefully delivering the final blow. Zhou felt a shiver run down her spine. A person like Zhang Yi should not be trifled with. He was terrifying in his torment of others. Suddenly, Aunt Lin shrieked, hurling herself violently against the wall. She had completely broken down, losing all hope of survival. For her, death was the ultimate liberation. Yet, at that crucial moment, Zhang Yi unexpectedly played the role of a benevolent person. How could he bear to witness his neighbor perish before him? Zhang Yi shouted, "Stop," and with a swift kick, sent Aunt Lin flying. Thud! Aunt Lin tumbled aside, rolling down the stairs to the lower level. Zhang Yi, with earnestness, said, "Aunt Lin, one must look forward in life. You must not give up. After all," his smile grew wider, "you sacrificed your grandson to survive. If you die, how will you face your entire family down there?" Aunt Lin, now spitting blood, could utter no words, yet her eyes were filled with a plea directed at Zhang Yi. "Please, don't say any more. I beg you." At that moment, neighbors from nearby floors, hearing the commotion, rushed over to witness the spectacle. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin, loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, come see. Aunt Lin is contemplating suicide. How curious. How has she lived so long? Oh, do you still have provisions at home?" Upon hearing this, the neighbors displayed expressions of extreme disgust. Even if some would go to great lengths to survive, none could commit such acts against their own kin. That was their final moral boundary. Under the scrutiny of these gazes, Aunt Lin's mental state deteriorated further as she gasped for breath, blood spilling from her mouth. Her eyes filled with struggle and pain. She would not survive long, at most half an hour before suffocating. Zhou approached Zhang Yi and remarked. Zhang Yi's blows were quite severe. They ruptured her internal organs. Suffocate? Zhang Yi fronet. How could one be so cruel? In such frigid weather, allowing her to freeze to death was something I could not bear to witness. The neighbors exchanged perplexed looks, wondering if Zhang Yi would show mercy to Aunt Lin. Only Zhou, who understood Zhang Yi, cast him a helpless glance. "What do you plan to do?" Zhang Yi seeketh. The elderly have had a hard life. Let's allow her some warmth before she passes. He reached into his clothing, pretending to retrieve something, but in reality, he took out a bottle of alcohol from his dimensional space. Unscrewing the cap, he poured the liquid over Aunt Lin. Upon witnessing this, the neighbors finally understood Zhang Yi's intentions. While speechless, they also found his actions entirely reasonable. After all, this was Zhang Yi. When had he ever shown mercy to anyone? After emptying the bottle of alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly retreated, lighting a cigarette and taking a couple of puffs before tossing it over. Whoosh! Flames erupted instantly. Soon, the staircase was filled with piercing screams. Zhang Yi turned and walked away, not bothering to glance back. The other neighbors hurriedly cleared a path for him, their eyes filled with fear. Chapter 94. Chunlingyu. After Zhang Yi and Zhou returned to their room, they shed their cold weather gear and sank into the sofa. Zhang Yi muttering vehemently, "That damn mad woman." He sprawled on the sofa. Zhou entered the bathroom, and after a while emerged with a basin of warm water. She smiled as she knelt before Zhang Yi, helping him remove his cotton socks, and gently washed his feet. She softly inquired, "Were you startled just now?" Leaning back against the sofa, Zhang Yi replied languidly, "Actually, it was fine. Since the apocalypse, I no longer find anything too shocking. In these chaotic times, the most absurd events can occur." He was clad in a police-issued bulletproof vest, unless the elderly woman was an agile assassin capable of accurately striking his neck. She could not harm him. Yet, Zhang Yi was no fool. He would naturally evade danger. Was anything happening in the neighborhood while I was away? Especially in the other buildings? Any disturbances? Zhou Ke, upon hearing this, nodded slowly. I was just about to mention it to you. Zhang Yi straightened his posture slightly, curiosity and caution gleaming in his eyes. Oh, what has transpired? Zhou Ke, while massaging the soles of Zhang Yi's feet, replied nonchalantly, over there. The person in charge is a former patient of mine named Chun Lingyu. She contacted me today, hoping I could facilitate a connection for you to accept her friend request. She mentioned wanting to discuss something with you. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Chun Lingyu? That name is unfamiliar to me, although they reside in the same community. Yulu Xiaochu is quite expansive, stretching nearly 500 meters both north and south. The distance from his building 25 to 9 is akin to traveling from one end of village to the other, leaving little opportunity for interaction. What could she possibly want to discuss with me? Zhang Yi inwidit. So ke a shu ke hit. She simply expressed a desire to talk about some collaborative matters with the building manager of 25. However, the specifics must be discussed by you. Zhang Yi skolfudaiti. Collaboration? Nonsense. I lack for nothing at the moment, while they can only wait idly in the building. What could they possibly offer me in terms of collaboration? Zhou Ke lifted her head, a light smile gracing her lips. Should I inform her that you are not interested in conversing? Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to rush. Tell me, what is she like? Also, what is the situation like in her building? Zhou Ke proceeded to share the information she had gathered about the situation. Chun Lingyu is the owner of a beauty and cosmetics company valued at 200 million yuan in Tianhai City. Though it is termed a beauty and cosmetics company, it primarily operates as a micro-business enterprise. At 38 years of age, she possesses above-average looks and a strong personality, embodying the essence of a capable businesswoman. Her acquaintance with Zhou Ke originated from a visit to the First People's Hospital. Their relationship is rather superficial, merely a nodding acquaintance. As for her Building 9, it is currently under her control, along with her subordinates. According to what Zhou Ke gleaned, Building 9 is managed quite well, with only 10 fatalities reported thus far. After hearing this, Zhang Yi pinched his fingers and nodded. In such times, a woman is capable of managing an entire building. Chun Lingyu is indeed impressive. Zhou Ke sighed softly. Indeed, given her background in micro-businesses, she must possess a knack for persuasion. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. Now that is a formidable individual. When pushed, she could disregard familial ties, even betraying her own relatives. One must never underestimate such a woman. Zhu Kaiye nodded in agreement. My impression of her is not particularly favorable. We haven't been in contact for quite some time. Today, she suddenly reached out to me for assistance in relaying a message. Zhang Yi remarked, that is not surprising. Word of my snowmobile and my ability to venture out for supplies has undoubtedly spread. Who in the entire community would envy me? Who would want to acquire my snowmobile? Zhu Kaiye nodded in understanding. Given this, do you still wish to speak with her? Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a few minutes. Let's have a chat. I am curious to know what the other buildings are contemplating. At the very least, I cannot provoke them to the point of desperation. Otherwise, if the residents of the other 29 buildings turn against me, it would spell trouble. If Zhang Yi were to remain holed up in his residence, he need not fear them. However, he was acutely aware that the outside world is a vast treasury, and he would need to continue venturing forth to gather various survival resources. Therefore, he could not afford to alienate the residents of the other 29 buildings. Thus, while enjoying Zhou Ke's meticulous massage, Zhang Yi opened his WeChat on his phone. He had ignored the friend requests, which had accumulated to 99, as most of those seeking him were merely after supplies, and he had little patience for them. Opening the friend request list, the first name that caught his eye was Chun Lingyu, the president of a Furong group, dressed in a female suit with a white shirt, her arms crossed in a contemplative pose, her face adorned with an exaggerated smile. She exhibited the quintessential micro-business profile picture. Just as Zhang Yi was about to accept her request, his gaze was drawn to a slightly familiar avatar below. Business professionals typically use personal photographs as their WeChat profile pictures, allowing Zhang Yi to instantly recognize the individual. It was Li Jian, the financial director of Walmart's South China region. He was acquainted with him from a company annual meeting where he had seen him present on stage. Zhang Yi was aware that they lived in the same community, yet their professional paths had not intersected, resulting in minimal contact. Zhang Yi noted that the friend request had been sent at 10:30 this morning, shortly after he had left the community. It seemed he was reaching out for the same reasons. Zhang Yi pondered briefly, deciding to accept both friend requests simultaneously. He intended to see what each of them had to say to assess how to navigate the other 29 buildings. Upon accepting the requests, responses arrived almost instantaneously. Hello, Mr. Zhang. This is Chun-Ling Yu from Building 9. I currently manage Building 9 and would like to discuss something with you. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Li Jian from Building 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. I wish to represent the residents of 18 to discuss a matter of collaboration. Zhang Yi first opened the chat with Chun-Ling Yu. What would you like to discuss? Chun-Ling Yu quickly replied, this format isn't very convenient. Can we have a voice call? No, I prefer to communicate in writing. Let's keep it simple. Zhang Yi coldly responded. He was well acquainted with women in micro-business. Give them an inch, and they could talk for days. If there was something to discuss, it should be straightforward and direct. I have little patience for idle chatter. Chapter 95. Discussing collaboration and attitude. Zhang Yi initially established his stance with Chun-Ling Yu, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. In Building 9, Chun-Ling Yu paced back and forth in her room, not out of nervousness, but to stave off the cold. She wore multiple layers of clothing, striving to maintain an appearance of sophistication, even donning a coat with a fox fur collar. After receiving Zhang Yi's icy message, she took a deep breath, murmuring to herself, indeed, he is a formidable character. I must not underestimate him. In the face of Zhang Yi, Chun-Ling Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, even fear. After all, tales of Zhang Yi's exploits had circulated widely. He had single-handedly eliminated half of the residents in an entire building. Furthermore, he was armed with various weapons, including the terrifying presence of a sniper rifle. The myriad rumors surrounding him instilled a profound dread in those who had heard of his story. Chun-Ling Yu steadied her emotions, meticulously drafting her words in her mind before typing them out. Mr. Zhang, I have long admired your reputation. Your story has reached us, and I have always wished for an opportunity to meet you. Now that I know you possess a snowmobile and can venture out for supplies, we in Building 9 hope to collaborate with you. Zhang Yi glanced at her message and smirked disdainfully. Collaboration? What can you offer me? Collaboration necessitates an equitable exchange of conditions. I trust you understand that. Chun-Ling Yu promptly replied, Our Building 9 is relatively harmonious, with minimal casualties. Thus, we have an abundance of manpower. Now that you possess a snowmobile and can leave the community, you can expand your reach. As she spoke, Chun-Ling Yu became increasingly animated. We can provide you with 76 individuals, the finest labor force available. The outside world lies buried beneath snow and ice, having lost its order. In other words, everything buried beneath this wintry landscape belongs to whoever dares to seize it. You possess means of transportation and weaponry, while I have family members who obediently follow orders. United, we shall surely achieve great success in the future. Zhang Yi scratched his ear. It sounded quite intimidating, yet it was all mere empty rhetoric. I ask you, with so many people uncertain of how to survive tomorrow, what progress can you hope to make? Chun-Ling Yu swallowed hard. Naturally, this necessitates your assistance in gathering food, ensuring our survival first. Then, regardless of the projects you wish to undertake, our people are the finest labor force. Zhang Yi shook his head, having lost interest. A pyramid scheme leader might deceive those desperate homeowners, but deceiving himself would only bring folly. He grew weary of typing and sent a voice message instead. I have no interest in what you propose. Goodbye. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Chun-Ling Yu grew anxious. Gritting her teeth, she quickly sent a message. You have become the envy of the entire community. Simply provide us with food, and, at the very least, we can maintain neutrality towards you. Surely, you do not wish to make us your adversaries? Upon reading this, Zhang Yi's expression became slightly more serious. This was what he yearned to hear. Why waste time on trivialities? Those wretched micro-businesses. Oh, so many residents of the units wish to turn against me? Huh, how can I believe that? I am living quite well, and who would dare attack me? Zhang Yi tentatively inwarded. Chun-Ling Yu understood that Zhang Yi was testing her, but to convey sincerity, she had to reveal some information. Zhang Yi, you are a wise man and must understand the dangers of holding precious resources. Thousands reside in this community, all waiting in their homes to starve. Only you can venture out on a snowmobile to seek food. Would you not feel envy and resentment if you were in their position? The reason they have not acted is merely a matter of weighing the pros and cons. However, it is only a matter of time before they turn their attention to you. I do not ask for much. If you can ensure our basic food needs, the people in our building will not act against you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In a sense, it was a veiled threat. Oh, are you suggesting that if I refuse, your group will attack us? Zhang Yi's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. Chun Lingyu shuddered involuntarily, but quickly asserted, I trust you will not choose to do so. Opposing us will bring you no benefits, even if you succeed. Her calmness stemmed from the considerable distance between the 25th and 9th buildings. Should Zhang Yi attempt to launch an offensive, he would be cutting off his own escape route and risk being attacked by others in the neighboring units. We only require some food, no other demands. With my abilities and your might, we can easily dominate this entire community in the future. Chun Lingyu spoke with fervor. Zhang Yi's smile held a hint of disdain. It is the first time I have encountered someone so audaciously begging for alms. Chun Lingyu gasped in frustration. This is a partnership. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Let me contemplate this. I will get back to you. With that, he chose not to continue the conversation with Chun Lingyu and closed the chat window. Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap and began to ponder the unfolding situation. He held no concern for Chun Lingyu. Merely a group of 9. They believed they could challenge him, but numbers meant little. They were oblivious to the quantity of firearms and ammunition he possessed. If they truly dared to attack, with a single assault rifle and his precise shooting abilities, he could eliminate them all. However, the issue was that there were likely others in the community who shared Chun Lingyu's intentions. The residents of the other 29 buildings were eyeing his snowmobile with envy. Some, driven by desperation and dwindling resources, might even risk their lives to confront him. If they were to unite and assault the 25th building simultaneously, Zhang Yi would have to exert himself greatly to fend them off. Zhang Yi glanced at the fortified safe house of his home, constructed from aerospace alloy, capable of withstanding artillery fire. Even if the entire community attacked, they would not breach it. Unless they were able to demolish the 25th floor, Zhang Yi faced little threat. What was the likelihood of that? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. If the residents of the 29 buildings truly did join forces, that scenario was indeed plausible. Currently, the power supply restricted the use of high-wattage appliances. They could not utilize jackhammers or electric drills. To dismantle an entire building solely by manual labor in the extreme cold, while food was scarce for energy, was utterly impossible, given their current levels of stamina. Merely walking outside for a short while would leave them freezing, let alone having the strength to smash walls. Chapter 96. Should I eliminate them all? After thorough consideration, Zhang Yi arrived at a satisfactory conclusion. As long as he remained on the 25th floor and utilized his firepower and the strength of his safe house. Even if the residents of the other 29 buildings joined forces, they would be unable to do him any harm. Simply put, in a time of extreme food scarcity and harsh cold, even stepping outside for a few moments was a tremendous ordeal. 20 individuals could not accomplish the work that one could do in the past. My personal safety is assured. If necessary, I can mount my motorcycle and break through the encirclement, using my weapons to engage in guerrilla warfare, slowly wearing them down. However, this would be incredibly tedious. How long would it take me to eliminate the residents of the 29 buildings? Yet if I do not eliminate them, they will surely come to attack me. Zhang Yi pondered it deeply. Should he expend time and energy to eliminate those who posed a threat within the community or devise another strategy? In the short term, Zhang Yi had not reached a definitive decision. Glancing at his phone, he resolved to converse with Li Jian as well. He needed to ascertain whether all the building owners shared such sentiments. Zhang Yi opened the chat window with Li Jian. He did not initiate the conversation, but Li Jian was eager to share their circumstances with Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, I come to you with sincerity, hoping to collaborate in building a harmonious sanctuary, a post-apocalyptic utopia. Thus far, we in the 18th building have only suffered 5 elderly deaths due to complications from the extreme cold. Through judicious allocation of resources, we have lived harmoniously. I believe this is the best survival strategy in the apocalypse, preserving the spark of human civilization and aiding in the reconstruction efforts after the snow disaster. Currently, we lack effective sources of food. In seeking your cooperation, we can offer labor and resources to meet your needs to the best of our ability. Moreover, we can help mediate relations with other buildings to avoid conflicts. After reading Li Jian's introduction, Zhang Yi felt significantly more at ease. It was no wonder he was the financial director of a large corporation. His emotional intelligence surpassed that of the micro-businesswoman Chun Lingyu by leaps and bounds. His communication was clear, with the interests articulated concisely, and his tone maintained a respectful yet assertive demeanor. However, Zhang Yi remained most intrigued by his mention of a harmonious sanctuary. It had been over 20 days since the apocalypse began, and not a single person had died from conflict. Zhang Yi looked at Sir Kuat, who was diligently massaging his shoulders. Kur, are you aware of the situation in the 18th building? Joker pondered for a moment and replied, I have indeed heard some rumors. It is said that the leader of their building possesses considerable charisma. Following the onset of the apocalypse, he united all the residents and implemented a system of resource distribution, enabling the majority to survive until now. Zhang Yi remarked, Truly, he is a financial director. A management accountant must not only comprehend management, but also understand how to maximize benefits. In reality, Li Jian's approach is the most rational. In other buildings, such as the one where Zhang Yi resides, conflicts and internal strife have resulted in significant resource waste. Theoretically, if a person refrains from physical activity, including mental exertion, their daily energy consumption is minimal. One meal is sufficient. Li Jian is indeed a talent. Zhang Yi expressed his admiration, but then noted, however, surviving in this apocalyptic world for the long term remains impossible. Li Jian's strength lies in establishing order. Through his influence in Building 18, he united everyone early on. Yet, what happens when faced with external aggression? Those accustomed to comfort, when confronted by rogues like Tian Hebang or Chen Jinghao, will likely find themselves slaughtered. This mirrors the historical defeats of the Central Plain civilization against nomadic tribes. Without the protection of military force, all semblance of stability and harmony is illusory. Zhang Yi inwitted. What will you do if I disagree? After a prolonged contemplation, Li Jian responded, We uphold a spirit of friendly cooperation and extend an invitation for collaboration. Should you decline, I will be deeply regretful. However, this does not preclude the possibility of your thoughts changing in the future. I still anticipate the opportunity for future collaboration. Zhang Yi chuckled. Such an official response was rather pleasing. So, will you not choose to attack our Building 25? Or will you refrain from joining in the assault on other units? Li Jian replied candidly, Our military strength is solely for self-defense. We do not proactively attack others. It is not that we lack strength, but rather that unnecessary internal strife will ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Zhang Yi felt inclined to applaud him. Look at him, clearly timid, yet speaking with such righteous fervor. Returning to the matter at hand, the harmonious community of Building 18 has indeed avoided conflict for half a month, lacking the courage to engage others. Li Jian is a perceptive individual. He understands that should Zhang Yi truly engage in a confrontation, their involvement would yield little benefit. It is preferable to remain a bystander, watching the tigers fight. Should Zhang Yi lose and the snowmobile fall into another's hands, he could seek collaboration elsewhere. I will await your response. After sending this message, Zhang Yi perused his friend request list for other individuals. Previously, he had overlooked numerous requests from those wishing to befriend him for supplies. However, it now appeared that every resident in the community sought dialogue with him, hoping for assistance in gathering resources. Indeed, Zhang Yi subsequently added several building leaders, all expressing sentiments akin to Chun Lingyu and Li Jian, desiring to collaborate and requesting Zhang Yi's help in amassing supplies for their survival. However, the conditions they could offer were exceedingly limited, only labor, women, and the promise not to take advantage of him during conflicts. Their only distinction lay in their attitudes. Good or bad? Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Yi gazed at the ceiling and murmured, Now I face two choices, to fight or to negotiate. If I choose to fight, I must eliminate those who pose a threat to me. This is not impossible, but it would be excessively time-consuming and deplete my ammunition. Wiping out the numerous residents of Building 30 would exhaust my limited stock of ammunition, which is just over 1,000 rounds, even in ideal circumstances. While I could potentially kill all those who attack, if they remain hidden within the buildings, I would be reluctant to risk entering. Furthermore, although I harbor no psychological aversion to killing, I am not a sadistic butcher. The majority of residents bear me no significant grudge. Executing them all would weigh heavily on my conscience. Alas, I might even end up with mental issues myself. Zhang Yi rubbed his temples. concluding that annihilating the entire community was not a viable option. It was simply too troublesome. Chapter 97. The attitudes of each building in the community. Listening to Zhang Yi's musings, Zhou felt a sense of trepidation. At that moment, the entire community remained oblivious, dancing dangerously on the precipice of hell. Life or death hinged on Zhang Yi's whims. Fortunately, she felt immense gratitude for having chosen to follow him. Suddenly, Zhang Yi turned to Zhou and patted the sofa beside him, saying, "Come here." Zhou approached and sat beside him. The room was warm, prompting both to wear comfortable loungewear at home, particularly relaxed. Zhou had not brought her own clothes. All were chosen by Zhang Yi. Thus, reflected Zhang Yi's preferences. The outfit she wore was charming and well-suited to her figure. Sitting close to Zhang Yi, she was as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi lifted a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then asked Zhou, "From your perspective, should I fight them or negotiate?" Initially, Zhou presumed Zhang Yi wished to share intimate thoughts. To her surprise, he sought her opinion. This was indeed a sign of trust, a positive development. Although she felt a twinge of regret, she was pleased that Zhang Yi valued her input. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she replied, "If we fight, can you withstand the assault from the residents of the other 29 buildings?" "Yes, no problem," Zhang Yi confidently asserted. In truth, he felt a flicker of uncertainty, as he was only 99 sure, leaving a slight 0.01 doubt. After all, he could not guarantee that no one in the other 29 buildings had hidden enough explosives to demolish an entire structure. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence was akin to the chance of a meteor falling precisely on his house. He chose not to dwell on it. Zhou eyes widened in surprise. She had expected Zhang Yi to assert that it was unfeasible, yet he provided an affirmative answer. After all, he had never disclosed the extent of his weaponry and resources to her. However, upon reflection, she realized that Zhang Yi was an individual with extraordinary abilities. Anything could be possible for him. Taking a deep breath, she continued her inquiry. "If we opt for negotiation, does that mean you must provide the living data of everyone in the community?" Zhang Yi erupted in laughter. According to their implication, that indeed seemed to be the case. Zhou immediately retorted, "That is absolutely unacceptable. Even if we assume each building has 50 survivors, that amounts to 500 individuals. Managing the sustenance of so many people would require an unfathomable amount of resources. Placing such a burden solely on your shoulders is utterly unreasonable." Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "The calculations do not work that way. They present conditions with inflated expectations, waiting for me to negotiate. Moreover, do not regard these individuals as virtuous. Anyone capable of controlling a building undoubtedly has their own factions. Once they acquire resources, they will prioritize their own people." A glimmer of profound insight flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. As for the others, they were merely reserves. There was no need to squander food on them. Zhou found Zhang Yi's words to be quite reasonable, nodding in agreement. Nevertheless, providing resources for 30 buildings single-handedly posed a significant inconvenience. Zhang Yi chuckled and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is a troublesome endeavor, and thus I must find a way to extricate myself from this predicament. The alternatives are either to eliminate them all, which is a convoluted and perilous process, or to engage with them directly, which would entail leaving this building and confronting them." He rubbed his temples thoughtfully. "Do you think there exists a way to rid myself of this troublesome group without resorting to such drastic measures?" Zhu pondered seriously, bowing her head in contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi wrapped his arm around her slender waist, reflecting internally. After a long silence, Zhou sighed, stating, "This problem appears unsolvable. You are their only hope. If you do not assist them, they will undoubtedly come after you. There is a theoretical notion, albeit impractical." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what notion is that?" Zhou smiled and replied, "Though evasion may be dishonorable, it can be effective. If you were to leave this community and relocate elsewhere, you will be free from their grasp." Zhang Yi widened his eyes at Zhou. Initially, he found her suggestion rather ludicrous, even baffling. After all, he had painstakingly established a safe haven, and now she was suggesting he abandon it. However, a sudden thought occurred to him. Could he not somehow transport the safe house in his own space? Zhang Yi had attempted to retrieve larger objects before, but they had to exist independently. His safe house was integrated into the building's framework. To take it away would require dismantling it. But how would he accomplish that? With what tools? If it were feasible, his insufferable neighbors would have done so long ago. Although this idea was audacious and exceedingly challenging, it invigorated Zhang Yi's mind. Perhaps in the future, when conditions permit, he might explore this possibility. Yet for now, it was evidently not a viable option. Zhou Kuer observed Zhang Yi's contemplative expression and couldn't help but chuckle. I was merely speaking off the cuff. You cannot be serious, can you? Zhang Yi gazed at her and playfully pinched her petite nose. Then what do you propose we do? Zhou Kuer pouted. I have no idea. Zhang Yi's gaze deepened. Let us not rush. We shall wait and see. After all, time is on our side, and the advantage lies with me. At present, the only concern that slightly troubled Zhang Yi was the potential alliance of the other 29 buildings. However, in this apocalyptic world, human interactions were fraught with treachery. Within one community of 30 buildings, various factions had emerged, each embodying different civilizational ideals. Zhang Yi and the Tianhe gang, along with the Quanglong gang, relied on force and bloodshed to assert dominance. Chen Lingyu controlled her building through brainwashing and hypnosis, while Li Jian fostered a harmonious environment through scientific management, devoid of conflict. These organizations operated on entirely disparate ideological levels, and they remained wary of one another, as any moment could turn them into adversaries. Their attempts at collaboration were far from straightforward. Zhang Yi resolved to continue observing their movements before deciding on his next course of action. Ultimately, he held the upper hand. With an arsenal of firearms and precise shooting skills, he was unafraid of engaging in combat. Chapter 98. Establishing authority. Zhang Yi was determined to remain a passive observer for the time being. However, he was acutely aware that some individuals would soon lose their patience and seek to confront him. Therefore, he needed to be particularly vigilant regarding his safety. He had a police helmet for head protection and was clad in body armor. Zhang Yi glanced at his legs, frowning slightly. While he had body armor, he lacked bulletproof pants. After contemplating for a moment, he devised a plan. He retrieved a piece of body armor from his otherworldly space and handed it to Zhou Kuer. Is this for me? Zhou Kuer asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Help me remove the stitching. I need to use it, Zhang Yi instructed. Zhou Kuer pouted in disappointment, but obediently accepted the armor, using scissors to cut the stitching on both sides. The stitching was quite resilient, crafted from specialized materials designed to withstand significant impact. After considerable effort, Zhou Kuer finally managed to separate the armor into two pieces. Zhang Yi took it, measuring it against his legs, and nodded in satisfaction. Wrapping it around his legs and layering it with cold weather gear, he mused, this effectively becomes bulletproof pants. The legs contain major arteries. One must not be careless. With his gear prepared, Zhang Yi reflected for a moment, realizing he could not allow the neighbors inside the building to become too complacent. They must be instilled with a sense of urgency, compelling them to venture out and seek confrontation. After all, he had initially gathered them to serve as cannon fodder, not to coddle them. The other buildings had signaled him. He needed to take action in response. Thus, Zhang Yi sent a message to the Owner-S group, informing everyone of the current situation. Dear brothers and sisters, family, we are facing a significant crisis. Others are attempting to seize our food supply. Some nearby buildings, envious of our resources, have threatened me, claiming that if I do not share our food, they will attack our building. Upon hearing this, the Owner-S group erupted in chaos. The neighbors had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival, relying on Zhang Yi to procure food daily to sustain them. Now that other buildings were coveting their resources, they would not stand idly by. How dare those scoundrels think they can take what is ours? If they have the ability, let them find food themselves. We shall fight to the death to protect our supplies. Not a single grain of rice will be given. Yes, with Zhang Yi on our side, we need not fear them in a confrontation. However, some voices of concern emerged. But our building only has 30 to 40 people. If the other buildings attack us, can we truly defend ourselves? This is indeed a challenge. Should we not negotiate with them to refrain from attacking us? Do you genuinely believe that is possible? Everyone is fighting tooth and nail for food now. Who will engage in reasoned discourse? What should we do? Fight. Without food, we are doomed anyway. The neighbors were in a fervor, filled with righteous indignation, yet many harbored fear. To oppose the other buildings in the community would mean contending with over 1,000 individuals. Was that not tantamount to seeking death? At an opportune moment, Zhang Yi chimed in. As you are all aware, the situation outside is dire. The heavy snowfall has submerged many low-rise buildings, including most of the grocery stores. Thus, searching for supplies has become exceedingly challenging and largely dependent on luck. There are thousands of people outside. Should we relinquish our food to them, you all would be left with nothing to eat. Zhang Yi, do not wish to offend them. After all, I have enough supplies to last a few more days. Therefore, the decision is yours to make. Will you keep the food for yourselves, or will you offer it to them in exchange for peace? The choice rests with you. Zhang Yi's ultimatum felt akin to placing a gun to someone's head, demanding a choice between life and death. In truth, there was no real choice. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the neighbors recognized the absence of an escape route. Without food, they would surely perish. Perhaps fighting back would provide a chance for survival. I understand now. We shall confront them. This food belongs to us, and why should we relinquish it to them? They can perish instead. The essence of a person lacking the capability to procure sustenance, yet resorting to the theft of another's provisions, is reprehensible, is it not? I, Luan Chong, find such individuals to be the most abhorrent in my life. Zhang Yi, sensing the rising tide of emotions, asserted, very well, we must not allow them to belittle us. They must be made aware of our formidable prowess. Tonight, Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei, you shall lead a charge against the remnants of the Tina gang. Their ranks have significantly diminished. Let us extinguish the last of them. This serves to avenge our fallen kin and to serve as a warning to the other residential blocks. Li Chongbin replied, understood, Brother Zhang. Jiang Lei echoed, yes, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi continued, as for me, having toiled all day, I am rather fatigued and shall refrain from joining you this time. Next time, I assure you. Li Chongbin responded, Brother Zhang, we understand. You have worked hard today. Jiang Lei added, Brother Zhang deserves the most credit. We cannot let him bear all the burdens, right, everyone? The neighbors enthusiastically agreed. Indeed, Zhang Yi encouraged, go forth. My brothers. After bidding farewell to the neighbors, Zhang Yi comfortably discarded his phone and embraced Zhou Ke. An hour later, Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while Zhou Ke, exhausted, rested her head on his chest, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Ding-dong. A WeChat notification chimed. Zhang Yi picked up his phone to discover a message from Jiang Lei. Brother Zhang, the remnants of the Tina gang are proving quite formidable. Zhang Yi simulkit. Of course it is arduous. If it were easy, I would have stormed in with my gun and dispatched them all already. The Tina gang members are laborers, strong and resilient, familiar with the terrain due to their prolonged dealings with construction. Jiang Lei and the others would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses while attacking the Tina gang, who were well prepared. However, since they were mere cannon fodder, Zhang Yi felt no sorrow for their demise. In fact, it brought him a measure of amusement, given that most of these scoundrels had once partaken of his meager rations. Zhang Yi feigned concern. How did our people fare? Jiang Lei replied, we lost 8 men, and in return, we only managed to take down 3 of theirs. Zhang Yi was satisfied with this outcome. The Tianhe gang had already dwindled in numbers, and with 3 of their fighters eliminated, Huang Tianfeng was nearly isolated. Chapter 99. Ambush. Zhang Yi inquired with genuine concern. Are you all right? Zhang Gulei, surprised by Zhang Yi's inquiry, quickly responded, I merely sustained scratch. I am fine. Zhang Yi lamented passionate. Those scoundrels from the Tianhe gang nearly harmed one of our finest. Jiang Lei, take a day off from duty tomorrow. Rest up. He then announced to the group. Everyone performed admirably tonight. Tomorrow we shall reward all who participated in the assault on the Tianhe gang with at least 2 portions of food. Zhang Lei, having bravely sustained an injury, warranted a day of rest and an additional reward of a generous serving of braised meat rice. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's motivational words, the neighbors were invigorated. Although 8 neighbors had perished, they had grown numb to such losses. The promise of double rations the following day was paramount. Jiang Lei was particularly envied for his impending meal of braised meat rice. Even if they had ingredients, they lacked sufficient spices for cooking and were reluctant to ignite a fire. They had long forgotten the taste of braised meat rice. Zhang Yi's stature was commendable. Indeed, it was wise to follow Zhang Yi, as it meant having meat to eat. One could only lament the missed opportunity for glory. The next serving of braised meat rice would surely be theirs. Many resolved to fight even harder. The following morning, Zhang Yi donned protective gear that enveloped his entire body before confidently stepping outside. He intended to explore nearby prominent shopping centers and hotels, seeking items of utility. Climbing out the fourth-floor window, he observed the snow-covered ground below, marred by deep crimson stains, remnants of recent battles. Zhang Yi briefly reflected on the tumultuous events of late, then steeled himself, retrieving his snowmobile from concealment and setting off beyond the community. As the sound of the engine roared to life, he was reminded of the familiar sensation of being observed. Though he could not discern the individuals behind the windows, he sensed many eyes upon him. Zhang Yi raised his gaze, his expression icy as he scanned the towering buildings. These individuals might soon become adversaries, potentially meeting their demise at his hands. As his focus shifted from the distance to a nearby structure, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The number 21, emblazoned in red, caught his attention, prompting a frown as he considered the implications. The location of the Guanglong gang was alarmingly close. Yet, they had yet to make a move against Zhang Yi, despite his substantial resources and possession of a snowmobile. Previously, he had attributed their inaction to caution and fear of him. However, this seemed increasingly peculiar. No matter how cautious they were, there was still a group of impassioned youth in their 20s. The allure of a snowmobile was too enticing to ignore. Strangely, while leaders from nearby buildings had approached Zhang Yi regarding potential alliances, the Guanglong gang had remained silent. This was highly unusual, verging on the extraordinary. Zhang Yi deduced that their silence signified a more sinister intent. The most dangerous dogs are those that do not bark. They were likely planning a covert attack. Zhang Yi felt the reassuring weight of his handgun in his pocket and recalled the powerful firearms in his alternate space, bolstering his confidence. He hastily sent a message to Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke, instructing them to secure their home and remain vigilant against potential ambushes from other residents. He then tucked his phone away to protect it from cold. Zhang Yi ignited the snowmobile and sped forward. As he approached the edge of the community, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, the snow beneath him erupted, and a wooden door panel stood upright, obstructing his path. Zhang Yi had no time to brake and swiftly swerved the vehicle. Bam! The snowmobile collided with the door panel, propelling two individuals hidden in the snow into the air. They had concealed themselves beneath the snow, using a rope to rig the door panel as